the Kong family were all lost by himself. How will I face my disciples and my family in the future? Even if she doesn't say it, she has gotten over that hurdle in her heart. Swish. Chu Ge put away the sword handsomely, and his fingers gently slid across the sword, without a trace of blood on it. How is it? How good is my swordsmanship? Not even a single sword mark is left on you. Such sword skills are much better than the ones you use. Chu Ge looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. The clothes on the other person have turned into pieces of leaves hanging on his body. Especially the opponent's important areas, which were blocked by the leaf-shaped clothes he had trimmed. It's meaningless to look at it all. This is the essence of the situation. You will not die well. Kong Qingyan covered her body with both hands, her face flushed with shame, and looked at him with murderous and resentful eyes. She has now been almost completely seen through by the other party. The other party must die, otherwise she cannot live in this world. No man has ever looked at his own body. She didn't expect that here, a man would use her sword to strip away her dignity and the pride that once belonged to her bit by bit. Suddenly, Kong Qingyan found that she could move, and instantly used her lightness skills to escape to the cave entrance. She had no face to stay here now. It would be even more humiliating if her disciples saw her. You have to find something to cover your body. Kong Qingyan faced forward, her eyes filled with anxiety, trying to get rid of the other person. Chu Ge walked behind Kong Qingyan slowly and continued, "You haven't commented yet. If you run again, your leaves will fall off again." A devilish voice came from behind, frightening Kong Qingyan so much that her body trembled. He worked hard to circulate the internal energy in his body, and his speed increased a lot in an instant. When people encounter danger, they can always unleash potential that they have never discovered. I don't like those who are disobedient. You still have to continue training her. Chu Ge looked at Kong Qingyan, who was turning left and right in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ge disappeared from the spot in an instant, like a launched missile, so fast that it was blurry. Before Kong Qingyan could happily shake off the other person, she suddenly felt a blurry black shadow appear in front of her. The acupoints in front of his body and on his throat were directly pressed by the other party. Kong Qingyan stopped instantly and stood still, unable to move. To be honest, you are the first person I have acupunctured. You should feel honored. Chu Ge stood in front of Kong Qingyan, and the sword in his hand slowly slid down Kong Qingyan's cheek. With the inheritance of poison medicine, he has a very deep understanding of the human body, and he also has the blessing of inner strength. Chu Ge directly used his internal strength to forcibly block the opponent's movements and sounds. You said, if I just make a slight scratch like this, the clothes will be completely gone. Chu Ge looked at Kong Qingyan's pleading eyes that were becoming more and more frightened, and couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, I'm not a pervert. I've seen everything I should have seen. Why are you running, really? Hearing this, Kong Qingyan felt relieved at once, as long as the other party didn't do that to her. The next second, Kong Qingyan was carried on Chu Ge's shoulders and walked back. You're lucky, this is the first time I carry someone. If you don't behave, you'll be beaten. With a slap. This caused Kong Qingyan to exclaim. Her face was flushed and she couldn't move at all. Tears welled up in her eyes and she could only let the other party do whatever he wanted to her. When Chu Ge returned, he looked carefully at the options prompted by the system. Option 1. Leave the deep mountains and forests within half an hour. Reward, 9 yen scriptures. Option 2. Capture the master and the apprentice, and force the Kong family to hand over the Kong family's unique inherited martial arts. Kong Dian's unique skills. Reward, 10 Dawan Dan, 20 years of internal strength. Option 3. Directly kill Lin Chen, who is suspected to be the template of the protagonist. Reward, sunflower acupoint pressing hand. Chu Ge seemed a little puzzled at this time, and couldn't understand option 1 given by the selection system. What does this option 1 mean? The reward is so generous, it is actually the classic martial arts 9 yen scriptures. He was also asked to leave the mountains and forests within half an hour. Could it be that there is some danger in this deep forest? At this time, there is actually another world inside the cave within the cave. There seemed to be exotic flowers and plants planted inside, but there was no sign of any animal presence. However, it seems that traces of someone's existence were left. At the very front, the only object is the mysterious coffin. Zhao Haifeng secretly looked for an opportunity to get the martial arts secrets from the coffin. This martial arts secret book seemed to be embedded in the middle of the coffin lid, which looked a bit weird. But the fight between the three people made it difficult for Zhao Haifeng to get through. Lin Chen is a really tough guy. After such a long time, he doesn't feel tired at all. On the other hand, Ji Jingming actually suffered a lot of internal and external injuries. You go and rest aside first. 2 against 1 seems to be a good deal, but actually I can't move freely. Lin Feng looked at Ji Jingming and suddenly said. He had to be serious. This guy Lin Chen was actually pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. With blood flowing from the corner of Ji Jingming's mouth, he gave Lin Feng a silent look of gratitude. Afterwards, he withdrew from the battle range and came to Zhao Haifeng's side. After Ji Jingming withdrew from the battle, Lin Feng completely let go. With one punch and one anger, his invisible figure was like a ferocious beast rushing at him from all directions. The punch was extremely powerful, both its speed and strength became stronger. Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed, and for a moment he was actually a little overwhelmed. He had to get that martial arts secret book, but he didn't expect it to be the second half of the martial arts he was practicing. You're hiding very well. You're actually in the initial stage of Gang Jin. I hate scheming people the most. Lin Feng punched Lin Chen back half a step with one punch. Looking at the blood on his fist, he couldn't help but sneer. Haha, this has just begun. Give it to you. Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a cold look on his face. With his hands like claws, he suddenly leaned over and struck, instantly grabbing Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng's face was stunned. He had a strange feeling that his strength was slipping away. His internal energy was actually being absorbed by the other party. Chapter 115. How does it taste? Lin Chen's face was full of smiles. He was looking forward to the other party's reaction at this moment. This was the upper half of the technique that he had accidentally obtained from an antique, the Yuyuan absorption technique. It's a pity that it has only been the upper half, making him keep looking for the lower half of the Yuyuan absorbing wave skill. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the coffin was actually placed there, waiting for his visit. No matter what, he must get the second half of the technique. I didn't expect to meet the same opponent. Lin Feng suddenly smiled, his body shook, and he suddenly broke free from the other party's hands. Lin Chen was shocked as the other party actually grabbed his arms. A powerful suction force was drawing his internal energy from his dantian and flowing through his arms into the other person's hands. Haha, absorbing power. I can do that, too. Lin Feng looked at his astonished eyes and couldn't help but let out a smug smile. The Hunyuan internal force that had been sucked away from the dantian instantly surged back, and along with it the opponent's internal force. How could you possibly do that? Lin Chen was extremely shocked. He suddenly broke free from the opponent's restraints with his arms and slapped the opponent with both hands. That's because you are ignorant, little brat. Lin Feng snorted coldly. I saw him collide his fists together, and suddenly turn them into palms, gathering the Hunyuan internal force in his palms, and directly taking the opponent's attack. The Yuyuan internal force and the Hunyuan internal force, the two forces are pulling at the limit, neither of them can afford to give in. In fact, the time they both spent practicing was almost the same. One became a disciple at a young age, and the other had an encounter by chance. There are two template characters as the main characters, and there is a destiny entwined between them. Just at this moment, a powerful energy force spread out from the two people to the surroundings without wind, causing the surrounding flowers and plants to sway and even be uprooted. Ji Jingming quickly stood in front of Zhao Haifeng and helped him block the energy force. At the same time, Ji Jingming was extremely shocked. These two people were younger than him, but their strength was far stronger than him. This is not scientific at all. Ji Jingming began to doubt his life. It is obvious that I am not weak either. I am a powerful man with strong energy. Why did he feel like he was redundant in front of the two of them? Lin Feng, kill him for me, and I'll let you pick up some girls tonight. Zhao Haifeng shouted behind Ji Jingming to cheer for Lin Feng, but his eyes were looking at the coffin lid. He thought that at this time, with the help of Ji Jingming blocking Lin Chen's sight, he might be able to seize the opportunity. However, is there any danger on the coffin lid? Will something get wrong if I try to get it myself? Have you seen the martial arts secrets on the coffin board? That is the purpose of the boss's trip this time. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but look at Ji Jingming's back blocking in front of him, and whispered behind him. Ji Jingming is at the Gangjin stage, so I think he can easily avoid any danger. No, My actions were too obvious. Lin Chen would never let me get the martial arts secrets. Ji Jingming shook his head silently, turned his head sideways to look at the two people who were pulling each other, and said in a low voice. Why don't you go? I'll cover you. Zhao Haifeng's eyes darkened when he heard that. He had to rely on himself for this unreliable guy. Afterwards, Zhao Haifeng gritted his teeth, seemed to have made up his mind, and spoke immediately. Okay, you cover me and I'll go get it. Even if there is danger, he has to give it a try. He can't just do nothing. I don't know how long the boss has been playing with that woman outside, and now is a good time for me to contribute. Seize the opportunity, take a chance, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Zhao Haifeng carefully lay on the ground and crawled slowly towards the coffin lid. With the help of the fairly tall weeds on the ground, Zhao Haifeng got a lot of dirt on his mouth. Ji Jingming was still standing there, staring at the situation, and Lin Chen would look at him from time to time. As for the person behind the other person, he had been ignoring him. What could a weakling in the Ming Jin period do in front of him? Quote. Little guy, aren't you worried about your master? Lin Feng's face turned pale. Looking at Lin Chen, who was in a similar situation to him, he had an idea and opened his mouth to try to distract the other party. You should know that my boss is much stronger than me. HMPH, you dare to show off your tricks in front of me. Lin Chen was not moved at all when he heard this. He had already guessed the other party's thoughts. Now is the time to compete in internal strength. He didn't dare to be distracted. This guy's martial arts was different from his own, but the characteristics were surprisingly the same. He has been hiding his strength, just wanting to play the pig and eat the tiger, and use the wave-absorbing skill to absorb the opponent's internal force at the critical moment. He didn't expect that the other party also had this trick. He miscalculated. Why do you think I'm the boss's bodyguard? It's because I can't beat him. So, your master is probably being enjoyed by the boss right now, ha ha ha. In order to distract Lin Chen, Lin Feng did not hesitate to belittle himself this time and admitted that he was not as good as Chu Ge. My fate is in my own hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of anger in his heart. He shouted coldly, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. At this moment, his strength seemed to reach a new level. Lin Chen's attention was extremely focused and he did not dare to be distracted at all, because this was a powerful opponent. Lin Feng looked at him solemnly and suddenly shouted, The destiny is in my hands, I am the sky. Boy, don't deceive yourself, your master is dead. How can this kid be so strong and even explode? He is simply not a human being. But who isn't a protagonist template? Lin Feng seemed to have stimulated his potential at this time, and his strength was even greater than before. Two different powerful internal forces collided with each other in the palms of the two men. After the two men increased their strength, it became more and more dangerous. Seeing this, Ji Jingming couldn't help but take a step back, feeling aggrieved. These two people seem to be more powerful. It's unfair. At this time, Zhao Haifeng had already sneaked up to the coffin. He carefully stretched out his hand, leaned on the coffin lid, and slowly stood up. He grabbed the martial arts secret book embedded on the coffin board. But I couldn't lift it, as if it was really connected to the coffin lid. Helpless, Zhao Haifeng turned back with a bitter face and looked at Lin Chen. At this moment, he was behind Lin Chen, and if he wanted to launch a sneak attack on the opponent. Will it distract the opponent and allow Lin Feng to win? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zhao Haifeng gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger from his calf. Holding the dagger in both hands, he pointed it at the heart area on Lin Chen's back and walked towards it carefully step by step. After Lin Feng noticed Zhao Haifeng's actions, he used all his internal strength to try to attract Lin Chen's attention. Ah! Lin Chen's face trembled and he hummed. He did not dare to hold back any strength and tried his best to deal with the opponent. If he is not careful, his internal energy will be pulled away. At present, the two can only maintain a balance. Suddenly, the two internal forces exploded instantly, and a powerful force burst out from the palms of both men. With a bang, the two of them flew backwards. Lin Chen's body flew backwards instantly and directly hit Zhao Haifeng, who wanted to sneak attack him. Chapter 116. Go back and act out the sad drama. Chu Ge just came back carrying Kong Qingyan. He heard a rumbling sound coming from inside the cave. The fight was fierce, but we don't know who will be the final winner. Why don't we go and take a look? Kong Qingyan was still not put down by Chu Ge, and her mute point was not untied. She was very worried about her disciple's condition, but she didn't want her disciple to see her miserable appearance, so she shed silent tears in humiliation. Lin Chen still has some use for Chu Ge, I hope he doesn't die at the hands of Lin Feng. Chu Ge chose the first option. It took half an hour to leave the forest, and now it was only about 10 minutes at most, which should be enough time for him to leave. After all, this is the 9 yin scriptures, and he really doesn't want to miss it. He had no idea what kind of danger this was. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Chu Ge is not a stubborn person. At most, he will send someone to investigate after he gets out. Chu Ge also chose the second option in the selection system. He didn't know what Kong Qingyan's status was in the Kong family, but since the system said so, Kong Qingyan should be very important to the Kong family. Although the full power of Kong Dian's unique martial arts is unknown, it has enabled the Kong family to gain a foothold in Jincheng and become a powerful clan. No one would have too much of this kind of martial arts. He was also rewarded with 10 Dawan Dan, which was definitely a good thing. When it came to training his subordinates, what he lacked most was time. I forgot to write the reward before, the previous text has been modified. Option 3, kill Lin Chen to be rewarded with the sunflower finger point. This time he selected all of them. Even if Lin Chen died at the hands of Lin Feng, he would not blame the other party. Although it's a bit regrettable, there is no punishment, so it doesn't matter. Chu Ge carried Kong Qingyan inside. Kong Qingyan was like the apple of Chu Ge's eye, and he played with her as he pleased. He walked down the stairs, one step at a time. It seemed that the owner of the cave was very idle and wanted to be elegant even after his death. There was actually a different world inside, and hanging down from above were sharp stalactites in all sorts of shapes and colors. Kong Qingyan's important place has been temporarily covered by Chu Ge using tree bark. After all, it is not good to let children see it. Kong Qingyan was carried by Chu Ge in a very humiliating posture, and the other party's actions seemed very gentle. She refused, she really wanted to resist. But she couldn't move, and even her eyes were misty, as if she didn't quite understand this feeling, but she subconsciously rejected this wonderful feeling. Boss. When Ji Jingming saw the boss coming in, he immediately turned away his gaze and was very smart not to look at his senior sister. You deserve it. That's all he wanted to say. Why not offend anyone else? Why offend his boss? Now you've got yourself into trouble. Boss. Zhao Haifeng was lying on the ground, his face looking very weak and painful. When he saw the boss coming, he made a very small sound. Chu Ge noticed Zhao Haifeng on the ground and turned to look at Ji Jingming. What's wrong with him? Didn't you protect him well? After all, they are all family members, and Chu Ge has always been kind to his own people. Chu Ge's tone of voice became very cold. Boss. Ji Jingming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was so scared that he wanted to explain quickly, but was interrupted by Zhao Haifeng on the ground. This is not his problem. Boss, did you see the dagger stuck in Lin Chen's back? As he said that, Zhao Haifeng began to explain to the boss why he became like this. In fact, he didn't want it to be like this. The explosion just now was too sudden and didn't give him any time to react. As luck would have it, Lin Chen, who was flying backwards, hit his own dagger directly. Immediately afterwards, he and Lin Chen were thrown heavily onto the coffin lid by the force generated by the explosion. I was young and strong at that time, and I almost broke Sanlang's waist by knocking him down one night. At that time, Lin Chen seemed to be angered by him and wanted to kill himself. Fortunately, at this time, only Ji Jingming who was affected arrived in time and rescued him. Well done. Follow me and work hard in the future. Hearing this, Chu Ge's expression relaxed and he patted Ji Jingming. Although Zhao Haifeng's voice sounded weak, his breathing was steady and he seemed to be in good condition. Boss, this is what I should do. Ji Jingming breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little happy in his heart. The boss agreed with him. Look how proud you are. But you are really lucky. Chu Ge felt relieved. Seeing the pride on Zhao Haifeng's face, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then, Chu Ge looked at the two people who were still fighting on the field. Kong Qingyan felt terrible. She felt as if her heart was being torn. She wondered what had happened to her disciple. She knew that her disciple's heart was deflected when a dagger was stabbed into it by a surprise attack. However, as a warrior, she was well aware of the fragility of the heart. Master. Lin Chen suddenly found that the other party had returned, carrying his master on his shoulders, and couldn't help but shout. Suddenly, his heart was broken and his eyes trembled and turned red. The leaves-like clothes on the master's body made his heart seem to stop for a second. The master was. Hee. What did I say that you didn't believe? Lin Feng had his back to the crowd. He didn't know what happened to the other party's master, but he could guess. If you put yourself in his shoes, with Chu Ge's evil character, how could he let the other person's master go? Impossible, master, let me save you. Lin Chen, despite being seriously injured, glared at him, shouted loudly, and used his internal energy to spit out blood. He made a powerful attack and directly knocked Lin Feng back several meters. Before, it was a good thing that his heart was a little off, otherwise he would have been killed by an ant sneak attack. Now the dagger is still stuck in Lin Chen's back, and he dare not pull it out for fear of heavy bleeding. He wiped the blood from Lin Chen's mouth with his hand, and attacked Chu Ge with murderous eyes, moving as fast as a shadow. Put your master down and I will spare your life. Lin Feng had found an opportunity to knock Lin Chen's sword to the ground when he came in, so he never had any chance. At this moment, Lin Chen's palm was like a claw, and the sword lying quietly on the ground instantly returned to his hand. Kong Qingyan was put down by Chu Ge directly, and stood in front of him. He grabbed her neck from behind and untied the mute point for her. Disciple, hurry up and leave. Kong Qingyan shouted in a hoarse voice immediately. I won't leave. Lin Chen shook his head stubbornly. Lin Chen's sword was only half a meter away from his master's throat. Yes, he stopped. You despicable man, let my master go and let me fight you in a duel. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge chuckled and whispered teasingly in Kong Qingyan's ear, your disciple is really naive. Put down your weapons and stop struggling. It's over. Lin Feng walked slowly forward from behind Lin Chen and said. Looking at this scene, he seemed somewhat familiar. Although Chu Ge did not threaten him with his sister at that time, he chose to give in because his sister was present. Disciple, you are no match for him. When he gets serious, his strength is not even that of a human. Can you let my disciple go? I will stay. Kong Qingyan looked at her stubborn disciple, her heart trembling, and begged bitterly. Chu Ge looked at Lin Chen calmly, with a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. The figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, a scream followed. The sword in Lin Chen's hand directly pierced through the palms of Lin Chen's hands. He folded his hands and inserted them directly into the ground. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't know, you would think you are acting out a melodrama. Now you are all my prisoners. When you go back, you can act as long as you want. Chu Ge clapped his hands, easily dealt with Lin Chen, and patted Lin Feng who was standing beside him with a stunned look on his face. Chapter 117, The Revived Heartbeat in the Coffin. It seems that when I fought with him before, I was just playing a joke on myself. Listening to the screams coming from the ground, Lin Feng gained a deeper understanding of Chu Ge's strength. This guy is really secretive, even deeper than a woman's heart. The strength is so terrifying. It's a good thing that I still want to compete with Chu Ge from time to time. Lin Chen, who had just been fighting with him, was killed in just one move. Hearing the screams coming from the ground, he felt a chill in his heart, and now he completely forgot about this idea. Something like my destiny is in my own hands, and God's destiny is in my hands. It's all bullshit. Destiny is only in the hands of the strong, or rather, one's destiny is now in Chu Ge's hands. From now on, you should just listen to your sister. Disciple, why are you so stupid? You can leave. I know you can. Kong Qingyan's voice was as sad as the autumn sky, which was irritating to listen to. It's really too noisy. Chu Ge continued to press her mute point, and her irritable sound stopped abruptly. Lin Chen was struggling on the ground, trying to bite the sword off with his mouth, but he was knocked down before he could even react. The opponent's strength was beyond his imagination, but he would never give up, as he was a child of destiny. The next second, Lin Chen was punched in the face by Zhao Haifeng. His nose was almost broken, and blood was flowing from his nose. You! Lin Chen glared at him. He didn't expect that a mere ant, whom he looked down upon, would dare to attack him. It was really like a dragon being fooled by a shrimp. Great! Zhao Haifeng, who liked to beat the man when he was down, saw that the other party was still glaring at him, so he punched him again and couldn't help shouting. Now he feels relaxed all over and his waist doesn't hurt as much anymore. He is a powerful warrior in the Mingjin stage who can make a Gangjin warrior bleed from the nose with just one punch. Hurry up and pull me up. If it weren't for helping you, I wouldn't have become like this. Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Feng who was standing stupidly on the side and shouted unceremoniously. Why are you shouting? It's so dangerous. I don't need your help. I can handle him. If it happens again, you might lose your life. You're lucky this time. Lin Feng snorted coldly, scolded him with disdain, and carefully helped him up. I said today that I would invite you to pick up girls, so I will definitely invite you to pick up girls. Brother has a tough life. Zhao Haifeng grinned and put his arm directly on his shoulder. Small body, be careful with your waist. Lin Feng patted Zhao Haifeng's waist, hard, and reminded him, kindly. Hiss damn it, my sister is gone tonight, only my aunt is left. Zhao Haifeng took a deep breath and cursed. Forget it, I'm your sister. I'll leave your aunt to you. I didn't expect you like this. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng, and a hint of recognition flashed in his eyes. From the day I first met him, even though I knew he was going to die, an ordinary person still wanted to save him. Although this person is usually timid and likes to mock him, his strength is still weak. But at critical moments, this person becomes particularly reliable and is someone with whom you can make close friends. Chu Ge directly pressed 2 acupoints on Lin Chen, making him unable to move or speak. Although he didn't learn the sunflower acupoint pressing technique, he did become more skilled at pressing acupoints in a rough manner. Take Lin Chen with you. Chu Ge called out, and asked Ji Jingming to carry Lin Chen. Ji Jingming directly pulled out the swords from Lin Chen's hands, and the opponent's bloody hands were freed. Without saying a word, he carried Lin Chen on his shoulders. Kong Qingyan was filled with grief and indignation. If her disciple was given time, he would definitely be able to reach the other party's level of strength. However, time was too cruel and did not give the master and disciple time to grow. It's much quieter. By the way, what's on the coffin lid? We have to leave as soon as possible. There may be other dangers here. Chu Ge said as he quickly walked to the coffin. What danger could there be? Lin Feng supported Zhao Haifeng and walked over. If the boss says there is danger, it must be real. Let's leave quickly. Zhao Haifeng trusted Chu Ge's judgment very much. Upon hearing that there was danger, he looked around and was very nervous. The complete version of Yu Yuan's wave-absorbing technique. After seeing this secret book, Chu Ge did not pick it up immediately. There seemed to be a mechanism. After trying several times, Chu Ge finally pressed down hard, and with a click, the mechanism opened. Chu Ge looked around alertly, and there seemed to be nothing unusual, so he took the secret book directly in his hand. Who is lying in this coffin? Chu Ge put away the martial arts secret book and found that the coffin lid and the coffin seemed to be integrated into one. It cannot be opened directly and seems to be a sliding coffin. Is there something good in here? Zhao Haifeng quickly glanced around and looked at the coffin lid with envy. It's probably a burial object, or the really good stuff is still in the coffin. Hey, did you hear any sound? Chu Ge walked to the front of the coffin and was about to push open the coffin lid when suddenly a voice interrupted him. Chu Ge looked at the coffin lid with a serious expression, as if the voice came from inside. No. Zhao Haifeng frowned and listened carefully, but heard nothing. Me neither. Lin Feng looked at Chu Ge in confusion, and when he found that he was looking at the coffin, he had an idea. Chu Ge still heard the second sound, which was stronger and more powerful than the first one. It seemed that he was the only one who could hear it. Chu Ge made a prompt decision and decided not to take the things in the coffin for the time being. The 9 yin scriptures are more important, and the danger here may be real. Let's go, we'll leave immediately. Chu Ge used his lightness skills to instantly come to Kong Qingyan's side and carried her away. Although Ji Jingming didn't understand what was going on, the boss seemed very anxious and hurriedly carried Lin Chen and followed behind the big boss. Why are you still staring at the coffin? Hurry up and squat down. Carry me on your back and run faster. Zhao Haifeng saw that the boss had left and Lin Feng was still staring at the coffin in a daze, so he hurriedly urged him. Oh, okay. Lin Feng suspected that it was the things in the coffin that made Chu Ge leave in such a hurry, so he nodded and squatted quickly, carrying Zhao Haifeng on his back, and used light skills to quickly escape from here. After the cave was empty, a doubtful sound came from inside the coffin. Hey, why is it so dark? Where is this place? Deep in the mountains and forests. Keep going, leave here directly, don't stop for even a second. Chu Ge did not leave alone with Kong Qingyan. He waited outside for a while, waiting for them to be in front and he followed behind. If the danger came out, it would not have killed his men immediately, which would have been too unprofitable. This is definitely an existence that is far beyond his own strength, but Chu Ge is very puzzled as to why it is in the coffin. And the first option given by the system seems to be about 6 minutes. With the speed-boosting power of Qinggong, they could run out of the deep forest in 6 minutes. Now is not the time to talk about this. We need to hurry and run out within 6 minutes. Ji Jingming and Lin Feng remained silent. Upon hearing this, they more than doubled their speed. Kong Qingyan and Lin Chen were very puzzled as to what made this terrifying guy so scared and want to leave. At this time, Kong Qingyan suddenly remembered that she had not taken the remains of her elders yet. But she is now in a difficult situation and only hopes that her family can get the news and send someone to look for her. They have already gone deep into the deep mountains and old forests. A 6-minute journey is totally impossible for an ordinary person. But with the strength of Chu Ge and the other three, 6 minutes was enough. Deep mountains and old forests. The driver was still outside waiting obediently for the boss and his men to come out. Drive and leave. After Chu Ge came out, he saw that the 9 yin scriptures had arrived. He threw Kong Qingyan directly into the trunk, and Lin Chen was also thrown by Ji Jingming into the narrow space behind the back seat of the car. Union Hotel. Chu Ge took a shower and walked out wearing a bathrobe. Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng and Ji Jingming were anxiously waiting for their boss. They were eager to know what had happened. Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Zan were even more confused. What could have happened with such a big scene? I heard a heartbeat, the kind of heartbeat that suddenly revived from dead silence. Chu Ge sat between the two women and said to Lin Feng and others. Except for the need to go out and get the 9 yin scriptures. And there is this unknown heartbeat that makes Chu Ge a little afraid. The unknown is always scary. Chapter 118 almost suffocated me. Sure enough. Lin Feng said with a clear expression. He had suspected Chu Ge before because he noticed movement in the coffin. Now it seems that his guess was correct. But he didn't expect that the sound coming from the coffin was a heartbeat. In a sealed coffin, a heartbeat suddenly sounded. Who was reviving? A heartbeat coming from a coffin. Boss, are you serious? Zhao Haifeng suspected that he had heard it wrong. Even if there were martial arts in this world, they wouldn't be so weird. This isn't a supernatural event. Could it be that he was in a state of suspended animation, and was revived after being disturbed by us? Or was it that we alerted the mechanism by taking the secret book before, and he was awakened automatically? Ji Jingming scratched his mouth and cheeks, thinking hard. It seemed that the experience he had gained over the years was of no use at all. The two women were even more confused. What on earth were these people talking about? It's the sound of a heartbeat waking up from death, becoming more and more vigorous and powerful, not like the weak state of suspended animation. Chu Ge was a little unsure. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Or was it really a state of suspended animation? Then, Chu Ge looked at Lin Zan and explained. You call Shen Pengde and ask Shen Pengde to notify the Shadow Guard branch here to search the deep mountains and old forests carefully. Having said that, Chu Ge looked at Ji Jingming again and said. You should also follow the Shadow Guard. For now, we can only monitor the movements there. If he runs out, it will be like a dragon entering the sea. By then, as long as the other party does not expose himself, it will be extremely difficult for him to find him. I understand. Ji Jingming nodded quickly. The fact that I can participate in the action shows that the boss trusts me. Ji Jingming did not stay in the room for too long. After saying goodbye to the big boss, he directly called Manager Shen. Just then, Chu Ge saw an option suddenly pop up in the selection system. Ding dong. Option 1. What is in the mysterious coffin? Is it him? Is it her? Or is it? Find out clearly. Reward. Mysterious palm. Option 2. Ignore it. She. He. There is no need to figure it out. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers, and when the water comes, we will block it. Reward. Lion's roar. Chu Ge naturally chose one directly. These two options were completely opposite. Comparing the rewards with his actual needs, the mysterious nether palm is the best choice. Lin Zan quickly called Shen Pengde and explained the boss's task in detail. On the other side, after Shen Pengde received the order, he immediately notified Song Wenbin, the head of the Yuancheng Shadow Guard division. After Song Wenbin heard what Shen Pengde had conveyed to his boss, he immediately summoned all the Shadow Guard members of the Yuancheng branch. In every city of the Huameng, there are now almost 1,000 Shadow Guard branches, and they are all carefully selected. There are countless talented and skilled people in the Huameng. Some like to hide in the dark, some like to show off in a high profile, and some like money. As long as there is a need, desire, or request, the Shadow Guard can satisfy the other party. The action of nearly 1,000 Shadow Guards caused quite a stir and immediately alerted Yu Manlu, the city lord of Yuan City. Although the martial arts culture is prevalent in Yuancheng, its public security index ranks among the top in Huameng. Because there are no so-called aristocratic families or so-called hidden sects in Yuancheng, but only the real powerful city lord. The reason why the public security in Yuancheng is so good is also because of Yu Manlu's powerful way of controlling his subordinates. In addition, only when the top leaders of Yuancheng are united can the city be governed effectively. He knew about the big fuss that Tamed Group caused in Yuncheng at that time. Later, Tamed Group opened a branch in Yuancheng, which was under his management. Yu Manlu did not stop the other party, nor did he interfere or expel the other party. Based on the idea of friendly non-interference, as long as you abide by the law and make money, Yu Manlu will naturally welcome you warmly. After all, you make money and I collect taxes. It's good for you, it's good for me, and it's good for everyone. At this time, a phone call came directly and Yu Manlu answered the call. Manager Shen. Yu Manlu remembered that he seemed to have given Shen Pengde, a branch of Tamed Group, a private phone number because he was afraid that the other party would not be able to communicate with him in the first place. Lord Yu, we lost a team member in the deep mountains and forests. We need to send someone to look for him. Please give us some convenience. Quote. We have not taken any unfriendly actions. Lord Yu and our Tamed Group will always be good friends. Shen Pengde's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. He did not beg the other party, but instead spoke in a very calm manner. Thousands of people are looking for someone. Is it a very important person who got lost in the mountains? Then do you need my help? After all, Yuancheng is under my jurisdiction and I am most familiar with it. Yu Manlu was a little unconvinced, but he suppressed his displeasure and said very friendly. I assure Lord Yu that I am definitely looking for someone, so there is no need for your help. How dare I trouble Lord Yu for such a small matter? Shen Pengde laughed and continued. If I find out anything illegal, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yu Manlu didn't believe the other party's words at all. He snorted coldly, hung up the phone and shouted outside, someone come. A secretary of the city lord quickly opened the door and walked in. Notify the people below not to obstruct the actions of the Tamed Group branch. Also, arrange a trip for me immediately. I want to go to the Union Hotel. Yu Manlu held the phone with a conflicted expression for a few seconds, then walked past the secretary and left the office. The big boss of Tamed Group came to Yuancheng and was seen by many people at the airport. For those who are kind-hearted, they can find it out by just checking. Since the big boss of Tamed Group didn't seem to have any intention of hiding his whereabouts, Yu Manlu didn't go to meet him immediately. Deep in the mountains and old forests, Song Wenbin and Ji Jingming successfully reunited. Ji Jingming led the way and arranged members to start the search. Life detectors, infrared scanners, and all kinds of equipment for searching for people were used. In the situation of encirclement and gradual investigation, one person stood at a visible distance, gradually narrowing the encirclement and investigating this deep mountain forest. The big boss takes it very seriously. We have to be careful. It's very dangerous. Ji Jingming kindly reminded Song Wenbin. Although the other party's strength is not as good as his power and status are far above his. Ji Jingming believes that one day he will gain more trust from his boss and reach the true peak of his life. It's okay. There are strong men in the Gangjin period here. Song Wenbin followed him and looked around, with no less vigilance in his eyes. Song Wenbin's strength has now reached the middle stage of Mingjin, and he is still working hard every day taking medicinal baths and practicing the dragon catching technique. The dragon catching technique is only an external skill. As for the internal skills, Chu Ge actually has other plans. We are all colleagues. To be honest, even the boss can't say he can match him, let alone me. It's right here. Ji Jingming pointed to the cave entrance in front of him. It was no different from when he left, and it seemed that nothing came out of it. Everyone, stay alert. Song Wenbin waved his hand and ordered the shadow guards around him. The shadow guards all picked up the gun boxes behind them and took out their weapons. There were even 2 strong shadow guards carrying rocket launchers. When Ji Jingming saw this scene, he couldn't help but curl his lips. This era is indeed still an era of hot weapons. Inside the cave, the coffin lid had been pushed open by the people inside. I almost suffocated, luckily I inherited the power of this body. A long-haired figure lay beside the coffin, gasping for breath, greedily breathing the oxygen outside. In the luxurious suite of Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng at Union Hotel, Chu Ge directly unraveled Kong Qingyan's actions and words. What do you want in exchange for letting my master and I go? Can you help my disciple heal his injuries first? Kong Qingyan did not choose to take action, but looked at her disciple on the ground with a worried look on her face. She wanted the other party to treat her disciple's injuries, as her disciple really couldn't hold on for much longer. What is your status in the Kong family, and what is your relationship with the head of the Kong family? Answer me, and I will ask someone to stop the bleeding and heal your apprentice. Chu Ge looked at Lin Chen, who was casually thrown to the ground, and laughed. Chapter 119. A middle school girl who wants to be a hero. Get me some clothes to change into first, and then I'll answer you. Kong Qingyan bit her thin lips lightly, her eyes a little evasive. She was still wrapped in tree bark, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If the master and his disciple fall into each other's hands, the other party should not let his disciple die. Kong Qingyan seemed to have regained a bit of composure, and she felt a lot more at ease thinking this. Okay. Chu Ge nodded and gestured, then looked at Lin Zan beside him and asked, do you have any unwanted clothes? Give them to her first and I'll take you to buy new ones tonight. He was too lazy to argue too much with a woman like Kong Qingyan. It was just clothes, so he would satisfy her. Okay, I'll get it. Lin Zan looked at the strangely dressed woman strangely, then went to her room to get clothes. This woman is so flashy, you can tell at first glance that she is not a good woman. The boss probably doesn't like this, right? Lin Zan felt a little unsure. She held her old clothes and thought about going shopping with her boss in the evening, with a secretly happy look on her face. Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng were in the living room, watching TV out of boredom. It's not even afternoon yet, and your mind is entirely on your aunt. Zhao Haifeng had just seen an attractive TV series when Lin Feng changed the channel, which made Zhao Haifeng so angry that he snatched the remote control. Auntie, your mind is full of auntie. I'm thinking about what's happening in the room. Lin Feng looked at him speechlessly, pointing at the door that his sister had just closed after taking the clothes in. What's there to think about? Why do you want to think about the boss's business? You're not the boss. Zhao Haifeng was peeling fruit carefree when he suddenly remembered that his dagger was still on Lin Chen. When the time comes, it must be disinfected and cleaned, otherwise how will he peel the fruit in the future? Give it to me. Lin Feng snatched the fruit that Zhao Haifeng had just peeled and ate it in one bite, feeling very satisfied. Rough. Can't you peel the fruit yourself? Zhao Haifeng was not prepared at all. He was so angry that he threw the fruit knife into the fruit basket, then sat on the other side with the fruit basket. I peeled it myself, so it doesn't taste good. Lin Feng looked at the frustrated Zhao Haifeng and laughed. And in the room, after satisfying Kong Qingyan slowly told him her position in the Kong family. Only then did Chu Ge realize that the head of the Kong family, Kong Yi, was Kong Qingyan's uncle. As the current head of the family, Kong Yi is still working hard for the family in his 50s. He had no children in his life, and he and his wife treated Kong Qingyan, their niece, who came to recognize them, as their own daughter. Kong Qingyan's father was Kong Yi's brother. Because his life ambition is to live a free and unfettered life, he is not interested in the family, but he has a high prestige in the family. In the end, he had no choice but to take Kong Qingyan's mother away from the family. Only then was Kong Yi able to successfully take the position of patriarch. Because of Kong Qingyan, Lin Chen was treated as a direct descendant of the Kong family. The master and disciple have no shortage of resources in the Kong family and have everything they want. Lin Chen's qualifications are already terrifying, and he is worthy of the resources given to him by the Kong family. The other elders of the Kong family had no complaints. Investing in a future strong man was really worthwhile for the Kong family. Kong Yi also treated Lin Chen as his own grandson and loved him very much. Chu Ge kept his word and asked Zhao Haifeng outside to come in and send Lin Chen directly to the private hospital purchased by the Tamed Group branch. Only in this kind of private hospital can Chu Ge safely arrange personnel to keep a close watch on it. Remember to let Shen Pengde notify the person in charge of the shadow guards here. This person must be kept under strict supervision. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and instructed. I understand, I understand. Zhao Haifeng nodded quickly, then called Lin Feng in. What are you doing? Lin Feng glanced at Chu Ge, then looked at Zhao Haifeng who called him in with confusion. Help me carry him, and let's take him to the hospital together. Zhao Haifeng pointed at Lin Chen on the ground and said to him. Lin Feng looked at Chu Ge again, and when he found that he didn't say anything, he picked up Lin Chen and walked out without saying a word. He thought it was Chu Ge's order, so he didn't say much. Not bad, not bad. After seeing Lin Feng walk out, Chu Ge patted Zhao Haifeng on the shoulder and teased, when did your relationship become so good? I like women, boss, don't get me wrong. Zhao Haifeng was stunned when he heard this, his face changed, and he hurriedly explained, fearing that his boss would misunderstand him. Chu Ge gave him a look that said, I understand, then waved his hands and told him to get out quickly. Zhao Haifeng sighed several times before going out and closing the door. Find someone to take him away. Lin Feng, who was outside the door, happened to hear Chu Ge's words. He threw Lin Chen to the ground, then sat on the sofa and peeled fruit by himself. You ate a piece of my fruit, but you're still hesitant about carrying a person, just like a woman. Zhao Haifeng snorted coldly, stepped directly on Lin Chen's body, walked to the sofa, sat down, and called Shen Pengde. Poor Lin Chen was insulted once again by this ant whom he despised, and this time he was stepped on. Hey, arrange a few people to come and carry this person to the hospital. It needs to be trustworthy people. Remember to notify the person in charge of the shadow guards and ask him to arrange someone to look after this person. Okay, I'll send someone over right away and notify him later. Zhao Haifeng put away the phone and looked down on Lin Feng. You need me to teach you such a small thing. Why don't you just find someone to do it? I'm not really asking you to carry him to the hospital. Use your brain. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng with increasingly dangerous eyes, his tone gradually becoming colder. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhao Haifeng immediately looked at the TV obediently. What's so great about being strong? One day, I will be stronger than you. When the time comes, I will make sure you act according to my mood. Chu Ge walked out of the room, followed by an incredulous Lin Zan, and closed the door tightly. Regarding the arrangement for Kong Qingyan, Chu Ge temporarily continued to press her acupoints and threw her on the bed to prevent her from escaping. Chu Ge looked at Lin Chen who was thrown to the ground, and couldn't help but kick him again, kicking him aside. Why is this guy still here? I've asked someone to move it. It's not convenient for me to do it alone. Zhao Haifeng explained hurriedly after hearing the boss coming out. Lin Zan didn't even notice that there was a person under her feet. She was completely shocked by what her boss had said before. Her three views have been completely shattered and are being reconstructed. It turns out that there really are martial arts and warriors in this world, and the boss and his younger brother are both powerful warriors. Brother, are you really a powerful Gang Jin expert? Lin Zan sat next to her brother and asked quickly with great curiosity. That's what the boss said. That's right, that's why I said I don't lack work. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Ge and said to his sister helplessly. Even if you are a powerful Gang Jin warrior, you are still my brother. You have to protect the boss's safety. Lin Zan looked at her helpless brother and said more firmly. Okay, I knew it. Lin Feng knew that his sister had been poisoned by Chu Ge and there was no cure. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a headache. Deep mountains and old forests. It's really interesting that while there are hot weapons, there are still warriors. Why don't we go out and do justice together and be my subordinates? Fighting and killing is so bad. You are the first people I meet. It will be a pity to kill you. Meeting is fate. Let's travel the world together with swords in hand, and wipe out all injustices in the world. A long-haired woman in a white dress, holding a long sword, like a generation of female knight, this female knight was looking at them excitedly and said. Song Wenbin and Ji Jingming looked at the middle school girl in front of them with a headache. Bazookas and bullets were ineffective. They couldn't beat him, but fortunately the other party was reasonable, which made the two of them feel relieved. Chapter 120 The girl who traveled through time and space with a dream of martial arts. Ji Jingming did not dare to answer the mysterious woman in white immediately. Instead, he looked at the coffin lid that was opened on the ground behind her. The woman in front of me who looks like a heroine in white must have run out from there. A terrifying thought occurred to him. There has actually been a heroine in white hiding in this coffin. Was the heartbeat that the boss heard the same as this woman's? When the two came in, they found the woman sitting in front of the coffin and sighing. When the woman saw them coming in, she shouted excitedly that there was a living person. Later, when the woman noticed the weapons in their hands, she started fighting without saying a word. Later on, rocket launchers and bullets lost their effect on her. Her terrifying strength made Ji Jingming despair. I'm afraid this mission will end my life here. Just when Ji Jingming thought he was going to die, the white woman began to speak some words like those of ancient swordsmen. It's inexplicable and very childish. Song Wenbin's instructions were to search for the person who came out of the coffin, and preferably bring him back to his boss. Since we have discovered that the other party is very powerful, we can't just take him away if we can. But even if he couldn't take him away, he had to keep track of the other party's location at all times and provide information to the boss. Song Wenbin looked left and right and found that as long as he sealed the cave, he could block the woman's escape route. Let's go out first and don't confront her head on. Let's find a way to block this hole. Song Wenbin said in a low voice. Ji Jingming thought what she said made sense and was about to leave when the woman in white became unhappy. What? You don't want to? You want to leave, have you asked this lady? Shu Muyu held a long sword in her hand and performed a dazzling sword flower in public. Suddenly, a plain and blunt sword energy appeared. Ji Jingming, Song Wenbin, and the shadow guards behind them had no time to react. They were bombarded by this powerful sword energy and flew backwards with blood flowing from their mouths. This is a lesson I'm giving you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Shu Muyu had a smug look on her face. She looked at the people lying on the ground and picked up a gun on the ground and started playing with it. To be honest, I've never touched the real thing. Unfortunately, I don't need it anymore. Shu Muyu broke the submachine gun in pieces with a look of disappointment on his face and threw it on the ground with regret. This woman is so terrifying. Why don't we pretend to surrender to her first? Then report to the boss and make plans. Otherwise, none of us can leave. Ji Jingming and Song Wenbin both vomited blood and fell together. Seeing that Song Wenbin seemed to have a little consciousness left and was not fainting, Ji Jingming quickly whispered a suggestion. If the other party does not make the decision, then you have to make the decision yourself. If the boss blames you at that time, you will be the one to take the blame. Moreover, everyone behind him had fainted, so I was all alone, and there was no one to testify. Once you pretend to surrender to the enemy, and no one can prove it for you. By then, I will be more wrong than Doi, and no matter how I explain it, it will be impossible to make it clear. Of course, this middle school girl seemed to be more powerful than the big boss, but she had never thought of actually surrendering to the enemy. A powerful and mysterious middle school girl. A young man with great ambition, ruthless means, countless capable people under him, and unfathomable strength. He is also the boss of the Tamed group. Unless he had a brain, he would not choose this woman. Just do as you say. Before he could finish his words, Song Wenbin's body seemed to twitch and he fainted. Ji Jingming quickly checked the other person's breath and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are not dead and still breathing, hold on and prove your innocence later. You are the only one who hasn't fainted yet. It seems that you are the strongest among these people. Shu Muyu walked in front of him, squatted down, and looked at him with curiosity. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the attack, Ji Jingming begged for mercy on the spot. I agree. Lady, please spare my life. Let me be your little follower, okay, lady. He begged for mercy like an actor. On the other side, Ji Jingming carefully picked up the communicator that Song Wenbin had dropped on the ground behind him. In this cave within a cave, this is the only way to connect with the outside world. Before, he didn't know whether Song Wenbin had contacted the people searching outside, so it was safer to take it. HMPH, you have a strong desire to survive. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Shu Muyu stared at him for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Afterwards, she saw those people who had fainted, and asked, are you all tomb robbers who are here to rob the tomb? Look at your equipment, it's quite good, with rocket launchers and submachine guns. This tomb robbing configuration, as far as I know, is unique. It's a pity you met me, otherwise you could have succeeded in robbing the tomb. Ji Jingming didn't dare to talk back and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, the heroine is right. This woman is not only a middle school student, but also moody. It's better to calm her down first. Even if people from outside come, it will be useless. We have to contact the boss first. Seeing that the other party was so obedient and honest, Shumuyu exclaimed with satisfaction. Get up. Since you have become this heroine's follower, then tell me, what time is it now? What kind of world is outside? What level of strength are you in? Shumuyu, who had just been resurrected from this body, only knew from the memories of this body that the outside world was an ancient world ruled by dynasties. But judging from the weapons in the hands of those who broke in, it seemed that a lot of time had passed. She was originally an 18-year-old girl who liked to stay at home and watch martial arts dramas. She was fascinated by the revenge and sword fighting scenes in martial arts novels. I hope that one day I can become a heroine and eliminate all the injustices in the world. I was staying up late to watch a martial arts movie and realized it was all slow-motion dancing. I was just about to turn into a keyboard warrior. She died suddenly and traveled through time. When I woke up, I found myself in a sealed and dark space, and I was very scared. She then inherited the body's memories and powers. She was very lucky. The memories of this body made her familiar with using this body's power to push the coffin out. Hearing this, Ji Jingming covered his injured chest and forced himself to stand up. After bowing to her, he began to explain the outside world to her. This woman seemed to be very interested in martial arts. She made a martial arts bow gesture and the other party looked very satisfied. Judging from the other person's tone, it seems that he has been sleeping in a coffin since ancient times. No wonder he doesn't know the outside world. What impact will the resurrection of an ancient woman have on the outside martial arts circle? Ji Jingming knew very well that it would definitely be a bloody scene, and this woman represented that warriors could be resurrected from the dead and achieve immortality. Once this news gets out, those old guys who have been living in seclusion in the world will probably not be able to resist taking action. After listening to his introduction, Shumuyu suddenly realized something and spoke in an old manner. A dream inside the coffin, a dream world. When I woke up, 1,000 years had passed. This world is no longer my original world. Alas. After saying this, Shumuyu pretended to sigh deeply, his deep eyes seemed to contain endless years. You're such a dramatic actor. Ji Jingming looked shocked but silently complained in his heart. Chapter 121 Nine Yin Manual and Mysterious Palm. Ji Jingming didn't believe at all that the other party was really a 1,000-year-old monster, and he pretended to be very convincing. If he hadn't noticed that the other person's way of speaking was very modern, he would have almost believed it. He even suspected that the other person's mental age was no more than 20 years old. Woo, brother. I didn't expect that after more than a decade of adventure, we would be separated by the yin and yang. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to come with me. Ji Jingming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly turned around and knelt on the ground, with his back to the woman in white, and lay on Song Wenbin's body and cried. Is he dead? Shu Muyu was a little surprised, but he didn't feel any guilt. Tomb robbers are all bad people. And she clearly didn't use much effort. At most she would just need to stay in the hospital for a month or so. How could she have died? Ji Jingming, who was lying on Song Wenbin and crying loudly, was carefully using the communicator to send a message to the boss. Okay, why are you crying like a grown man? You will get retribution sooner or later for doing such evil things. You are lucky now. You met me and I will make you turn back. Shu Muyu stepped forward, intending to comfort his new subordinate. Wow. Ji Jingming cried even louder and buried his head deeper. After he sent the good news, he was checking his unread messages. It was manager Shen who informed Song Wenbin to monitor Lin Chen in the hospital, but unfortunately Song Wenbin is now unconscious. Ji Jingming did not reply and could only hide the communicator in Song Wenbin's clothes. Ji Jingming turned around, wiping his crocodile tears, and sobbed intermittently, pretending to be very convincing. Stop crying. As children of the martial arts world, separation and death are the norm. When you go out into the martial arts world in the future, don't say you are my subordinate. Shu Muyu scolded him while holding the sword that was beside him in the coffin, and then pointed outside and asked. Are there any of your companions guarding the tomb outside? Ji Jingming nodded quickly and said, some of the ladies are my brother's subordinates. Lady, let's leave this place. I want to bury my brother properly. A trace of sadness flashed in Ji Jingming's eyes. Well, take him out and bury him properly. Also, I'm quite curious about the prosperous world you mentioned. Xu Muyu looked around, clasped her hands in front of her, sword in hand, like a famous female knight in white. Okay, lady. Ji Jingming simply hugged Song Wenbin's corpse, and followed him silently. When leaving, Ji Jingming glanced at his own people lying on the ground, sighed in his heart, and said, we can only wait for someone to come and rescue you. Union Hotel. The people arranged by Shen Pengde have sent Lin Chen to the private hospital in which Tengde Group has a stake. What Chu Ge didn't expect was that Yu Manlu, the city lord of Yuancheng, actually came to him in person. I think it was because he sent out the shadow guards to search the deep mountains and forests. Lord Yu, let me toast you. Chu Ge asked the people from Union Hotel to prepare some dishes, and he personally entertained Yu Manlu. The other party came alone, which was indeed very courageous. Of course, Chu Ge would not take the initiative to harm a city lord. The big boss behind the Tengde Group has come to Yuancheng. As the host, I shouldn't have visited you as soon as possible. Well, I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Yu Manlu raised his glass, looked at Chu Ge with an apologetic look on his face, and drank it directly. City Lord Yu is so polite. I am really flattered that you can come here in person despite your busy schedule. Chu Ge also drank a glass of wine, poured the empty glass towards Yu Manlu, and said with a smile. I wonder if Lord Yu City needs my help this time. If I can do it, I will definitely not delay. Chu Ge put down his wine glass, chewed some peanuts, and asked with pretended curiosity. Boss Chu, who are those people your men are searching for in the deep mountains and forests with weapons? Can you tell me, in case they are dangerous people, I can make more preparations. Chu Ge laughed when he heard it. Lord Yu, I'm afraid you're worrying too much. It's just that one of my men went missing when I was traveling, and I didn't expect that a search and rescue operation would give Lord Yu a fright. I'm so sorry. As soon as Chu Ge's cell phone rang, Chu Ge picked up the phone on the table and found that it was a message for help from Ji Jingming. Boss, come to the rescue quickly. A middle school girl in white comes out of the coffin. She is so powerful that rockets are useless. I pretend to surrender. Although it seems like a short sentence, Ji Jingming has actually said everything he should say. The last sentence is especially the key point. He was afraid that the boss would misunderstand his loyalty. Boss Chu, have you found the missing person? Yu Manlu noticed Chu Ge's expression after he picked up the phone, turned the cup in his hand, and said with a smile. I'm sorry, City Lord Yu, I have something to take care of. I have to excuse myself. Next time I will definitely host a banquet to honor your kindness. Chu Ge put away his phone and apologized to Yu Manlu, saying helplessly. It's okay. We'll talk next time. Boss Chu, see you later. Yu Manlu was not angry. He drank the wine in his glass again with a smile on his face, then stood up and left. After Yu Manlu left, Chu Ge took Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng away as well. Just like before, Lin Zan and Lu Xiaoyu were protected by the shadow guards who had not left yet. Chu Ge didn't expect that there was a middle-aged woman in white clothes in the coffin. This middle-aged woman made Chu Ge think of time travel. Only time travel can explain the sudden resurgence of the heartbeat from the coffin. It seems that this middle-aged woman in white who traveled through time and space must have inherited the power and memories of the body in the coffin. Otherwise, the opponent who just crossed over would definitely not be so strong. I guess this is a female version of the protagonist of an urban warrior novel. I just don't know who the male protagonist is. Either it's a story about a girl, or it's a story about a strong female protagonist who is destined to be alone. Chu Ge had just been doing the analysis when he saw that the mysterious Nether Divine Palm had arrived. It seemed that his guess was right. The mysterious Nether Divine Palm and the 9 yin scriptures stored in the system space were both directly used by Chu Ge and absorbed into his mind. A powerful internal force was born in the body, but was directly swallowed up and integrated into the internal force of the Taishuan Sutra. After all, the strongest point of 9 yin scriptures is not internal force, but the combined cracked version of thousands of martial arts. The most powerful and classic move among them is the 9 yin white bone claw, which requires extremely demanding training. However, with the help of the system, Chu Ge directly mastered the 9 yin white bone claw. Chu Ge's current strength instantly increased by 1/5. Compared with the 9 Yin scriptures and the Taizan Sutra, it is still a few points behind. The mysterious nether divine palm gathered in his palms, and Chu Ge looked at his hands. This is a very vicious martial arts palm technique that can directly inject cold poison into the human body's internal organs. Those who were hit by the mysterious nether divine palm suffered from the torment of cold poison every day and were in excruciating pain. Chu Ge felt the changes brought to him by the 9 Yin scriptures and the mysterious nether divine palm, and felt satisfied. When did this guy learn this vicious cold poison palm technique? Lin Feng just took a quick glance and his pupils shrank instantly, and he was extremely surprised. Chapter 122, Training the Two to Become the Two Xuanming Elders. What the hell? Ice palm. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when he saw the icy air coming out of the boss's hand. Boss, I want to learn this. Zhao Haifeng's eyes lit up when he saw the mysterious nether palm. There was a voice in his heart telling him that this was very suitable for him, but he didn't know whether his boss was willing to teach him. Why do you want to learn such a vicious palm technique? I will teach you other palm techniques. How about Hunyuan palm? Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and looked at him, showing his Hunyuan palm. No special effects. Not cool. Nothing special. It doesn't look that powerful either. At this moment, Zhao Haifeng, who was completely clueless, made every comment, and Lin Feng's face darkened. He had no idea that he was madly testing the brink of death. Ha ha ha. Chu Ge couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. Lin Feng, see, I just like honest people like Zhao Haifeng. Lin Feng said with disdain, HMPH. Flashy but not practical. Boss, so you agree? Zhao Haifeng's eyes lit up when he heard that and he asked hurriedly. Yeah, Chu Ge nodded. After all, Zhao Haifeng was also his subordinate. Although his strength was a little weaker, he had a very good impression of Zhao Haifeng. Whether in terms of character or aptitude, Zhao Haifeng is definitely a good candidate worthy of cultivation. Actually, if you want to learn, Lin Feng, I can teach both of you at the same time. Chu Ge felt that he could train Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng to become the Two Xuanming Elders. Of course, in addition to the Taishuan Sutra, he will teach Gong Lian all the martial arts in the future as martial arts to train shadow guards. As for the team of Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui, he will not give up on cultivating them. As for women, it doesn't matter whether they learn it or not. It depends on their own wishes. After all, as long as I'm around, they'll be safe. If he encounters a strong enemy one day, even if they have learned martial arts, can they be stronger than him and fight against a strong enemy? I don't want to learn it. Although Lin Feng had previously complained that this martial arts palm technique was vicious and evil, it would be great if he could learn it. However, due to face, he had to refuse. Boss, what kind of martial arts is this palm technique called? Zhao Haifeng didn't care whether Lin Feng learned it or not. It would be better if he didn't learn it. When he had mastered it, he would teach this kid a lesson. Mysterious Ming Divine Palm. Chu Ge clapped his hands, and the extremely poisonous cold air disappeared from his palms. He said, this palm technique can drive the extremely poisonous cold air into the human internal organs. Whoever is hit by this palm will be in unbearable pain and suffer from torture whenever the cold poison attacks the internal organs. Huh. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but shudder in his heart. He likes this martial art. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. If he had known that this palm technique had such characteristics, why did he rush to refuse it just now? By the way, what's in that coffin? Tell me so I can be prepared. Lin Feng asked, regretting his decision and quickly changing the subject. Zhao Haifeng looked at his boss obediently. Knowing the danger, he was prepared and hid behind Lin Feng at all times. Chu Ge simply recounted the incident. Both of them were extremely shocked. There were many strange things in the world, but this was the first time they had seen such a supernatural thing. It seems that the opponent is not simple. He may have a method to bring the dead back to life. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was very envious of this kind of method. We're almost there. By the way, Ji Jingming has joined the woman in white. What? Ji Jingming, the traitor? Zhao Haifeng said angrily. Chu Ge said again, pretending to surrender. Oh. Good job Ji Jingming, pick up Ant tonight, take him with you. Zhao Haifeng had just finished speaking when Lin Feng quickly interrupted, isn't she my sister? Bah, both of you are only worthy of my aunt, my sister is mine. Ji Jingming put Song Wenbin's corpse on the ground and simply scooped up 2 handfuls of soil to cover Song Wenbin's body. Finally, Ji Jingming picked a wild flower and placed it directly on Song Wenbin's forehead. Isn't it burial? Xu Muyu looked at Ji Jingming's operation with a puzzled look. This is the custom here. For tomb robbers like us, burial is too luxurious. Ji Jingming didn't dare to bury Song Wenbin alive, so he hurriedly explained. Oh. Xu Muyu nodded thoughtfully. Yes, a tomb robber is not worthy. Ji Jingming carried Xu Muyu on his back, turned on the communicator to locate and call for help, and then put it back into Song Wenbin's clothes. Lady, let's go. There is nothing here worth my stay. Ji Jingming wiped away his tears, and said to her. Well, where are his men? Xu Muyu looked at him puzzledly. Ji Jingming shook his head and said it as if it was for her own good. Forget it, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. It's better for us to avoid them when we leave here. After all, the heroine has just awakened, and she probably doesn't want to be disturbed by the outside world. After all, the heroine is a righteous person, and we can't kill them all, right? Xu Muyu nodded repeatedly after listening, thinking that what he said made sense. Yes, I am a righteous person. Killing people to silence them is the work of the evil cult. So, Xu Muyu took Ji Jingming and easily avoided the detection of those people. In fact, no matter how strong you are, it is not easy to avoid those scientific search instruments. In fact, the reason was very simple. When the boss's distress alarm sounded, the shadow guards had no time to search and rushed to the branch chief's position for support. Soon Song Wenbin was discovered by the first members of the shadow guard who arrived. Oh no, someone else must have been in trouble too. Quick, start searching for other people from here. A member of the shadow guard picked up Minister Song and spoke to the people who had arrived. Okay, you take Minister Song to the hospital for treatment first, and we will go find other people. After arriving at the deep mountains and forests, Chu Ge saw many people being carried out, and couldn't help but stop someone and asked. Where is your branch chief? Is he still alive? Boss. The shadow guard member saw the face he saw in the photo every day, and immediately said respectfully, the branch chief has been taken to the hospital. Well, go and do your own thing. Chu Ge waved his hand to send him away, ignoring the admiration in the other's eyes. In fact, I feel quite useful. The shadow guards managed by Gong Lian are really good. Strength is secondary, but at least one thing must be achieved, and that is loyalty. At this time, Chu Ge's cell phone rang again. It was a message sent from Ji Jingming's mobile phone, using the mutual positioning function of the U software. After Chu Ge accepted it, the other party's location was clearly shown on the map of Yuancheng. Let's go, the other party is not here. Chu Ge took the 2 of them and got into the car and left the scene immediately. A small restaurant at the foot of the mountain, in the tourist mountain area closest to the deep mountains and old forests. With a snap, Xu Muyu placed the sword heavily on the table and shouted generously to the restaurant owner. Shopkeeper, give me 2 pounds of beef and a pot of wine. Immediately, the tourists who were eating around looked at her. Xu Muyu was so immersed in the role that she really enjoyed the feeling of being the heroine that everyone was paying attention to. Feeling very embarrassed, Ji Jingming quickly whispered a few words to his boss. Then he secretly gave the boss 500 yuan and asked him to cooperate. Lady, please wait a moment. Here is the bottle of wine you requested. The beef will be ready soon. Chapter 123 Sneak Attack, Fair-Skinned Young Man. If you have money, you are the boss, and it is easier to get things done with money. The boss of a small business felt very happy thinking about the 500 yuan he just put into his pocket. The people around looked at the woman in white dressed like a female warrior, and out of curiosity, some of them raised their mobile phones to start taking pictures. Nowadays, it is not uncommon to see people dressed in ancient costumes walking on the street. Since I encountered it myself, I couldn't help but take a photo as a souvenir. Especially the heroine, who is quite pretty and gets a little too into the role, as if she is really a heroine. Ji Jingming could only hope that the boss would come earlier, otherwise he would lose both face and dignity. But this woman still feels good about herself, which really makes Ji Jingming unbearable. If the other party wasn't so strong, he would have beaten him up long ago. On the other side, Chu Ge looked at the location on his mobile phone and found that he was getting closer and closer to Ji Jingming. When the fight starts, you better hide aside. I can't take care of you. Lin Feng instructed Zhao Haifeng. Don't worry, just go with peace of mind. Zhao Haifeng looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the car, and nodded when he heard it. If we fight, let me see your limit. I never treat my own people unfairly. Chu Ge looked at Lin Feng with deep eyes. Okay, let me show you my true strength. Can I kill her? Lin Feng's fists creaked and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Hearing this, Chu Ge looked at the system which was silent at all and nodded. If you can kill, then kill. Between killing and not killing, the selection system did not show any indication at all. Then there is only one explanation: Lin Feng is likely unable to defeat the other party. Be careful, don't overturn the car. Zhao Haifeng kindly reminded Lin Feng. Shut your bad mouth. When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Haifeng said, he instantly had a bad feeling in his heart and cursed. Zhao Haifeng chuckled and shut up obediently. Not long after, Chu Ge and his group entered the tourist area by car and arrived outside the small restaurant. After Chu Ge entered, he did not start a conflict immediately. Instead, he asked the boss for a few side dishes and sat at the table behind Ji Jingming. Based on Chu Ge's observation, he came to a conclusion about the woman in white from her behavior and words. That is, before traveling through time, the other party should have been a young girl who loved martial arts. Thinking of this, Chu Ge's eyes changed when he looked at the woman. If the opponent is really strong, maybe. It's a pity that there is no silver, what a pity. When finishing the meal and paying the bill, Shumuyu looked at the banknotes that Ji Jingming used to pay the bill and couldn't help but sighed. Ji Jingming knew that the boss had no intention of taking action because there were too many people here. So Ji Jingming made up a reason that would make Shumuyu fall in love with him. Are there naturally formed hot springs in the uninhabited mountains ahead? Shumuyu was very tempted. He waved his hand and said, "You lead the way." After Shumuyu left, Chu Ge and others paid the bill and followed behind. Deep in the mountains and forests in an uninhabited area. Come out and follow me. A hint of amusement flashed across Shumuyu's face. He slowly turned around and looked behind him, and said loudly with pride. This lady has been noticing you guys since I came to the hotel. Would you like to see that fair and handsome young man come out to meet me? As she spoke, Shumuyu bowed to the people around her, using her internal force to amplify her voice, which echoed through the woods. Shumuyu really enjoyed this kind of scene that could only appear in martial arts, and he felt eager and expectant. I didn't expect that you would actually find out. A heavy cold snort echoed in the woods. The wind blew and the leaves in the forest fell down one after another. Ji Jingming, who was behind Shumuyu, was delighted when he heard the voice. This was Lin Feng's voice. It seemed that the boss and the others understood what he meant and followed him. With the help of the dense bamboo trees in the forest, Lin Feng's figure appeared above Shumuyu's head from top to bottom. Hunyuan Palm. It's a pity that you are not that fair and handsome young man. Shumuyu snorted coldly and swung the sword in his hand. A ray of sword light pointed straight up. Lin Feng's face changed. He didn't dare to take it head-on and dangerously turned sideways. The sword light cut through his clothes and flew into the sky. At this moment, Ji Jingming looked vicious and struck Shumuyu on the back with all his strength. Puff! Shumuyu was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. She never expected that her new subordinates would suddenly betray her. In an instant, Shumuyu, who felt betrayed, was filled with anger. You treacherous villain, I must kill you to make up for the hatred in my heart. In an instant, Shumuyu forced herself to use her internal energy, and with an ordinary sword, filled with her anger, she stabbed straight at Ji Jingming. 9 Yin Divine Claw. Chu Ge used lightness skills to appear directly in front of Ji Jingming. The energy reached his dantian and penetrated his 10 fingers, directly repelling the opponent's attack. If the 9 Yin Divine Claw is not supplemented by the internal energy in the first part of the 9 Yin manual, then what can be practiced is only the 9 Yin White Bone Claw. Young Master Bai Jing, why do you protect such a villain? Shumuyu had a lot of good feelings towards this young Master Bai Jing when he saw him. When he looked at Ji Jingming behind him, his face became even angrier. Before the fair-skinned young man could reply, Lin Feng had already attacked from behind Shumuyu. His fists were as heavy as 10,000 pounds, his internal strength was concentrated in the palms of his fists, and his own speed was extremely fast, like a wild bull rushing towards him with great momentum. Another sneak attack, you're looking for death. Shumuyu immediately turned around. looked at the attacker, shouted coldly, and swung his sword forward. In just a few breaths, the internal injuries caused by Ji Jingming's sneak attack were healed. "Thank you, boss, for saving me." Ji Jingming was very scared, and his face showed great gratitude to his boss for his timely help. "You are my subordinate, so it is only natural for me to save you. Your strength still needs to be improved." Chu Ge saw that Lin Feng was already at a disadvantage. This woman's swordsmanship was invisible and seamless. The seemingly ordinary chopping, slashing and stabbing movements actually had their own unique twists and turns. "Brother, don't worry, the boss is here, it's absolutely safe." Zhao Haifeng took a long detour and trotted over from behind Ji Jingming, staring at Lin Feng closely, fearing that something might happen to this guy. Lin Feng was sweating profusely at this time, and he hurriedly tried to deal with the woman's sword moves. The invisible and invisible moves were the most difficult to deal with. Because Lin Feng had no idea where the opponent's sword move would be or where it would come from in the next second. Lin Feng had to respond carefully and concentrate on every sword move. The skin on his fist was already bleeding, having been injured by the opponent's sword. The sword is so sharp and terrifying. This woman was definitely a master of swordsmanship in ancient times. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared. He used his fists and feet together, and the Hunyuan internal force in his body spread throughout his body, increasing his speed several times and making his power even greater than before. One punch, one sword. The bamboo trees in the forest were cracked by the fist energy and cut by the sword light, and fell down one after another. Raymond Lam seems to be able to compete with women now. But only Lin Feng himself knew best that it was impossible for him to kill the other party. "Now I can't maintain this state for much time." After fighting for dozens of moves, Lin Feng's body was already covered with 2 sword marks, and his eyes became solemn. "This woman was ambushed by me and was obviously seriously injured. How come nothing happened even after I forced my internal energy?" Ji Jingming suddenly realized that this woman's speed and power did not seem to show any signs of weakening. It should be that the opponent's internal energy has the function of healing. Chu Ge was not in a hurry. He put his hands behind his back and watched the fight between the two with calm eyes. Because if he loses to the opponent, he will have another chance to absorb the protagonist's golden finger. The opponent's golden finger is nothing more than his own powerful strength. Of course, if you can avoid using it, then don't use it. Chu Ge always feels that it is a waste to use it here. Chapter 124 Breakthrough of Baodan, Feng Shui Aura. Lin Feng knew that he had consumed a lot of internal energy and was no match for his opponent, so he just took the opponent's attack head-on. His body was severely injured by the sword energy, and the splattering blood made him gasp. This sword almost broke his waist, but fortunately he moved while resisting. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and approached the other person directly. When he grabbed the other person's arms, his eyes turned cold. Hunyuan heart-absorbing technique. Shu Muyu felt that his internal energy was actually being absorbed by the other party. The look in his eyes when he looked at the other party suddenly changed and he shouted. With such vicious martial arts, he is indeed a member of the demonic cult. Anyone in the martial arts world should kill him. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that his absorption of the other party's internal energy was interrupted. Green Lotus Sword Shadow. Shu Muyu broke free from the opponent's restraints and swung out numerous sword shadows. Given the opponent's current distance, there was nowhere for him to escape. "Go to hell," Shu Muyu shouted coldly. Thrilling moments, life and death crisis. "I want to die." At this moment, Lin Feng felt his scalp tingling and a sense of death rising in his heart. "No, I can't die. I have a sister to take care of." Lin Feng roared in his heart. The strong desire to survive made his dantian seem to surge with internal energy. The internal force of the tendons and veins in the body flowed into the heart meridian and actually broke through the limit of the Gang Jin. From the initial stage of Gang Jin to the middle stage to the great perfection, he directly forced his way into the legendary Baodan warrior's strength. Ah! Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot and he roared like a beast. He gathered all the internal force in his body into his arms and directly resisted the opponent's fatal blow. Boom! Lin Feng's figure flew backwards, and the bamboo trees behind him were broken by his body. Lin Feng. Zhao Haifeng ran towards Lin Feng with an anxious look on his face. Shu Muyu's face turned cold as he looked at Zhao Haifeng, the accomplice of the evil cult thief, and swung out another sword energy with the long sword in his hand. Chu Ge's face was cold, his afterimage remained in the same place, but he himself had disappeared. Get out of the way. Lin Feng quickly stood up and saw that the sword energy was getting closer and closer to Zhao Haifeng, who was running towards him, and shouted anxiously. He couldn't get through his current situation at all, so he could only watch helplessly. Boom! The sword energy was directly dispersed. Chu Ge took action. The harvest this time is already huge. If Zhao Haifeng doesn't take action, he will die. Just now, Lin Feng seemed to have made a major breakthrough in the life and death stage. From then on, he had one more powerful man in the Baodin stage under his command. Tisk tisk. Delicious. You won't die, will you? Zhao Haifeng, who had no idea what was going on, looked at Lin Feng anxiously. I won't die, and luckily I've broken through the legendary Baodin stage. Lin Feng's embarrassed face was full of joy. After seeing Chu Ge take action, he felt relieved. He raised his arm, looked at the sharp bamboo stick that pierced his arm, and directly used his internal force to seal the acupuncture points, thus stopping the bleeding easily. The clothes on his body were torn into strips and tied around his waist. If my sister saw my injuries, she would probably be very worried. Lin Feng looked at himself in such a miserable state and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did you break through? Aren't you in the initial stage of Gangjin? You just crossed the sea directly. After seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be immortal, Zhao Haifeng put his mind at ease and looked at him with great envy, with a sour taste in his mouth. Young Master Bai Jing, why do you have to go against me for the sake of the evil cult? Could it be that young Master Bai Jing is in secret collusion with the evil cult? Xu Muyu looked at Chu Ge with an aggressive tone. Even though the other person is a handsome guy, for the sake of the righteousness in my heart, I have no choice but to give him up. Chu Ge shook his head silently. This woman was deeply poisoned. Her eyes instantly became cold and her body rushed forward like a cannonball. Stop talking nonsense and let me see your strength. Taishuan Sword Qi, a sword energy that was a fusion of yin and yang, was first emitted from Chu Ge's two fingers. If you are still stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anyone of the demon sect can kill you. Xu Muyu had not taken it seriously until now, but after seeing the opponent's sword energy, Xu Muyu began to show his true strength. She just raised her sword and came forward. She was dressed in ethereal white and stabbed directly with the sword. There was nothing fancy about it. Just one sword move directly defeated Chu Ge's Taishuan sword energy. This woman's strength is truly terrifying. I'm lucky to have traveled through time and space into this body. Chu Ge's mind was spinning. His lightness skills turned into a shadow on the spot, and his fists turned into palms, rushing straight in front of the other party. Mysterious divine palm. Extremely cold and poisonous air gathered in the palm of his hand. Xu Muyu smiled smugly, held the sword in front of him, rotated the sword, and swung out several sword lights. Chu Ge's face darkened and he forced his palm back. The surrounding environment made his eyes move slightly, and he forced himself to use his lightness skills to move away from the opponent's side. Want to run? Where to go? Xu Muyu saw that the other party's lightness skills were so amazing, but if he wanted to get away from her hand, he had to ask the sword in her hand whether it agreed or not. Ha ha ha, the heroine's martial arts are really amazing. But when it comes to lightness skills, you're still a little lacking. Chu Ge laughed out loud and couldn't help but praise when he saw the other party pressing closely behind him. The strength that the opponent is now showing seems to come from the sword. After a brief exchange of two moves, he already knew the opponent's strength, which was far superior to his own. The opponent seemed stronger than him, but he was not yet at the point where he could use that opportunity immediately. Because he still has some tricks up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet. No matter how strong you are, what you will do next is beyond the other party's imagination. Chu Ge's lightness skill is very good. Even if his own strength is not as good as the opponent's, it is not something the opponent can catch up with in a short time. Xu Muyu looked at the fair-skinned young man and wanted to catch up with him, but found that he was more slippery than a loach. She repeatedly swung her sword behind her, but the opponent seemed to be able to dodge it, which made her yell in anger. If you have the guts, don't leave. How can you be a hero if you hide? If you have the guts, come and fight me face to face. You are stronger than me, why should I fight with you? I am not the stubborn person before. Chu Ge sneered. He would have to be a fool to fight with her. Is he talking about me? Lin Feng's face darkened, and he couldn't help but ask when he saw Ji Jingming coming over to support him. I don't think so. Ji Jingming waved his hand quickly. Isn't this the result of being stubborn? Now he's a big shot in the Baodan stage. Zhao Haifeng said sarcastically on the side. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sourness in his words. Ji Jingming didn't dare to interrupt. The other party had a good relationship with the big boss in the Baodan period and could joke with him, but he couldn't. If the three of them looked carefully, they would find that Chu Ge was leading the other party in circles. From time to time, a bamboo tree was cleverly broken by Chu Ge. The locations where they fell to the ground seemed to be the same. At this moment, the aura of the entire bamboo forest seemed to be undergoing a powerful change silently. But Xu Muyu still knew nothing about this. Chu Ge did not forget that he had a powerful skill, which was his Tianji feng shui technique. The power of nature is far beyond what human power can contend with, unless this woman is also proficient in feng shui. Otherwise, you will just be played around with by yourself. Tianji feng shui is a technique of opportunistically utilizing the power of nature for one's own benefit. Aura is one of them. The aura of the entire bamboo forest now seems to be gradually isolating the aura from the outside, forming an independent feng shui aura. The entire aura was being controlled by Chu Ge, and Chu Ge stopped. Why aren't you running away? When Xu Muyu saw that the other party didn't run away, he immediately smiled triumphantly and attacked him directly with a long sword in his hand. After all, she is the strongest person, so what if my Qinggong is faster than hers? Today she will fight against evil and defend justice for the stability of the martial arts world. Chu Ge looked at the other party attacking with a sword, an extremely cold aura gathered in his palm, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 125, Like the Devil's Whisper. In addition to changing a person's fortune, aura can also change a person's perception of things. Simply put, it's an illusion. Xu Muyu looked very confident, and he was sure that if he used all his strength in a sword attack, the opponent would not be able to dodge or resist at all. Sword energy overflowed, and the sharp sword energy seemed to be trying to reverse the aura of the entire bamboo forest. Chu Ge's face was calm. The opponent couldn't detect his methods at all, but he was able to shake the aura just by relying on his strength. He was willing to call the other party the strongest person he had ever seen. This sword will be indestructible. This sword can break thousands of martial arts. This sword is the greatest martial arts sword technique she inherited from the memory of this body. A sword pierces through the heart, directly destroying the opponent's heart. The dead cannot die again. Looking at the other party's incredulous eyes, Xu Muyu directly pulled out the sword from the other party's body, and blood splattered out. This scene did not make Xu Muyu feel uncomfortable, but made him feel much more comfortable. If this person is not eliminated and given the opportunity to grow, he will become a great demon that endangers the martial arts world. Unfortunately, no one saw or spread his story. Thinking of this, Xu Muyu couldn't help but look at the traitor who attacked him not far away. His eyes were stunned. Hey, where are the people? Xuanming Divine Palm. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came to Xu Muyu's ears. Before she could react, the extremely cold and icy Xuanming energy directly penetrated into her internal organs, and the cold poison instantly invaded her whole body. The whole person flew backwards and hit heavily on the huge rock that had been sleeping for countless years. Phew! The blood spurting out of his mouth instantly dyed the white clothes red. The internal force in Xu Muyu's dantian is rapidly repairing her internal injuries. However, there is only one method that can eliminate the Xuanming poison. Only the purest and most yang internal force can eliminate the mysterious poison. There is another prerequisite, that is, the strength of the person who possesses the purest and most yang internal force must be almost the same as Chu Ge's strength. As a man of the world, I cannot cry out in pain. Xu Muyu fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very determined, and he tried hard to suppress the outbreak of the Xuanming Yinan poison in his body. The blue cold poison on her face appeared from time to time. She was in unbearable pain and felt like she was living a life worse than death, which made her body tremble and her face twisted. She slowly leaned on her sword and forced herself to stand on the big rock. When exactly did the other party appear behind her? At that time, the other party had clearly been locked by her sword intent. The coldness in her body was destroying her body. Xu Muyu then used her internal strength to suppress the cold poison. The blue color on her face slowly faded away until it disappeared. But the cold poison still existed in her body, and she wanted to eliminate it completely, but she found that she couldn't do it. Do you want to leave first? Shu Muyu looked around and found that he could definitely escape. But this is not her character. She wants to be chivalrous and eliminate evil in the martial arts world. She can't just run away like this. The other party must have used some tricks before. If he does it again, I will definitely succeed. What an amazing woman. Seeing that she was forcibly enduring the pain from the attack of the cold poison and even standing up to suppress it with her internal strength, Chu Ge couldn't help but admire her. As the instigator, Chu Ge knew the cold poison of the mysterious nether divine palm best. Before, in Chu Ge's eyes, the opponent's strongest sword ignored him and passed by him without even looking at him. This is just a small trick of the aura, and the opponent is completely unable to defend against it. Although he succeeded in attacking his opponent from behind, and his method was not honorable, he was the winner, and the loser would have nothing. I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. Chu Ge did not continue to attack, but spoke instead. The system did not pop up any option, which made Chu Ge a little disappointed. Given the personality of this extraordinary woman, she could definitely serve as his thug. It's a pity that I can't get the selected reward, which is a bit of a loss. Hearing this, Shu Muyu snorted coldly and showed no good expression to him at all. What misunderstanding could there be? Let me tell you, this female hero and you and other members of the demon sector are reconcilable. The three people standing aside, watching the show, had no idea what was going on between the two. In the eyes of the three men, the woman in white with a sword simply ignored the boss and was then attacked by the boss. There must be something hidden here. Zhao Haifeng rubbed his chin and thought carefully. Nonsense. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and looked at the sharp bamboo thorn on his arm. He had no choice but to go to the hospital to have it removed. Ji Jingming remained silent. He didn't understand the world of the big guys. Chu Ge walked directly in front of Shu Muyu and couldn't help but explain. The man who attacked you before has actually always been my subordinate. He was just pretending to surrender and succumbing to the power of your sword. How can it be considered betrayal? Isn't that right? And we haven't done anything against the law. Why do you call us members of the demon cult? Just because our martial arts can absorb internal energy. Chu Ge placed her finger lightly on the tip of the opponent's sword, flicked it lightly, and said, as a female knight, you have to provide evidence. This extraordinary woman will become a sharp sword in his hand that does not cost money or require training, and will not backfire. The beatings have been given, the lessons have been learned, and it is time to reap the rewards. The frown on Shu Muyu's face relaxed a little, and he put away the sword in his hand. Then, she said coldly, but he attacked me, he must pay the price. He has already paid the price. Chu Ge spread his hands and said helplessly, can't you see it? What price? Are you kidding me? Shu Muyu looked at the handsome man with a cold face. The other party's tactics are varied, so you need to be careful to avoid being led into a trap by the other party. It's dignity. Chu Ge's face became very serious. Dignity. Shu Muyu frowned and looked at him. Yes, it's dignity. He abandoned the dignity of a warrior that he had been upholding all his life. He pretended to surrender, and the pride that belongs to a warrior was trampled on the ground and ravaged by you. He paid a price for his pride and dignity that he can never make up for in his lifetime. It is very likely that he has become a waste. And he has never committed a crime in his life, and has never killed a good person. Could this be the work of a female hero? Chu Ge directly released the aura around him, pointed at Ji Jingming not far away and said loudly. The tone is sincere and powerful, and Ji Jingming's deeds make those who hear it sad and those who listen to it cry. Of course, Chu Ge didn't know whether Ji Jingming had ever killed any good person. Anyway, the mouth is on his face, so he can say whatever he wants. Afterwards, since the other party had no foundation or manpower, even if she wanted to investigate, she could only find out what she wanted her to know. Even Ji Jingming couldn't help but straighten his chest after hearing this, with unspeakable sadness in his eyes. That's right, he was just as the big boss said, he paid a huge price that could never be compensated in his lifetime. He almost believed it himself. No way, are you so great? Zhao Haifeng looked at him with great suspicion, he didn't believe it. Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. He was extremely wary of Chu Ge in his heart, fearing that Chu Ge would accidentally talk him out of his own accord. Chu Ge is not only powerful, but also has a powerful mouth. It's terrible. I must never listen to what he says in the future. Xu Muyu was a stay-at-home girl after all. When she looked at Ji Jingming now, there was no anger in her eyes, only extreme pity and immense regret. Unexpectedly, because she forced the other party to be her subordinate, the other party lost the dignity and pride of a warrior that he had insisted on for his whole life. For her, what the other party lost were the things she considered most important. Aren't you going to be a heroine? I can help you, because I admire your heroine style. There are too many injustices in the world. I can help you find them and solve your worries. And you don't need to pay any price at all. You can eliminate all the injustices in the world and atone for the mistakes you made before. Chu Ge leaned close to Xu Muyu's ear, a smile appeared in his eyes, like the whisper of a devil, echoing in Xu Muyu's ears. Chapter 126, He was fooled and got free thugs. Xu Muyu looked a little confused, and what he said seemed to make sense. Moreover, this man was fair-skinned, spoke nicely, and did not look like a bad person. Rather, he looked like a fellow human being. She seemed to have misunderstood the other party before, which made her feel a little guilty. I am a female hero, how can I attack without knowing right or wrong? It's really too much of a waste of time. Moreover, I just want to be a hero, so it's great that the other party is willing to provide help. Even between herself and this man, something potentially difficult to deal with might happen. As a stay-at-home girl, Xu Muyu began to fantasize about some colorful things in her mind. Okay. Xu Muyu nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said, this female hero reluctantly agrees to you. Then quickly get rid of my cold poison. Chu Ge shook his head slightly, pretending to be difficult to speak. My Xuanming divine palm, with my current strength, is unable to dissolve my cold poison. Although the cold poison will attack every once in a while and it is painful, but with your skill, it should not be a problem to suppress it. Your own cold poison, you can't get rid of it yourself. Xu Muyu was stunned when she heard it, and said with disbelief. She suspected that the other party deliberately did not detoxify her so as to control her. This is how martial arts dramas on TV are performed. Even if he could suppress it, it would still flare up from time to time. It was she who was hurt, not him, to put it lightly. Is there no solution at all? Xu Muyu asked with a grim expression. At this time, Chu Ge smiled imperceptibly. He waited for her to ask, so he spoke. Only the purest and most masculine martial arts in the world can dissolve this poison. Where is this martial art? Xu Muyu asked hurriedly. Chu Ge seemed to have something to hide, and his face was very conflicted, which made Xu Muyu very anxious. Just say it, a grown man, why are you hesitating so much? It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that it's hard to say it. If I say it, it will inevitably seem like I'm taking advantage of you. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Xu Muyu sighed when he saw the struggle between Chu Ge's brows. This man is quite decent and still doesn't want to be taken advantage of. I don't know your name yet. My name is Chu Ge, the Chu in the king of Western Chu, and the Ge in the song that expresses one's aspirations. Chu Ge suddenly asked at this time. Xu Muyu, Shu means comfortable, Mu means bathing, and Yu means rain. Xu Muyu answered casually. After finishing speaking, Xu Muyu looked at Chu Ge and asked curiously, what exactly is it that you are hesitant to talk about? Don't worry, I will never think that you are using me. I guarantee it is a female knight. Chu Ge felt that it was time, so she looked into the distance with a far-reaching gaze, and said slowly, it is rumored that the Kong family in Jincheng has a book of Kong Dian's unique skills, which is said to have the effect of pure yang. Of course not, I don't know. After all, such a martial arts family is not something I can reach. Xu Muyu heard this and couldn't help asking, then how can I get them to help me heal my wounds? Although she is a middle school student, she is not stupid. How could they help her heal her wounds for no reason? Chu Ge looked at Xu Muyu with the same eyes as the big bad wolf looked at Little Red Riding Hood and gave her a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I have my own way. Union Hotel. Having fallen into Chu Ge's clutches, Xu Muyu had no chance of escaping. Followed Chu Ge directly to Union Hotel. Along the way, Chu Ge's deception made Xu Muyu feel that her dream of becoming a female knight seemed to be just around the corner. Chu Ge asked Lin Zan to take her out to buy some clothes, as this ancient martial arts outfit was too conspicuous. I'm a female hero, how can I wear your clothes? Xu Muyu said stubbornly, somewhat unwillingly. A female hero isn't a female hero just because she puts on clothes. Chu Ge said without turning his head. That makes sense. Let's go buy some clothes. Xu Muyu had been fooled, and he pulled Lin Zan out of the Union Hotel very naturally and familiarly. Who doesn't like beautiful clothes? Xu Muyu is no exception. She thinks a lot of what Chu Ge said makes sense. Lin Zan was completely confused. Why did her boss bring back a woman every time he went out? Last time she was dressed in strange clothes, and this time she was dressed as an ancient female knight. Could it be that the boss likes role-playing? Lin Zan silently came to a conclusion in her heart, and she suddenly remembered that there were a lot of these clothes in Lu Xiaoyu's suitcase. Chu Ge pushed the door open and looked at Kong Qingyan, who had fallen asleep on the bed. He looked at her deeply, closed the door, and walked out. Xu Muyu has been successfully fooled by him, and this time he has someone to deal with the Kong family. He hasn't reported yet how Kong Qingyan had used hidden weapons to plot against him before. If it weren't for his strong ability, he would have been finished. He was not very clear about Jin Cheng's information, so he needed to ask Gong Lian to investigate carefully to see if there were any enemies of the Kong family who could be used. Although he is very powerful now, he cannot get himself stained with blood for everything. If you can avoid the fishy smell, then do it. Give me the relevant information about Jin Cheng, and secretly collect all the information about the Kong family, including their enemies. Also, you come here in person. Chu Ge said to Gong Lian and hung up the phone. After receiving the order, Gong Lian looked at the sealed document in front of her. This document records the plan that Gong Lian wants to implement, which requires huge amounts of money and manpower to do this. I need the boss's personal consent to do this, so it's just right to go to Yuancheng this time. The strength of the shadow guards needs to be cultivated, but they also need strong people to be in charge, and there are many reclusive and independent martial artists in the Huameng. A private hospital in Yuancheng. Zhao Haifeng took Lin Feng to the hospital. After treating the bamboo thorn, he stayed in Lin Chen's ward to recuperate, and they became fellow patients. Lin Chen, who was just one step away from unlocking the acupoints, completely failed in his attempt to escape. After being promoted to the Baodan stage, Lin Feng directly replenished Lin Chen with internal energy and strengthened the acupoints that Chu Ge had originally sealed. Don't waste your energy. Your master is still lying in bed. Zhao Haifeng played with his original dagger, looked at Lin Chen on the hospital bed, and laughed. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with even more resentment. His qi was concentrated in his dantian, and his internal strength was strong. He was still carefully absorbing the internal strength that blocked the acupoints. Sooner or later, he would kill all these people after he escaped. What he is most worried about now is what has happened to his master. It seems that the other party's boss is not a sex-hungry person. Lin Chen could only pray that his master was safe and sound. It was all his fault that he was too weak and looked down on everyone in the world. It had not been a day since Lin Chen and Kong Qingyan lost contact, and the Kong family had no idea that they had been arrested. After all, in this era when warriors have not yet been born, the Gangjin stage is enough to walk sideways in the Huameng, not to mention having the Kong family as a background. Chapter 127. The Kong family is here to get killed. 3 days later, Kong Qingyan and Lin Chen were unable to get in touch for a long time, and the Kong family finally reacted. I'm afraid something has happened to the master and the disciple. As the patriarch of the Kong family, Kong Yi pretended to be calm and looked at the elders with a gloomy face, speaking angrily. 3 days. It took 3 full days to report it. What on earth are those people doing? Does the family keep a bunch of useless people? The Kong family has special liaison personnel. Regarding the safety of family members who are away from home, they must contact the family members every other day. A powerful man with Gang Jin who is expected to break through to the Baodan stage and a young junior with terrifying aptitude who will enter the Baodan stage in the future. Just disappeared like that. Even the Kong family could not accept such a heavy loss. What on earth do the people in charge of intelligence liaison do? Are all these people dead? Their reaction is so slow. Did they have to wait until the Kong family's enemies invade their territory before they can notice it? For the first time, Kong Yi felt that his own contact and intelligence network was so fragile and full of loopholes. It turns out that it can only be seen at the critical moment. Several elders of the Kong family also looked extremely unhappy. They had never expected that such a thing would happen. After the Kong family went into seclusion and transformed into a large business family, they have not taken any major actions externally. Over the years, they have not given up practicing martial arts and have been waiting for the time to be born. The management of the family has become quite lax, which is why this kind of thing happened. At first they didn't care, because of the prestige of their Kong family in Jincheng and even in Huameng, no one would take the initiative to provoke them. I didn't expect that there are people who dare to treat the Kong family as a toothless tiger. They are so bold. If you dare to touch my Jincheng Kong family, investigate it thoroughly. Kong Yi slammed the table and said gloomily while looking at the elders. This matter must be investigated thoroughly, and anyone who provokes our Kong family will pay a price. An elder of the Kong family hesitated. Clan leader, do you want to tell the ancestor about this matter? Don't. Kong Yi waved his hand quickly and explained, the ancestor attaches great importance to Lin Chen. If the ancestor knew about it, he would probably force his way out. The ancestor is the last trump card of our Kong family. If he doesn't show up, everyone will be afraid. If it is exposed, then those who are afraid of our Kong family will have other ideas. The elders present nodded one after another, thinking that the head of the family was right. The ancestor was the last resort of their Kong family. Of the powerful warriors in the Baodin stage back then, only a few are still alive today, and their Kong family's ancestor is one of them. Who will investigate this matter then? The elders looked at each other, feeling a bit confused. You have to know that the missing Kong Qingyan is a martial artist in the middle stage of Gangjin. If you want to investigate, it won't work if your strength is too low. Those with strength lower than the middle stage of Gangjin will not do. There must be more than 2 people to be safe. Otherwise, his Kong family would be deliberately giving away their lives. Kong Yi sat down, took a deep breath, drank a sip of tea, regained his composure, looked at the elders and said, in addition to you, there are 5 other strong men in the Gangjin period in the family. The first elder's eldest son Kong Qingyan, and the second elder's eldest son Kong Qingyan, let's send them to do it. Both of them are warriors in the middle stage of Gangjin, I think there should be no problem. The other personnel can be dispatched by the 2 of them in the clan at will. Remember one thing, no matter what the cost, Qingyan and Shaochen must be found. Kong Yi looked at the first elder and the second elder, and said in an unquestionable tone. No problem. The 2 elders who were named nodded and agreed without changing their expressions. After all, the family suffered too much loss and it was of no benefit to them at all. The reason why the Kong family is feared by others is because the Kong family has extremely strong cohesion. If a family has no cohesion and only knows how to shirk responsibility and fight among itself, it would have been destroyed by outsiders long ago. The Kong family's power and connections began to operate. Although the Kong family did not have much influence in Yuancheng, they knew many independent martial artists. Even though these are just independent martial artists, they all have their own intelligence and network connections. Most of the independent cultivators are connected to each other. The Kong family has always been planning for the Great War that will occur after the emergence of warriors. Over the years, part of the money earned by the Kong family has been used to support some selected independent martial artists. In fact, it is not just the Kong family. Most of the capable martial arts families and hidden sects will do this. Lian, a casual cultivator in Yuan City, is one of them. Lian came into contact with the world of warriors by coincidence. He had good qualifications and was introduced to the Kong family by a friend. He successfully obtained financial support from the Kong family and acquired hard-to-find martial arts skills. On this day, Lian, as a chef, had just got off work and returned home to rest as usual when he received a call from the Kong family's contact person. In fact, not only Lian, but all the sponsored independent martial artists in Yuancheng received the call. Lian looked at the 2 photos uploaded by Wu with a strange expression on his face. However, Lian did have information about Kong Qingyan because he worked at the Union Hotel. When he went out to purchase today, he saw the young man Lin Chen being helped out of the Union Hotel. The reward for this intelligence was to write off all the favors owed to the Kong family over the years, which made Lian very excited. It's not that he is ungrateful, but he is really burdened with the favors of the Kong family and it is really difficult for him to sever his relationship with them. Now that he had the opportunity, Lian naturally had to seize it and send the information he knew directly to the Kong family. An amusement park in Yuancheng. Chu Ge took the 2 girls shopping, and Shu Muyu insisted on coming along. There was no choice but to end up with 3 girls and 1 boy. Afterwards, they went to the amusement park and played with Lu Xiaoyu for a while. Lin Zan was defeated on the pendulum early on. Xu Muyu was like a big light bulb standing by, but she didn't even realize it. As soon as he left the amusement park, Chu Ge saw a message from Red Queen on his phone. This is a rare thing. After Chu Ge looked at the message on his phone, there was some surprise on his face. The Kong family is really strong. There are so many people working for him in Yuancheng, but it's a pity that you used my software to find out my information. Isn't it a bit too arrogant? Red Queen not only takes over the hive, but also takes over the big data center of Tamed Group. Even when Red Queen is bored, she will travel to data centers in China Alliance and other countries around the world from time to time. The only pity is that there seems to be no record of the secrets of warriors. They are passed down from generation to generation orally and recorded in books and secret manuals. Afterwards, Queen Hong sent another message to Chu Ge. After the Kong family received the news, they immediately sent someone over. Returned to Union Hotel, Chu Ge found an empty room and talked to Xu Muyu alone. I captured people from the Kong family before, and now the Kong family is looking for trouble with me. Xu Muyu ate ice cream and said nonchalantly, if they want people, just give them to them. But Kong Qingyan is the only way to get Kong Dian's unique skills. Chu Ge smiled faintly, the Kong family wants to detoxify you, but they can't afford the price. I am the only one who has practiced Kong Dian's unique skills. I know the cold poison best, and the price of detoxification is very small. In fact, Chu Ge's cold poison can be cured. The yin and yang fusion of the Taishuan Sutra can detoxify it. But if Chu Ge didn't tell him, how could Xu Muyu know? Xu Muyu stopped eating ice cream at this time. She looked at Chu Ge with a serious face. What do you need me to do? First of all, you have to know that I am a female hero. I will never kill innocent people indiscriminately and cannot go against my principles. Don't worry, we will just capture them alive halfway. This does not violate the principles. That's true. Okay, this female hero agrees. Since the Kong family came to deliver their heads, Chu Ge would naturally not let them go. He didn't care about Kong Dian's unique skills. What he cared about was the choice of reward for the Dawan Dan. Chapter 128, Chu Ge's Ruthless Tactics. The Dahuan Dan is marked with 20 years of power, and 10 pills can instantly create 10 powerful warriors. It is equivalent to a person practicing for 20 years in an instant, which is extremely amazing. Of course, the Dawan pill is not effective for everyone. The 20 years for a person with poor qualifications and the 20 years for a person with high qualifications are like heaven and earth. All the people under his command, except Lin Feng, the cheater, need the Dawan pill. In other words, he was too lazy to make the poison, and did not give Gong Lian some poison formulas. Controlling people's poison and distributing antidotes regularly is a feasible method in the short term, but Chu Ge prefers long-term stability. The consequences will be too serious, there is no need to be so extreme. Because once they do this, Shadow Guard will become well-known, and everyone will be afraid of the poison, which is hard to guard against. By then, the entire Huameng will have no room for Shadow Guard and Tamed Group. By then, both Tamed Group and Yingwei will become rats that everyone wants to kill. Of course, Chu Ge is not a pedantic person. If there is really someone he cannot deal with, using poison is the first choice. In general, don't abuse it and use it with caution. But what should I do if I don't know the way? Xu Muyu suddenly asked at this time. Chu Ge told her not to worry, someone would lead the way for her. There is no direct flight from Jincheng to Yuancheng, so you need to transfer in the middle to get there. Because the relationship between Jincheng and Yuancheng seemed to be not very good before the establishment of Huameng, a major conflict once occurred. For this reason, the successive lords of Jincheng and Yuancheng tacitly did not mention adding direct flights to Yuancheng and Jincheng. Chu Ge found out about this because Gong Lian brought the information about Jincheng 2 days ago. Gong Lian was sitting on the sofa and when she saw the boss come out of the room, she stood up silently. After Chu Ge looked at Gong Lian and told Gong Lian everything, he said to Xu Muyu, I'll feel more at ease if Gong Lian leads the shadow guards to go with you. The stopover between Jincheng and Yuancheng will be in Huacheng. Deal with them in Huacheng and bring back the leaders Kong Qingyan and Kong Qingyan. Chu Ge signaled to Gong Lian with his eyes, and the latter understood immediately. Gong Lian already understood what the boss meant, which was that the rest of the people could just die. Xu Muyu didn't understand the hidden meaning in Chu Ge's words. She held her sword and stood there coolly, acting like a cold and aloof female knight. Gong Lian took Xu Muyu and immediately set off on Chu Ge's private plane. The head of the Shadow Guard division in charge of Huacheng has received an order from Gong Lian and immediately arranged for personnel to monitor the airport in Huacheng. After Chu Ge watched the two people leave, he edited a text message and sent it directly. Then he went straight to talk to Lu Xiaoyu, the Pikachu. The nightclub in Yuancheng is very exciting. There are hot girls in shorts dancing, lonely young women who want to talk, and the aunties as Zhao Haifeng calls them. I'll pay for today, everyone drink as much as you want. Zhao Haifeng sat in a booth, reeking of alcohol and looking tipsy. He held a red wine glass and shouted heartily. Brother Zhao is so generous. This is the first time I meet such a generous brother. A girl in shorts next to him was directly embraced by Zhao Haifeng, and the girl in shorts snuggled in Zhao Haifeng's arms like a little bird. Lin Feng and Ji Jingming also came out to have fun with Zhao Haifeng. Lin Feng and Ji Jingming were both forced by Zhao Haifeng to come out and play. At first the two were very reluctant, but now they are having more fun than Zhao Haifeng. In Ji Jingming's arms sat a woman who was about his age, who was full of interest and had charm despite her age. At this moment, the two of them were trying their best to communicate their feelings, getting to know each other, and were very polite. There were two older sisters sitting in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng pretended to be unable to let go. It was the two older sisters who were teaching him step by step. Wait, let me check some news. Lin Feng felt the vibration of his cell phone, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. He pushed away his two reluctant sisters. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Chu Ge, and his expression became serious. Chu Ge is a guy who never does anything without benefits. When has he ever sent him a message? As soon as I saw the content, it was indeed no good. He really ordered people around. Wake up, we have things to do. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and shouted loudly. Zhao Haifeng and Ji Jingming pushed the women in their arms away like scumbags and looked at Lin Feng. Let's go out and talk. Lin Feng took the two of them and hurriedly left the nightclub. Before leaving, Zhao Haifeng quickly paid the bill. What's going on? It's late at night. Did something happen? Zhao Haifeng asked hurriedly after getting into the car bought by Ji Jingming. Red Queen, mark the location of those people for me. Lin Feng did not answer Zhao Haifeng's words, but sat directly in the driver's seat, fastened his seat belt, placed the mobile phone on the bracket, and spoke into the phone. In an instant, Lin Feng's phone flashed and a map popped up. On the map of Yuancheng, many red dots were flashing in different locations. Who are these people? Ji Jingming asked puzzledly. This is the person our boss asked us to get rid of, and the time limit is before tomorrow morning. See that green dot at the end? That means we have to capture him alive. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. When he was a mercenary abroad, his Satan mercenary group was hired to carry out killing missions everywhere, and he didn't even blink an eye. Now he is in the Huameng and has not contacted his Satan mercenary group for a long time. I don't know how my brothers are doing. If they knew that I was a bodyguard in Huameng, they would definitely laugh their heads off. I see. It seems these people are warriors. They should be quite strong, otherwise they wouldn't have let us go out. Wouldn't it be better to use shadow guards? Zhao Haifeng burped, and the smell of alcohol instantly filled the entire car. Among the three, only Zhao Haifeng did not have the internal strength to eliminate the effects of the alcohol. Lin Feng quickly opened the car window, moved closer to Zhao Haifeng who was sitting in the passenger seat, and used his inner strength to dispel the smell of alcohol from him. Zhao Haifeng, who suddenly sobered up, said to Lin Feng excitedly, "Why don't you go quickly? I'll deal with the green dot last. I shouldn't have helped you get rid of the hangover." Lin Feng picked his ears, started the car, left here, and headed towards the first target. It's not that Chu Ge is cruel, but he asked Honghu to select these people based on the chat records between them and the people from the Kong family and then mark the red dots. These people are the most loyal independent martial artists to the Kong family. It can also be said that they are the independent martial artists that the Kong family has stepped up efforts to train. In the end, they will all be absorbed into the Kong family and become one of the Kong family's non-Kong warriors. Chu Ge would naturally not touch those independent martial artists who were still in the assessment stage and who had not yet been won over by the Kong family. Chu Ge wanted to kill the person in green dot who sold out his information alive. Chapter 129, The Wrathful Souls of the Mass Graveyard. The Kong family doesn't know yet, but because of their contact with Yuancheng, all their years of hard work in Yuancheng have been lost in one day. The blood that Lin Feng was stained with tonight, his hands dyed red, were like the bloody-handed demon from hell. Zhao Haifeng was not willing to be outdone, so he killed nearly 20 people, all of whom were half-crippled by Lin Feng. Zhao Haifeng, who usually doesn't even kill chickens, has also completed an amazing transformation. It was rare that he advanced directly from the early stage of Ming Jin to the middle stage and became a warrior in the middle stage of Ming Jin. Even Lin Feng was surprised. This guy's advancement was so strange. Do fools have good fortune? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng as if he was a fool the whole night, which scared Zhao Haifeng so much that he thought Lin Feng disliked him and wanted to fuck him. He was in fear the whole night, fearing that Raymond Lam would mess with him. After paying off the favor to the Kong family and being completely debt-free, Lian finally slept peacefully. It was a dark and windy night with a blood moon. Lin Feng and his two companions, who had completed all the red dot target tasks, came directly to the final green dot target covered in blood. After sneaking into Li An's house, Lian had no chance to react and was taken away directly by Lin Feng. The attack of a strong man in the Baodan period is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Chu Ge is so willful. The reason why Lin Feng worked for Chu Ge was because he found that he was not yet a match for Chu Ge even in the Baodan stage. Especially when dealing with Shu Muyu, Chu Ge used that mysterious method. Even though he has now become a legendary Dan-holding expert, he still cannot understand it. It's done, take him away. Lin Feng looked at the guy who was tied up and gagged on the ground and asked Ji Jingming to take him away. Ji Jingming hurriedly obeyed and carried the guy. Lin Feng's advancement to the Baodan stage made Ji Jingming more determined to follow the big boss. Flower City. The Shadow Guard branch in Huacheng has successfully bribed the city lord of Huacheng, Ning Feng. Ning Feng's qualifications are somewhat poor, but he is the actual controller of Huacheng and possesses enormous power. Ning Feng came into contact with martial arts by accident when he was young. Up to now, he has used resources far beyond that of a normal Gangjin warrior. Unfortunately, he has not been able to break through to the late stage of Hua Jin and reach Gangjin. In order to seek a breakthrough, Ning Feng has never given up his efforts in the past 10 years. Even if there is a slight chance, he will give it a try. After Zhang Yuan, the head of the Shadow Guard division, learned of Ning Feng's situation, he reported it to Gong Lian, who then reported the situation to Chu Ge. Then after getting Chu Ge's affirmation, Gong Lian directly promised Ning Feng that he would be able to break through to the Gangjin level within a year. Ning Feng had to believe it, which had almost become an obsession, or rather, he would rather believe the Shadow Guard. There are very few flights in the entire airport. With Ning Feng's help, the airport has been temporarily evacuated. Those flights were also temporarily diverted to another airport. But the people of the Kong family don't know yet. Kong Qingyan and Kong Qingyan, along with dozens of Kong family members, chartered a plane and landed directly in Huacheng, intending to transfer and continue their journey. The entire airport had been ambushed by Zhang Yuan and the other shadow guards. Shu Muyu and Gong Lian, who were the first to arrive in Huacheng, saw the Kong family members getting off the plane. "You wait here, I'll take care of these people." Shu Muyu, holding a sword, appeared lightly in front of Kong Qingyan and Kong Qingyan. Except Kong Qingyan and Kong Qingyan, everyone else, finish off the enemy. Gong Lian looked at Zhang Yuan, the head of the Huacheng Shadow Guard branch beside him, and gave a direct order. Yes. Zhang Yuan responded quickly with his head down. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan installed a silencer on his gun and left the surveillance room in the airport directly. This Zhang Yuan doesn't seem to be just in the middle stage of Ming Jin. Is he hiding something? Gong Lian looked at Zhang Yuan, who was leaving thoughtfully, with a hint of suspicion in his heart. An ambush. Kong Qingyan finally reacted. The surroundings were too quiet, and there was no one around. Looking at the sword-wielding woman in front of him, his face was solemn. It seems that they leaked the news, otherwise they would not be ambushed here so accurately. I'm afraid there's still an ambush. Just surrender. I will not hurt innocent people. Just follow me to a place. Shu Muyu confronted with her sword, her face looking very relaxed. These people are much easier to deal with than Chu Ge, and even easier to deal with than that Lin Feng. You are so young and so confident. Aren't you afraid of offending my Kong family? Kong Qingyan took the sword from the box directly from the hand of the clan member behind him, unsheathed the sword, and looked at the woman with a sneer on his face. It really has the flavor of Chunyang. This lady is not afraid of the Kong family. Shu Muyu snorted coldly. Shu Muyu felt the pure yang internal energy in the other person's body, and it seemed that what Chu Ge said was true. Of course, Chu Ge told Kong Qingyan confidently that Kong Dian's unique skills could cure poison because the internal energy in Kong Qingyan's body had a hint of pure yang. But it was just a trace of pure yang. If you want to truly eliminate the cold poison in your body, it depends on when Chu Ge is willing. Go. Kong Qingyan glanced at the quiet surroundings, gathered the energy in his dantian, and raised his sword with a surge of internal force. Kong Qingyan did not take action, but asked his tribesmen to be alert to their surroundings to prevent sneak attacks. Unexpectedly, it only took one move. Shu Muyu used a sword to knock the sword out of Kong Qingyan's hand, and kicked Kong Qingyan in the air, sending him flying to the ground. Kong Qingyan fainted instantly. This scene made Kong Qingyan and everyone in the Kong family terrified. Who could have expected that a young woman could defeat Kong Qingyan, a mid-stage Gangjin expert, with just one move? Next second, Shu Muyu charged directly into the crowd, with countless edgeless sword energies in the crowd, as if he was in an empty space. Kong Qingyan was the first to be hit and was seriously injured and fainted. The rest of the Kong family members didn't even have a chance to resist. They screamed and fell to the ground, wailing on the ground. Come out and clean up. I'm going to eat some fried chicken. Shu Muyu finished the task easily and left gracefully using her lightness skills. She's so strong that they don't even need to do anything to fill in the gaps. Zhang Yuan was amazed when he saw this scene. This woman's strength is definitely at the peak of Gangjin, and she may even be a legendary Baodan stage expert. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to continue imagining, and hurriedly brought his men to clean up the mess. Except for Kong Qingyan and Kong Qingyan, all of them were killed with one sword. After Gong Lian bought fried chicken for Shu Muyu, she took Kong Qingyan and left Huacheng directly, returning to Yuancheng to report to her boss. Zhang Yuan looked at the 9 Yin scriptures martial arts documents that Captain Gong gave him before he left, and remained silent for a long time, feeling very excited. According to Captain Gong, this 9 Yin scriptures can directly reach the Baodan stage. It seems that Captain Gong has discovered his hidden strength, otherwise he wouldn't look at him like that. Shadow Guard had indeed come to the right place. The boss was very generous. He gave him martial arts that could lead him to the Baodan stage. This Shadow Guard really has a future, and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging to the Shadow Guard. Betray. Didn't you see that woman? The boss probably has such strong men under his command. Who dares to challenge him? Except for the Taishuan Sutra, Chu Ge has handed over all other martial arts to Gong Lian, leaving it to Gong Lian to deal with on his own. At this time, in the mass grave of Yuncheng, a resentful soul slowly emerged from the soil. Its eyes were white, and its soul, without pupils and without spirit, was constantly absorbing the resentment of the mass grave. The transparent resentful soul is slowly solidifying as time goes by. A young man in a simple robe happened to pass by the mass grave. He suddenly turned back and looked into the depths of the mass grave, his eyes becoming solemn. Such a heavy resentment. Is this the precursor to a world of great strife? I'm afraid the future will be bloody. Chapter 130 You, My Enemy. The young man's name is Zhang Chuchen. He is a disciple of a hermit master. He was picked up and raised by his master since he was a child. He has been practicing with his master in the mountains. Until yesterday when his master left in search of immortals and the era of great strife was about to begin, the young Zhang Chuchen also left the place where he had lived for 20 years. Although he had never left the mountain and was isolated from the outside world for 20 years, he knew the outside world very well. He knows how to use computers, the internet, mobile phones, etc., and even his studies from elementary school to university. Now that he has encountered such a thing, he can't just sit there and do nothing. If this vengeful soul becomes an evil spirit, there will be countless casualties in Yuncheng. Once such evil spirits come into contact with human blood, they will transform into powerful ghosts. Zhang Chuchen followed the resentment deep into the mass grave and came to the resentful soul floating in the air, absorbing resentment from all around. It seems that he had a lot of resentment when he was alive. Zhang Chuchen carefully observed the resentful soul and thought indifferently. But it doesn't bother him. He just waved the whisk in his hand lightly, and 4 pieces of talisman paper floated in all directions. Golden light surged towards the resentful soul from all directions, forming a cage of heaven and earth. These 4-sided talismans were called the soul exorcising spell. Looking at the resentful soul gradually dissipating between heaven and earth, Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. After staying there for a while, Zhang Chuchen found that the resentful soul had not gathered again, so he left with peace of mind. The reason I went to Yuncheng this time was because I heard that the shadow guards under the Tamed group in Yuncheng were recruiting talented people. Usually, his master is responsible for his life, but now he has to find something to do to make a living. I hope the treatment in Tamed group's shadow guards is good, otherwise Zhang Chuchen will have to find other ways. What Zhang Chuchen didn't know when he left was that the resentful souls that were killed in the mass grave gathered together again after he left, and it seemed that their resentment was even heavier than before. Walled City, Union Hotel. When Lian woke up, he realized that he had been kidnapped. When he saw that one of them was the one who took Lin Chen away, he instantly felt despair in his heart. His incident was exposed. It's over. It's really over now. He is in the late stage of Hua Jin and he is only 27 years old. It is rare. Chu Ge looked at Lian and said lightly, I just want to repay the favor of the Kong family. I really don't intend to hurt anyone. Please spare my life. I am willing to pay any price. Lian looked at the young man in fear and begged for mercy. He didn't want to die. One could imagine how powerful the other party was, as he was able to bring him here silently. Lian had no intention of resisting at all, which would only make him die faster. Gong Lian, bring him to the shadow guard and train him well. Chu Ge looked at him with a little interest, and suddenly looked at Gong Lian and said, when we attack the Kong family in the future, let this kid take the lead. If he is not dead, he will officially join the shadow guard. If he is dead, he will have no value. Okay, boss. Gong Lian replied respectfully. I do. Upon hearing that he could survive, Lian felt like he had escaped death and quickly agreed. Lin Feng was also surprised that Chu Ge didn't kill the boy after entering. He really couldn't understand why. Is this what the strong do as they please? Leave the Kong family's affairs to Shu Muyu, and you follow him, Ji Jingming. Chu Ge looked at Ji Jingming and gave the order. Ji Jingming was very afraid of Shu Muyu. After all, he had attacked her by surprise. However, since it was the order of his big boss, he could only bite the bullet and say, yes, sir. At this time, Shu Muyu was interrogating the people of the Kong family in the room. She was unwilling to give up and wondered if she could get Kong Dian's unique skills from them. We've been in Yuancheng for quite a while, it's time to go back. Chu Ge stretched, looked at Lin Zan and said, Yuncheng is our base camp. It's not a good idea to always drift outside. Boss, I'll prepare it now. Lin Zan quickly took out his mobile phone to contact the crew of the private plane and asked them to be ready to take off at any time. Are you leaving? I haven't had enough of the sister here. Zhao Haifeng yawned and said, and this guy Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly covered Zhao Haifeng's mouth. His sister was still here, what did this guy want to do? Seeing her brother doing something weird again, Lin Zan couldn't help but stare at him and told him to let go of colleague Zhao immediately. We are just joking. Lin Feng smiled at his sister, then threatened Zhao Haifeng in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense, my sister is here, pooh. Pooh. Zhao Haifeng quickly pushed Lin Feng's hand away, wiped his mouth, and said with disgust, you kid just wait for me. This time, giving Lin Feng face, he did not say that Lin Feng asked for 2 best quality sisters at once. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Haifeng knew the seriousness of the matter. Otherwise, if his sister knew about it, he would definitely be severely punished by her. Chu Ge glanced at Zhao Haifeng, and Zhao Haifeng quickly made a V sign. Then, Zhao Haifeng secretly clenched his hands into a ball. Chu Ge understood it instantly. Zhao Haifeng is indeed a veteran. His actions can make people understand instantly, and they are vivid and specific. It turned out that they were 2 huge sisters, the kind that couldn't be caught with 2 hands. Lin Feng is a very playful kid, worthy of being my subordinate. A day later, Chu Ge left Yuancheng directly on a private plane. Before leaving, he still made an appointment with Yu Manlu and fulfilled Chu Ge's invitation to a banquet with Yu Manlu. Yu Manlu has a very good impression of Chu Ge, who is an ambitious man who keeps his promises. Xu Muyu and Ji Jingming took Lin Chen, Kong Qingyan and the two Kong brothers directly to Jincheng. With someone as powerful as Xu Muyu around, Chu Ge felt very relieved. He also told Ji Jingming that as long as the other party handed over Kong Dian's unique skills, he would kill Lin Chen immediately. Cloud City. Zhang Chuchen went directly to the Shadow Guard headquarters of Tamed Group. I wonder if I can be considered a talented person because I can catch ghosts. What? My strength. My strength should be in the middle stage of Gang Jin, but in terms of skills, I guess even those in the late stage of Gang Jin can't compare to me. Even the legendary powerful people in the Baodan stage, I feel are not as powerful as me. See, I've already said it, why don't you believe it? Zhang Chuchen said helplessly as he looked at the group of people lying on the ground. Why do we have to force him to take action? Thank you for showing mercy, great lord. Since Gong Lian is not here, the temporary person in charge of the Shadow Guard headquarters is Examen Quang. Examen Quang stood up and bowed to Zhang Chuchen to express his gratitude. If the other party did not show mercy, he felt that it would not be as simple as falling to the ground. Ignorance is not a crime. After all, you don't know my strength. Without knowing my strength, can I join the Shadow Guard? And what are the treatment of the Shadow Guard? Zhang Chuchen looked at him and asked directly. Examen Quang brought Zhang Chuchen to an office, asked Zhang Chuchen to sit down, and said, your strength is beyond my authority. As it happens, the boss and Captain Gong are coming back today. I have to report to my superiors. I can't make the decision. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchen nodded calmly and said, then I'll wait a little longer. The first thing Chu Ge did when he came back was to look for Lu Yanru. In Lu Yanru's villa, Chu Ge was reluctant to leave because of the scent of Lu Yanru. Once, twice, 3 times, Lu Yanru's face flushed and a hint of satisfaction flashed across her face. He lay on Chu Ge's body, with his face pressed against his skin, like a cat clinging to him. You, my enemy, have you found another woman after being gone for so many days? Chapter 131, Actively Becoming the Protagonist. What woman are you looking for? Can't I only have you in my heart? Chu Ge held Lu Yanru's dishonest hand in his palm, looked at her affectionately, and said puzzledly. Nonsense, he clearly took Lin Zan, the secretary, away. The slight smile on Lu Yanru's lips disappeared again, and she said sourly. It's just business. You can't ask me to bring a male secretary with me. There is an important matter, but now the important matter is done. Look, I'm here to reward you. Chu Ge hugged her directly in his arms, turned over, looked down at Lu Yanru, and said with a wicked smile. You are so bad. I don't want you to comfort me. I'm going to take a shower. You are not allowed to come. Lu Yanru punched Chu Ge's chest with her little fist, then gently pushed Chu Ge away and ran into the bathroom. Crash! There was the sound of a shower in the bathroom. Chu Ge smiled knowingly and rushed in amid Lu Yanru's exclamation. Finally, Lu Yanru lay in the bedroom and fell asleep exhausted, with a hint of satisfaction on her lips. After enjoying the beauty and the meal, Chu Ge left the villa directly. Ku Wenrui, who was waiting for his boss outside, said after seeing his boss get in the car. Boss, Gong Lian just called and said that there's a talented person who wants to join the Shadow Guard. He's strong enough to catch ghosts. Would you like to meet him? Can he catch ghosts? Chu Ge exclaimed in surprise after buttoning up his clothes. If he was a liar, Gong Lian would definitely be able to tell him apart. Since the call was made, it means that the other party really has the ability to catch ghosts. Are there ghosts in this world? Chu Ge didn't know and had never seen it. Go and take a look. No matter what, such a talented person is worth Chu Ge's personal visit. Yes. Ku Wenrui turned the steering wheel and drove towards the Shadow Guard headquarters. Shadow Guard headquarters. Chu Ge saw this 20-year-old young man who was dressed in simple clothes and had a distinguished temperament. Are you the big boss of Tamed Group? Zhang Chuchen looked at Chu Ge curiously and was surprised to find that the other party was not much different from himself in age. Yes, I am the boss here. You said you can catch ghosts. Do you have any evidence? Chu Ge sat on the sofa, drinking iced Coca-Cola, which was a bit spicy, and arranged some good tea for Zhang Chuchen. That's right. As for the evidence, there are no ghosts here for me to catch. Zhang Chuchen pointed around, took a sip of tea, and smiled helplessly. Have you ever caught a ghost? Chu Ge asked curiously. Are there really ghosts in this world? Why haven't I encountered any? There are no ghosts in the world, but people's hearts are evil. Zhang Chuchen looked at Chu Ge's face and couldn't help but chuckled. Although you haven't killed anyone, but from your face, it seems that there are corpses everywhere. He does not reject such people. There are thousands of causes and effects in the world. The sentence his master taught him the most is not to meddle in other people's business. If a person holds a grudge before he dies and is buried in a place with heavy grudges, then he is very likely to become a vengeful spirit. If he touches a human life, then he will become an evil ghost. Plus, the world is changing now, and what should appear will appear naturally. It's just like when I passed by the mass grave in Yuncheng before, I found that a vengeful spirit was gathering in the mass grave, but I broke it up in the end. Mass grave. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge couldn't help but sit up and glanced at Ku Wenrui quietly. The latter understood and left the room directly. Yes, it's in the mass grave. It's an extremely dangerous place and the resentment has not dissipated for decades. Zhang Chuchen watched the man leave without saying anything. Instead, he explained to Chu Ge, if the resentful soul is successfully revived, the first thing it will do is to take revenge on the person who killed him. Then the relatives and friends of the person who killed him, and all those related to him, will be avenged. Chu Ge stared at Zhang Chuchen, wondering if the other party was trying to scare him. There are probably only 3 people who hate me in the mass grave. One is Yi Feng, one is Xiao Chen, and one is Xiao Jingjing. The 3 of them should be playing landlord at this moment. After saying so much, I wonder if the boss believes what I say. Zhang Chuchen put the whisk aside, took out a stack of talismans from the backpack behind him, and placed them directly in front of Chu Ge. This is a talisman I drew in my spare time. Put it in the room and it has the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit. I joined the Shadow Guard with only one thing in mind, and that is the treatment of the Shadow Guard. In fact, Zhang Chuchen could directly join the top level of the Huameng, where the treatment might be better. But he was used to freedom, and that kind of treatment might not be as easy as the treatment he received from a private person. Chu Ge picked up the talisman and found that it indeed contained a kind of power of heaven and earth. It is related to the power of feng shui, but the 2 professions are unrelated to each other. At this time, the system pops up a selection directly. Option 1. Discover a natural spirit and make it your subordinate. Reward. Ghost control technique. Option 2. Wherever the natural spirit goes, evil spirits often appear. Refuse to let it become your subordinate. Reward. Golden light technique. Chu Ge didn't expect that the other party was actually a natural spirit. Isn't this Conan's body? The world changes so fast. The warrior has not come out yet, and the world has changed again. Chu Ge directly chose 1. Can I ask about your specific situation out of curiosity? Sure. Then, Zhang Chuchen explained his specific situation. Chu Ge was surprised and delighted. What was the difference between this guy's experience and that of the protagonist? I didn't expect that the protagonist would take the initiative to come to me and be my subordinate. This is the first time. You will just stay with me from now on. I will temporarily set your annual basic salary at 100 million, and bonuses will be calculated separately. Zhang Chuchen was shocked when he heard this. This was 100 million, and the other party gave it to him so easily. As expected of the big boss of Tamed Group, Zhang Chuchen naturally accepted it with great pleasure. A gentleman loves money but he gets it in a proper way, but he earns his money through his own ability. I agree. Zhang Chuchen nodded and agreed immediately. Chu Ge directly called Li Lanyan to come over to draw up a formal contract. Half an hour later, Li Lanyan came over with the contract. After Zhang Chuchen signed the contract, 100 million was immediately deposited into Zhang Chuchen's account. Chu Ge's ghost controlling technique has also arrived. It seems like I haven't officially started working yet. Zhang Chuchen said in surprise after seeing the 100 million yuan deposited into his bank account. I'll advance you 1 year's salary. In the future, you can stay with me and tell me directly if you need anything. Chu Ge said to Zhang Chuchen very generously, you should know that our group lacks nothing but money. Thank you so much, boss. Zhang Chuchen was a little flattered. The boss was really too polite to him. Although he did not join Shadow Guard this time, he unexpectedly became a formal employee of Tamed Group with an annual salary of over 100 million yuan. By the way, boss, did that man from before go to the mass grave? It's better not to go to the mass grave now. After all, once a resentful soul is born, it is likely to be born a second time. Since he became the boss's official employee, Zhang Chuchen naturally had to consider the boss. Chu Ge nodded and said, "It seems you have guessed it. I lost 3 bodies in the mass grave." Zhang Chuchen's face suddenly became serious. He looked at him and confirmed, "Then I want to ask, are there any innocent people among these 3 bodies?" "No." Chu Ge thought about it carefully and replied seriously. "The hands of these 3 people are stained with the blood of countless people, so how can they be innocent?" "That's good. I will naturally take care of these 3 bodies for the boss so that he won't have to worry." Since the boss didn't do anything against the law, Zhang Chuchen would naturally take care of it for him. If the boss does something against the law, then he can only ignore it. After all, he has his own bottom line. If the vengeful spirit is indeed one of the 3 corpses, then it is better to eliminate it as soon as possible. "Boss, please arrange someone to take me to the mass grave." Zhang Chuchen stood up, carrying his backpack, raised his whisk, and nodded slightly to the boss. Chapter 132I, Yi Feng, I'm back. If every protagonist could be like Zhang Chuchen, take the initiative and become his own subordinate, then everything would be fine. He had a very good impression of Zhang Chuchen, as he was the first template character for the protagonist to be cast. So Chu Ge called Gong Lian and asked her to dispatch some people to help Zhang Chuchen. "I'm going with you this time. I also want to see what the vengeful spirit is like." After Chu Ge hung up the phone, he looked at Zhang Chuchen and said, "If it really is one of the 3 people, then as long as I show up, the chances of them showing up to deal with me will greatly increase. By then, even if they have learned to hide, they will be eager to take action and reveal their true colors." Chu Ge actually felt that the only 2 people who had a real chance of becoming vengeful spirits were Dragon King Xiao Chen and Soldier King Yi Feng. Xiao Jingjing is not the protagonist, so the chance of her becoming a vengeful spirit is very small. "No problem, boss. As long as I'm here, your safety will be fine." Zhang Chuchen raised his whisk slightly and said to the boss confidently. At this time, Ku Wenrui drove directly to the mass grave with Zhu Miaomiao and others. There seemed to be fewer snakes and insects here than the last time we came, or even nowhere to be seen. As the team doctor, Zhu Miaomiao is naturally very sensitive to poisonous insects and noticed this very keenly. It seems that what the boss is worried about may really happen. Ku Wenrui could not help but open the safety bolt of the pistol, feeling a little uneasy for some reason. This is much more terrifying than the hail of bullets on the battlefield. The existence of unknown vengeful spirits is definitely not something that bullets can deal with. Turning on the safety of the pistol only gave him a slight sense of security. What on earth happened? After asking his teammates behind him to be on guard, Zhu Miaomiao walked to Ku Wenrui and asked curiously. Ku Wenrui said mysteriously, "If I say there are souls or resentful spirits, will you believe it?" "I believe it." "Ah, you believe it?" Ku Wenrui exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Miaomiao's indifferent reaction was beyond his expectation. Why not believe it? After all, even warriors have it, so it seems that the existence of vengeful spirits is acceptable. Zhu Miaomiao glanced at Ku Wenrui, despising his mysterious attitude just now. What the hell? At this moment, Ku Wenrui saw a scene not far away and was horrified. He stopped instantly and stepped back repeatedly. This is the vengeful spirit. It's really creepy and scary. Zhu Miaomiao looked in the direction Ku Wenrui was looking. Not far away, a transparent resentful spirit was floating in the air, and its blood was gathering. She seemed to have no way to deal with the vengeful spirit. If the spirit attacked her, she would have no choice but to run away. "Boss, please request Zhang Chuchen to come for support. There really are vengeful spirits. I feel that my sanity is being affected by the resentment." After sending the message, Ku Wenrui hurriedly led everyone to retreat and then ran away. While the resentful spirit was absorbing something, Ku Wenrui had to run away from here quickly. He didn't dare to stay there. Just at that moment, his mind seemed to be shaken for a moment, and this feeling made him very uneasy. "Let's retreat first. I have already sent a message to the boss. He will send professionals to deal with the resentful souls." The resentful souls seemed to have set their sights on Ku Wenrui. When they saw Ku Wenrui's face, the resentful souls shook violently at this moment. The ghost's eyes were lifeless and bleeding. The next second, a trace of consciousness appeared. It stared straight at the fleeing Ku Wenrui, and a creepy and terrifying sound came out of the ghost's mouth. "This guy seems to have set his sights on me. He must be one of those 3. There's no way he can escape. Ku Wenrui felt a chill on his back and he ran at full speed. However, this resentful spirit was reluctant to take action, and the resentment in the surroundings gathered faster and faster and was being absorbed by this resentful spirit even faster. Become stronger, I have to become stronger, then I can take revenge on Chu Ge. My own sister, my brothers, are all dead, it's all Chu Ge, the executioner. Now is not the time. I suffered because of my impulsiveness last time. God has mercy on me and gave me another chance. I can't be reckless. After the resentful soul saw Ku Wenrui, Yi Feng's dormant mind awakened under the stimulation, and he suppressed the impulse. I am just a resentful soul now. Since there are resentful souls, there must be people who can control them. He wants to become strong, so strong that no one can defeat him. He is now born with the body of a vengeful spirit, absorbing the resentment of the world as food. As long as the resentment in the world does not die, he will not die either. I, Yi Feng, am back. Chu Ge, wait for me. Please don't die, I will tear you into pieces with my own hands and you will never be able to be reborn. Yi Feng roared in his heart. Huh. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly looked at the place where he was buried after death, and it seemed that another resentful soul was being born. This resentment seems to be on par with his, which is interesting. Buried next to himself, I think it was Chu Ge who did it. It seems that I am not the only one who seeks revenge. Strange, no one is chasing me. Ku Wenrui ran out of the mass grave and looked behind him. There seemed to be no movement, and the chill in his back also disappeared. We'll just wait here for support, Ku Wenrui said to the frightened crowd. Okay. Everyone nodded. Chu Ge, who was on his way to the mass grave, was speeding up after reading Ku Wenrui's message. Zhang Chuchen was preparing talismans to deal with the resentful spirits. Sheets of blank talisman paper were floating around, and his 2 fingers were like pens, carving runes to form talismans. Are you consuming spiritual power or internal energy? Chu Ge asked curiously as he saw Zhang Chuchen seemed to be doing it effortlessly. Before he set out, he also absorbed the art of controlling ghosts. His spiritual power and internal strength can be converted at any time, and the amount of internal strength is equal to his spiritual power. He could only say that the system was really strong. Spiritual energy. Spiritual energy in this world is very rare, but my physique is special. I can automatically absorb the spiritual energy in the world, so I can become so strong. Zhang Chuchen explained without any concealment. I see. Chu Ge was greatly benefited by Zhang Chuchen's honesty. After all, for a scheming person like him, Chu Ge would never be honest like this, but he likes others to be honest with him. His method of controlling ghosts did not involve carving talismans or other things, but instead using spiritual energy to empower special instruments to refine ghosts for his own use. There is a most basic thing that must be refined in the art of controlling ghosts, and that is the banner of 10,000 ghosts. With the banner of 10,000 ghosts as his foundation, he will be able to control all the ghosts in the future, causing them to dance wildly and become the king of all ghosts. By the way, boss, although there is something I shouldn't ask, I am really curious if you have ever practiced supernatural magic before. Zhang Chuchen looked at the boss hesitantly, and asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. It was only when he got in the car that he sensed the presence of spiritual energy in his boss's body, which led him to ask this question. You are very honest. I won't hide it from you. It is true that I have encountered it, but I have never encountered any ghosts. I have always doubted whether it was true or not. The boss's honesty also made Zhang Chuchen feel comfortable. After all, he is the boss. Being so honest with me shows that I have met a good boss. Outside the mass grave, after Chu Ge got off the car, Ku Wenrui quickly told him what had happened. Didn't I already destroy the resentful spirit in that place? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Chuchen said in surprise when he heard the place Ku Wenrui mentioned. Chapter 133 The Dragon King and the Soldier King both turned into resentful spirits. It seems that this vengeful spirit should not be underestimated. I have clearly eliminated it once before, and it waited there for a long time. I didn't expect it to be resurrected this time. From now on, boss, you have to stay by my side all the time, otherwise I will not be able to protect your safety. Zhang Chuchen's face was a little solemn. It seemed that this was not a simple vengeful spirit. Then the boss will be in great danger, so you must be careful not to let him get hurt. Otherwise, he would really be sorry for the 100 million yuan advance his boss gave him and the trust his boss had in him. He knew that his boss was a powerful warrior. However, although warriors have strong yang energy and can resist resentful spirits, they have no means to deal with them. Yeah, Chu Ge didn't think about dying. He hadn't yet figured out the means to deal with the resentful spirits. Chu Ge trusts Zhang Chuchen very much. After all, he is a character who is a prototype of the protagonist, so there is no reason why he cannot deal with the resentful spirit. Everyone, this is a golden talisman that can drive away evil spirits. It can keep you safe at the critical moment. Zhang Chuchen's backpack seemed to have everything. He took out a stack of talismans and handed them directly to Ku Wenrui, asking him to distribute them. Boss, Ku Wenrui held the stack of talismans and looked at the boss, seeming to be hesitant to speak. They can sacrifice, but the boss's safety must be guaranteed. Take it, he will protect me. You distribute these to everyone. Chu Ge waved his hand nonchalantly and asked Ku Wenrui to distribute them. Okay, boss. Ku Wenrui took one himself and handed the stack directly to Zhu Miaomiao, asking her to take one and pass it on. Zhang Chuchen frowned, gathered his spiritual energy, and put his 2 fingers towards his eyes, looking towards the depths of the mass grave. No, this is not one resentful soul, but 2 resentful souls with tremendous resentment. It seems that a new resentful soul has been born. Quote. How could this be? Although this place is a dangerous place, it is impossible for 2 resentful souls to be born at the same time. Zhang Chuchen was a little puzzled. 2, it seems that's correct. Chu Ge understood after hearing this, it seems that it was correct as he thought. It must be Dragon King Xiao Chen and Soldier King Yi Feng. It's not easy for a resentful soul to be born, and it's even more difficult for 2 resentful souls to be born at once. Boss, we have to go and solve it quickly. Then, Zhang Chuchen looked at everyone and said worriedly, everyone must stick the talisman I just distributed on the heart meridian. Quote. Zhu Miaomiao walked into the car, stuck the talisman on his heart, and then came out. Let's go. Quote. After Chu Ge saw Zhu Miaomiao coming out, he told everyone to be careful and led everyone directly into the mass grave. Deep inside the mass grave. Jingjing, don't worry, I will definitely cut Chu Ge into pieces and avenge you. Quote. Dragon King Xiao Chen threw away the mud and looked at the bones around him, filled with resentment and murderous intent. Dragon King Xiao Chen was not originally going to recover his sanity so quickly. But with the help of Soldier King Yi Feng, he has now completely recovered his sanity. My name is Yi Feng, don't you know my name, brother? Quote. Yi Feng looked at him curiously and asked. My name is Xiao Chen, thank you brother Yi Feng. Quote. Thank you for your help, brother. I didn't expect that I would become a vengeful spirit. It's a wonderful feeling. Quote. God has sent me here to take revenge. Chu Ge must die this time. Quote. Ha 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 ha. Dragon King Xiao Chen raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Feng, who was also a resentful soul, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that our enemy is Chu Ge, why don't we join forces? He seems to have arrived. Quote. He must have heard the news about me from his men. Quote. Soldier King Yi Feng woke up earlier than Dragon King Xiao Chen, and his strength was much stronger than Dragon King Xiao Chen. He was the first to sense Chu Ge coming in from the mass grave. Is he here? Okay, this time we will join forces to make him never be reborn. Quote. And don't let his women go either. They will be his slaves forever. Quote. After hearing that his enemy Chu Ge was coming, the resentment in Dragon King Xiao Chen's eyes could no longer be suppressed. The monstrous resentment in his body rushed straight to the sky, and the rolling dark clouds all avoided it. No, we are not strong enough. The other side has a capable man. He is the young man in ancient clothes who killed me once before. Quote. Brother Xiao Chen, we can't be reckless. We have plenty of time. Don't be in a hurry. Quote. The other party is in the light and we are in the dark. As long as we hide in the dark, the other party will fall into fear every day. Quote. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng smiled complacently. Soldier King Yi Feng still had a trace of fear in his heart, and no longer had the recklessness he had in his lifetime. Now he has become more and more cautious. For the sake of revenge, he can endure all the loneliness in the world. Okay, brother Yi Feng, I will listen to you this time. You tell me what we should do. Quote. The resentment in Xiao Chen's body was immediately suppressed, and he agreed directly. After all, He was a person who had died once, and deep in his heart he still had a trace of fear of Chu Ge. After all, the other party was the one who killed him. And every time his resentful spirit body died, although it could be reborn, the resentment had to be reabsorbed and strengthened. It was equivalent to dying at level 100 and turning back to level 1. Even Xiao Chen didn't dare to do this, as he would be easily hit. Both of them didn't know that their resentful spirit bodies were not unique, but both of them possessed them. Let's do this. After some discussion, Yi Feng rolled up his own bones, and Xiao Chen took Xiao Jingjing and his own bones and left here together. The resentment is soaring, and we can't let it grow. Quote. Zhang Chuchen exclaimed as he watched the rolling dark clouds being dispersed by the resentment. Soon, Chu Ge came to the place where Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were buried. He found the bodies of 2 people, no, the bodies of all 3 were gone. It seems that they have regained consciousness, or recovered their memories before death. Quote. Zhang Chuchen waved his whisk lightly, and the resentment around him dispersed. The depressing atmosphere instantly disappeared from everyone's hearts. He really didn't expect that the resentful soul would regain consciousness so quickly. This was completely out of common sense. The master once told him that if the resentful soul wanted to regain consciousness, it would have to go through at least 2 stages to reach the level of a fierce ghost. Resentful soul, evil spirit, evil ghost. But the resentful soul has already regained consciousness if the other party reaches the strength of a fierce ghost. The consequences would be unimaginable and would definitely be countless times stronger than ordinary evil spirits. By then, even if he were to deal with it, it would be a bit difficult. It must have run away after noticing us coming. But it doesn't matter, I have a way. Zhang Chuchen took out a talisman and folded it with his hands quickly. Soon a palm-sized paper crane was formed. Tracking paper cranes, Ku Wenrui asked in surprise. That's right, it's the paper crane used for tracking. There are lingering auras of 2 resentful souls here, and they can't escape. Zhang Chuchen threw the paper crane directly into the air and flicked his whisk. The 2 remaining auras of resentful souls attached directly to the paper crane. The paper crane flapped its wings flexibly in an instant and flew in one direction without hesitation. We can't let these 2 resentful spirits escape. Boss, tell them to wait where they are, and we too can go ahead. Zhang Chuchen walked briskly and left quickly like a shadow. Trying to escape from him is simply challenging his strength and overestimating one's own abilities. The situation has changed. Tell Gong Lian the news about the resentful soul and let Gong Lian secretly inquire about such talented people in the Huameng. No matter what the cost, we must win them over and increase the speed of expansion. The world has changed so much. We must be fully prepared for contingencies. Chu Ge gave Ku Wenrui a brief instruction, and left with a nimble figure. Chapter 134, Fighting at Home, The Advantage is Mine. A mere resentful soul has given birth to consciousness. It is unacceptable to humanity and not allowed by heaven. I must destroy it. Zhang Chuchen quickly caught up with the 2 resentful souls. He shouted coldly, swung his whisk, and a golden light spell was directly cast out. Fuck, you come so fast. Can't you change your eating habits? Why are you chasing me so fast? Yi Feng couldn't help but get angry when he heard the other party's righteous words. The law of nature is cyclical, and everything has its reason for existence. Even if I am a resentful spirit, why don't you think about why I am a resentful spirit? You, a Taoist priest, are aiding and abetting the evil, and you are on a path of no return. You will be punished by heaven in the future. Xiao Chen also noticed Chu Ge behind the other party, and couldn't help but mock him loudly. I see that you are still young, don't be fooled by Chu Ge's appearance. You should know that this was the end of me who was deceived last time. The resentment emanating from the 2 resentful souls of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen actually blocked Zhang Chuchen's spell directly. How dare you disturb my spiritual heart? Zhang Chuchen's face was cold, and his whisk emitted a faint golden light. He gently brushed his face, and the resentment released by the 2 people towards him disappeared instantly. It is so audacious of you to even think of influencing his thoughts. I have my own judgment on what kind of person the boss is. Judging from the evil spirit left in the resentment in you too, you must have killed many innocent people in your life. Turns out you are a Taoist who can't tell right from wrong, huh? Yi Feng snorted coldly and didn't want to explain any further. The other party was stubborn and would end up miserably sooner or later. He has killed many innocent people, so what? He once performed missions as a member of a special team, and he never showed mercy when it came to using necessary means. Even outside of missions, some people he disliked would die at his hands. He never felt that he had done anything wrong, and everything he did was to eliminate harm for the people. The Dragon King Xiao Chen has been involved in many more deaths than Yi Feng. He looked at the young Taoist holding the whisk and said coldly, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Be careful of future trouble. Little Taoist priest, you are cheated without knowing it. Chu Ge is such a sinister guy. He even cheated you. You are so naive. Ha ha ha, we are old friends. We meet again." Chu Ge laughed and walked out from behind Zhang Chuchen. He looked at the resentful souls of the two people. Their appearances were very clear, but they were filled with resentment. Two losers got together, and even the protagonist would be defeated by him. After his 10,000 souls banner was refined, these two people would be the first residents of the banner. Chu Ge, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen's souls looked at Chu Ge. The resentment in their bodies could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Two resentful souls with deep resentment ignored Zhang Chuchen's existence and attacked Chu Ge directly. The gods returned to the temples, the resentful souls returned to the graves. Lord Xuanwu must act immediately as ordered. Go. Zhang Chuchen remained calm, standing in front of Chu Ge, his techniques changing rapidly as he muttered to himself. The magic spell blessed by the whisk instantly hit the two attacking resentful spirits. Ah! The two resentful spirits of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen let out trembling cries of soul-like fear, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. Chu Ge watched the clash between the three protagonists with great interest. Unfortunately, Zhang Chuchen's power is the nemesis of Xiao Chen and Yi Feng. If you want to attack him, you must get past Zhang Chuchen. However, this pass is as strong as any other pass in the world and is unbreakable. You will regret it. Yi Feng felt that his soul was almost dissipating, so he quickly stabilized his soul and fled first, ignoring Xiao Chen. The power of this young Taoist priest is simply his nemesis. He hopes Xiao Chen can help him hold on for some time. In the future, he will definitely take revenge on Xiao Chen as well. Just wait and see, you and I will end up the same. Xiao Chen, full of resentment, quickly made a harsh remark and chased after Yi Feng, trying to escape. Soul-driving Pure Yang Curse. The two soul-driving talismans in Zhang Chuchen's hand directly attacked the two resentful souls, with no intention of letting them go. The power of the Pure Yang spell to expel souls is extremely strong. It is the purest purple sun that is born every day in the world. Even within one day, he could only carve out 2 pictures at the moment of sunrise. Escape separately. Yi Feng shouted in a low voice to Xiao Chen behind him. He felt a little regretful. He had initially helped Xiao Chen regain his sanity with the intention of taking advantage of him. I didn't expect the other party to be so cowardly that he would follow him when he ran away. Doesn't this mean he wants to harm him? Do you think I don't want to? If we scatter now, we will be defeated individually. Only by working together can we stop the enemy. Xiao Chen said angrily. Trying to escape alone at this time is simply seeking death. Although he can be resurrected, he does not want to die again. Hearing this, Yi Feng stopped immediately, feeling that what the other party said seemed to make sense. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Feng stop, and stood with him. The 2 soul-driving Pure Yang spells emitted amazing power to restrain them, which was extremely terrifying. The two looked in horror at the panicked force coming towards them. If they were hit, they would definitely die, and they wouldn't even know how long it would take to be resurrected. The resentment of heaven and earth obey my orders. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen's souls finally stopped hiding their clumsiness. All the resentment in their bodies burst out, and the resentment around them gathered in an instant. The 2 souls looked at each other at the same time, surprised. The opponent's strength is so similar to his own that they are indistinguishable. Brother, it seems that we really have to become brothers. Xiao Chen smiled crookedly. I didn't expect that we are from the same origin. Yi Feng did not expect that the relationship between the two of them would become much closer. The resentment that Xiao Chen and Yi Feng gathered at the same time was so powerful that even the surrounding sunlight was gradually dissipated, and darkness was approaching. The resentment and the soul-driving Pure Yang curse are consuming each other. These grievances do not belong to Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, but to the extremely heavy and pure grievances that have accumulated in the mass grave for countless years. This is equivalent to the 2 souls fighting in their own home turf. Of course, once the resentment of this home team is completely gone, their fate will be miserable. Although resentment does not belong to the power of heaven and earth, it is a force generated by human nature all the time, and is no less powerful than the power of heaven and earth. This is their home ground. Unless we consume all the resentment in the mass grave, we cannot eliminate them. Zhang Chuchen was very shocked that a mere resentful soul could actually control the resentment around it for his own use. There must be something special about the other party, Zhang Chuchen thought as he looked at the two resentful souls. Afterwards, he couldn't help but take out 2 more soul-exercising pure yang spells from his backpack. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Chuchen's painful expression and knew that this kind of talisman must be very valuable, so he couldn't help but ask. How many of these talismans do you have left? Hearing this, Zhang Chuchen said with great pain, not many, really not many. Ha ha ha, little Taoist, I want to see what you can do. Home advantage, the advantage is mine, I want to see how many you have to consume. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were not familiar with their own strength at first. But when he saw the resentment gathering around him, and that the combined strength of both of them could actually counter the opponent's power, he couldn't help but laugh wildly in triumph. Chu Ge, after this little Taoist priest dies, your death will be imminent. Really? Chu Ge looked at the two souls, smug looks very calmly and sneered faintly. He quietly used the power of feng shui to forcibly merge himself into the aura of the mass grave. Chapter 135. He was a defeated opponent before his death, and he was still a defeated opponent after his death. Feng shui is a very magical art and also belongs to the power of heaven and earth. Chu Ge feels that even if he cannot deal with the resentment of the two people, but he was able to change the overall aura of the mass grave. Chu Ge directly integrated himself into the aura. At this moment, he was the aura of the mass grave, and he could control and change it at will. Zhang Chuchen suddenly looked at the boss with a look of doubt and uncertainty. He found that the boss suddenly became different, as if he was right in front of him, and yet seemed to be everywhere. Xiao Chen, Yi Feng, you are just my defeated enemies. Even if you are resentful spirits, you are still my defeated enemies. Chu Ge spoke in the same place, but the voice seemed to come from all directions, and the voice echoed throughout the world. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng looked around in horror. They found that the amount of resentment they could manipulate was decreasing. It's not a natural decrease, but a feeling of being out of control that exists and they can't control it. Although Chu Ge cannot control the resentment, he can change the aura of the mass grave. Aura can influence the original judgment of some things. Aura can also be said to be luck, which can make two people temporarily lose control of their resentment. Zhang Chuchen seized the opportunity, and after discovering that the resentment controlled by the two resentful souls had decreased, he threw out 2 soul-driving pure yang spells without hesitation. Boom! The soul-exercising pure yang spell exploded directly, and powerful force evaporated. These forces instantly devoured all the resentment, and the surrounding darkness was broken, returning to light. No, Chu Ge, I swear, I will make your family destroyed. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng were horrified, looking at the explosive power in front of them, feeling very desperate. The resentment around them was like a scumbag. It had been very enthusiastic towards the two souls, but now it ignored them and was very cold. After these forces dispelled all the resentment, they devoured the resentment in the bodies of the two resentful souls without hesitation. Zhang Chuchen held the talisman between his fingers and shook it continuously, muttering something. Until the talisman was burned out, brilliant golden light shot out. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng didn't expect that Chu Ge actually had this trick. This was even stronger than when they faced Chu Ge in their previous lives. Chu Ge was exactly the same as they remembered when they were alive, so it couldn't be that much time had passed. The resentment in the two resentful souls is being dispelled by the power of the pure yang soul exercising curse. The soul feels like it is pierced by thousands of needles, it is so painful, the pain of the soul being torn apart is so severe that it is better to die again. It was as if the two people's levels were losing experience bit by bit from level 10 to level 0. A brilliant golden light came in response and directly swallowed up the two souls without any resentment. The two souls opened their eyes wide, and before they could even react, their spirits dissipated directly between heaven and earth. After Chu Ge's consciousness emerged from the aura of the mass grave, he staggered and almost fell to the ground, his face looking pale. "Boss, are you okay?" Zhang Chuchen hurriedly supported the boss and said with concern. "The mass grave is indeed a very dangerous place. Even though I was able to control the aura of this place, I almost suffered a backlash." Chu Ge covered his chest and said angrily, feeling a little stuffy. The aura of the mass grave was so complicated that Chu Ge almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, Zhang Chuchen seized the opportunity he created. I didn't expect the boss is so proficient in feng shui and aura. I admire you so much. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but praise, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the boss became even more different. This young boss was not much older than him. He had already built the Tamed group, which was worth trillions of dollars, and he had many talented people around him, such as himself. He is simply a winner in life. If you follow a winner in life, your future will be invaluable. Zhang Chuchen felt that he had come to the right place. His boss had just started out and his future was limitless. Keep a low profile. Feng shui is just superstition. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Ge shook his head and smiled faintly. The boss is right. It is superstition. If you believe in it, it exists. If you don't believe in it, it doesn't exist. Zhang Chuchen understood and laughed. He then said, according to my observation, these two souls are very different. It is estimated that they will be reborn. I will set up a large formation here. As long as the other party is reborn, he will suffer the ruthless baptism of thunder. That's cruel. If you need anything, just call this number. Chu Ge agreed immediately after hearing this. Zhang Chuchen's personality was very much to his liking, so he directly gave him a phone number. This number belongs to Li Heru, general manager of Tamed Group. If you need anything, just call him directly and the group will reimburse you. Including your loss today, it will be reimbursed as well. Chu Ge said generously. Anyway, the money is all the hard-earned money of the wealthy Zhang Fan. With Zhang Fan's support, Chu Ge will not be short of money at all. There's no need to reimburse the loss. I haven't spent the money my boss gave me yet. Zhang Chuchen loved money. He still had 100 million and 10 cents left to spend. Money was not that important to him now. He has achieved personal and financial freedom. I may have to trouble General Manager Li to purchase some things that are difficult to buy at ordinary times. It's no big deal. The group will solve all your worries. Chu Ge said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchen smiled slightly and accepted his boss's kindness. Is it possible to clean up the mass grave? Chu Ge didn't understand this and couldn't help but ask the professionals. Zhang Chuchen looked at the surrounding environment, pointed at the ground and said. The mass grave was artificially formed several decades ago. If we destroy it rashly, it will easily cause backlash. Can we use someone else to replace the backlash? Chu Ge asked without hiding anything. What is the boss going to do? Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but look at the boss, wanting to know what the boss meant. Spend money, find someone who wants to die, spend millions or even tens of millions of dollars, and let his family live a life of worry-free. How about it? Chu Ge said with a smile. No, the backlash will still be blamed on the boss. Zhang Chuchen shook his head and directly rejected the proposal. Chu Ge was a little disappointed. It really didn't work. Then, the two waited here for 2 hours. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng still showed no signs of rebirth. It seemed that this rebirth would take a very long time. Then let's leave here first and go back to arrange the formation materials you need. Well, boss, let me set up a simple early warning formation first. Once there is any movement of resentment, I will be able to know it even if I am thousands of miles away. Quote. Oh, it's amazing. With a slight change, this early warning formation will definitely sell well. How to improve it? If someone is having an affair, with this early warning formation, they don't have to worry about being caught. Do you think it will sell well? What the hell, boss, are you serious? I'm a serious Taoist. Ahem, just a little joke. After leaving the mass grave, sitting in the car, Zhang Chuchen asked again, boss, are you sure it can sell well? Okay, I'm just kidding. Boss is not short of money. If you can do it, make one for boss. Ah, boss you. What are you thinking about? I just want to study this formation. Chapter 136, The Huge Kong family is gone just like that. After returning, Zhang Chuchen directly made a list, which was full of precious materials needed for the formation. The most important of these is the thunder meteorite, which is a meteorite containing the power of thunder and lightning and is very difficult to find. In fact, Zhang Chuchen didn't expect to find a thunder meteorite, he just wrote it on the list out of habit, and he could also note it as thunderstruck wood at the end. But the power of the formation will be much smaller. But Zhang Chuchen still underestimated the power of Tamed Group. Red Queen was able to collect all kinds of information on the internet, and some clues about the Thunder Meteorite could be easily found. Li Haru looked at the list of materials and, for the sake of his boss, he personally went through Honghu to be responsible for purchasing the materials. It only takes 3 days, Zhang Chuchen said excitedly, holding the Thunder Meteorite in his hand. This is the legendary Thunder Meteorite. Even my master couldn't get it, but now I got it easily. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Chuchen's happy expression and asked, is it difficult to get? Not only is it difficult to get, the Thunder Meteorite is the stone that falls after passing through the atmosphere and being baptized by the Thunder layer when the meteorite lands. Not only that, the Thunder Meteorite must be precipitated for 100 years before it can be used. It is very rare. With the Thunder Meteorite is the eye of the formation, the thunder power of the formation will extend several times, and there will be nowhere to hide inside the formation. Zhang Chuchen was really excited, because he practiced this way and knew that resources were hard to come by. Boss, I'll do it now. Please assign some people to me. This is the phone number of Gong Lian, who is in charge of the shadow guards. Here you go. Just ask her directly how many people you need. Chu Ge directly gave Gong Lian's business card to Zhang Chuchen, giving Zhang Chuchen full trust. Thank you very much for your trust, boss. Zhang Chuchen waved his whisk and bowed. After Zhang Chuchen dispatched his men, he went straight to the mass grave to prepare to set up the formation. Yifeng and Xiao Chen were resurrected twice in 3 days, but were discovered by Zhang Chuchen's early warning formation, who went to the mass grave and dispersed them. Every time they are broken up, the resentment after resurrection seems to be heavier. Chu Ge has already started to forge the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and at the same time has started to pay attention to the emergence of warriors. There is only 1 day left before the warrior is born, and warriors from the Chinese alliance and even all over the world are ready to take action. The Chinese alliance and other countries do not seem to intend to conceal the news of the warrior, and the news of the warrior has begun to spread on the internet. Chu Ge had previously asked whether supernatural phenomena occurred everywhere in the world. But Zhang Chuchen told him that according to his master, the revival of spiritual energy did occur after the beginning of the era of great strife. However, the exact time is unknown. However, with the current level of spiritual energy, it seems difficult to support a large-scale spiritual energy revival. For vengeful spirits and evil ghosts to be born, certain specific conditions are required. Now Chu Ge was temporarily relieved and asked Honghu to help him keep an eye on the supernatural news around the world. Chu Ge has not forgotten the big boss mentioned by Old Man Song. He was the old man who originally wanted Chu Ge to spare the life of Dragon King Xiao Chen. This is an enemy hiding in the dark, although he has not caused any trouble to me during this period. But dogs that bite usually don't bark. Chu Ge had never been to the royal city of Huameng, but he didn't want to go there either. That place is the center of the entire Huameng. There are old monsters in the Baodin stage or even stronger there. Chu Ge can guess it without confirmation. The Huameng is best at the doctrine of the mean. The more powerful the old monster is, the less he likes to show off. There are almost no people who have survived to this day because of their flamboyant personality. Ji Jingming and Shu Muyu, who went to carry out the mission, also returned safely today with the Kong family's secret manual. Lin Chen had been killed by Shu Muyu himself. Lin Chen's words were really irritating. At that time, Lin Chen broke free from Ji Jingming's restraints and successfully escaped. Relying on the courage he had in the Kong family, he actually said that Shu Muyu was Chu Ge's mistress. The language was extremely insulting, some even too harsh to hear. Lin Chen originally thought that the Kong family would be safe and sound with an old ancestor in the Baodin stage in charge. He never expected that this young woman would actually kill the ancestor of the Kong family on the spot, and even killed many people from the Kong family despite the Kong family's obstruction. Lin Chen died on the spot with great regret, a death that could not be more tragic. Kong Qingyan successfully escaped from the family under the protection of Kong family patriarch Kong Yi, and her current whereabouts are unknown. In the end, the head of the Kong family and some of the Kong family members survived. This was only because Shu Muyu showed mercy, otherwise the Kong family would have been destroyed. After Shu Muyu left, Jincheng's shadow guards informed the Kong family's enemies in Jincheng, and they joined forces to destroy the Kong family that night. Among them was Lian. Lian was seriously injured, but he managed to survive and joined the shadow guard. Chu Ge didn't even need to take action himself. In the huge Kong family, the only Kong family member left was the missing Kong Qingyan. Upon hearing the news, Xu Muyu could only sigh that the world is unpredictable. The Kong family had so many enemies, and it was their own fault. After Chu Ge learned the news yesterday, he also received 10 Dawan Dan, 20 years of skill, as a reward from the system. He took one himself, but this thing has no effect if you take too much. His skills increased by 20 years out of thin air, and his strength far exceeded his previous level. If he controlled the aura of the mass grave now, he would definitely not suffer any backlash, and could even maintain it longer. Chu Ge gave the remaining 9 Dawan Dan to Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng, Gong Lian, Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui respectively. Among them, Luo Shu and Gong Lian got 3 each. After all, they had their own teammates, so the total of 9 were distributed. After Zhao Haifeng had gained 20 years of strength, he also learned the mysterious dark palm and 9 yin scriptures taught by Chu Ge himself. Became a strong man in the late stage of Gangjin. His aptitude was really good, and Chu Ge was happy for Zhao Haifeng at that time. But he couldn't be happy, because he found that Lin Feng was even more terrifying and had directly reached the late stage of Baoden. Moreover, when he was learning the mysterious Nether Divine Palm, Lin Feng was also present. There was still a big gap between his own mysterious Nether Divine Palm and Lin Feng's. Luo Shu was finally discharged from the hospital because he took the Dawan pill. The Dawan pill also has another function of healing wounds. Luo Shu, Zhao Haifeng, Gong Lian, and Ku Wenrui are all warriors who have reached the late stage of Gangjin. All of a sudden, the strength of Chu Ge's subordinates underwent a drastic qualitative change. Huameng, Royal City. Li Xian, a powerful reclusive warrior who has always been obsessed with Chu Ge, is even more powerful than the Baoden stage, and is in the Waden stage. His disciple Yi Chen is in the late Gangjin stage and is a young warrior who is famous in the Huameng martial arts circle. After reading the recent intelligence about Chu Ge, Li Xian became even more determined to eradicate Chu Ge. This boy is very ambitious. He has under his command a mysterious girl who is capable of destroying the Kong family. She is even powerful enough to kill the Kong family's ancestor who is in the Baoden stage. And there is this guy named Lin Feng. He is a mysterious mercenary warrior abroad. His strength is even in the Gangjin stage. Master, this Chu Ge is too mysterious. I doubt whether his information is real. I think we can gather more like-minded people to kill Chu Ge together. Yi Chen looked at his master and couldn't help but suggested. Chapter 137 Yi Chen's life motto, be cautious in everything. Those who were hostile to Chu Ge were all defeated, but Yi Chen compiled all the information about Chu Ge's enemies in great detail. Seeing that his master didn't care at all and didn't take Chu Ge seriously at all, Yi Chen couldn't help feeling uneasy. The enemies of Chu Ge in the past did not pay enough attention to Chu Ge, which led to their failure. You can't die anymore. Not only will your relatives be implicated, but your own end will be even more horrible. In his opinion, the safest way is to gather more like-minded people to go together. Otherwise, he suspected that if he and his master went there alone, they might just be going to get killed instead of eliminating harm for the people. Even though his master is a powerful cultivator in the Danhua stage, Yi Chen still has to be careful and cautious. If the other party had any conspiracy or trickery, they, the master and disciple, would be trapped in Yuncheng and helpless. Just a Chu Ge, do you expect your master to have the audacity to invite those old friends to go along? Li Xian glared at his good disciple and said angrily, how do you want those old friends to look at your master? If you can't even beat a junior, what's the point of having the strength of the Danhua period? Master, do you not need this old face anymore? As he said that, Li Xian slapped his own face. Seeing that his master was angry because of his words, Yi Chen explained with a helpless look on his face. No, master, I'm really saying this for our own safety. After all, there are so many precedents, we must learn from them. The ancestor of the Kong family was in the Baoden stage, but he was still killed by that mysterious girl, and left the Kong family without any injury. Li Xian snorted disdainfully. That coward of the Kong family, after being lucky enough to be promoted to the Baoden stage, he stayed at home and didn't dare to come out. Even if that mysterious girl is in the late Baoden stage, your master can still kill her easily. A junior, do you still think she is in the Washan stage? Even if she is, your master has never been afraid of her. And this is simply impossible, unless she is some old monster in disguise. Looking at the master, he was like a stubborn old man playing chess in the park, and he would not listen to any of his dissuasion. Yi Chen could only give up persuading him temporarily, and finally said, "Okay, master is right. It's good that my disciple is cautious, but being overly cautious will make you lose the sharpness that a young man should have." Li Xian saw the worried look in his disciple's eyes and couldn't help but comfort him. "You have followed me since you were a child and have never stepped out into the outside world. It's all my fault that I was afraid that you would suffer losses, so I always told you to be careful. You have developed your current personality, both good and bad, and it's all my fault, master." Li Xian sighed deeply, touched his disciple's head, and said, "Your master actually wants to let you go out to gain experience. But you can't do that now. The situation outside is unpredictable, and the emergence of warriors will definitely cause chaos. Only if you stay with your master, can your master protect you and allow you to steadily advance to the Baodan stage." Yi Chen couldn't help but interrupted, "I don't want to go out to gain experience at that time. I just want to stay with my master and take care of him in his old age." In fact, Yi Chen can be promoted to the Baodan stage at any time, but he feels that his strength can still be stabilized and suppressed. "You can't make a breakthrough so rashly, you must lay a solid foundation. My good disciple, a man should have great ambitions. I, your master, am not yet old enough to need someone to take care of me in my old age." Li Xian was very pleased with his disciple's words, but he did not say so. At this time, Yi Chen was still thinking about Chu Ge's matter, so he had to be cautious and careful. You should know that he believes in the four-word mantra of life: be cautious in everything. On this day, the era of great fighting among warriors begins, and countless warriors seem to appear out of nowhere. The Huameng has been ready for a long time. The stability of each city in the Huameng will be the responsibility of the person in charge of each city. Just tell us directly if you need anything. The order of Yuncheng was affected to some extent, but the city lord Zhang Tianlin managed to stabilize it with the help of Tamed Group. In addition, Yuncheng city lord Zhang Tianlin and Tamed Group directly issued mandatory regulations. In Yuncheng, if a warrior attacks ordinary people, he will be hunted down by both Yuncheng and Tamed Group. Of course there is a prerequisite, that is, ordinary people don't seek death, otherwise, neither side will care. After killing a few arrogant Gangjin stage people, Yuncheng suddenly became peaceful and quiet. The people of Yuncheng feel even more at ease, and the prestige of Tamed Group in Yuncheng is at its peak. When it comes to the existence of warriors in this world, some ordinary people who are not successful are very excited, some are jealous and envious, but they all want to learn martial arts. Everyone accepts the fact that they are warriors, whether passively or actively. The countries outside the Wall League have warriors who are comparable to warriors and their strength is not weak. Tamed Group, Underground Beehive. Williams' team's research seems to have made progress, and genes can indeed be stimulated to turn on human genes by making drugs. The first human gene activation is what martial artists call the opening of the Ren and Du meridians. Human genes are extremely complex and mysterious. Even a scientist like William has only researched the first part. Boss, this is genetic medicine number TD001. Through the data obtained from repeated experiments, this medicine has a 70% success rate in activating the first gene in the human body. If I want to increase the success rate, I need more large amounts of data for research and comparison. Chu Ge said, holding the rectangular cylindrical glass container and looking at the light blue medicine inside, he suppressed his excitement. The era of warrior competition has begun. The calls from outside who want to become warriors have become unprecedented in just one day. The concentration in the genetic potion is still too high. Dilute most of it. As long as people drink it and they just become warriors, it will be fine. After all, this potion can allow people to reach the Huajin stage instantly. If it is sold to outsiders, it will only require people to reach the early Mingjin stage. This is the power of technology. Even if one has poor aptitude, one can become a warrior with the help of potions. After drinking a bottle, who would dare to leave? Just follow Tamed Group and you will have food to eat. After listening to this, Dr. William pondered for a moment and asked, Boss, do you mean to activate only 1% of the human genes? That's about it. How long will it take? It has to be as soon as possible. Chu Ge nodded and asked. This is not only a business opportunity. What Chu Ge values most is the market. By then, Tamed Group will be able to use these medicines to recruit countless warriors for its own use. His ambitions grew bigger and bigger, and the potion William provided this time was the key to expanding his ambitions. No problem, boss. You can come and pick it up in 3 days. It's so easy. Dr. William said with great confidence. Chu Ge looked at the potion in his hand. At present, he would definitely provide this potion to his own people first. He could also use this opportunity to recruit more ordinary people with good qualifications to become warriors and work for him. The total number of employees in our Tamed group has reached 200,000. Are these people enough to provide you with data? Hearing this, a hint of heat flashed in Dr. William's eyes. Please give me the data as soon as possible, boss. I can't wait to develop a 100% successful potion. Don't worry, no problem. Chu Ge left the hive directly with the potion and its production formula. Chapter 138 Cooking Seafood Porridge by Yourself. Chu Ge directly handed the medicine to Li Heru, the general manager of Tamed Group. Although Li Heru is an ordinary person, there have never been any major problems in the management of Tamed Group. This is all thanks to Li Heru. After getting the medicine, Li Heru immediately asked Gong Lian to arrange shadow guards to be responsible for security work. On a unique production line near Tamed Group, production can begin as long as the raw materials are purchased. The production line is located near the Tamed Group. The entire land here belongs to the Tamed Group, covering an area of almost 300 square kilometers. 2 days later, Chu Ge's classical Chu residence has been completely completed under the day and night supervision of construction manager Wang Ming. There are also many new villas built around, which are used by Chu Ge's closest and most trusted subordinates to live in. Feng Linlin and Lu Yanru also moved here. By the way, Chu Ge did not forget the very mature-looking nanny Mo Wanxin. Mo Wanxin, Zhao Menger's mother, has been working as a nanny conscientiously. After working diligently, he finally gained a little trust from Chu Ge. Of course, all his subordinates came to congratulate Chu Ge on his new house. At the housewarming party, Lin Feng finally saw the person he had a crush on. Lu Yanru and her boss Chu Ge walked together. What a handsome man and beautiful woman. Lin Feng could only wish him the best silently, perhaps he had come to terms with it during this period of time. He was indeed not as good as Chu Ge, and this was a fact he was finally willing to admit in his heart. After seeing Lin Feng, Lu Yanru just treated him as an ordinary classmate and never thought that Chairman Yi's death was related to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't plan to tell her about this, after all, it was no longer important. Lu Yanru has found her best destination, and that is Chu Ge. Xu Muyu was even more envious and wished that one day he could live in his own classical mansion. When leaving at night, Lin Feng got himself drunk and Zhao Haifeng helped him leave. The next day, Chu House is a modern mansion in classical style. With ancient gardens and corridors that wind like long dragons, walking in gives people the feeling of walking at the overlap of modern and ancient history. In the pavilion in the center of the lotus pond, the breeze blew the melodious wind chimes, and Feng Linlin scattered fish food to feed the hungry fish. Sister Yanru, do you think the fish I raise can be eaten? Feng Linlin pointed at the fish under the pond curiously and looked at Lu Yanru beside her. Lu Yanru shook her head. This is an ornamental fish and can't be eaten. By the way, Linlin, have you practiced the 9 yin scriptures? Feng Linlin said doubtfully, why should I practice? Chu Ge will protect me. Besides, practicing the 9 yin scriptures is too hard. Isn't Tamed Group producing a kind of potion? When the time comes, I will just drink the potion and live longer after becoming a warrior. I don't need to practice on my own. I can't stand that kind of hardship. That's right. After hearing what Feng Linlin said, Lu Yanru didn't plan to practice, and then asked, where did Chu Ge go? Probably in the kitchen. He said he would personally cook seafood porridge for us. Feng Linlin frowned and said, with Chu Ge's cooking skills, I don't believe it's drinkable at all. Lu Yanru covered her mouth and laughed, and whispered in Feng Linlin's ear, are you saying Chu Ge's cooking skills are not good? I knew Chu Ge stayed in your room for 3 hours last night before coming to me. Sister Yanru, how could you? Oh, it's so embarrassing. Feng Linlin's ears turned red, she stamped her feet lightly and said shyly. How could Feng Linlin, who was only in her 20s, bear the dirty tone coming from the mouth of a queen like Lu Yanru? The two of them have become accustomed to each other, and have passively accepted each other's existence rather than actively accepting it. There is no way, who made Chu Ge so powerful? The Chu Ge mentioned by the two was currently in the kitchen cooking seafood porridge with the nanny Mo Wanxin. The seafood must be freshly cooked, and the seafood porridge must be constantly stirred with a ladle to make it evenly mixed. It must not be allowed to become muddy. Boss, stir it a little longer, otherwise the seafood porridge will become messy. Mo Wanxin leaned her hands on the chopping board, with a chef's apron around her waist, dressed like a cook, her face turned red from the steam from the seafood porridge. Then I'll stir it again, don't rush me. Chu Ge behind Mo Wanxin hurriedly put the ladle into the pot of seafood porridge and stirred it vigorously. It was Chu Ge's first time to cook seafood porridge. The seafood flavor was very satisfying and the porridge was particularly thick. This seafood must be authentic seafood. After a while, Mo Wanxin accidentally dropped a pair of chopsticks on the ground and hurriedly squatted down to pick them up. Boss, we can't find the other chopstick. Then keep looking. Chu Ge, are you ready? Suddenly, the kitchen door was pushed open, and Feng Linlin and Lu Yanru walked in. After all, it was Chu Ge's first time making seafood porridge and he had no experience, so the two were still worried, so they came over to take a look. Mo Wanxin squatted on the ground with a nervous look on his face, his mouth moving slightly, and he was too guilty to dare to come out. The boss secretly asked her to make seafood porridge, and he definitely didn't want the two of them to know. The kitchen counter was just at Chu Ge's waist, blocking the view of the two people who pushed the door open. Why are you here? Chu Ge kicked Mo Wanxin who was squatting on the ground, signaling her to continue searching. We came here to see you. Who knows what kind of seafood poison you have cooked? Feng Linlin sniffed the seafood porridge. It was a good seafood porridge with a strong flavor. Just boil it for a while and it will probably be ready. Lu Yanru took a look and sniffed. The seafood porridge in the pot was indeed delicious. Chu Ge said calmly, of course, you still don't believe in my cooking skills. I'm just afraid that you will ask Aunt Mo for help, so I came here to supervise you. Feng Linlin snorted at Chu Ge in a very naughty manner. By the way, where did Aunt Mo go? Lu Yanru suddenly asked curiously. After all, Aunt Mo is usually in the kitchen preparing lunch at this time. Mo Wanxin, who was mentioned, was very nervous, fearing that the two men would come over and find her squatting on the ground looking for chopsticks. Mo Wanxin felt a chill behind him and couldn't help but shrink his body. Okay, it's not good for a woman to stay in the kitchen for a long time. Chu Ge picked up the ladle that had not been touched by a single drop of seafood porridge and put it into the pot to stir it. Neither Lu Yanru nor Feng Linlin noticed this detail. Then we'll leave first. When you're done, remember to call us. Feng Linlin pulled Lu Yanru out of the kitchen with a greedy look on her face. Mo Wanxin coughed several times, not knowing if it was because of embarrassment. She picked up the chopsticks from the ground, stood up quickly, took the ladle from Chu Ge's hand silently, and began to stir. Good performance, Chu Ge said with satisfaction and patted Mo Wanxin. Mo Wanxin was like a good wife and mother. She cooked the seafood porridge seriously and also had to take care of the boss from time to time. Chapter 139, Reborn, Lin Tianyu killed by Chu Ge. This pot of seafood porridge was particularly delicious. After it was cooked, Lu Yanru and Feng Linlin both praised it highly. Only Mo Wanxin, who knew the inside story, stood silently aside, secretly looking at the boss with amorous eyes. The boss is so young, but I didn't expect his skills to be so good. After having lunch, Chu Ge spent some time with the two women and then left the Chu residence. Tamed Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Lin Feng, Lin Zan, Zhao Haifeng, Luo Shu, Ku Wenrui and Zhang Chuchen. The six of them are Chu Ge's most trusted people. Every time I go out, the six of them are by my side. If you want to ambush Chu Ge, you have to get past Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng. Chu Ge was half lying on the chair with his legs on the table, listening to Zhang Chuchen's report. Zhang Chuchen has already set up the formation. At this time, in the mass grave, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were reborn again. The thunder inside the mass grave cannot be seen from outside. There are also shadow guards setting up a cordon outside. No, the damn Taoist priest actually set up a formation. Damn it. After Yi Feng was resurrected, he immediately used his resentment to avoid the first baptism of thunder, but the power of thunder seemed endless. Don't panic, I found that every time we are resurrected, we seem to gain a little resistance to lightning. Xiao Chen had just finished speaking when he was struck by a bolt of lightning right next to Yi Feng. Fuck. Yi Feng was about to run away when another bolt of lightning directly shattered his soul. Both of them are gone again. Have you met any strange people recently? Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and said. Strange people? No, there aren't any. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. It seemed that there should be no other strange people except Lin Feng. Chu Ge was a little disappointed. It seemed that the protagonist of Yuncheng had almost been cleared out, but no one knew when he would appear. At this time, on the plane flying to Yuncheng. Chu Ge. A final song full of hatred and despair. Lin Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes and gasped in a cold sweat. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen looked at Lin Tianyu in surprise and asked puzzledly, why are you calling Chu Ge's name? Lin Tianyu looked at Yi Chen in confusion, then looked at the elders and his master around him, feeling very confused. Wasn't he killed by Chu Ge when he was fighting against Chu Ge? In the end, only he and Yi Chen were left. He died first, and he didn't know what happened to Yi Chen. Why are we back on the plane now? Have I been reborn? Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? Dreams are the opposite of reality. It will be easy for us to deal with Chu Ge this time. It also gives you younger generations a chance to gain experience. Lin Tianyu's master looked at him with concern, as if he had just had a nightmare. He was calling Chu Ge, and it couldn't be that the person they were dealing with this time. Could it be that something bad happened in the nightmare? But as the saying goes, dreams are the opposite of what they actually are. Should we go deal with Chu Ge? Lin Tianyu ignored his master, grabbed Yi Chen's arm and asked hurriedly. Yi Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart and answered Lin Tianyu. Yes, I convinced the elders to take this opportunity for everyone to gain experience together. Tianyu, have a glass of water. A girl with excellent appearance and temperament picked up a glass of water and handed it to Lin Tianyu. She is Lin Tianyu's fiancée, her name is Zhou Ruian. You sit here, I'll sit over there with Xiao Chen. Yi Chen stood up and let Zhou Ruian sit in his seat. Lin Tianyu hadn't recovered yet. He took the cup of water as stiffly as a machine, and sat there in a daze, holding the cup in both hands. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Zhou Ruian looked at him very gently, with her jade hand on his forehead, which didn't seem to be hot. I'm fine. Lin Tianyu didn't dare tell anyone about this, including his fiancée. He silently felt the warmth emanating from the jade pendant on his chest against his skin, and couldn't help feeling excited. Could it be you? Jade pendant. Was it you who brought me back to change all this? Zhou Ruian sat quietly by the side, accompanying him in silence. Yi Chen sat next to Chen Qian, who was his fiancé. He and Lin Tianyu are close friends and each has a fiancé. When Chen Qian saw Yi Chen sitting over, she couldn't help but ask, what happened to Lin Tianyu just now? Why did he suddenly call Chu Ge's name? He probably had a nightmare. Yi Chen explained in a low voice. Yi Chen could only regard this as Lin Tianyu having a nightmare. After all, Yi Chen had never thought about rebirth. It was pure nonsense. It was just a nightmare, so the other elders on the plane naturally wouldn't make a fuss. However, it was Lin Tianyu's nightmare that made Yi Chen feel gloomy about their plan to go to Yuncheng to deal with Chu Ge. After all, the master originally did not agree to invite fellow travelers to this operation. But Yi Chen thought of a way to gain experience, so he called together his good brother Lin Tianyu and some other good friends. With the help of these friends, their elders are naturally happy to accompany the younger generation to go out and gain some experience and see some blood. After learning about his apprentice's little plan, Li Xian had no choice but to agree. Lin Tianyu really wanted to tell Yi Chen that the airport they were heading to this time was a trap. This is a trap that Chu Ge had prepared long ago. He must do something and must tell everyone tactfully. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyu couldn't help but stand up. Thinking of Yi Chen's quick arrival and being cautious, he couldn't help but walk towards Yi Chen. The fact that Yi Chen, Lin Tianyu and his group are taking a plane to Yuncheng is a very confidential matter. But for Chu Ge, the existence of Red Queen was simply invincible, making the secrets completely transparent before his eyes. It's finally here. After Chu Ge saw the message sent to him by Hong Hu, he stood up and spoke to everyone. An old friend who has been thinking about me for a long time flew over from the royal city. I have to make good preparations to welcome them. Old friend. The boss has friends in the royal city. Zhao Haifeng asked puzzledly. Looking at the boss's face, he doesn't seem like a real good friend. He's probably an enemy. Zhang Chuchen went on, it seems that I The little one, have something to do again this time. Lin Feng, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Chu Ge, and said with great excitement, "Kill as many as come, kill a pair if two come. No one can snatch from me this time. Fighting and killing, you keep talking about killing all the time, can you learn from the boss?" Lin Zan, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, looked at her brother's excited look of shouting for fighting and killing, and couldn't help but teach him a lesson in a low voice. "I'm wrong, sister." Lin Feng forgot that his sister was right next to him and quickly admitted his mistake. "Besides, wasn't this something the boss asked us to do? When did my sister become so hypocritical?" Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui stood up directly. Luo Shu looked at his boss and asked, "Do we need to notify Gong Lian?" Luo Shu, notify Gong Lian, Shu Muyu and Ji Jingming, and let her arrange people to go to the airport and set up an ambush. Lin Zan, you go and notify Zhang Tianlin, and ask him to cooperate and clear out all the people at the airport immediately. The airport is their burial place. A hint of coldness appeared on Chu Ge's mouth. Once you come to his territory, don't even think about leaving. Chapter 140, Ambush at the Airport. Cloud City Airport. After Zhang Tianlin received Chu Ge's notification, he immediately ordered his secretary to personally clear out the airport's relevant personnel. Yuncheng Airport was evacuated urgently. Except for a few people who stayed at the airport, the rest of the airport staff evacuated in an orderly manner. Instead, there were a large number of shadow guards dressed in black and leading the Tengde Group's Silly Goose logo. Gong Lian personally arrived at the airport to set up control, and directed the shadow guards in an orderly manner through the headset. Reporting to Captain Gong, the snipers are in position. Reporting to Captain Gong, the rocketeers are in position. Reporting to Captain Gong, the detonating mines have been buried. Reporting to Captain Gong, each team has sufficient ammunition, and the logistics report has been completed. Reporting to Captain Gong, the warrior reserve team is ready. All units, pay attention and wait for the boss's instructions. Gong Lian ordered into the headset. Your boss has so many things to do, and he always calls me for everything. If you don't know, you would think I'm his subordinate. Shu Muyu stood beside Gong Lian, holding the sword, the scabbard of which had been remade, and said very coldly. Gong Lian looked at Shu Muyu and complimented her. These people have bad intentions and want to deal with the boss. Once something happens to the boss, the giant Tengde Group will collapse instantly. And those who rely on the Tengde Group for their livelihood will lose their jobs, and some will even go bankrupt. The heroine is chivalrous, isn't this chivalry just for this moment? You are more eloquent than your boss, but you are right, this heroine can't let them succeed. Shu Muyu held her head high. She was very pleased with what Gong Lian said and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Gong Lian looked at Shu Muyu with a smile in her eyes. This person is someone that the boss personally instructed us to treat well. As long as you understand Shu Muyu's pleasure points, then controlling Shu Muyu will be a natural process. Outside the airport, many warriors among the onlookers were very curious and even more surprised. These shadow guards under the Tengde Group are actually all warriors. Although their strength is not high, their numbers are astonishing, with as many as 1,000 shadow guards alone entering. Is there any big move by Tengde Group? Many people were shocked and confused because their cell phone signals were blocked. A large number of Yuncheng police officers appeared around and came to the outside of the airport to maintain order. Some people were in a hurry and were very arrogant and domineering, shouting at the staff waiting for orders outside. "Ma'am, I'm very sorry. Due to special reasons, the plane cannot take off. We are currently arranging personnel to carry out emergency repairs. The specific time will be notified later. Please understand each other. I understand you. Who can understand me? The time has been set, why not take off? What emergency repairs? I think it's all bullshit." An old lady was holding a plane ticket in her hand and talking to an airport ticket staff with spit flying. "Ma'am, please forgive me. The temporary repair is also for everyone's life safety. Yuncheng Airlines apologizes for what happened to you." The ticket staff covered his mouth and faced the ant's spit flying, still maintaining professional ethics and explaining. "What's the use of an apology? I don't even want compensation. I have plenty of money. What you're wasting is my time. Time is life. Is this how you, Yuncheng Airlines, treat outsiders?" Qin Shangqing felt very sympathetic to the airport employee who kept explaining. "Captain, what do you think Tengde Group is doing? I see they are carrying a large number of weapons into the area. Qin Shangqing whispered to the captain beside him. Qin Shangqing finally found Qian Anan after going through a lot of hardships. But Qian Anan herself was unwilling to say anything, which made Qin Shangqing doubt the light and darkness of this world. After a period of decadence, a warrior finally emerged, and Qin Shangqing also had a place in Yuncheng's official plan to train warriors. Qin Shangqing is now a warrior in the middle stage of Ming Jin. This was because her father used his power to purchase internal resources of the Huameng for her. As a seasoned veteran, Liang Yuan looked at Qin Shangqing and knew very well that the other party was an uneasy person. Although I was depressed for a while, I seem to be back on track now. Here they are, take a look for yourself. Liang Yuan, who was about to explain, saw the crowd being forcibly cleared away, and could not help but pointing in that direction and said. The big boss of Tengde Group is here, it looks like it's a big deal. The big boss of Tengde Group, Chu Ge. Qin Shangqing couldn't help but look over, only to see a black car slowly stop, with the surrounding shadow guards dispersing the crowd. Qin Shangqing used her father's connections and finally found out that the young man she had met twice was actually the big boss of Tengde Group. And he is the real culprit behind the disappearance of the 4 major families. She couldn't believe that such a sunny, handsome and fair-skinned man could be so cruel. After Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen and others got out of the car behind and came to his car. Chu Ge then got out of the car, and Lin Zan followed closely behind. Who is this person? He is so arrogant, why don't the officials in Yuncheng do anything about it? Are you blind? He is the most powerful person in Yuncheng, Boss Chu of Tengde Group. Even the city lord Zhang Tianlin can't do anything about it. In Yuncheng, the person whose words have the most influence is Boss Chu. Hearing what these people said, some foreign warriors with good strength looked at Chu Ge with golden eyes. Learn some martial arts and sell them to Tengde Group, and wealth and glory will be within your reach. Take her away, she's making so much noise that I'm dying. After seeing the boss get off the car, Zhao Haifeng immediately ordered a security guard behind him to cover the noisy old lady's mouth and drag her away. Captain, shouldn't we do something about it? Seeing someone committing a crime right in front of him, Qin Shangqing was about to step out to stop it, but was immediately stopped by Captain Liang Yuan. My dear little ancestor, if you leave, it will be difficult for me to retire. Qin Shangqing bit her lips lightly and finally suppressed the impulse. She saw that Chu Ge didn't notice her, and there was a female secretary beside him, which made her feel even more suffocated. Chu Ge ignored the onlookers around him, looked around, and locked onto Qin Shangqing. I didn't expect her to be here too. It seems that Qin Shangqing hasn't left Yuncheng yet. What a stubborn guy. Chu Ge smiled at her, then looked away and walked into the airport. Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and others surrounded Chu Ge like younger brothers, protecting him tightly. Although the boss doesn't need protection, Zhang Chuchen feels that he has to be worthy of the price given by the boss. Although Lin Feng didn't want to protect Chu Ge, his sister was right beside Chu Ge, and she was his only relative. When Qin Shangqing saw Chu Ge walk in, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. What's wrong with me? I actually get excited when the other person looks at me. The other person is the biggest bad guy in Yuncheng. Qin Shangqing secretly scolded himself for not living up to his expectations and said that he was not worthy of being handsome. A plane is approaching over Yuncheng. Several employees who remained inside the airport to direct the landing of aircraft were directing the landing of aircraft in the sky. The shadow guards behind them were watching them to prevent them from saying the wrong thing. On the plane, Lin Tianyu looked at the ground nervously, because he had died once and knew what Chu Ge had ambushed on the ground. Chapter 141, his aura caused the plane to crash. What's wrong? Are you still worried? Yi Chen walked to Lin Tianyu and asked puzzledly. We have made sufficient preparations. Even if the mysterious girl's strength has reached the Danhua stage, our strength is not bad either. Even if there is an ambush at the airport, as long as we are prepared, even guns and bombs will not be able to cause any harm to us. And the elders who came this time are at least in the Baodan stage, and there are 3 elders in the Danhua stage. Yi Chen came carefully. The reason he was relieved was because he had made all the preparations. Even though the elders were dismissive, Yi Chen still managed to convince everyone. Because he said he had a friend in Cloud City and learned that the airport had been blocked. The reason for making friends out of nothing made everyone believe it. My premonition is very accurate. My dreams seem to predict the future. It's so real. Lin Tianyu found a reason for his rebirth, that is, his dreams predict the future. Only Yi Chen believed him in this matter. The other elders were suspicious, and even his master didn't believe him. At that time, Chu Ge's sword directly pierced my chest. The feeling before death was so strong. Lin Tianyu did not tell Yi Chen that because of his rebirth, his understanding before death allowed him to advance to the Baodan stage. Chu Ge has killed many of his opponents, but I am not one of them. After the plane opens its door, we will rush out as soon as possible. Yi Chen whispered to Lin Tianyu. Yeah, Lin Tianyu trusted Yi Chen very much and didn't ask why. Yi Chen walked up to his fiancée Chen Qian and whispered to her, after the plane opens its door, we will rush out immediately. Why? Chen Qian asked puzzledly. Because the other party is very likely to blow up the plane, and it is the most unsafe place inside the plane. The plane is now landing, and Yi Chen doesn't have much time left. He really wants to leave the plane before it lands. Ah, then I have to tell my uncle. Chen Qian hurriedly ran to the front row. This time, the one who came with her was her uncle, the best uncle to her. Yi Chen did not stop her. He stared intently at the ground which was getting closer and closer. He gathered his internal energy in his dantian, ready to go. Chu Ge was in the airport control room, watching the plane landing on the monitor. Boss, now is the best time to attack. Gong Lian asked the boss. Chu Ge didn't say anything. He was now quickly integrating the aura of the entire airport. The boss is integrating the airport's aura. Since the boss hasn't spoken, we'd better not attack. Otherwise, it is likely to destroy the airport's aura and cause the boss to suffer backlash. Zhang Chuchen looked at the boss's expression and quickly stood up to explain to Gong Lian. Lin Feng looked at Chu Ge thoughtfully. He had heard a little about feng shui and aura. He didn't expect Chu Ge could do this. It was really beyond his expectations. After Chu Ge integrated the aura of the entire airport, the aura of the airport became very gentle and stable. At this moment, Chu Ge seemed to have opened his third eye. When the landing plane entered the range of the airport's aura, Chu Ge could see it clearly. Even the interior of the plane could be seen clearly by Chu Ge. Chu Ge noticed that the two young men were looking at the airport ground with serious expressions. It was as if he knew that the airport was ambushed by him. Bite. Option 1. Discover something fishy. The two young men seemed to have foreseen the ambush. Find out the reason. Reward. Destiny algorithm. Option 2. Two sons of destiny gather together to avoid the enemy's attack. Reward. Turtle retreat. Chu Ge directly chose 1. It was impossible to avoid the attack. Chu Ge's arrow was already on the string, and avoiding the attack was not his style. When Chu Ge heard the 4 words, destiny algorithm, he guessed it was about fortune telling. But he didn't expect that the other party knew about his ambush in advance. There are at least several reasons for this. First, someone outside Yuncheng Airport found a way to notify the other party. Second, the other party knew that they had received intelligence of their arrival. Third, one of these 2 destined sons must be able to tell fortunes and predict the future. The last possibility is the reborn person. With the precedents of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen being reborn, Chu Ge could understand that there was one more person who was reborn. This reborn person might have been killed by himself, and after rebirth, he told others that there was an ambush at the airport. However, Chu Ge was able to learn a very important piece of news. That is, if there is no reborn person in the future, I will definitely be the winner. I don't know how much the other party knows about the means I have used. After all, the people who came this time are very powerful. It's a pity that his 10,000 Ghosts banner has not been successfully forged, otherwise Yi Feng and Xiao Chen would be the sharpest knives in his hand. Chu Ge thought with some regret. The selection system instantly placed the reward in the system space. Apparently, his guess was right. Hey! Yi Chen suddenly had a strong ominous premonition in his heart. As if he was being spied on, Yi Chen looked around the interior of the plane suspiciously. Do you have this feeling too? Lin Tianyu walked to Yi Chen and asked him solemnly. It seems that you have the same feeling. Yi Chen said to Lin Tianyu, things are becoming more and more complicated. We are in the light and the other party is in the dark. I guess this plane is under their surveillance. Then what should we do? Why don't we let the plane continue flying and force a landing in another place? Lin Tianyu said worriedly. I think it's feasible. We both have this feeling of being spied on, so it must not be an illusion. Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu went directly to the captain's room. The captain and co-pilot were their people. Under the strong request of Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu, the captain knew that the two had strong backgrounds, so he had no choice but to agree and directly pulled up the joystick. Airport control room. Everyone saw that the plane was about to fall, but suddenly it raised its nose and flew upwards again. Haha, this is interesting. Chu Ge didn't expect that the two sons of destiny were so cautious and even discovered his peeping. It seems that these people with the protagonist template cannot be underestimated. He was really getting more and more powerful. Even the elders who were more powerful than them didn't notice his spying. But he can come when he wants and run when he wants. But you underestimate him. You know, aura is crucial for an aircraft. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently. In the captain's room, what's going on? Yi Chen asked hurriedly. Were we attacked? Lin Tianyu asked anxiously. The joystick suddenly malfunctioned. What about you, co-pilot? The captain shouted anxiously to the co-pilot with cold sweat on his face. My joystick is also malfunctioning. This is definitely not a malfunction. The co-pilot shouted back with a pale face. The plane seemed to be out of control, its nose drooping and it was falling directly towards the airport. Chapter 142. Want to escape? Blow you back. What happened, disciple? Did the plane crash? Li Xian unbuckled his seat belt, stood up steadily, and shouted in a strong and vigorous manner. He was not affected by the turbulence of the plane at all, and his strength was one of the strongest among everyone present. There is also Lin Tianyu's master, Qin Changyan, who is as powerful as him. There are 3 people in the Danhua stage. In addition to the 2 of them, there is also a female warrior who has just been promoted to the Danhua stage. Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu hurriedly ran back from the captain's room. Master, the joystick is out of control for unknown reasons. It is very likely that the other party has tampered with it. Lin Tianyu shouted anxiously to his master Qin Changyan. Hearing this, the others were also a little panicked. A plane losing control was no small matter. Even a warrior in the Baodin stage would die in this plane crash. They were all rootless on the plane and had no way to hide. Don't worry, everyone. I have prepared parachutes. They are above your heads. Yi Chen's face did not show any sign of panic. Fortunately, he thought of this and made adequate preparations early. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly put on their parachute bags and praised Yi Chen for his thorough preparation. Li Xian benefited greatly from it, because when they praised their apprentices, it was actually praising themselves for their good teaching. The pilot had also activated the emergency self-rescue pop-up function and jumped out of the plane before everyone else. Brother Chen, let's skydive now. Chen Qian pulled Yi Chen and said hurriedly. Okay. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly and hugged Chen Qian directly. He specially prepared a double skydiving bag for him and Chen Qian, and of course his brother Lin Tianyu also had a double skydiving bag. Chen Qian's aptitude is not bad and she has already reached the middle stage of Hua Jin. But Yi Chen was still worried about letting her skydiving alone. Chu Ge looked at this guy helplessly. Is this guy so cautious? Is this the protagonist of the cautious flow? Then Chu Ge would have to pay special attention to his trump card. It is very likely that the strength that the other party is showing now is not his true strength. The plane was falling very quickly, so Chu Ge didn't care. The plane crashed right on the airport runway. Chu Ge pulled himself away from the airport's atmosphere 1 second in advance. Avoid explosion backlash. The parachute is good, but it is a target. Order everyone to attack the parachutes indiscriminately. Chu Ge immediately gave the order to Gong Lian. All teams, pay attention. Parachutes will drop from the sky and attack them indiscriminately immediately. Gong Lian said quickly into the headset. As soon as the words fell, the rocket launcher flew into the air. The sound of gunfire rang out instantly. After the plane exploded at the airport, the crowd outside the airport who were still making noise suddenly lost their voices. The explosion of the plane made those who were causing the trouble very happy. It turns out that it was really being repaired. Now the plane has crashed, luckily they were not in it. Then the sounds of artillery explosions and gunfire were heard inside the airport. Arrange for everyone to leave here immediately. Zhang Tianline's secretary ordered the head of the police force, his face solemn. All of a sudden, the power of the police force was brought into play. Everyone was immediately driven away from the scene. But the gunshots continued, and anyone who was not a fool would know what was going on inside. Anti-terrorism drills are underway inside. Please be patient. The head of the police force held the loudspeaker in his hand and played it over and over again. Whether it is true or not is no longer important. Some people who had ideas in mind went directly to the security guard recruitment interview department under Tamed Group. In Yuncheng, Tamed Group is the king. Exercise. Some smart people simply didn't believe that this was an exercise. They thought it must be the unlucky guy on the plane who was ambushed by the Tamed Group. Above the airport, countless sword lights, internal force released. Vajra shield, 10,000 shadow sword technique. Iron shirt, indestructible body. The powerful men in the Baodin stage who were swinging on parachutes in the air took out their unique skills one after another. He even did not forget to protect his parachute, fearing that it would be destroyed. At this time, no one dared to hold back at all. Some powerful Dan masters who have no secret skills for defense can only rely on their internal strength to withstand the power of bullets. There were two very unlucky strong men in the Baodin stage whose parachutes were directly broken and they fell down. The powerful men in the Baodin stage who were not expected to fall to death had just landed when countless snipers aimed at them. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of heavy artillery sniper bullets hit the two men's bodies. In an instant, the bomb buried on the ground exploded violently, erupting with high-intensity flames, instantly engulfing the two people. This is a high-intensity fire bomb. Even a strong man in the Baodin stage would die on the spot under such an attack. No bodies were left, which made those who were still defending against the fire attack feel sad. This was their old friend for many years, and he was gone just like that. The Baodin stage is so fragile. There are also many young people who are simply unable to stop it and can only rely on their elders to cover them in front. The three people in the Danhua period were not hurt at all. The internal force released by the Danhua period directly formed an invincible internal force light shield. Li Xian admitted that he underestimated Chu Ge. If he had taken him more seriously, things probably wouldn't have turned out like this. I will definitely avenge this. A terrifying aura condensed from Li Xian's body, and his face was gloomy. Yi Chen held his fiancée Chen Qian and floated out of the airport. It seemed that no bullets hit him. His inner strength was attached to the parachute, changing the surrounding airflow and forcibly changing the trajectory of the bullet. Chu Ge integrated himself into the airport again, observing the overall situation. Seeing that the two sons of destiny wanted to run away, he immediately changed the trajectory of his aura. The breeze turned into a strong wind. A sudden strong wind blew directly towards the four people. It directly blew back Yi Chen, Chen Qian, Lin Tianyu and his fiancée Zhou Ruian who were following behind them. What the hell? Where does this evil wind come from? Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu, who were holding the parachute ropes, said angrily with a dark face. The two could only watch themselves float back away, unable to do anything. Yi Chen, think of a solution quickly. Lin Tianyu felt that it would be better for him to say nothing and wait for the ambush. Now, not only has he become a target, but he has also killed several of his friends. However, looking at his fiancée Zhou Ruian in his arms, his heart softened. For her sake, he must live well. Before his rebirth, his fiancée Zhou Ruian was captured by Chu Ge, and no one knew what she was captured for. Just thinking about the consequences, Lin Tianyu felt like he was wearing an invisible hat. I can think of no other solution but to land. Yi Chen was anxious and distressed when he saw several of his good friends died in the hail of bullets. It's all my fault. I wasn't well prepared. If I had known this would happen, I would have run out of the plane the moment it crashed to the ground, and I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If it weren't for this strange wind, it would have run away long ago. But there's no use regretting now. Moment. Yi Chen directly let go of the parachute. After getting out of the parachute, Yi Chen hugged Chen Qian tightly, who was frightened and pale. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Yi Chen said in a low voice. Yeah. Chen Qian closed her eyes tightly, feeling herself falling quickly. After seeing Yi Chen falling, Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and detached from the parachute, falling rapidly while holding Zhou Ruian. Decisive enough, their methods should not be underestimated. Unfortunately they met me. Chu Ge looked at the place where the four people fell, and instantly lost his aura state. Chapter 143 It turns out that the reborn one is you. My disciples have landed safely. In order to avoid any accidents, let's go over there too. Okay, let's help everyone get out of this embarrassing situation together. No problem. After Li Xian, Qin Changyan and the female warrior talked for a while, they began to help everyone get out of the predicament. The sword shines like a shadow and is as sharp as a blade. The long sword is like a python, with a fierce edge that can swallow the sky. With a long whip following him, he moves as fast as a cunning rabbit. A sword, a knife, and a whip. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from the three people, and most of the bullets were instantly blocked by them. Everyone follow us, and wait until we land safely, then we will counterattack. The opponent is no match for us at all. Our advantage is on the ground. The attack of a strong man in the Danhua period is different. There were 3 powerful men in the Danhua stage who attacked with all their strength. Those younger generations and powerful men in the Baodan stage all breathed a sigh of relief. The hail of bullets disappeared in an instant, giving them an opportunity to follow closely behind their 3 old friends. Is this the strength after the Danhua period? Zhao Haifeng asked curiously when he saw the relaxed attitude of the 3 people on the monitor who were not afraid of firepower at all. These 3 are quite strong. Can you leave them to me? Xu Muyu looked at Chu Ge with great interest, intending to fight against 3 of them alone. As an invincible female warrior, she really wants to know how strong she really is. Chu Ge actually also wanted to know Xu Muyu's true strength, so he agreed. Okay, Xu Muyu, these 3 people are left to you. Don't worry, this female knight is just being chivalrous. Without you, Yuncheng will be in complete chaos. I'm thinking about the people of Yuncheng. I'm not helping you. Although she agreed, Xu Muyu still made a point to explain to Chu Ge. He said that he was not helping him, but was just being chivalrous. Chu Ge laughed. Xu Muyu was the easiest guy to use. Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, Zhao Haifeng, the 3 of you follow me. Then, Chu Ge looked at 3 of them and ordered. The rest of you, stay where you are. Everyone whose name was not called by Chu Ge stayed in the control room. Lin Feng and the other 2 who were named hurriedly followed Chu Ge and left. Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu landed safely in a thrilling manner. After reaching the ground, he immediately took advantage of the surrounding buildings to block the sniper's sight. But the artillery was still bombarding the building they were in, which was already becoming shaky. Bold, damned witch. Suddenly, Lin Tianyu and Yi Chen heard the roars of their respective masters not far away. Lin Tianyu thought of the scene before his rebirth, where a woman called the witch blocked their master, who were 3 powerful men in the Danhua period. Finally, Chu Ge caught his fiancée Zhou Ruian. Let's leave here quickly. Our master's place is the safest. Chu Ge is coming soon. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyu said anxiously to the 3 people. Zhou Ruian looked at Lin Tianyu's anxious face and nodded quickly. Okay, let's go to your master now. It seems we can't leave. That guy Chu Ge is here. Because the artillery fire bombing the building has stopped, it means that the master of these running dogs has arrived. Damn it. Lin Tianyu looked at the 4 people walking towards them outside with a serious expression. It is these 4 people, especially the young Taoist priest in simple clothes, holding a whisk in his hand, and his methods are very powerful. At that time, Yi Chen's girlfriend was abducted by this Taoist priest and handed over to Chu Ge. And there was that guy with a murderous look on his face, whose strength was even more terrifying. He was actually in the Baodan stage. Although he is also in the Baodan stage now, he knows that the power that the other party burst out before his rebirth was not at the Baodan stage at all. At this time, Li Xian and the other 2 were looking at the witch in front of them. 3 of their old friends were killed on the spot by this witch. The 3 old friends were killed right in front of them. It seems that the strength of this witch is definitely on the same level as theirs. So you are in the Danhua stage. Which old monster from back then is impersonating you? Li Xian's face was extremely gloomy. He had killed many of his good friends. Xu Muyu snorted coldly. What an old monster. I, a female knight, will always keep my name, Xu Muyu. You are a coward who dares not show your face to others. Li Xian walked forward with a gloomy face and a sword in hand. Let's attack together. There's no need to talk about martial arts when fighting this evil old monster. He who has the strength of Danhua period has become Chu Ge's running dog and has fallen into depravity. Kill. Qin Changyan shouted angrily, and a beam of knife light slashed directly at the opponent. I'm not a witch, you're just a bunch of old bastards. Also, I'm not Chu Ge's running dog. Anyone who insults me must die. Xu Muyu was completely enraged when she saw them calling her an old monster and a witch. Xu Muyu fought with the three old monsters and was not at a disadvantage at all. The refreshing sword light completely suppressed the three people, and every attack of Xu Muyu was a killing move. In her memory, these are this body's favorite moves. Originally, Xu Muyu felt that these were totally unbecoming of a female knight, so she never used them. But now, Xu Muyu became angry and no longer cared, fully exerting the original strength of this body. It can be said that Xu Muyu is the strongest protagonist Chu Ge has ever met. As for the rest of the powerful men in the Baodin stage, after losing the protection of the three people, the snipers around them continued to play a role. Some of the younger generation were shot and fell in a pool of blood. Bullets were coming from all directions and they were like targets. At this time, they were fleeing and were still some distance away from the building where Yi Chen and others were. The elder who lost his junior had red eyes and rushed outside desperately, wanting to avenge his junior. Kill. We are protecting everyone in the front. We are the strong ones on the ground. To avenge everyone. Originally thought it was just an ordinary trial, it turned out to be a trial of life and death. If they had known this would happen, they would have regretted coming. In a building not far from them, Chu Ge looked at the four people and sneered, "It's not that easy if you want to leave." He wanted to see who was the one who was reborn. Originally I didn't want to use this trick, but thinking about the possibility of accidents, I have no choice but to do this. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen and others saw a smoke bomb thrown towards them. Chu Ge, I didn't expect you to dare to come and die. You want to stop me with just a smoke bomb. Yi Chen looked at the light green smoke that was gradually emerging, and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, pulling Chen Qian to retreat backwards. However, Lin Tianyu reacted faster. When the other party threw it out, he took Zhou Ruian and ran back without hesitation. Without even a hint of smoke, he just ran away. Isn't this the smoke that Chu Ge used when he was reborn? This smoke and other things caused abnormalities in their bodies, and when they circulated their internal energy, it often lost its effectiveness. However, it only lasts for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, it will have no effect. After escaping from the smoke range, Lin Tianyu felt relieved when he saw Yi Chen following him. Due to time urgency, he did not tell Yi Chen many details. He did feel a little sorry for his brother, but he had no choice. At this moment, Chu Ge suddenly burst into laughter. He has already verified who is the real reborn person. It turns out it's you. Chapter 144. Fortunately, the one she kissed was not my fiancé. This smoke was made by Chu Ge in his spare time, and is specifically used to deal with warriors with internal strength. If he didn't know about the reborn person, and the other party came out of the plane as he expected, I will definitely use this smoke screen to deal with them. What a pity, they didn't expect that there would be interference from the reborn people, causing them to parachute one after another. It doesn't matter, the smoke will definitely be known to the reborn. The first person to run away didn't even bother to disperse his own smoke and just ran away. Then the other party must be a reborn person, with a probability of up to 90%. Boss, let's go. A chill was rising from Zhao Haifeng's hands, and the mysterious nether divine palm couldn't wait to penetrate the opponent's body. Kill. Lin Feng was filled with murderous intent, like a tiger out of a cage. He rushed directly into the smoke and chased after the opponent. For those of them who had already taken the antidote, the drug smoke could be simply ignored. They're catching up, be careful. Lin Tianyu, who had retreated to a safe area, shouted immediately after seeing a man rushing out from the smoke. A sword pierces the intestine. Yi Chen looked at the attacker with a serious expression. He asked Chen Qian to step back and directly drew out the long sword behind him. The sword moves in his hand like a shadow following the wind. Hunyuan Fist. After Lin Feng advanced to the late stage of Baodin, the power of Hunyuan Fist became stronger than before. After a simple exchange of blows, Yi Chen saw the sword tip trembling, and he began to take this guy more seriously. Overlord Sword Technique. Lin Tianyu came up with a big knife in his hand and struck fiercely. Two swords cut off the horizon. After seeing his friend take action, Yi Chen's second sword was so sharp that even Lin Feng had to look up to him. Ha ha ha, just in time. Multiple Hunyuan Fists. Lin Feng laughed coldly, his fists were his most powerful weapons. Facing the attacks from the two, Lin Feng showed no fear at all and directly blasted away their attacks with his fists. The two men looked at each other solemnly, and then their faces gradually turned colder, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Lin Feng faced the attacks from the two men with his fists. Although the two are the children of destiny, so is Raymond Lam. But Lin Feng is stronger than them, that's the reality. Even among the chosen ones, there are still differences in status among them. Attack with all your strength, don't hold back, take out one first, otherwise it will be difficult for us to deal with them all. Lin Tianyu said quickly to Yi Chen. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation to deflect Yi Chen's attack and attacked Lin Tianyu directly. This guy seems to talk the most, so it's best to kill him first. Lin Feng was not at all on guard against Yi Chen behind him, but he was relieved because Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen and Chu Ge were all there. Just when Yi Chen was about to attack Lin Feng from behind, a ray of golden light directly hit Yi Chen's sword, almost causing Yi Chen to lose his grip. Yi Chen's face changed. This man is not a warrior. He thought to himself that this is not good. He immediately retreated to Chen Qian's side and left with her without saying a word. As for his good friend, Lin Tianyu, he believed that he had his own way to escape. Boom! Lin Feng's full-strength attack directly knocked Lin Tianyu away. When Zhou Ruian saw Lin Tianyu flying backwards, he quickly used his lightness skills to catch Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, are you okay? Zhou Ruian was worried about his injuries. Let's go. Lin Tianyu felt that his injury was nothing, so he quickly pulled Zhou Ruian away. Chu Ge and others have already arrived. The Taoist's methods are terrifying and he is simply not someone he can handle now. Moreover, it was because he saw Chu Ge's arrival that he took advantage of the opponent's attack to return to Zhou Ruian's side. At this time, Yi Chen had already pulled Chen Qian away before him. Lin Tianyu pulled Zhou Ruian and followed closely behind. You should run away when the situation is not right. This is what Yi Chen taught him, so Yi Chen left first and he didn't feel anything wrong. The two chosen ones ran away again. When Chu Ge saw this scene, he sneered slightly. He asked Lin Feng and others to block the opponent's way from the left and right, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. If you want to leave, it seems that you haven't asked me as the host. Now that you have come to my Yuncheng, how can I not treat you well? Chu Ge's figure passed by the four people in an instant and stood directly in front of them, blocking their way and smiling indifferently. Chu Ge looked at the women beside the two men and teased, "Aren't you here to deal with me? Why does it look like each of you brought a burden with you?" "Shut up, I'm not a burden." Zhou Ruian broke free from Lin Tianyu's hand and pulled out the long sword that had been tied behind her back with a cold voice. "You are so young, but you don't follow the right path. Sooner or later, you will have a bad ending." Chen Qian's pride would not allow the other party to look down on her, so she said angrily. "You have evil ambitions. Yuncheng is actually ruled by someone like you. The people of Yuncheng are in dire straits. How can we, as warriors, sit idly by and watch? Don't look at you as smug now. If the Huameng really gets serious in the future, you will be nothing more than an ant." Lin Tianyu looked at Chu Ge. His mind recalled the scene where his fiancée was caught by the other party before his rebirth, and said with a cold face, "Such speed is impossible even for a warrior in the Baodan stage." Yi Chen secretly looked at Chu Ge. It was the first time he met him, a very young and ambitious man. Moreover, the opponent's strength is so terrifying that even a strong man in the Baodan stage does not have such speed. Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng and Zhang Chuchen silently blocked them from behind, on both sides. Yi Chen was secretly observing the situation. If he wanted to escape now, he had to choose a direction. Zhao Haifeng is the weakest. Lin Tianyu looked at Zhao Haifeng. This guy had hit him with a palm before he was reborn. The cold poison in his attack was very terrifying. Then I want you to see what wolfish ambitions are. Chu Ge showed a smile, his figure disappeared in an instant, and rushed straight towards the four people. Boom! Boom! Although Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu were on guard, Chu Ge's strength was beyond their imagination. The extremely cold poison from the mysterious nether palm directly penetrated into the bodies of the two men, and they were knocked back instantly. Sunflower acupoint pressing technique. The two women named Xiao were far less powerful than their fiancés, and were instantly acupoint pressed by Chu Ge. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ge returned to his seat again, with two more women around him. Let him go quickly. Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu, who were hit by the mysterious nether divine palm, felt a chill in their bodies and quickly suppressed it. When they saw their women being captured, their faces changed drastically. Your girlfriends are very beautiful. Chu Ge put his arms around the shoulders of the two women and looked at their faces. With a smack, Chu Ge kissed Zhou Ruian directly on the face, making Zhou Ruian so angry that her eyes turned red. Shut up. Lin Tianyu's heart was instantly blocked by a stone, and he said angrily. Yi Chen couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily the person he kissed was not his fiancé. Chapter 145, Scheming Man Yi Chen. Lin Tianyu didn't expect that something that didn't happen before his rebirth would now happen in front of him. His fiancé was actually kissed by Chu Ge in front of him. Lin Tianyu got hot-headed and wanted to rush up and kill Chu Ge. He felt that even if the cold poison injected into his body by the other party took effect, he could suppress it by force. Nothing could hurt more than kissing his fiancé right in front of him. Don't be impulsive, brother. Seeing this, Yi Chen, with a cold look on his face, hurriedly grabbed Lin Tianyu. Yi Chen said earnestly, if you go there now, you'll be seeking death. As Zhou Ruian's fiancé, do you want me to watch my fiancé's innocence being insulted? Lin Tianyu didn't expect that his good brother would actually hold him back, turned around and glared at him, and said angrily. If this happened to you, I would never look at you. If you are my brother, let me go. Don't be impulsive, even if this happened to me, I would calm down. Yi Chen pulled him hard and refused to let him go. After all, if he went, it would probably anger Chu Ge, and then his fiancé would probably not be spared. Besides, it's just a kiss, it won't cost you a piece of flesh. Actually, you two brothers don't need to fight over it so much. One for each of you. It's absolutely fair and just. Bah! Chu Ge looked at the two brothers who were so anxious, and couldn't help but kiss Chen Qian's little mouth. Chen Qian immediately shed tears, tears of humiliation. See, this way you two don't have to be humble to each other. Ha ha ha, everyone has it, everyone has it. Fuck. Yi Chen was instantly furious when he saw this scene. Without saying a word, he picked up his sword and went up to chop the man. Although he would not lose any flesh, Yi Chen only felt that his anger had completely extinguished the cold poison in his body. I really can't bear it. If you dare to come, I will dare. After seeing Yi Chen angry and wanting to attack, Chu Ge directly grabbed Zhou Ruian's neck. Lin Tianyu. That's my fiancé, not his. At this time, Lin Tianyu calmed down and directly knocked Yi Chen's sword away. After grabbing Yi Chen's arm to stop his behavior, Lin Tianyu hurriedly said. Calm down, being reckless will only make things worse. Let me go, I can't stand it anymore. Yi Chen struggled hard, his face distorted to the extreme, and roared at the lazy Lin Tianyu. That's not what you said just now. You have to endure it. You have to endure it even if you can't help it. Lin Tianyu didn't want to stop Yi Chen, but Chu Ge threatened Yi Chen with his fiancé. He really wanted to grab Chu Ge and yell at him, are you blind? Yi Chen's fiancé is someone else. But he couldn't do that, because once he said that, his friendship with Yi Chen would be completely over. Chu Ge looked at the two of them pulling each other, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Pinching Zhou Ruian's chin and mouth, he challenged Yi Chen. Come on, why not come? In fact, Chu Ge did this on purpose. Only in this way could the two of them restrain each other. As for the protagonist, which protagonist doesn't care about women, unless he is the protagonist who kills his wife to prove his truth? You bastard, let her go. Yi Chen has been struggling. Everyone has selfish desires, and he is no exception. Since Chu Ge has admitted his mistake, it would be better to stick with it. Then Chen Qian's danger will be greatly reduced. Although doing so would be a bit unfair to his brother Lin Tianyu. But he believed that Lin Tianyu would be able to understand each other. Come here if you can. Chu Ge pinched Zhou Ruian's little mouth, like a carp raised in a pond, opening its mouth constantly to eat fish food. Look at this little mouth, how tempting it is to taste it. Chu Ge tilted his head and smiled evilly, and couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, like a big villain. He really wanted to see what choice the reborn person would make. Love, or friendship. Choosing one of the two, Chu Ge is looking forward to this good show. You bastard, I tell you, if you dare to touch her, you're dead. After Yi Chen said this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Ge had not yet discovered that the other party was not his fiancé. And since he said so himself, brother Tianyu should be grateful to him. Lin Tianyu's eyes were red and about to burst, and the hand holding Yi Chen turned cold. Brotherhood. Fiancé. Lin Tianyu is making a choice between friendship and love. Because he had already reacted, Yi Chen was not so angry that he lost his mind and could not recognize that she was not his fiancée. It is very likely that Yi Chen did this on purpose to protect the safety of his own fiancée. Zhang Chuchen and others were stunned. They didn't expect the boss to have so much fun. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng are fine, after all, they are both worldly wise. But I have never experienced something like my boss flirting with someone's fiancée in front of her. Not to mention Zhang Chuchen, who found a good boss just after coming down the mountain and had no chance to see the outside world. Do people in big cities usually like to play like this? Although Zhang Chuchen had watched many pirated DVDs, they were all acting, but nothing as intense as what his boss had seen with his own eyes. Huh, are you a virgin too? Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but ask. I have been practicing Taoism since I was a child, so I don't have the time. Besides, sticking to Yuan Yang can make the practice of Taoism more pure. Zhang Chuchen raised his whisk and explained with a smile to Zhao Haifeng, who was 4 or 5 meters away from him. He didn't feel ashamed or angry at all for being mentioned as a virgin. Zhao Haifeng quickly suppressed his smile, bowed to Zhang Chuchen and said, when you don't need Yuanyang anymore, tell me. I'll take you to eat some meat and broaden your horizons. Actually, I don't need Yuanyang anymore. Zhang Chuchen suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Women were very unfamiliar to him, but he was a little yearning to have someone take him. I'll take you there when we're done. Zhao Haifeng made an okay gesture to Zhang Chuchen in a very friendly manner. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng silently. Zhao Haifeng was choked for a moment, glared at him fiercely, and also made an okay gesture. Only then did Lin Feng smile with satisfaction. Because his sister saved all his money, saying it was for marrying a wife in the future. If he wanted to go out and fool around, there was no other way except for Zhao Haifeng to treat him. At this time, Lin Tianyu was still struggling. Chu Ge really wanted to know what choice this reborn person would make. So Chu Ge decided to help him. A funny hand suddenly appeared around Zhou Ruian's slender waist. Chu Ge whispered in Zhou Ruian's ear, see what choice your boyfriend will make. Will he choose you or friendship? Chapter 146 Chu Ge playing with people's hearts. Zhou Ruian was extremely desperate. This experience was not at all what she had imagined. She could clearly feel that the gentle hands were playing tricks on her. She came here because Tianyu came, and she wanted to go out with him and have some fun. Bastard, I want you to die. Lin Tianyu was furious when he saw this. He no longer stopped Yi Chen and let him go directly. He felt that his rebirth was of no use at all, and instead made the situation worse. Is it possible that no matter how I reborn, it will be a dead end? Lin Tianyu felt somewhat desperate. His eyes were fixed on the wandering hands, fearing that the other party would touch his bottom line. Yi Chen didn't dare to look at Tianyu, he knew that the other party had already reacted. He now felt very ashamed of his behavior just now. I'm so scared. Chu Ge breathed hot air gently into Zhou Ruian's ear and said, it seems that your boyfriend is going to be angry. You have to protect me well. Zhou Ruian's tears could not stop flowing. The look of fear in her eyes was like a little white rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. She looked at Tianyu opposite her, expecting him to save her like the hero in the TV dramas. Zhang Chuchen silently placed the whisk on his arm and watched the scene leisurely. He knew that the boss was not a good person, but he was definitely not a purely bad person either. He had a purpose for everything he did. During this time, Zhang Chuchen's thoughts have changed a lot. At the beginning, he would help his boss as long as he didn't do anything against the law. But now his mind has completely changed. The boss values him so much, as long as the boss is not a purely bad person. Just like now, no matter who is right or wrong, he is willing to stand on the boss's side. The boss is not only his boss, but also his first friend in this world. Perhaps this is what the master once said to him, in this secular world, one has no control over one's own destiny. Zhang Chuchen's state of mind couldn't help but improve a bit, and his Taoism became much more advanced. The master said that only by experiencing life in this secular world can one truly improve one's state of mind. That's my fiancé. If you want to threaten Yi Chen, it's the other one. Lin Tianyu glanced at Yi Chen who had quieted down beside him, looked at Chu Ge expressionlessly, and said loudly. Now, he finally made his choice. Choose love. Tianyu, you. Yi Chen looked at Tianyu in shock. He didn't expect him to say such words. Can't you just bear it for the sake of your brothers? Thank you so much. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost made a mistake. Chu Ge showed a smile and looked at the woman in his hand in surprise. After realizing that he had made a mistake, he walked directly behind Chen Qian. Yi Chen. It's a good name. Then Yi Chen, please tell me, what is the name of the person next to you? Chu Ge looked at Yi Chen, and then looked at the reborn person next to Yi Chen. He pinched Chen Qian's neck directly, and Chen Qian suddenly had difficulty breathing. Chu Ge is playing with us. For a moment, Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu both looked extremely ugly. Seeing Chen Qian's breathing becoming increasingly difficult and her face turning red, Yi Chen hurriedly shouted, "Let go." His name is Lin Tianyu. Congratulations, your attitude is very good. Chu Ge let go of her hand with great satisfaction. Chen Qian's chest was breathing violently, she couldn't move, and breathing was very uncomfortable. Then Lin Tianyu, tell me, what is the true relationship between this woman and Yi Chen, have they ever had sex? Chu Ge gestured to Zhao Haifeng, who quickly threw his dagger to him and then put it directly on Zhou Ruian's neck. It's his fiancée. He has never slept with her. Lin Tianyu answered him quickly, fearing that if he answered too slowly, his woman would die in front of him. His eyes were filled with pain, and blood was oozing from the nails of both hands. He could no longer feel the pain. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but look at him with strange eyes. Good boy, you didn't get any. Now, the boss gets the jackpot directly, and even all the subsequent jackpots belong to him. It's so delicious. Yi Chen seemed to feel that the person on his right was looking at him with contempt and he suppressed his anger. Now his only solution is to wait for his master to return. If Chen Qian hadn't come, I would no longer have any constraints. This is the difference between having subordinates and not having subordinates. The protagonist who doesn't need his subordinates for anything will always be unable to take care of things when facing the villain. Fiancé. I don't even have one. Chu Ge grinned, leaned behind Chen Qian, and said to Yi Chen, then I'll give you a chance too, you tell me. It's a fiancé, he hasn't slept with her either. Before Chu Ge could finish his answer, Yi Chen had already learned to answer quickly. Congratulations, you've learned how to answer questions quickly. If you answer correctly, I'll give you a reward. Chu Ge kissed Zhou Ruian's little face beside him. After one kiss, Zhou Ruian's face glowed. Yi Chen. Lin Tianyu's tone was extremely cold. It's really not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Chu Ge. I didn't want to do this either. I can't bear to see my fiancé get hurt. You can understand my feelings, right? Yi Chen explained to Lin Tianyu helplessly. He didn't want to anger Lin Tianyu now. If Lin Tianyu turned against him, the situation would become even more difficult for him. I understand. Lin Tianyu closed his eyes and suddenly opened them again. His tone seemed a little strange compared to before. He couldn't understand. Why do you have to answer quickly? If you don't answer quickly, you won't get any reward, and you won't kiss your fiancé on the face. Bite. Option 1. With the fiancés of the two destined protagonists in hand, the world is mine. Use the wives to control the husbands and control the two to become chess pieces. Reward. 9 Yang magic skill. Option 2. Let the two kill each other. Reward. Great shift of the universe. Choice 3. An honest person does not do shady things. Kill the two people openly. Reward. Amei swordsmanship. Chu Ge suddenly looked at the prompt that popped up from the system. This time the system was very powerful. This time, Chu Ge directly chose 1 and 2. The reward for option 3 does not attract him at all, and an honest person will not do shady things. He is a villain, and an honest person will usually be killed by a shady person. It seems that our Lin Tianyu seems very unhappy. It doesn't matter. I will give each of you a chance. After closing the system prompt, Chu Ge looked at Lin Tianyu's appearance. It seemed that he was just one step away from turning evil. The protagonist's strength after turning evil is very terrifying. Although Chu Ge has never actually seen it, he has read many novels and believed that the protagonist's strength after turning evil would be more than 10 times the original. So terrifying. As long as the two protagonists turn evil and become enemies, killing each other, the first and second choices are fulfilled. What chance? Will you really let my fiancé go? Lin Tianyu looked at Chu Ge with an indescribable coldness in his eyes, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Chapter 147. Hold your woman and watch you fight. The same was true for Yi Chen. According to his intelligence, Chu Ge had basically never gone back on his word once. I believe him. According to the information I got, Chu Ge has never regretted what he promised. Is that so? Lin Tianyu said coldly. Really, you believe me? Yi Chen nodded. It seems that you, Yi Chen, know me very well. Chu Ge was very surprised when he heard Yi Chen say this. It is true. Once he has promised something, he has never regretted it and will definitely keep his promise. This is his character, and this character also made Chu Ge develop to such a powerful level. Even if it is a promise to an enemy, he will not change his promise. Of course, Chu Ge would not make promises casually. For so long, you two masters and disciples have not dealt with me. It seems that you have been studying my intelligence. You should have studied all my information that is publicly available. But unfortunately, if you can update my intelligence every day, maybe you can really understand me. A sneer appeared on Chu Ge's lips. It turns out that the person who knows you best is your enemy. Unfortunately, his strength changes almost every day, and the same is true for the forces and subordinates under his command. Of course, if I don't know my opponent, how can I have the confidence to deal with you? I just can't understand why you were able to know our travel plans. Otherwise, you are definitely not a match for my master without any preparation. Yi Chen looked at Chu Ge and snorted coldly. It was a pity that due to some strange mistake, his beheading plan failed. He really couldn't figure it out. With such a secret plan and their trip being top secret, how did Chu Ge know about it? According to the intelligence he obtained, Chu Ge established Tamed branch and Shadow Guard branch in Huameng except the royal city. Chu Ge seemed to be very afraid of the royal city and did not dare to place any personnel there. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Chen has always been confident that Chu Ge does not know about his visit. Do you really want to know? Chu Ge tilted his head and looked at him. I have never been able to figure this out, I want to know. Yi Chen felt that he was not covetous enough, and Chu Ge was the most covetous person. Although Chu Ge is so high profile, some things he doesn't want others to know are hidden in places where others can't find them. Naive, I won't tell you. If you want to know, you have to see if you have the opportunity. Chu Ge sneered and teased Yi Chen. Afterwards, Chu Ge looked at the two of them, and moved the dagger back and forth on the two women's faces, constantly raising Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu's heartbeats. Then in the end, I want to know, who of you two can survive to save his fiancée? What do you mean by that? As he spoke, Yi Chen was quietly moving away from Lin Tianyu. Chu Ge glanced at Yi Chen. This guy is really smart. The smarter people are, the more they like to hide. Chu Ge has already understood Yi Chen's character thoroughly. This guy is not only cautious and careful, but also very cunning and thoughtful. Lin Tianyu seemed to ignore Yi Chen directly. He looked at Chu Ge and said coldly, a real man's words are as good as nails. A word is as good as gold. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at Lin Tianyu deeply. It seems that he made a slight mistake in his judgment, but this guy doesn't seem to be stupid. Chen Qian and Zhou Ruian both had a bad feeling in their hearts that this enemy might have some plans. Zhao Haifeng and others gathered together, but in fact it was not just Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen who wanted to get together. Instead, Zhao Haifeng seemed to have seen the situation clearly and knew that the two would not run away. Now he should worry about his own safety. Zhao Haifeng very cleverly pulled the two people to cover himself and ran carefully behind the boss. Don't worry, boss. I'm ready to launch a surprise attack on them. After arriving next to the boss, Zhao Haifeng instantly felt confident. It was obvious that these two men were stronger than him. And when he looked at these two people, he felt as if he had faced Lin Feng in a bar before. This feeling is definitely not wrong. Zhao Haifeng is very confident in his intuition. Then, Zhao Haifeng found a stool from somewhere and placed it behind the boss. This is how a boss acts like a big boss. Zhao Haifeng chuckled when he saw the boss sitting down. Just at this moment, Yi Chen immediately became wary of Lin Tianyu. Sure enough, an extremely domineering sword light appeared in an instant and attacked him directly. It was Lin Tianyu who took action. This time, Lin Tianyu made up his mind even faster than Yi Chen. Clang! Fortunately, Yi Chen was already prepared, and sparks flew when the sword and the blade collided. Lin Tianyu, he is forcing us to kill each other, can't you see it? Yi Chen felt that the long sword in the other party's hand seemed to have become more powerful, and he couldn't help but shout coldly. So what if I saw it? You said it, Chu Ge keeps his promises, I believe you. And you actually secretly stayed away from me. You have wanted to attack me for a long time, right? Lin Tianyu looked crazy, and he tilted the single knife in his hand suddenly, and the sharp blade slid directly on the sword body. An explosive spark suddenly appeared. Yi Chen was so scared that he quickly let go of the hilt of the sword, and the sharp blade almost cut his hand directly. Blame me for reminding you. Yi Chen's face was solemn. After the knife light disappeared, he instantly grasped the hilt of the sword and looked at Lin Tianyu with cold eyes. He knew that the two of them were no longer the best friends they once were. Because of women. Wrong. It's because of Chu Ge. Haha, please help me. Lin Tianyu knew Yi Chen very well, so he didn't want to waste words with Yi Chen at all. Accomplish. Yi Chen doesn't want to fulfill anyone's wish, so why not you, Lin Tianyu, fulfill my wish? In an instant, swords and sabers flashed. The attacks of Lin Tianyu and Yi Chen seemed to be feeding each other. Actually, it is not. The two have been good friends for many years and are very familiar with each other's moves, so they look inseparable in the fight. Clang clang clang. The two figures were moving faster and faster, like two black shadows. Only countless sword lights and knife beams could be seen. These two guys are just as perverted as Lin Feng. I can't find any chance to attack them. Zhao Haifeng, who wanted to launch a sneak attack, found that he could not keep up with their speed at all, and said in annoyance. Am I a pervert? Lin Feng suddenly stared at Zhao Haifeng. It feels the same, but it's just a feeling, not a fact. Zhao Haifeng chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with him and would teach him a lesson later. Chu Ge felt that something was missing, and couldn't help but see the two women standing in front of him, just like Hanger Zhang, standing straight and motionless. He pulled the two of them into his arms, hugged the two girls, and watched the fight between Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu. The two protagonists were directly manipulated by Chu Ge. And their women were now in their arms, allowing themselves to be ravaged by them. In the system space, he also received selected rewards, the 9 Yang magic art and the great shift of the universe. Chapter 148, Your wife, I will take care of her. Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu seemed to get angrier and angrier as they fought. The cold weapon techniques in his hands gradually evolved into killing moves, which made him furious. Chu Ge watched with great interest, but unfortunately he still felt a little unsatisfied. It would be great if the two beauties next to him could help him crack melon seeds and peel grapes at this time. Unfortunately, the conditions do not allow it, so I can only make do with it for now. I couldn't help but hug the two beauties, slender waists, which were as soft as boneless and felt extraordinary. People who practice martial arts still have such slender figures, which Chu Ge likes very much. After all, only those who practice martial arts can withstand Chu Ge's bombardment. Yi Chen, we have known each other for so many years, how can I not know what kind of person you are? Every time there is trouble, I am the one who stands in the front. Why? Isn't it because you are cautious and do it on purpose? But because we are friends, I endured it. Now, at the critical moment of life and death, you still want to do this. Ah, are you worthy of me? Lin Tianyu roared, and directly used the force to separate from Yi Chen. The powerful thrust instantly made him slide several meters before he stabilized. Yi Chen continued to suppress the cold poison in his body, and his heart ached as he watched his fiancée sitting in Chu Ge's arms. He couldn't help but look at Lin Tianyu and found that he seemed to have gone crazy, his eyes seemed to have gone crazy, and anger rose on his face. What's wrong with being cautious? And it's because you had a nightmare that things turned out like this. If we had escaped from the plane safely, Master would not have separated from us. The situation would not have turned out like this. Are you blaming me now? Yi Chen rushed directly towards Lin Tianyu. At this time, the only way is to defeat Lin Tianyu to rescue his fiancée. Don't blame me, Tianyu. Slash with the fiery sun sword. Yi Chen roared, the sword in his hand flashed, his figure was like a long rainbow, and he instantly attacked Lin Tianyu, took off on the spot, and slashed in the air. The power of this attack has reached the Baodan stage, and is even stronger than the early Baodan stage. The sword light was so powerful that it could destroy everything in its path. The two main pillars around it were cut and almost broken. The surrounding buildings were torn to pieces, as if they could not withstand the power of this attack. Come on. God-killing sword. Lin Tianyu is not someone to be trifled with. His face shows murderous intent and the sword gleams with bloodthirsty intent. He holds the sword with both hands and swings it with all his strength from bottom to top. Knife intention and sword intention. Two men of destiny, a fateful blow. Boom. The two forces devoured each other, neither giving in, just like their masters, their wills were as solid as rocks. The devastating aura swept around like a strong wind. Ah, ah. Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu's faces turned green and they felt extremely cold. The cold poison in their bodies invaded their internal organs. When the cold poison attacks, the pain is so unbearable that life would be worse than death. But when they thought that their women were still in Chu Ge's arms, their rock-hard will drove their bodies to hold on. The protagonist's strongest force is his will. Between life and death, there is only the winner in their hearts. Their internal energy was constantly consumed without any reservation. The two fiancés, Zhou Ruian and Chen Qian, watched their fiancés fighting desperately for them. She was extremely touched, but she didn't want her fiancé to get hurt because of her. This contradictory mood made the two heroines ignore Chu Ge's dishonest hand. Chu Ge smelled two different scents of perfume in the air. I couldn't help but put their shoulders together so that I could rest my chin on them. Look, your fiancé is so powerful that even I am scared of him. Chu Ge couldn't help but hug the two of them tightly in fear, hoping that the two heroines could give her some warmth. If the strength of these two people is allowed to grow, they should not be underestimated. Zhang Chuchen observed the strength of the two people from behind Chu Ge, his expression becoming solemn. This was the first time that Zhang Chuchen felt serious since he entered the world. As a strong person, you must have the confidence of a strong person. Lin Feng said very confidently. Are we just going to leave it alone? Zhang Chuchen asked with some confusion. The other person's thoughts are a little different from the personality he has shown before. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chuchen in confusion and said, who said that? Didn't you just say that a strong person should have the confidence of a strong person? Zhang Chuchen said. Zhao Haifeng noticed that the situation seemed to be undecided, so he couldn't help but interrupt. That's because he hasn't said anything yet. When dealing with a dangerous enemy that is still in the growth stage, it is natural to nip it in the bud. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this. The one who understands me is Zhao Haifeng. That's right. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but say proudly. Zhang Chuchen looked at the two of them in silence, and felt horrified when he thought about it. Why does he have a feeling that he can't fit in? It's so strange. The competition between the two internal forces seemed to have reached the final moment. Chu Ge was a little nervous, and didn't know where his hands were grabbing. Anyway, it made his heart soften instantly and his tense mood relaxed. The two fiancés looked very anxious, and both hoped that their fiancés would be the winners. At this time, the two of them didn't care about the grievances they suffered, so they gritted their teeth and endured it. Boom! Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu flew backwards instantly, spitting blood. At this moment, the two people who had been planning for a long time took action. Xuanming Divine Palm. Xuanming Divine Palm. That's right, it was Chu Ge's men, the two Xuanming elders, finally took action. Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng both attacked with all their strength, injecting the cold poison from their palms directly into Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu's bodies respectively. Awesome. After Zhao Haifeng succeeded in his sneak attack, he showed a smug smile and shouted. Puff! The blood that Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu spat out of their mouths actually solidified into small pieces of blood-colored ice. Even the blood began to coagulate. One can imagine how powerful the mysterious Nether Divine Palm is. Despicable and shameless. Yi Chen fell heavily to the ground, pointing at Chu Ge with a trembling finger, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Chu Ge would actually let his men take action. He was too confident and believed that the enemy would keep his promise. Chu Ge did not go back on his promise. He would only keep his promise after the two of them had decided the winner. Don't blame me. It seems like you two won't be able to decide the winner in a short time. As the only person with the right to interpret the game, I have the right to temporarily stop the game. If you want to blame someone, blame the two of you. You both suffered heavy losses and it's hard to tell who will win. Let's call it a draw. The promise still stands. Let's do it next time. Chu Ge sat on the stool, holding the two women in his arms and looking leisurely at the two people lying on the ground. He held his two fragrant fiancés and smiled teasingly. Lin Tianyu fell in front of Yi Chen, but he still didn't give up. He still held the handle of the knife tightly in his hand, wanting to make the final blow. However, the cold poison in his body worsened and Lin Tianyu could no longer hold on. Ah! Lin Tianyu rolled on the ground. The feeling of being dead made him tear his clothes. It seems that this is the winner. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Just as he was about to stand up, it was as if ants were crawling on his veins, and the cold poison was raging in his lungs. Just like Lin Tianyu, Yi Chen was tearing his body apart in agony on the ground, screaming madly. What a pity. But don't worry, I will take care of your wife. Chu Ge thought Yi Chen was going to win, but he didn't expect that at the last moment, the other party couldn't hold on, and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 149, Conversation between a newbie and an old driver. It seems there is no need for me to take any action. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but say softly when he saw Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu both in unbearable pain. I guess it's not necessary. After all, this is not what you are good at. Zhao Haifeng stepped over Yi Chen's body and said to Zhang Chuchen. To be honest, your Taoist magic is even cooler. If my Yuan Yang hadn't been lost, I would have wanted to learn a few tricks from you. Can Yuan Yang be lost? How come I didn't know about it? Zhang Chuchen couldn't keep up with the pace of this old driver, Zhao Haifeng, and scratched his head with a confused look. I felt a little anxious, wondering if I had missed something when I was studying with my master. Did the master already tell him the reason why Yuanyang was lost, but he forgot? Yes. Don't you know either? Zhao Haifeng looked at Zhang Chuchen, holding back his laughter. This guy is as simple as the original Lin Feng. No, it's just that Lin Feng's true nature has been revealed by him. It was definitely not him who led her astray. He was so innocent that he knew how to rescue the young lady at the age of 17. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and explained to Zhang Chuchen, don't pay attention to him, this guy was already stuck with a young lady when he was only 17 years old. Oh, it seems that I am narrow-minded. Zhang Chuchen suddenly realized and sighed to himself that he had finally found the reason why he and these two people were often incompatible. It turned out that he was too naive and he couldn't catch up with the car at this speed. Chu Ge looked at the three of them and couldn't stop smiling. It's really fun to have these three funny guys around. Then, he called Gong Lian directly, and after the call was connected, he asked. Gong Lian, how is the situation with Xu Muyu? Gong Lian looked at the wreckage of the plane and saw that Xu Muyu was still angry, so she couldn't help but sigh. Report to the boss, Xu Muyu is really too strong. He has held back 3 Wadden stage warriors by himself. We have eliminated the rest. Only 3 Wadden stage warriors are left. At the airport today, those Baoden stage warriors and those juniors have all died under the weapons of the times. For shadow guards who are not strong in martial arts, avoid their weaknesses and play to their strengths. Weapons are what they are best at, as well as pulling, flying kites, and various high-tech assistants. These warriors in the Baoden stage are like turtles in a jar, walking into the trap. It is extremely difficult to find those hidden snipers. Even though they are strong in the world of warriors, here they are just lambs to be slaughtered. Chu Ge hung up the phone and gave Lin Feng a look. Lin Feng understood immediately, stood next to Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu, and squatted down. He knocked both men unconscious and placed his hands on them in an unfaithful manner. What are you doing? Zhao Haifeng asked, looking at Lin Feng's actions. Zhang Chuchen looked at Lin Feng in silence. He realized that the martial arts Lin Feng learned was to absorb other people's internal energy. Although the technique is somewhat strange, the most important thing is the person who practices it. Although Lin Feng is a little SP at ordinary times, the rest is pretty good. Absorbing the internal strength of 2 people, they will have no chance to struggle without internal strength. Lin Feng felt that 2 different powerful internal forces were gathering in his dantian, and his strength seemed to have expanded a lot. Are you envious? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng proudly, if you beg me, I will teach you. HMPH, I don't care. The internal force you cultivate yourself belongs to you. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng in surprise. He didn't expect Zhao Haifeng to refuse. After saying this, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng with a higher regard, and said seriously, yes, the internal force you cultivate yourself is yours. Although I absorb the internal force of others to achieve the effect of strengthening myself, the internal force is mixed, which can easily cause physical problems. So I am always sorting out my internal force, constantly purifying it, and turning it into my own internal force. Although the process is not difficult, it is boring and very hard. This is the price Lin Feng paid for absorbing the internal force of others. There are gains and losses. Who can tell whether Lin Feng made a profit or a loss? If the boss hadn't explained your technique to me, I would have really wanted to learn it. You're trying to drag me into this. No way. Zhao Haifeng looked at him smugly and said. I see. Lin Feng looked at Chu Ge and instantly dispelled the idea of looking up to Zhao Haifeng. He said, with Zhao Haifeng's personality, how could he not be tempted by this kind of martial arts that absorbs other people's internal energy? Airport Center. Xu Muyu's strength is unfathomable, perhaps only Chu Ge can test his depth. There was blood flowing from the corner of Li Xian's mouth, and he didn't even have time to wipe it off. He underestimated this witch. Unexpectedly, it was just as my disciple said, this witch was the strongest one. I don't know how my disciple is doing, but considering how smart and cautious he is, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with a mere Chu Ge. One arm of the female warrior in the Danhua period had been cut off by Xu Muyu, leaving her with a one-armed female warrior. Xu Muyu's swordsmanship is like that of a sword god in the world. He can kill gods if they stand in his way, and he can kill Buddhas if they stand in his way. As for Lin Tianyu's master, Qin Changyan, at this time, there was a crack on his sword and his breath became a little disordered. The power of this witch is so terrifying that she is just like a monster. Is this the strength of the Danhua period? It seems that this female hero is still more powerful. Xu Muyu stood in the center, looking at the three people surrounding her, with a very relaxed expression on her face. You call yourself a heroine, but you are here to help the tyrant. It is really hard to convince people. Li Xian no longer shouted the witch in an arrogant manner and stopped being stubborn. Qin Changyan and Li Xian looked at each other and quickly said, yes, could it be that the female hero has been deceived by the villain? The one-armed female warrior remained silent, looking at Xu Muyu with cold murderous eyes. There is absolutely no room for adjustment between her and the other party. After all, a bitch is a bitch, no need to say more, she must chop off the other person's limbs and pickle them in a jar. Xu Muyu was not moved at all and snorted coldly. Do I need you to teach me, a heroine? You mean I am stupid enough to be deceived? And you were calling me a witch before, but now you've turned into a heroine. Xu Muyu couldn't help but laugh coldly, holding a long sword, pointing at them one by one, and seeing their faces clearly. You bully the weak and fear the strong, do you think you are worthy to be my opponent? Today, for the sake of the great martial arts world, I will get rid of the three of you. As soon as the words fell, Xu Muyu seemed to merge into one with the sword in her hand. The one-armed female warrior in the Danhua stage's face changed drastically when she saw that the opponent's target was her. Turn around and run. But the sword shadow who turned his body into a sword would not wait for her to escape. Li Xian and Qin Changyan's faces turned pale and they rushed over using their Qing Kung Fu to try to stop them. Unfortunately, in just a moment, the sword shadow pierced through the body of the one-armed female warrior. The one-armed female warrior stood there with her eyes open, as if she was in a daze. A sword hole appeared at the heart, and the heart had been crushed. Xu Muyu appeared next to the one-armed female warrior, looked at the two people who stopped, and his long sword made a slight sword hum. The sword was shining brightly, without a trace of blood. The one-armed female warrior fell straight to the ground. HMPH, it's a good thing for the bitch to die like this. Xu Muyu sneered and looked at the two people who were on guard against him. Before, it was this one-armed bitch who kept calling me a witch or a bitch. She is a heroine, not a saint. Damn it, we're a step too late. Among so many old friends, there are only two of us left. Li Xian was extremely sad as he watched another old friend pass away. If he could do it again, he would. Chapter 150 I'm going to make you two masters and apprentices kill each other. Unfortunately, there is no if, and there is no medicine for regret in this world. Li Xian felt extremely remorseful, as all this was the result of his own actions. He did not blame his apprentice. Because if he followed his idea, it would be just him and his disciple. Perhaps the battle was over long ago, and he and his disciple were simply here to die. The current result is that he is still alive and is holding back this witch by himself. Waiting for good news from his disciple. As long as Chu Ge is caught, everything can be solved. Hold her back and trust our disciple. Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at his only old friend, and said with firm eyes. Okay. Li Xian and Qin Changyan reached an agreement and both believed that their disciples would not let them down. Who is it who told me not to kill Xiao Chen on the phone last time? Come out and let me see. The sudden voice made Li Xian and Qin Chengyan look over. When Xu Muyu heard the voice, she knew it was that guy Chu Ge, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. Chu Ge walked over with his two stiff fiancés in his arms. Li Xian and Qin Chengyan's faces froze instantly. Because the apprentice they placed great hopes on was tied up and dragged to the ground by Chu Ge's men behind him. The hope in my heart instantly fell to the bottom. Zhou Ruian, Chen Qian and Yu. Li Xian and Qin Chengyan saw that their apprentice's fiancé was actually hugged by Chu Ge. She didn't struggle at all and her face looked extremely ugly. Zhou Ruian and Chen Qian have a big secret. If they don't cooperate with Chu Ge, their fiancé's lives will be in danger. That's right, Chu Ge certainly doesn't like being like a dead person. It would be interesting if he could talk and move. Li Xian and Qin Chengyan also saw the difficulties of the two women and couldn't help but look at Chu Ge. The big question now was what situation they were in, if they could escape at all. Then Chu Ge should take into account the connections behind them, and his disciples should be safe. What? No one answered my question. Seeing that the two did not answer him, Chu Ge's tone became heavier and he looked at them dangerously. He always remembered the condescending tone of the old man who spoke on the phone. Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen stood out from behind Chu Ge. Only Zhao Haifeng was behind Chu Ge. He worked hard as a laborer, holding the rope of Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu obediently. The aura of the two young men was no less than that of the late Baodan stage, which made Li Xian feel bitter. Once upon a time. How long has it been? 1 month. Chu Ge, who was like an ant in his eyes, now left him helpless. Moreover, there are so many powerful people gathered around the other party, and they are so young. Is this the era of great contention? This has just begun. The era of great strife that I have been looking forward to for a long time is so terrifying. Could it be that Chu Ge is one of the lucky ones in this world of great strife? Run! Li Xian growled, and instantly he ran away. With his lightness skills, he was 10 meters away in an instant. As long as he runs fast, Chu Ge will be afraid of him. If you dare to run, I will kill your apprentice directly. Come here obediently. Chu Ge amplified his voice with his internal force. It was a light voice, but it was like 10,000 mountains pressing heavily on Li Xian's heart. Li Xian attaches great importance to his disciple. Yi Chen is his hope and the disciple he has cultivated with all his efforts. He couldn't do it if his leaving resulted in the death of his disciple. Qin Chengyan, who was slow to react, gave up struggling after hearing this. He stared at Chu Ge for a long time, and then, he sighed heavily and threw away the sword in his hand. I surrender, please don't harm my disciple's life. You and I have no grudge against each other. I am meddling in other people's business. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Brother Chengyan, you. Li Xian looked at his old friend's surrender in disbelief, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. The old friend who was once so glorious and proud actually laid down his proud weapon in front of the enemy. Brother Xian, I am sorry for you, please forgive me. Qin Chengyan smiled bitterly, not daring to look at his old friend. He knelt heavily on the ground towards Chu Ge with his unyielding knees. Please, don't harm Tianyu's life. Qin Chengyan knelt on the ground and begged Chu Ge. The relationship between him and his disciple is more than just a simple disciple. The secret he has buried in his heart comes to his mind at this moment. Brother Chengyan, I am sorry for you. Li Xian was struck by lightning when he saw him kneeling on the ground. He was the one who felt sorry for Brother Chengyan and for all the old and young who had died. Chu Ge looked at the old man who was begging him, and said in a calm tone, everyone must pay the price for what they have done. When these words came out, Qin Chengyan thought that Chu Ge was going to kill his apprentice, but the next sentence made him breathe a sigh of relief. But I can temporarily save your disciple's life. If your performance satisfies me, you too will work for me in the future. Chu Ge's words were true and false. Originally, he had no intention of killing Lin Tianyu immediately. Thank you, Brother Chu. I will definitely persuade my disciple well. When Qin Chengyan saw his disciple's fiancé being held by Chu Ge, he knew that his disciple would find it difficult to accept it after waking up. Being cuckolded is better than being dead. I think so. The disciple's father back then. Thinking of this, Qin Chengyan felt that it should not be difficult to persuade his disciple. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Qin Chengyan is not a stubborn person. But this was the first time in his life that he had found himself in such a situation. Then you should be the one who called me last time. You didn't dare to stand up, so scared. What was your tone at that time? What about the condescending tone? Chu Ge looked at Li Xian, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The tone of the old man's voice at that time is still fresh in his ears. So what? Li Xian couldn't kneel down and beg the other party because he knew that there was no room for reconciliation between him and the other party. Hee, you're quite stubborn. Wake up, Yi Chen. Chu Ge turned to look at Zhao Haifeng with a weird smile on his face. Okay. Zhao Haifeng instinctively felt that something good was going to happen, so he quickly woke Yi Chen up. Yi Chen was a little confused the first moment he woke up, and then he understood his situation. Master. Yi Chen, who was tied up, looked at the master in front of him with shame on his face. What a pity that we can't continue playing the game just now. This is for you. Chu Ge threw the dagger given to him by Zhao Haifeng directly in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Chu Ge in confusion, not understanding what he meant. His fiancée was in the other's arms, and he felt ashamed. It was his incompetence that prevented him from saving her, and he didn't dare to look at her disappointed eyes. Chen Qian didn't dare to look at Yi Chen, and could only let Chu Ge hold her in his arms, leaning on Chu Ge's shoulder and crying silently. Zhao Haifeng seemed to understand what his boss meant and quickly untied Yi Chen. Now I want to start playing a game with you again. Chu Ge saw through Yi Chen's fiancée's little thoughts. They were really a pair of lovers. He couldn't help but hug her tightly and smiled faintly at Yi Chen. Now pick up the dagger in front of you and stab it into your master's heart. Your master dies, and you live. And you. Chu Ge turned and looked at Li Xian with anger burning in his eyes. You killed your apprentice, he dies, and you live. Hey. Chu Ge laughed sinisterly, making everyone present feel cold in their hearts. Wuli and Tianzun. Zhang Chuchen raised his whisk and closed his eyes. It seems that I need to pray and chant for the boss afterwards, so that he will not be burdened with sins. This can be considered as eliminating sin from the world. Chapter 151, The Remnants of the Old Times. Qin Changyan was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to stand up. At this moment, he looked at Chu Ge with shock. He didn't expect that the game Chu Ge played would be so cruel. Master and apprentice killed each other. This kind of thing is too cruel for Brother Xian and his disciple. Fortunately, I have already surrendered. Otherwise, he would have to play this game too. The time limit is 10 minutes. I am very humanely giving you time to say goodbye. If you don't follow the rules of the game, both of you will die. Chu Ge looked at the master and disciple with interest, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Li Xian looked at the sword in his hand, a trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and he let out a long sigh. I never thought that I, Li Xian, would end up like this. What we old guys from the old era have been waiting for is not the big ship of the new era. It is the ruthless trend that is sending us away. The surging waves of the trend are swallowing up us old guys from the old era. I see. Li Xian suddenly sneered. Until this moment, he seemed to finally understand what a world of great contention meant. It turns out that the old is being replaced by the new. Master. Yi Chen looked at his master and shouted out two words with difficulty. He slowly picked up the dagger and slowly stood up, his whole hand trembling slightly. Not scared. It's a struggle. Your own life. The master's life. He was wandering and struggling. How can I trust you? Yi Chen looked at the dagger in his hand and suddenly looked up at Chu Ge. That bloodthirsty and crazy look in his eyes, like a trapped beast, struggling in vain. Chu Ge leaned leisurely on the shoulder of his fiancée Chen Qian, glanced at Yi Chen, and said lightly, You cannot believe it. I don't care. Chu Ge looked at Yi Chen teasingly and spread his hands pretending to be helpless. Yi Chen held the dagger tightly. Indeed, he could not believe it, but he had to believe it. Right now, only one of him and his master can survive. No matter who is alive, the only winner is Chu Ge, and they are all losers. Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng stood aside with their arms folded, looking at him teasingly like Hanger Zhang. Lin Feng, who was originally one of the protagonist templates, has now become a bad person by following Zhao Haifeng. Zhang Chuchen held the whisk on his arm, closed his eyes and said nothing. He waited for one of the two men to die, and then recited Taoist scriptures to his boss. Xu Muyu picked up her phone out of boredom and started browsing the mall, browsing through all kinds of beautiful clothes. At this time, Gong Lian led the team and ran over quickly. With neat steps, overwhelming momentum and murderous armed shadow guards, they came running in unison and formed a large encirclement. Luo Shu, Gong Lian and others stood on both sides of Chu Ge. All the spectators who wanted to watch the show were present. Ha 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 ha. Chu Ge, I don't think you'll be the one laughing last. Li Xian felt extremely humiliated when he saw the people around him mocking him. The look in their eyes was like they were watching a monkey being played. There are still 7 minutes. Let the show begin. Please welcome our guest performers, Master and Disciple Yi Chen. Chu Ge smiled and stepped back a few steps to make room for the Master and Disciple. A dying person, he is too lazy to bother with someone who is about to die. He was unhappy with the other party's tone, so this scene happened. The purpose is to please yourself. In his opinion, this guy would most likely help his disciple. Chenur, come here. It's not in vain that the master has had a disciple like you for all these years. Ha ha ha. Li Xian looked at Yi Chen with an extremely pleased look in his eyes. The smile on his face gradually grew bigger and he laughed out loud, throwing away the sword in his hand very casually. Master. Yi Chen felt that his hands weighed thousands of pounds and he couldn't lift them at all. Tears silently slid down his cheeks. Come on, man, stop being shy and acting like a woman. Li Xian opened his arms, smiled with every step, and strode towards Yi Chen. No. Yi Chen stood there, shaking his head frantically. His faith was shattering like a mirror as his master walked towards him step by step. Chu Ge smiled brightly when he saw this scene. He didn't feel sorry for the two of them at all. If he ends up falling into the hands of the other party, his fate will probably be even more tragic. Now he is the winner and the loser has to bear the consequences alone. Chen Qian and Zhou Ruian couldn't help but close their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. Especially Chen Qian, she certainly hoped that her fiancé would survive, but she just couldn't stop crying. Li Xian walked up to Yi Chen, grabbed his disciple's hand that was holding the dagger, and smiled with relief at his heart. You are my pride, and my road has come to an end. I can't see your road anymore, so you go and witness this great struggle for me. Yi Chen looked at his master's smile and couldn't control his tears. His master brought him up since he was a child, and although they seemed to be master and apprentice, they were actually father and son. He always thought that he could take care of his master until his death. He always thought that he could bring honor to his master in this world of great strife. He always thought that the only way he could live longer was by keeping quiet. Puff! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Li Xian smiled, grabbed his disciple's hand, and stabbed the dagger directly into his heart. The blood from his heart splashed directly onto Yi Chen's face. Warm blood flowed down his face. Yi Chen's world was instantly shattered like a mirror, and scenes of his and his master's memories emerged from the broken mirror. His world was permeated with endless blood, which dyed the mirror red, and the thick blood gradually covered his memories. I hope you keep your word. When Li Xian knew he was going to die, his eyes were fixed on Chu Ge. HMPH, you still want to threaten me even after you die. I'm not afraid even when he's alive. Chu Ge looked straight into Li Xian's eyes and sneered in his heart. No. Yi Chen hugged his still warm master and screamed, venting his heart-wrenching pain. It's so noisy. Chu Ge picked his ears and made a clicking sound. Zhao Haifeng walked directly behind Yi Chen and knocked him unconscious. Yi Chen only had a little bit of internal energy at this time, and the rest had been sucked away by Lin Feng. He was no match for Zhao Haifeng at all. Take Yi Chen with you. I will keep my word and spare his life for now. Bury all the enemy's bodies in a mass grave. When I stand at the top in the future, I will know how many dead bones it took to get to the top. Chu Ge glanced at Yi Chen, said a few casual words, and left directly holding the two women. Luo Shu, Lin Feng and others followed behind him. When burying them in the mass grave, please stick these talismans on the bodies. These talismans can eliminate their resentment. Zhang Chuchen took out a stack of talismans from his arms, stuffed them into Gong Lian's hand, and hurried to catch up with the boss. Deal with the bodies and bury them in a mass grave. Everyone who participates in this operation will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. Gong Lian looked at the talisman in his hand and said to the shadow guards. $100,000 is so easy to earn. After hearing what Captain Gong said, the shadow guards present were filled with emotion. Chapter 152, Waldong. Chu Ge walked out of the airport, hugging the protagonist's fiancée on both sides, and got into the car and left. The scene of everyone following and hugging each other was deeply engraved in Qin Shangqing's mind. It turns out that the person who really has power is Chu Ge. Chu Ge is the lord of Yuncheng. Xiaochu, what scriptures are you reciting? Although I don't understand, the more I listen, the more excited I become. In the car, Zhao Haifeng listened to Zhang Chuchen reciting obscure scriptures and asked with extra energy. This is a Taoist scripture for salvation. The more energetic you are, the better it means he. Lin Feng did not say it explicitly, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Haifeng was full of pity. Believe it or not, I will tell your sister that you slept with 3 younger sisters last night. Lin Feng's sister Lin Zan was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zhao Haifeng threatened in a low voice. You bastard, you were the one who insisted on dragging me there. Lin Feng glared back without showing any weakness and said in a low voice. Zhao Haifeng looked at him with contempt and whispered, You asked for 3 sisters behind my back last night, and I only agreed to give you 1, but I paid 3 times the money. Humph. Lin Feng, feeling a little guilty, snorted coldly and stopped talking. In fact, 3 are not enough. Lin Feng plans to ask for a few more next time, but he cannot tell Zhao Haifeng about this. We can only talk about it later. Next time I won't take him with me, let's go alone. Zhao Haifeng snorted at Lin Feng, turned around and whispered to Zhang Chuchen. Zhang Chuchen slowly opened his eyes, it was done. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Haifeng beside him and said. Women are so dangerous, I naturally need to have a deep understanding of them. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I just washed away the sins of my boss. The scripture is called Lingbao Wuliang Duren Shengjingdafa. Normal people would get excited after hearing this. It's normal. Don't worry. Hearing this, Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuchen a few more times. You can't tell, this guy drives so well. You can't get the tiger cub without taking the risk. This car is driven very steadily. Another place where people are held in the hive. Unlike the super-rich Zhang Fan enjoys the highest treatment. Lin Tianyu, Yi Chen and Qin Changyan were treated inhumanely. Although the detention environment was not bad, the walls were all white and smooth, and there was nothing on them. And on the last level of the beehive, Chu Ge was resting in the hive. Do you need me to do it myself? Chu Ge lay on the bed, looking at the 2 women standing motionless beside the bed, and couldn't help but smile. Chen Qian's face was pale. She seemed to have imagined what was going to happen next. Please let me go, okay. My Chen family still has a little say in the Huameng. Chen Qian pleaded with Chu Ge, hoping that he would not treat her like this. Zhou Ruian clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and bit her lips, feeling extremely nervous about what was about to happen. Right to speak. I don't need it. Chu Ge looked at Chen Qian with a smile, pointed at the fruit plate on the side and said. You are my spoils of war now, so you have to skin me alive. My shoulder is a little tired, you give it a massage. Then, Chu Ge yawned and lay directly on the bed, ordering Zhou Ruian. If you don't listen to me, not only you but also your fiancé will be in danger. Didn't you promise to save his life? Zhou Ruian knelt on the head of the bed nervously, patting Chu Ge's back in frustration. Yes, so he didn't die on the spot. Chu Ge said lightly, squinting his eyes and enjoying the service of the beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruian could only silently endure such shameless words. She hoped that her family could send someone to rescue her, not in a forceful way, but to send someone to negotiate with Chu Ge. The family cannot afford to provoke a strong enemy like Chu Ge, otherwise it will bring a catastrophe to the family. Chen Qian held the fruit plate, took a deep breath, and gave herself courage. Now the 2 of them are treated as forbidden delicacies by Chu Ge. Only by serving Chu Ge well can he survive and save Yi Chen's life. This was obtained by Yi Chen's master with his life, and I am just feeding him a fruit. I believe Yi Chen should understand. Come here quickly. Chu Ge tilted his head to look at Chen Qian, his voice cold. This woman is not as well behaved as Zhou Ruian. Zhou Ruian has a dignified temperament, with long flowing hair, and looks like a lady from a noble family. In contrast, Chen Qian has the feeling of a beautiful girl from a small family. The contrast feels good. Chu Ge opened his mouth slightly, and Chen Qian's jade hand pinched a grape and put it into his mouth. Accompanied by 2 beauties who are as beautiful as fiancés. One person beats and the other feeds, how happy. After a while, Chu Ge turned over and lay directly between the two of them, using a pillow to raise himself a little higher. Chu Ge reached out and took 2 glasses from the side, handed them to the 2 men, and poured them red wine. Come on, let's celebrate today. We have eliminated 2 future enemies. It's cause for celebration. Chu Ge drank directly from the bottle. Chen Qian and Zhou Ruiyan looked at each other and drank the red wine in their glasses silently. Neither of them dared to anger Chu Ge at this time, as it would not be good for anyone. Half an hour later, Chu Ge, who was a little drunk, covered his eyes with a black bandage and walked around in the hall outside the bedroom, grabbing the air. Hey, you guys didn't run away, did you? No. Quote. Chen Qian hid in the corner, looked at Chu Ge, and uttered a sound. There was nothing she could do, because she did not respond to Chu Ge's words before. Chu Ge kissed her lips directly in front of Zhou Ruiyan. If you can't catch it, don't blame us. Quote. Zhou Ruiyan was 10 meters away from Chu Ge. She spoke in a cold voice, and her lips seemed a little red and swollen. It was obvious that she had suffered for not listening to Chu Ge. Little darling, I'm going to catch you. Quote. Chu Ge happily ran towards Zhou Ruiyan following the voice. Zhou Ruiyan tried to avoid it, but Chu Ge used his lightness skills to run to Zhou Ruiyan's side and hugged her directly. You've been caught, but you have to accept the punishment. Chu Ge directly pulled off the black bandage on his eyes, looked at Zhou Ruiyan in his arms, and said with a wicked smile. When playing games, of course you want to have fun. The 2 men's fiancés have already played games with him. Now as the fiancé of both male protagonists, Chu Ge naturally cannot favor one over the other. You are cheating, this round doesn't count, you used light skills. Zhou Ruiyan covered her mouth and said quickly. But I didn't say you can't use Qinggong. Chu Ge showed a sly smile and gently scratched Zhou Ruiyan's nose. You little fool, it seems I have to teach you a lesson. Chu Ge hugged Zhou Ruiyan and disappeared in the hall in an instant. In the bedroom. Don't. Zhou Ruiyan, who was leaning against the wall, looked at Chu Ge in horror. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Ge blocked her mouth. Wal Dong. Chen Qian looked at the bedroom full of spring, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. After Zhou Ruiyan, it will be her turn. Thinking of this, Chen Qian couldn't help but curl up and squat in the corner, sobbing silently. Chapter 153 On the Importance of Jungler. Lin Tianyu and Yi Chen sat in a corner away from each other, not looking at each other and not talking to each other. Qin Chengyan didn't know what happened between his disciple and Yi Chen. But seeing that his disciple was quite obedient and didn't yell at his fiancé, Qin Chengyan just kept silent and sat cross-legged on the ground. What he fears most now is that Chu Ge will break his promise. Now he is very honest, and the surveillance and defense here are very strict. Qin Chengyan felt that since the other party had locked him up here, they were confident that he would not be able to escape. Lin Tianyu and Yi Chen didn't know how to face each other. After all, they had both wanted to kill each other before. Now the relationship between the two has been broken and it is impossible to repair it. Yi Chen was wondering if his fiancé was being held captive somewhere by Chu Ge, helpless and without food to eat. Lin Tianyu was also thinking about his fiancé. Chen Qian and Yi Chen are halfway fiancés, but Lin Tianyu grew up with Zhou Ruiyan. The depth of their feelings is far deeper than that between Yi Chen and the other person. Lin Tianyu and Zhou Ruiyan are childhood sweethearts and are engaged. What he feared most was that Ruiyan was locked up in a small dark room by Chu Ge and was plotting something bad to his fiancée. Lin Tianyu prayed silently, hoping that Ruiyan was okay. At this time, Chu Ge was already on the attack path, attracting enemy fire. Let the jungler seize the opportunity and roam wildly. The bottom lane started to collapse and fall without doing anything. Chu Ge took the opportunity to steal the tower and gain the upper hand. Jungling is very important, you must roam. Don't panic when encountering such a thing, just roam, the opponent will definitely collapse first. 3 hours later, Zhou Ruiyan herself has lost something very important. She lay beside Chu Ge, sweating profusely. Except for the fact that Zhou Ruiyan was not conquered by Chu Ge's spirit, the rest of her had already fallen into Chu Ge's gentle conquest. I'm sorry Tianyu. Zhou Ruiyan opened her eyes slightly and said in a weak and hoarse voice. As she spoke, Zhou Ruiyan didn't know where she got the strength from, and instantly picked up the fruit knife from the fruit plate and wiped it directly on her neck. Chu Ge grabbed Zhou Ruiyan's hand, preventing her from moving forward even a bit. Become my woman, and your life and death belong to me. Chu Ge turned over and looked down at Zhou Ruian, saying in a very domineering tone. Let me die, I beg you. Zhou Ruian begged him bitterly, tears streaming down her face silently. How painful her heart was. Although her heart was in turmoil as she endured Chu Ge's madness, she was truly in pain now. Chu Ge gently wiped away her tears and said softly in her ear, I won't let you die. You and he are just superficial identities. Only the two of us are truly united as one, and we are actually husband and wife. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Ruian looked at Chu Ge with shame and anger. Those deep and gentle eyes made her heart nervous for a moment. Am I wrong? If Lin Tianyu was really a man, he would not let you end up like this. As a man who can't protect a woman worth your memory. As he said that, Chu Ge gently kissed the corner of her mouth. Zhou Ruian's heart couldn't help but fluctuate with the words, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. A tear of unknown meaning slowly slid down her cheek and disappeared on the pillow. After becoming husband and wife with Chu Ge, Zhou Ruian felt a slight change in her heart. During the long night, Chu Ge hugged Zhou Ruian and fell asleep. Chen Qian was frightened outside all night, and then fell asleep squatting in the corner. Of course Chu Ge wouldn't care, this was his prisoner and not his woman. It's none of his business. Just have fun. The next day. When Lin Tianyu heard the sound of the door opening, he quickly opened his eyes. Yi Chen and Qin Chengyan both woke up alertly. The three of them were hungry all night. As warriors, it was easier for them to go hungry, but after Chu Ge locked them up, he no longer cared about them. Ruian, are you okay? Lin Tianyu's face lit up when he saw that it was his fiancée who opened the door and walked in. He quickly stood up and asked. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng walked in as if nothing had happened, like two bodyguards, and stood on both sides. Qin Chengyan seemed to realize something and sighed silently in his heart. I hope I won't be impulsive. It will be better if I know it later. If you look closely, you will find that Lin Tianyu and Qin Chengyan's eyebrows are surprisingly similar. Tianyu, this is the food I brought for you. Zhou Ruian put the 3 boxes of food in her hand on the ground and said lightly. After Lin Tianyu picked up a box of rice and gave it to the master, he quickly picked up another box of rice and started eating. Qin Chengyan silently opened the lunchbox and started eating, and then picked up a big chicken leg and gave it to his apprentice. Yi Chen picked up the lunchbox and ate it in the corner, looking at Lin Tianyu with a look of gloating. This guy must be so happy that he's lost his mind. It's just that Chen Qian didn't show up, which cast a shadow on Yi Chen's heart. By the way, Ruian, it's great that Chu Ge didn't make things difficult for you. While eating, Lin Tianyu chewed the food in his mouth and said thankfully without having time to swallow it. Zhou Ruian didn't see any happy expression on Lin Tianyu's face, but unfortunately Lin Tianyu didn't notice it at all. Well, it's time for me to go too. Zhou Ruian's tone was very cold. She was very disappointed with Lin Tianyu's attitude just now. He ate first instead of caring about her. Lin Tianyu slowly stopped eating, and the food in his mouth gradually became tasteless. At this time, Lin Tianyu noticed the changes in Zhou Ruian. The sight of her new clothes and her long black hair falling down her shoulders made him stunned, and the chicken leg instantly fell to the ground. Qin Chengyan looked at him, silently picked up the chicken leg and put it in his lunch box, waiting for his disciple to calm down before giving it to him. Ruian, tell me, you didn't, right? Lin Tianyu stared at Ruian blankly. The feminine temperament in her was something he had never seen before. Zhou Ruian, where is Chen Qian? Yi Chen couldn't help but interrupt. She's fine for now. Zhou Ruian replied indifferently, ignoring Lin Tianyu, and turned around to leave. Zhou Ruian, don't go, answer me. Lin Tianyu looked at the food in his hand and suddenly felt sick. He threw the food on the ground, stood up and yelled at Zhou Ruian. Did you exchange that for this bowl of rice? Lin Tianyu's words completely hurt Zhou Ruian, and Zhou Ruian couldn't help but stop. She turned around and looked at Lin Tianyu who was glaring at her, her tone very cold. Are you blaming me? If you hadn't been so useless, would I have ended up in this situation today? After saying that, Zhou Ruian turned around and was about to leave, but paused and said, by the way, Chu Ge wanted me and gave me the feeling you never gave me. He treats me very well. After Zhou Ruian said that, she left here completely. Zhou Ruian, are you worthy of me? Lin Tianyu wanted to rush out to question Zhou Ruian, but was stopped by Zhao Haifeng. Wow, the jade pendant on your body can actually glow. Master Zhao, I'll confiscate it. Zhao Haifeng directly pulled off his jade pendant. Chapter 154 takes away the jade pendant and beggars on the street. Give me back my jade pendant. After seeing Zhao Haifeng snatching his jade pendant, Lin Tianyu pounced on him like a mad dog. This is his last hope. The jade pendant allowed him to be reborn once, so could it also allow him to be reborn a second time? Lin Tianyu didn't know. He only knew that this jade pendant was his only hope, the only hope to escape from this desperate situation. Huh, are you so nervous about a jade pendant? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhao Haifeng's eyes, and he directly threw the jade pendant to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it casually and looked at it carefully for a second. This jade pendant looks very valuable. There is a strange circular symbol carved on both sides of the jade pendant. Give it to me. Lin Tianyu pounced on Lin Feng again. Let's go. Lin Feng returned the jade pendant to Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng took the jade pendant and kicked Lin Tianyu away. Qin Changyan quickly caught his disciple who was flying backwards, held him down, and comforted him in a low voice. It's just a jade pendant. Even though it's a family heirloom, it's more important to save your life right now. Lin Tianyu was held down by his master. He couldn't struggle to get up. He muttered to himself in a daze, Master, you don't understand, you don't understand. Qin Changyan understood everything. This jade pendant was something that belonged to his mother's body. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. He has even played with it for a long time before. Let's go. Zhao Haifeng looked at the jade pendant in his hand with satisfaction, weighed it twice, glanced at Lin Tianyu, and asked Lin Feng to leave with him. You think I'm your subordinate, kid? Lin Feng followed and closed the door, then slapped Zhao Haifeng on the back of the head and said in a vicious tone. I know I was wrong. I will never take you to places with prostitutes again. It's all my fault that I led you astray. This time I will go and surrender myself with Secretary Lin. I hope to get your forgiveness. Zhao Haifeng nodded and bowed to him with a grin, holding the jade pendant, and said in a sarcastic tone. I think you're just itching for trouble. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and helped him up, grabbed Zhao Haifeng's neck, and pulled him away. Not far away, Zhou Ruian was waiting for the two of them, her eyes slightly red, as if she had been crying. Zhou Ruian had no authority in the beehive, so she could only wait for the two men to take her away from this sad place. Zhao Haifeng put the jade pendant into his pocket, and together with Lin Feng, he took Zhou Ruian to the boss's residence. Chu Ge looked at Zhou Ruian who came back with red eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly what happened to Zhou Ruian through Hong Hu. Okay, you two canaries just stay here obediently. Chu Ge stood up and prepared to leave here and go out for some fresh air. Where are you going? After Zhou Ruian was taken by Chu Ge, she always felt a little dependent on Chu Ge. Zhou Ruian herself was not aware of this dependence, but the bystander Chen Qian seemed to see it all. Are you reluctant to let me go so soon? Chu Ge walked in front of Zhou Ruian playfully and lifted her chin gently. Stop talking nonsense. How could I not bear to part with you? Zhou Ruian blinked twice quickly and said with a frosty face. Okay. Chu Ge looked at her deeply, then turned and left without hesitation. He is not a scumbag, and he and Zhou Ruian have no emotional foundation. It is impossible that he and Zhou Ruian would fall in love after just one night of sleeping together. In Chu Ge's heart, these two women were just his seasoning. If Zhou Ruian wanted to keep a place in his heart, even after sleeping with him for a night, she was still far from it. Chu Ge took Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng out of the hive. Outside the large warehouse at the entrance of the hive, Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui were waiting. After getting in the car, Chu Ge asked Luo Shu to drive the car onto the street. Boss, take a look at this jade pendant. Lin Tianyu was very nervous about it before. And it's not just ordinary nervousness. I feel there's something wrong. Zhao Haifeng sat next to the boss and handed the jade pendant he took from Lin Tianyu to the boss. Let me see. Chu Ge took the jade pendant. He really didn't notice the jade pendant on Lin Tianyu. Of course, Chu Ge was not in a hurry to search the body. After all, the other party is now his prisoner and he can control him at any time. Last night he was busy controlling his fiancée. Since a villain like Zhao Haifeng has noticed this jade pendant, there must be something wrong. After all, it is the property of a reborn person. Maybe Lin Tianyu was reborn by this jade pendant. But no matter how Chu Ge looked at it, he couldn't figure out the secret inside. He could only think of studying it slowly in the future. I'll accept this jade pendant first. As compensation, I'll teach you the sunflower acupoint pressing technique. Chu Ge took the jade pendant and said to Zhao Haifeng. The one that can press acupoints at will. Zhao Haifeng didn't care whether the jade pendant would be taken back by the boss. Instead, after hearing about this martial art, he rubbed his palms with a wicked grin. Well, you kid, you don't want to use it in an improper place, do you? Chu Ge was very suspicious of Zhao Haifeng's little thoughts. I, Zhao Haifeng, have always been honest. How could the boss doubt me? Zhao Haifeng swore quickly. Lin Feng couldn't help but utter a disdainful sound. Ku Wenrui turned off the laptop in his hand, looked at Zhao Haifeng, and interrupted, when did you become so shameless? He has always been shameless. Lin Feng said immediately. You two are simply slandering me. Everyone here, except the boss, I have always invited you when I go out to play. Zhao Haifeng looked at the two of them with a disappointed expression, and even Luo Shu, who was driving, was included in the list. What does it have to do with me? I didn't say anything. The driver Luo Shu retorted innocently. Okay, go find Gong Lian. The skills are all in the Shadow Guard headquarters. Chu Ge laughed and looked at everyone, patting Zhao Haifeng on the shoulder and said. Okay, boss. Zhao Haifeng snorted at them and said to the boss with a grin. Half an hour later, Chu Ge picked up Feng Linlin and Lu Yanru in the car. Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng and Ku Wenrui got into another car and led the way. It's been so long. Why are you taking us out shopping now? Have you gone to look for other little sisters? Feng Linlin pouted and said somewhat unhappily. How is that possible? Do you think I'm Zhao Haifeng? Chu Ge whispered a few words in Feng Linlin's ear and made Feng Linlin laugh. The boss seems very happy too. Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru who was smiling on the side and couldn't help but teasing. Of course I'm happy to be taken out shopping by you. Lu Yanru's charming smile like a queen made Chu Ge intoxicated not only physically but also mentally. In another car. Hey, why is there a beggar here? Zhao Haifeng was chatting with his sister. When he opened the car window to get some fresh air, he suddenly saw a dirty beggar begging on the roadside. It's surprising that there are still beggars in Yuncheng. Lin Feng looked in the direction Zhao Haifeng was looking. The beggar looked quite young, but seeing how he was limping, he was probably a disabled person. This is the headquarters of our Tamed group, how can there be beggars here? Stop the car, Uncle Zhao, I want to do a good deed this time. Chapter 155 The protagonist's family was brutally destroyed. After the driver in front of him stopped the car, Luo Shu also stopped the car behind him. Why did you stop the car? Chu Ge took his dishonest hand out of Lu Yanru's arms and asked with a frown. Boss, Zhao Haifeng seems to have got off the car and walked towards a beggar. Luo Shu said hurriedly. Beggar. There are beggars in Yuncheng. Feng Linlin opened the car window with a puzzled look on her face, leaned out and looked forward. You should know that Yuncheng is one of the most economically advanced cities in the Huameng. Those who are in the most difficult economic situation are all taken care of by the official grassroots units of Yuncheng. The old ones are sent to nursing homes, the young ones are helped to find jobs, and the little ones are sent to school for free. These are all good deeds done by Tamed Group and Yuncheng officials, and are praised by everyone in Yuncheng. Chu Ge watched Zhao Haifeng approach the beggar and asked Luo Shu to drive up. When did Zhao Haifeng care about a beggar problem? It might be that a character similar to the protagonist template has appeared. Just as Zhao Haifeng was about to speak, he saw the boss coming over. He could not help but take a step back and walk behind the boss. Lin Feng and others also got out of the car and walked over. Those passers-by who were curious about the beggar also kept their distance from him for fear of causing trouble. The logo of this car is Tamed Group. In Yuncheng, Tamed Group is the king. Everyone, go away. What are you looking at here? Don't you have to go to work? Do you have enough money? Have you paid off your mortgage and car loan? Zhao Haifeng was very tactful and went to clear the area, scaring the passers-by away. Raise your head, Chu Ge said lightly. Ji Bai couldn't help but tremble and looked up when he heard this. He looked at the wealthy young man standing in front of him, his eyes pretending to evade constantly. Like a real beggar, he shrank back and lowered his head. Ji Bai pretended to be lame, dragged his legs, and walked away step by step, leaning on a wooden stick. Chu Ge looked thoughtfully at the beggar boy who left without saying a word. There's something wrong with this guy's eyes. Very wrong. Ji Bai just wanted to leave here quickly and really didn't want to attract attention. If he wasn't so hungry, he wouldn't go out on the street to beg. Hey, hey, hey. Buns for you. When the owner of the bun shop saw that he was about to leave, she quickly stuffed a few more big meat buns into the plastic bag, filled it up, and hurried out. Thank you. Ji Bai took the bun and spoke in a very low voice, not knowing whether the proprietress heard it or not. The proprietress just felt sorry for him, and a few buns were nothing to her. But for this young beggar, it might have saved his life. Ji Bai carefully took out a hot bun and walked forward with his head down. He buried his gratitude to the boss's wife deep in his heart. Tears had blurred his vision, and the skin of the buns seemed to have become salty. Carrying a blood feud, he did not want to die, and he dared not die. The blood feud of his father, mother and entire clan was all born on him alone. He wants to hide his identity, he wants revenge, he wants to find out who his enemies are, and he wants to kill all his enemies. In order to achieve his goal, he must take revenge no matter what the cost. He would never forget that bloody night. One after another, the tribesmen rushed forward, like moths to a flame, to cover their escape. Even his cousin who had once mocked him was stabbed dozens of times and fell in a pool of blood while trying to cover his escape. After death, he still grabbed an enemy's foot and dragged another enemy. He usually dislikes his own sister. Even the cousin whom he once laughed at. My cousin's wife is usually very stingy. An uncle who has been timid and fearful all his life. When he decided to cover his escape, these people stood in front of him regardless of everything, completely overturning his original impression. There were also his father, mother, even his eldest brother and sister-in-law, and the nephew who was only as tall as his waist. They all died to protect him. There are 351 people in the family, and not one of them is afraid of death. Except for him, this piece of trash survived. The appearance of every tribesman was deeply engraved in his mind, and he dared not forget it for a moment. The funniest thing is that he doesn't even know who his enemy is now. Chu Ge did not stop the beggar from leaving. He said to Zhao Haifeng, "Notify the shadow guards to keep an eye on this guy." After that, Chu Ge went back to the car. The look in the little beggar's eyes when he just raised his head was so good that he could still detect something wrong, even though the other party was trying very hard to hide it. Definitely not an ordinary beggar. After getting in the car, Chu Ge directly ordered Hong Hu to check the information of the beggar. It seems that the boss should have noticed that there is something different about this kid. Zhao Haifeng looked at the beggar's back thoughtfully and said to himself. Ji Bai breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed those people got on the car and left. It seems we can't stay in Yuncheng anymore. Only then did he notice that there was not a single beggar on the street. No wonder he attracted so much attention. Unlike his original city of Yangcheng, beggars were normal and no one found it strange. After Chu Ge gave instructions to Hong Hu, he took the two girls on a shopping spree. The two girls were not short of money at all, but it was different when they went shopping with Chu Ge. After all, what your loved one buys for you and what your loved one buys for you are two different things. Yangcheng City Lord's Mansion. Yangcheng City Lord Zhou Sidao looked at the three masked men in front of him and frowned. You can't even find a young man, you are such a loser. We've been digging 3 feet deep in the Jiyu family for 3 days, but we still can't find the secret book. The secret book must be with that kid. One of the mysterious masked men snorted coldly. Are we to blame for this? If you weren't a loser, as the Lord of Yangcheng, you couldn't even stop a young man and let him run away. The Chinese alliance is so big, how do you want us to find it? Hearing this, Zhou Sidao looked at him with disdain. Huh, shifting the blame. What? This is a reputable and upright family. That's not what you said when I gave you the news. Fortunately, the news of the Jiyu family's annihilation was temporarily covered up by me. If it all depended on you, I would have been killed by you long ago. Zhou Sidao was even more angry when he said this. If these people weren't so powerful, he wouldn't want to cooperate with them at all. Some seemingly righteous trash are still trash when they are born. At this time, another masked man spoke. Don't City Lord Zhou feel ashamed for saying such things. We have been in seclusion for many years and have just come out into the world. Naturally, we are not as deeply rooted in Yangcheng as City Lord Zhou. I think City Lord Zhou should take most of the responsibility for this matter. That's right. The last masked man who spoke the least suddenly spoke at this time. Each masked man represents a sect. The Gu family was like a roasted fat sheep, being cut up on the dining table. These people claim to be from a respectable and upright family, but they are actually doing things that would destroy entire families. The Gu family is a powerful warrior and business family in Yangcheng, extremely wealthy and prosperous. Zhou Sidao doesn't care about the wealth, he only cares about the martial arts secret book. Most of the wealth was given as rewards to the three major sects, and now these people actually wanted to divide his share as well. What a greedy bunch of guys. Chapter 156 Becoming a Vicious Dog of Chu Ge. In the end, Zhou Sidao agreed to the three people and gave them the remaining part of the book that belonged to him. However, he had one condition, which was to find Ji Yubai and get back the unique skills that he had been longing for. Otherwise, no one will have an easy life. He was also present that night, and the sight of the Gu family members throwing themselves to their deaths one after another made him feel a little scared. He was afraid that after more than 10 years, the grown-up Ji Yubai would come to seek revenge on him. Ji Yubai must be the best person in the Gu family in terms of qualifications. He must have reached the level of qualifications required to learn the secret martial arts book, otherwise, the Gu family would not have covered Ji Yubai's escape. Cloud City. Ji Yubai didn't dare to delay. After leaving the street, he fled directly out of Yuncheng. Although Yuncheng is far away from Yangcheng, Ji Yubai doesn't dare to gamble. He couldn't afford that kind of price. This life didn't belong to him. But it was bought back with the lives of those tribesmen. At this time, Ji Yubai was passing by the outskirts of the mass grave. After seeing the information collected by Hong Hu, Chu Ge directly ordered the shadow guard to bring Ji Yubai back. Ji Yubai didn't know yet that Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng, who had received the order, were waiting for him in front of him with their shadow guards. The rear was completely blocked by Zhang Chuchen and his shadow guards. There were dead ends on both sides, but Ji Yubai was still running forward unconsciously. There is no one here, so Ji Yubai doesn't pretend anymore. His strength is now at the initial stage of Gang Jin, so he uses Qing Kung to escape. He wanted to leave here and go to the most remote area of Huameng. Only there would he be safest. Suddenly, a strong light shone directly on him. Discovered. Ji Yubai's face froze, and the first thought in his mind was that he was doomed. We meet again, little beggar. I didn't expect you to be a warrior. Your disguise almost fooled me, Master Zhao. Zhao Haifeng leisurely took a few steps forward, looked at him, and said angrily. We have no grudges against each other, why are you stopping me? Ji Yubai looked at him puzzled. The other party should not have been sent by his enemy, otherwise he would have been captured the first time they met. My boss wants to see you. To be valued by my boss is a blessing that you will never earn in several lifetimes. Zhao Haifeng looked at him carefully, not knowing what his boss valued in him. Be careful, I'll tell the boss. Lin Feng laughed beside Zhao Haifeng. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Zhao Haifeng reacted quickly and said, pooh, 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 several times. He just made a slip of the tongue. How could he say such things to a man? If the boss hears it, he will be in trouble. What does your boss want me to do? Ji Yubai couldn't help but frown, recalling the man who made him raise his head before. Zhao Haifeng snorted coldly and laughed. How can you say that? The boss called you and he must have his own reasons. How can we, as employees, try to guess the boss's thoughts? But based on my guess, I think you're going to win the jackpot. At this time, Zhang Chuchen also led the shadow guards to rush over from behind. Zhang Chuchen did not follow his boss out today, but came to check if there were any problems with the formation. By the way, he was called by Zhao Haifeng to work as a laborer. He didn't want to come at first. After all, he still had to draw talismans, and he had consumed a lot of time in the past few days. But the benefits offered by Zhao Haifeng were really hard to refuse, so Zhang Chuchen came over to help. Okay, I'll go with you. After seeing the people coming from behind, Ji Yubai no longer had any intention of running away. A warrior whose strength is unpredictable, a warrior in the Gangjin period, and the one behind him is even more unfathomable. There are people around with weapons pointed at me, it seems I have to go no matter what. That's right, Zhao Haifeng said with satisfaction. Afterwards, Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng came to Ji Yubai together, took him into the car and left. After watching Zhao Haifeng and the others leave one after another, Zhang Chuchen looked in the direction of the mass grave, thinking in his heart. The number of resentful souls in the mass grave has not increased. There have always been 2 resurrected continuously. How do we eliminate these 2 resentful souls? It seems I have to send someone to my hometown and bring over those ancient books left to me by my master for reference. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen are still being resurrected continuously, with no intention of giving up. Chu Ge's idea of using Soldier King Yi Feng and Dragon King Xiao Chen as the 2 ghost generals of his 10,000 souls banner. The 10,000 souls banner has not yet been successfully forged. Of course, it was not forged by Chu Ge, but by the best craftsman. The most crucial step is for the 10,000 souls banner to recognize its master, rather than the process of creating it. Beehive Base. As the Beehive Base in Resident Evil, its structure is full of technology and very eye-catching. In Chu Ge's opinion, the most important thing about the Beehive is that the Beehive comes with its own research equipment. Of course, Chu Ge also values the sturdiness of the building. Even if William researches those dangerous creatures in the future, he will not leak them out. Ji Bai was amazed as he watched Zhao Haifeng lead him through many levels. This kind of high-tech building is very new to Ji Bai. Even for someone as wealthy and powerful as Ji Bai, they are merely a wealthy family, not a technologically wealthy family. In addition to money, what the Ji family values most is the strength of warriors. Zhao Haifeng brought Ji Bai to a meeting room on the 4th floor. Chu Ge sat on a chair with his back to them. Ji Bai looked over and felt that this man was very mysterious. Here he is. Yes, boss, he is here. You guys go out first, I have something to talk to him alone. Okay, boss. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng left the meeting room directly and closed the alloy door. Ji Bai would not be so stupid as to think that the other party would be an ordinary person, so he would attack the man directly. He found a random chair and sat down, staring closely at the other person's back, and said with some nervousness in his heart. What do you want me for? I remember I have never offended you. After all, it would be easy for the other party to kill him, and Ji Bai had nowhere to escape. Chu Ge's chair slowly turned around, and he supported his chin with both hands, looking at Ji Bai with a smile on his face. I know who your enemies are. Please tell me who they are. Upon hearing this, Ji Bai's head buzzed instantly, and he stood up instantly, his whole body trembling with coldness, and his tone was extremely cold. He always wanted to know the identity of his enemy. Even in his dreams, his tribesmen were calling him to avenge them. The Lord of Yangcheng Zhou Sidao and Chu Ge looked at Ji Bai's bloodthirsty and cold eyes and continued with great satisfaction, and 3 sects that you can't shake at all. Ji Bai looked at him and knew that the other party could find out his enemies, so his power must be strong. And since he brought me here and told me these things, he must have some feelings about him. As long as you can help me and let me get revenge, I will be a vicious dog in your hands in the future. I will bite whoever you tell me to bite. Ji Bai knelt directly in front of Chu Ge, kowtowed to him heavily, and said with great determination. If Chu Ge hadn't been there, Ji Bai would probably have followed his own idea, hiding his identity, secretly finding out his enemy, and then taking revenge. But now that there is a shortcut, Ji Bai naturally has to seize this hard-won opportunity. The sooner you can take revenge, the sooner you can go back. He returned to his clan land with the blood of his enemies in his own hands to comfort the souls of all his clan members in heaven. He would not hesitate even if he had to become this man's dog. Chapter 157 An act of winning people's hearts. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the system is automatically updating, please stay tuned. The system popped up a reminder, and Chu Ge thought that the choice had appeared again. But when Chu Ge saw that the system actually started to update, he was a little puzzled. It's a bit strange that the system started upgrading for no reason. He still hopes to be able to upgrade a little better. However, this also made Chu Ge more certain that Ji Bai was one of the protagonist templates. Otherwise, the system would not pop up at this time and choose to start the update. Seeing Ji Bai kneeling in front of him without hesitation, Chu Ge already understood how determined the other party was. A protagonist simply abandons everything for revenge. However, Chu Ge could also understand that this guy's experience was really miserable. His entire clan was wiped out and he was protected by his clan members when he escaped. The hatred in his heart is a constant reminder to him. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Under siege by a city lord and 3 hidden sects, Ji Bai was able to run to Yuncheng from Yangcheng, 2 cities away. Chu Ge couldn't help but admire the powerful aura of Ji Bai as the protagonist. This allowed Ji Bai to escape. Apart from the fact that the enemies were a bit useless, the protagonist's halo was truly invincible. Aren't you afraid that I can't help you? Chu Ge looked at Ji Bai, who was kneeling on the ground curiously, and suddenly laughed. Ji Bai smiled sadly, looked at him and said, I'm not afraid that you can't help me, I'm just afraid that I can't get revenge. I don't care about any hope, any means. Ji Bai's eyes were filled with hatred, his tone was cold, he pulled in his fist and hit the ground hard. He wiped out my entire clan, I will kill all 9 clans of his clan. Why did they wipe out the clan? It can't be just for money. Chu Ge intended to accept Ji Bai. After all, having the protagonist as his subordinate not only improves the quality of his subordinates, but also ensures that he will have the manpower to deal with more protagonists in the future who will not be suppressed by the protagonist's halo. This is true for Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen as well. He has already accepted 2 people, so he doesn't mind accepting 1 more. Perhaps others cannot afford the cost of accepting the protagonist, but Chu Ge himself is not afraid of these costs at all. Hearing this, Ji Bai did not hesitate at all. He took out the martial arts book from his arms, handed it to him, and said with a sad and angry expression. This is the unique skill of my Ji family. Unfortunately, the aptitude of my family members has not been good throughout the generations. Until my generation, I am the only one who is qualified to learn it. Chu Ge's expression moved, and he took the book. It turned out to be a book of unique skills. Supreme Saint Chenkin Gong. Because of a martial art, the whole family was destroyed. I don't covet your things. Chu Ge glanced at it casually and threw the martial art that Zhou Sidao had always dreamed of back to Ji Bai. Ji Bai quickly grabbed the technique and looked at him in disbelief. When he showed the martial arts technique to the other party, he already had the intention of giving it to the other party. After all, he had already memorized the martial arts technique in his heart. This is the Supreme Saint Chenkin Kung Fu. As mentioned at the beginning, it can be gradually cultivated from the Mingjin stage to the Wuxian stage. This is the legendary pinnacle of martial arts. The pinnacle of martial arts, the immortal martial artist in the world. The Danbao stage, the Danhua stage, the Shenning stage, the Shenhua stage. This was the skill that the enemy had always dreamed of obtaining, but he just casually threw it back to him. Haha, do you think I would covet your martial arts? Chu Ge looked at the expression on Ji Bai's face when he was looking at him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Even if the Supreme Saint Chenkin Gong can be cultivated directly to the spirit transformation stage, what does it matter? As long as he practices the Taishuan Sutra to the extreme, he will enter the stage of cultivating immortals. This is not him exaggerating, it is the truth. It would be better to throw it to Ji Bai directly. As long as Ji Bai is successful in his training, he will have a powerful protagonist who can be expected to become a god in the future. This deal is a good deal no matter how you look at it. As long as Ji Bai falls into his hands, he will have no chance of escaping. I am indeed surprised. Ji Bai carefully put the Supreme Saint Chenkin Gong into his arms and looked at him with great surprise. Chu Ge stood up, walked to Ji Bai, pulled him up, and brushed the non-existent dust off his knees. Be my subordinate, and I will never treat you unfairly. A man's knees are worth 1,000 gold. Kneeling down to me once is enough. Don't kneel again in the future. Ji Bai didn't know what expression to make on his face. He was a little at a loss. The other party's actions brought a hint of warmth to his frozen heart. Let's go, I'll take you to identify some people. As for revenge, you have to go there in person to avenge it. I believe in your sacrificed clansmen, and I hope you can master this magical skill and avenge them. Chu Ge's words made Ji Bai grit his teeth and hum deeply. Afterwards, Ji Bai followed Chu Ge out of the meeting room. Today is the second day that Ji Bai has become a subordinate. He found that Chu Ge's men all had very strong personalities. For example, Zhang Chuchen likes to draw talismans and is a powerful Taoist priest. And there is Lin Feng, this guy likes to fight, and his strength has reached the late stage of Baodan. There was also Zhao Haifeng who blocked him at that time. Although his strength was weaker than the previous 2, he had a wide network of contacts. Ji Bai discovered that the boss's men all seemed to have some relationship with this guy. There is also Shu Muyu who calls herself a female hero. This young woman seems to be the most terrifying existence under the boss. I was just too immersed in the role, a little too immature. Luo Shu's team, Gong Lian's shadow guard. He discovered that all of the boss's subordinates were talented and their strength was terrifying. After he told his story, the boss's men actually said they would take them with them when they took revenge. Especially the female hero Shu Muyu, who actually wanted to go to Yangcheng immediately to avenge him. If Ji Yubai hadn't stopped Shu Muyu himself and wanted to seek revenge himself, Shu Muyu would probably have arrived in Yangcheng by now. What shocked Ji Yubai the most was that his boss had absolute power in Yangcheng. He had heard of Tengde Group because there was also a Tengde Group branch in Yangcheng. I just didn't expect that Tengde Group was actually founded by the boss. After experiencing all this, Ji Yubai felt that his future was full of hope. The night in Yuncheng is also a city that never sleeps. The existence of Tengde Group seems to have taken Yuncheng's economic prosperity to a higher level. A Tengde Group has invested in a newly opened leisure club. In a private room of a leisure club called, Do Whatever You Want. Chu Ge only brought 2 women, Zhou Ruian and Chen Qian. Zhao Haifeng, Luo Shu, Ku Wenrui, Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng, Ji Yubai, Ji Jingming and others arrived one after another. The scene of debauchery and the women around him who smelled of rouge and powder made Ji Yubai feel uncomfortable. But everyone seemed to have a woman around them, and if he didn't want one, he would seem out of place. Everyone, let's drink as much as we can today. Ji Yubai has just joined the group, so let's drink this glass of wine for Ji Yubai. Chu Ge raised his glass, looked around at everyone, and laughed at Ji Yubai. Ji Yubai quickly stood up, holding the wine in both hands, and looked at everyone. Ji Yubai likes this big family very much. The boss is a good boss, and these colleagues are even better colleagues. It was the woman next to him who always touched him, but in order to fit into the big family, Ji Yubai endured it silently. Chapter 158 Whose boyfriend is here? It's rare for the boss to treat you to a meal, so as a subordinate, it's natural for us to actively show our support. Especially the 2 veterans, Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng, each ordered 3 girls of different ages to accompany them for drinking. Since the boss said we can have fun as much as we want, everyone will naturally not feel restrained. Everyone who is familiar with Chu Ge knows that Chu Ge does not need his subordinates to be respectful to him. He just wants his subordinates to do their best when he tells them to do something. There is no need to hide your character in front of Chu Ge. Because Chu Ge knows everyone's personality clearly. After being taken out by Zhao Haifeng once, Zhang Chuchen's tricks now make Chu Ge dazzled. Brother Taoist, what effect does this talisman have? Lu Yun asked curiously while looking at the talisman in the Taoist brother's hand. She was leaning against Zhang Chuchen, and her voice was so tender and charming that Zhang Chuchen's heart softened instantly. After Lu Yun forced Zhang Chuchen to drink a glass of wine, he pretended to be serious and slapped the talisman in front of the woman. This is a good stuff. Zhang Chuchen said mysteriously. Lu Yun couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Everyone looked at Zhang Chuchen's actions. Everyone who was familiar with Zhang Chuchen knew what this guy was going to do. The constantly shaking talisman instantly emitted a golden light, flashed and disappeared on the woman's body. Lu Yun only felt as if there was an impulse in her heart, and there was a fire burning in her heart, extremely hot. Brother Taoist, why does my heart feel so hot? Please help me. Lu Yun looked at Zhang Chuchen with admiration and held his hands with both hands, ready to calm her heart. She didn't know if this was magic, but the other party was definitely a warrior, if he could be on the list of warriors. She just dumped that useless man, Humph. She really couldn't stand her boyfriend's poor appearance. If he wasn't honest, she wouldn't agree. She came here part-time as a hostess to catch the best golden turtles. This brother who looks like a Taoist priest is not only a warrior with outstanding looks but also rich. Zhang Chuchen lightly brushed the other person's face with the whisk in his hand, and couldn't help but smile. This is the heart-warming talisman I invented. Even the coldest woman will have her heart warmed by it. Quote. Okay, let me help you. Zhang Chuchen's whisk seemed to open his eyes, and with a light flick, it directly blocked the key position, blocking everyone's sight. Zhao Haifeng felt very regretful. If he had known this earlier, he would not have taught the other party this way. As a result, he can't even watch the show now. Chu Ge was really enlightened. He didn't expect Zhang Chuchen to be so good at playing. Using talismans to pick up girls. When I first met Zhang Chuchen was such a naive young man. How long has it been? In such a short time, he has been led astray by Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng has a black halo that comes with being around bad people. It's so terrifying that even the protagonist can't escape. Chu Ge suddenly valued Zhao Haifeng even more. He was not only a tool for the protagonist to search for him, but also a tool to lead the protagonist astray. When the women saw the talisman emit golden light and disappear, they immediately cried out in surprise. Although it was incredible, they all treated it as just magic. Look, what is this? My brother has it, and I have it too. As long as you serve me, Master Zhao, well, I will warm your hearts later. Zhao Haifeng also took out a talisman, stuck it on the queen woman in his arms, and said with a sly smile to the other two women. It was obviously given to him by Zhang Chuchen. In fact, the concept of this talisman was the inspiration given to Zhang Chuchen by Zhao Haifeng. If Zhang Chuchen's master knew that Zhang Chuchen learned these techniques to pick up girls, he would be so angry that he would crawl out of his grave. Lin Feng and others also took out talismans and made the women around them laugh. In this colorful world, whoever is tempted is the real loser. Being Chu Ge's subordinates, everyone has a clear mind and will not be tempted by these women at all. Just have fun with the situation and be happy as long as everyone is happy. Chu Ge glanced at Chen Qian and found that her face was dull and he didn't know what she was thinking about. He couldn't help but hug Zhou Ruian, who had a curious look in her eyes, and said, "Why, you want to take a look?" Zhou Ruian stared at Zhang Chuchen curiously and couldn't help but hum. Taoist priests, his family seems to have some records that there were real Taoist priests in ancient times. But the threshold to become a Taoist priest is much higher than that to become a warrior, and she would not be foolish enough to regard this as magic. "Chu Chen, can you give me a copy of your talisman?" Chu Ge kissed Zhou Ruian and shouted directly to Zhang Chuchen. Hearing the boss calling him, Zhang Chuchen quickly pushed the woman in his arms away, took out several heart-warming talismans from his backpack and handed them to the boss. "Boss, give it to me. You can use your internal force to trigger it when you use it." Chu Ge took over several talismans, put two of them together, and stuck them directly on Chen Qian. Chen Qian's dull eyes suddenly brightened up, her face flushed, and her closed heart instantly became warm. At this time, her eyes became blurred as she looked at Chu Ge. Chu Ge looked at Chen Qian playfully, lifted her chin, and spoke directly. "If you are thinking about your family coming to rescue you, I advise you to give up this idea. Don't say whether they will come or not. Even if they come, I can make sure they never come back." Chen Qian's heart was in turmoil. Was her future going to end in the hands of this man? Why doesn't the other party want me anymore and instead keeps dragging it on? Is it because I don't attract the other person? Chen Qian suddenly felt a little aggrieved. "Here, I'll stick it on you." Chu Ge directly stuck the heart-warming talisman on Zhou Ruian's body. After activating the talisman, it instantly disappeared from her chest. Chu Ge just wanted to keep Chen Qian hanging and make her come to him for help, which would be interesting. It's indeed Taoist magic. Zhou Ruian covered her chest, feeling the warm feeling in her heart, and her eyes became bright when she looked at Chu Ge. This guy actually has subordinates who know Taoism, and they don't look like they are just for show. If such a young Taoist priest is given a few more years, his strength will become much stronger. And Chu Ge turned out to be the other party's boss. Looking at the relationship between the two, it seems that it is not an ordinary employment relationship. "What's wrong? Have you fallen in love with me?" Chu Ge looked at Zhou Ruian playfully, his fingers gently sliding from the tip of her nose to her lips. "That's not true," Zhou Ruian said, biting his finger. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door, followed by anxious shouts from outside. "Let me in, Lu Yun, I'm here to save you." Yi Tian was struggling outside. The security guard outside the door pulled him hard and tried to cover his mouth, but he still bit it and shouted out. Another security guard quickly reported the situation to the club manager. "There are distinguished guests in this private room. The manager gave the instructions personally, and they can't afford to offend them." After the club manager got the news, he immediately asked all the security personnel to rush here. "This is the chairman of Tengda. If anything unpleasant happens, not only will he lose his job, but he will also have trouble staying in Yuncheng in the future." Yi Tian also learned the news from a classmate, who said he saw his girlfriend here. He didn't believe that his girlfriend would betray him and just thought she was being coerced. "Whose boyfriend is here?" Hearing the noise outside, Zhao Haifeng turned off the music in the private room. He was seen standing on the sofa, looking at the girls with a teasing look on his face. Interesting, really interesting, he can't miss this good show. Chapter 159, The Self-Righteous Male Protagonist. Is he your boyfriend? Zhang Chuchen noticed that the suspicious woman's face looked strange, and a gleam of shrewdness flashed in her eyes. You won't dislike me, Taoist brother. Lu Yun looked up at him with watery eyes and spoke softly. No, no, Brother Zhao once said that the spirit of South Eve will live forever. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but hug her tighter, but his eyes were very calm. Both Zhao Haifeng and the boss said that women who work in such places are not stupid, and none of them have pure motives. A simple person wouldn't come to a place like this to drink with men. If it is for a living, then it is self-degradation. It's not like this industry is the only one that can make a living. He knew exactly what this woman was planning. Then, he stood on the sofa and spoke directly to Zhao Haifeng. Brother Zhao, the boyfriend of the woman in my arms is here to take her back. Let her go back with her boyfriend. I'm not the kind of man who would break up a couple. As he spoke, Zhang Chuchen felt the woman in his arms tremble. Although Cao the thief's spirit will remain forever, Zhang Chuchen feels that there are many women, not just this one. If you don't like it, just change it. Lu Yun felt afraid of being exposed and did not dare to look up. She cursed Yi Tian in her heart. How did he know she was here and how dare he ruin her good thing? Okay, since brother has spoken, as the elder brother, I will naturally agree. Zhao Haifeng glanced at the boss who had remained silent, then clapped his hands, and directly climbed over the sofa to open the door. Chu Ge was half lying on the sofa with his legs crossed while Zhou Ruian fed him fruits, not bothering to take care of such trivial matters. In this age where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution, there is no right or wrong. After seeing that the man was not the boyfriend of the woman in his arms, Lin Feng and the others continued to eat and drink as usual. Ku Wenrui was very talkative and was chatting and laughing with Ji Jingming. The two of them were having a great time chatting. Luo Shu drank silently, with a woman beside him, his hands were very naughty. After Zhao Haifeng opened the door of the private room, he saw a young man struggling in the hands of the security guard. After seeing him come out, he wanted to kick him. Lu Yun, I'm here to save you. Yi Tian stared at Zhao Haifeng with his eyes fixed. His head suddenly got hot, and he felt that this guy was forcing his girlfriend, so he continued to shout his girlfriend's name. Bring him in. Zhao Haifeng was about to speak when he heard his boss speak, so he asked the security personnel to bring him in. Two security guards held Yi Tian's arms and led him in. The two men did not dare to relax their vigilance against Yi Tian at all, for fear that he would frighten the distinguished guest. If things go well, maybe both of them will get a bonus. Yi Tian, what are you doing here? After seeing her boyfriend coming in, Lu Yun knew she couldn't hide anymore, so she said to Yi Tian with a cold face. Lu Yun, I just heard from my friend that you were raped here. Facing his girlfriend's questioning, Yi Tian hurriedly explained. I'm working here, and you've disturbed my guests. Lu Yun interrupted Yi Tian with a look of disappointment. Can you be more mature and not be so childish? You come to work in a place like this, can you think about me? What will my friends think of me? Yi Tian's arms were tied by two security guards, and he looked at Lu Yun with an unbelievable look on his face. Yi Tian felt extremely disappointed that his girlfriend didn't speak for him. Lu Yun simply threw the bag in her hand and hit Yi Tian, hitting him while being angry. What do you mean by this kind of place? What's wrong with this kind of place? Do I want to be like you? A loser who can't even find a job after graduation. If you had a little bit of promise, would I be like this? You're still thinking about what your friends think of you. Who will respect you, a loser like you? If it weren't for your honesty, I would have broken up with you long ago. Yi Tian felt hurt and looked at Lu Yun with great disappointment. The vows of love we once made can no longer withstand the ruthless destruction of reality. After Chu Ge ate a grape, he called Zhao Haifeng over and whispered a few words to him. The main reason was that Chu Ge felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, but without confirmation from the system, he still couldn't make a judgment. It feels a bit like the beginning breakup of an urban protagonist, but it can't be so absolute, this kind of thing is too common. However, since the other party is called Yi Tian, the probability becomes greater. After receiving the order from his boss, Zhao Haifeng stood in front of Yi Tian arrogantly and punched Yi Tian directly in the stomach. Hiss. Ah. Yi Tian was punched in the stomach. Fortunately, Zhao Haifeng used normal strength, otherwise Yi Tian would have died long ago. Boy, you know that you have disturbed my mood today. Zhao Haifeng sneered, looked at him arrogantly, and pointed at Lu Yun on the side. Your girlfriend wants to accompany my brother today. Do you have any objection? Zhao Haifeng was acting like himself, and everyone watched with some interest. You bastard, is it so great just because you're rich? Yi Tian raised his head and looked at the arrogant guy in front of him. He remembered the other's face and said with disdain with a "Pa." Yi Tian was at the top of his class and graduated from a prestigious university, otherwise Lu Yun would not have agreed to his pursuit. But Yi Tian was self-righteous and didn't want to get involved with those people who were full of the smell of money. I changed several jobs and offended several companies. Yi Tian didn't blame himself, but felt that these companies would go bankrupt sooner or later because they lacked long-term vision. So Yi Tian has been unemployed at home, and he can barely survive except for the money his family sends him every month. It's really great to have money. Money can make your girlfriend happy and carefree. Zhao Haifeng pushed Lu Yun to the sofa and crashed into Zhang Chuchen's arms. Yi Tian's eyes were red with anger, especially when he saw that his girlfriend didn't resist at all, which made him even more disappointed. He felt like a clown. So-called love is just like this. Shivering with cold air. I feel like I'm wearing a hat. Zhang Chuchen pushed Lu Yun away from his arms and waved his whisk. The smell of Lu Yun's perfume on his body dissipated instantly. Brother Taoist. Lu Yun, who was pushed away, was a little dumbfounded. She looked at the man who was so affectionate with her just now, and now he was so ruthless. The world is just a thing of the past. I don't like traitors either. Zhang Chuchen was just playing around and didn't take it seriously. Whoever takes it seriously will lose. Ding dong. The host search was successful, the host meets the requirements and is being bound, the system binding was successful, welcome to use the sign-in system. Yi Tian thought he was hallucinating at first, but after repeated confirmation, he found that it was real. As someone who often reads novels, he also knows that the sign-in system is just like the golden finger in novels. System, I want to sign in. Yi Tian yelled in his heart. He must strike back, make Lu Yun regret putting a hat on him, and let the person in front of him know that he is not someone to be trifled with. Ding dong. Congratulations on your first successful sign-in. Rewards. An underground escape talisman and a copy of Bagua Heart Sutra. What? Yi Tian's heart sank when he saw the underground escape talisman. Even the sign-in system wanted him to run away. Chapter 160 Escape from Fortune-Telling, Life is at the Door of Death. Yi Tian's expression after getting the golden finger was so unconcealable. The other person's expression could not be hidden from Chu Ge, who had been paying attention to his changes in expression. Isn't this look of surprise the expression of getting the golden finger? I just don't know what kind of golden finger it is. Is it the system? Or something else? Chu Ge just ordered Zhao Haifeng to humiliate the other party as much as possible. Because usually the protagonist awakens the cheat code when he is humiliated to the extreme. It can be said that Chu Ge has a part in Yi Tian's golden finger. So if Chu Ge likes it, it would be reasonable for him to take it. Yi Tian's conflicted expression made Chu Ge frown slightly. It seemed that the other party was making some decision. Everyone get out, Chu Ge suddenly said. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at his boss, not understanding what he was going to do. But he quickly asked these unimportant women to leave the room, including the two security guards. Lu Yun glared at Yi Tian, who had ruined her plans, and left, looking back every few steps. Yi Tian sneered, thinking that he was blind to this woman. I actually fell in love with such a woman who despises the poor and loves the rich. God is not blind, so he made up for it by giving him a system. After Yi Tian saw many people leaving, he had a bad feeling in his heart. It seems that the system is also foresighted and knows that my predicament requires an Earth escape talisman. System, I want to use the underground escape talisman. Whoosh! Chu Ge saw Yi Tian dive into the ground in an instant and disappeared. Seeing this, Chu Ge couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This guy's golden finger is very unusual. Boss. Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and others stood in front of Chu Ge. Everyone finally understood why the boss let this guy in. It turned out to be so unusual. He actually managed to escape in front of them. The two women, Chen Qian and Zhou Ruian, were extremely surprised. Although they were also warriors, this method was beyond their understanding. Shit, boss, he can escape underground. Zhao Haifeng was completely confused. Such a big person, right in front of him. Whoosh down. Just disappeared. It should be an earth-escaping talisman. With my current strength, I can also draw it. But the power is not so fast. It seems that the other party has had some adventure, otherwise, how could an ordinary person possess such a thing? Zhang Chuchen said solemnly. The other party was obviously just an ordinary person, but when the other party was using the talisman, he could feel the power of the talisman in the other party's body. He has been dealing with talismans since he was a child, so he knows them very well. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, Zhang Chuchen was the only one who knew this thing best. Is there any way to find him? Chu Ge looked at Zhang Chuchen, asking him with his eyes. It's a small matter. Zhang Chuchen's face was full of confidence when talking about what he was good at. Zhang Chuchen took out a blank talisman and folded it directly into a paper crane. The whisk emitted golden light and blended the remaining breath into the paper crane. The tracking paper crane turned into a stream of light, instantly penetrated through the heavy walls, and left the do-whatever-you-want club. The club manager arrived and apologized repeatedly, fearing that the chairman of Tamed would vent his anger on him. Especially since Tamed Group is the major shareholder of this club. This matter has nothing to do with you, just do your job well. Chu Ge patted the club manager on the shoulder and chased after him. Zhang Chuchen ran to the first place and kept sensing the direction of the paper crane. After Yi Tian used the underground escape talisman to escape from the scene, he appeared directly under a remote bridge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Tian was breathing heavily, feeling very magical about what had just happened to him. In the future, I will definitely be able to become a strong person with the help of the system. So what if I'm a warrior? I have a system and I will definitely become stronger than any warrior. Lu Yun and everyone in the private room, you will pay the price. Yi Tian punched the bridge with a cold face. With the system, Yi Tian instantly became confident. By the way, the system also gave him a Bagua Heart Sutra. Yi Tian hurriedly felt the Bagua Heart Sutra in his mind and absorbed the contents of the Bagua Heart Sutra. With the help of the system, he understood it instantly. I see. Yi Tian picked up some gravel on the ground casually. Use the power of the Bagua Heart Sutra to wrap the gravel and throw it to the ground casually. Yi Tian looked at the hexagram on the ground, and 8 words suddenly popped up in his mind, and his eyes became confused. Disaster arises from the southeast, the door to life lies in death. He calculated a fortune for himself, but the clues given by the hexagram were a bit strange. He knew that the trouble started in the southeast, which was the direction of the club he escaped from. But what does it mean that the door to life is death? Is your life path at a dead end? Then Yi Tian told himself a fortune to see the identity of the person he had offended. The world changes suddenly, and the sky is covered by one hand. Yi Tian was shocked that the identity of the person he offended was so terrifying. Does the sudden change in heaven and earth mean the birth of a warrior? Covering the sky with one hand, does this mean that after a warrior is born, this guy has already covered the sky with one hand? Yi Tian seemed to have a clue about the other party's identity. Although Yi Tian usually thinks he is noble, he is not a fool. After all, he graduated from a prestigious university. The hexagram seems to give a very clear hint. Isn't Tamed Group the king of Yuncheng now? Then the other party's identity is about to be revealed. The big boss behind Tamed Group. Young, handsome, and surrounded by many people when he goes out. They matched at once. Yi Tian's heart suddenly started beating wildly with nervousness. Oh shit, he actually offended such a big shot. No wonder the system prepared an Earth escape talisman for him. Without this talisman, Yi Tian seemed to have thought of his own fate. But it's okay now. Yi Tian felt that since he owned the system, it would not take long for him to overthrow the Tamed Group and build a powerful business empire. No, there is also power, the power of those warriors. He will definitely be able to get everything he wants by relying on the sign-in system. System, how many times can I sign in every day? Yi Tian asked the system in his heart. Ding dong, you can sign in at a specific location and can sign in once a day. Can I accumulate sign-ins every day? Ding dong, can't. After receiving the reply from the system, Yi Tian immediately wanted to sign in for today. After all, it's already 23.50, and it will be the next day in 10 minutes. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade weapon, the Thundercloud Sword. Quote. System, you won't let me walk on the street with the Thundercloud Sword in my hand. Yi Tian said with a headache as he looked at the Thundercloud Sword in his hand, which seemed to be flowing with lightning. Yi Tian didn't want to be discovered immediately. He has not grown up yet and must not fall into the hands of Tamed group. Ding dong. The sign-in system space can store dead objects. Chapter 161, The Door to Life is at the mass grave. After putting the Thundercloud Sword into the system space, Yi Tian instantly felt much more at ease. However, Yuncheng is surrounded by surveillance cameras, so if the chairman of Tamed group wants to find me, it must be very easy. Yi Tian felt that he must find out what this door of life and death meant. Death place. Is it in a cemetery? Yi Tian's brain started working frantically. No, if it was in the cemetery, there are so many cemeteries in Yuncheng, how could we possibly find a real way out? Is it dead air, in the hospital, or a funeral home? No. None of these are unique. At this time, Chu Ge and others were still 10 minutes away from Yi Tian. There is no way, this guy Yi Tian runs too fast. Products produced by the system must be of high quality, and the escape talisman is extremely effective. This guy ran too far. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but complain, saying with some envy. This guy must have obtained an incredible treasure. He can't escape from our grasp. Chu Ge held the two women and sat in the middle of the car with a calm expression on his face. Red Queen, have you tracked him down? Chu Ge asked directly. The Red Queen's voice rang out from inside the car. Reporting to the boss, all the surveillance cameras in Yuncheng have been connected, and still no information about Yi Tian has been found. But, I found the signal of Yi Tian's cell phone. Honghu, you are not a human being. Don't breathe heavily when you speak. Zhao Haifeng rolled his eyes involuntarily, very speechless at Honghu's paused tone. Chu Ge laughed, wondering when did the Queen of Red start to learn bad things. Where is it? Chu Ge asked. Red Queen, the bottom of the Zhangjiang Bridge has not moved yet. It's 10 minutes away from us. That guy shouldn't have any more earth-escaping talismans, right? Lin Feng asked worriedly. This kid is staying where he is. I think he is gone. Zhang Chuchen replied. Chu Ge looked outside the car, his eyes turning cold. As long as the other party is still in Yuncheng, even Monkey King cannot escape from the palm of Buddha. Red Queen, report to the boss, the target has started to move, and the direction of movement is currently unknown. Has he discovered us? Zhao Haifeng asked in confusion. Probably not. Lin Feng shook his head. Let Ji Jingming follow us, and prepare to turn around. At this moment, the paper crane in front suddenly turned around and flew in another direction. Luo Shu turned the steering wheel directly. Zhao Haifeng quickly took out the walkie-talkie from his seat and told the vehicles following them to follow closely. Chu Ge buried his face in Zhou Ruian's arms and closed his eyes to rest. He suspected that the opponent's golden finger must be very strong this time. Although the system was not well updated, he was able to use the opportunity to explore the cheat code. This was a one-time opportunity to check the cheat code, but he never used it. But Chu Ge felt that it could be used this time. After using the opportunity to check the golden finger, the target was directly designated as Yi Tian. Afterwards, Chu Ge had more specific information and analysis about Yi Tian's golden finger in his mind. It's the system after all. It's still a sign-in system. Sign in once a day and it cannot be accumulated. The rewards for signing in at specific locations are more generous. No wonder Yi Tian was able to get something like the Earth Escape Talisman at that time. I guess it should be a novice gift package or something like that. Chu Ge is determined to obtain the sign-in system. After all, it's unknown when Chu Ge's system will be updated. The sign-in system always feels much better than my own system. At this time, Yi Tian seemed to have known where his escape route was. The only place in the entire Yuncheng that is related to death is the most desolate place in Yuncheng, the mass grave. Although he didn't know how there was a way out of the mass grave. But for now, the mass grave has become Yi Tian's only hope. Yi Tian directly stole a motorcycle and drove towards the mass grave at high speed. The only thing that worries Yi Tian is that the mass grave seems to have been contracted by Tamed group during this period. But Yi Tian believed in his own fortune-telling results, that was definitely the way to survive, so he drove over there with gritted teeth. Mass Grave. Soldier King Yi Feng and Dragon King Xiao Chen are truly the most classic protagonist template characters. His determination and his perseverance. The two inspired each other, destroyed each other, and reborn each other. The relationship between the two people is growing stronger day by day. Now that the two of them have died so many times, they have actually begun to survive in this formation and avoid the divine thunder. Brother, this is not a solution. Dragon King Xiao Chen, relying on the perception of countless deaths, dodged the thunder that fell from the sky and shouted at Yi Feng, who was not far away. Don't panic, I have already thought of a solution. Soldier King Yi Feng snorted coldly and shouted, as long as someone destroys the formation from the outside, we can get out. Are you sure you are not talking nonsense? Dragon King Xiao Chen's face turned black. Listening to your words is better than reading them. You're not talking nonsense. After being together for so long, you have come up with this idea. There are so many of Chu Ge's men guarding outside. Even if someone wants to come over, it will be difficult to break through their defense line. This will liven up the atmosphere. Soldier King Yi Feng laughed out loud after narrowly avoiding a divine thunderbolt. We are born with resentful bodies, how can we be trapped in this formation forever? Just wait, one day we will be able to escape. If the heaven wants to destroy me, I will go against the heaven. You and I, brothers, will definitely be at the top of this world. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Dragon King Xiao Chen smiled crookedly. This Yi Feng was indeed to his liking, and what he said was right. You're right, this formation is our place of training. I guess Chu Ge couldn't have imagined it. Xiao Chen felt that his body of resentful spirit had been baptized by thunder and lightning, and it became purer every time it was reborn. Ha 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 ha. In the formation, Xiao Chen and Yi Feng laughed loudly and kept dodging the divine thunder. In fact, how could Chu Ge not have thought of it? Even Zhang Chuchen had already told Chu Ge about this side effect. Chu Ge didn't mind at all, and even hoped that Xiao Chen and Yi Feng would become stronger. Both of them are Chu Ge's fat sheep. When Chu Ge's 10,000 souls banner is successfully refined, it will be time for the two of them to enter the banner. Outside the mass grave, Yi Tian carefully followed the route given by the hexagram and entered through a small path that even the shadow guards had not discovered. The way to life, where on earth is my way to life? After entering the mass grave, Yi Tian felt fear in his heart. Looking at the gloomy environment around him, he kept muttering the way to life anxiously. After all, I had just obtained the system, and my inner transformation had not yet been completely completed. It's really scary here, late at night. I never thought that one day I would end up here. Yi Tian held up his mobile phone and used the flashlight on his phone to illuminate the front. The thundercloud sword in his hand gave him a great sense of security. Puff! The thundercloud sword seemed to have pierced something, and a sound like air leakage suddenly occurred. Zhang Chuchen, who was still 3 minutes away from the mass grave, suddenly frowned and looked towards the direction of the mass grave with sharp eyes. Chapter 162 with a mobile locator. Is there something wrong with the formation? Zhang Chuchen's expression made Chu Ge think of the formation at the mass grave, and asked. That's right, the formation has been broken. We must contact the shadow guards over there and escape as soon as possible. Zhang Chuchen quickly called the person in charge of guarding the mass grave. If the two resentful spirits become violent, it will be difficult for the shadow guards to deal with them. All shadow guards guarding the mass grave, leave the mass grave immediately. After saying that, Zhang Chuchen hung up the phone and began to prepare the talismans that would be needed when he took action later. There was a gleam of light in Chu Ge's eyes. What a coincidence. Yi Tian lost the signal as soon as he arrived at the mass grave, and then the formation was broken. It definitely has something to do with Yi Tian, but Chu Ge doesn't know whether the other party did it intentionally or unintentionally. The shadow guards guarding the mass grave got in their cars and left as quickly as possible. There were a lot of stuff and supplies left at the scene, and the shadow guards didn't have time to take them away. After all, they were ordered to leave immediately, and they obeyed. You. Yi Tian looked at the two souls floating in front of him and his speech became stuttering. He had a bad feeling in his heart, wondering if he had accidentally done something bad just now. Maybe the sword in his hand had broken some kind of seal, releasing the sealed ghost. Not only are there warriors in this world, there are also ghosts. What is wrong with this world? I'm telling you, don't touch me. The sword in my hand can easily slay demons and monsters. Yi Tian pretended to be calm, which made Yi Feng and Xiao Chen look at each other and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. This man is so funny. Yi Feng, brother Xiao, what did I just say? Look, we are out now. Xiao Chen, since he let us out, this guy must be extraordinary. Take him and leave here immediately. Yi Tian saw the ghost grabbing towards him, and he was so scared that he closed his eyes, and the thunder cloud sword chopped it directly. All dodge. Yi Feng dodged directly. The next second, he was about to snatch the sword from the other person's hand, but the moment he touched it, he was struck by lightning and immediately withdrew his hand. Yi Feng directly grabbed the other person's shoulders and floated outside. Boy, I advise you not to move, otherwise you will fall down and die. Soldier King Yi Feng was a little afraid of the sword in this guy's hand. He grabbed the guy's clothes and threatened him in midair. I won't move. After all, I saved you, right? Let's go our separate ways. Yi Tian's legs suddenly went weak when he saw that he was already more than 10 meters away from the ground. After the formation is broken, Chu Ge and the others will definitely come. We can't do the same as last time. We must go. I don't believe that he can find us. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen quickly left the mass grave. Who cares what Yi Tian says? The breath is gone. Zhang Chuchen, who had just got off the car, looked at the paper crane that fell to the ground with some regret. After Ji Bai got out of the second car, he hurried over. As a warrior, he never knew that Taoism existed. He looked at the paper crane on the ground with curiosity. Red Queen has continued to mark the signal for us, and the opponent's signal has reappeared. The signal is moving very fast, not like the speed of a car. It is very likely that Yi Feng and Xiao Chen are running together. Ku Wenrui walked over from behind Ji Bai, opened his laptop and said quickly. A bright red mark appeared on the map, moving rapidly across the map of Cloud City. Wait a moment, I'll go get the thunder meteorite. Zhang Chuchen's figure instantly entered the mass grave. The thunder meteorite cannot be left in a mass grave like this, and it is impossible for the other party to take it away. This thing is very effective in restraining resentful spirits. The three main characters are mixed together. A hint of excitement also rose in Chu Ge's heart. He hadn't felt this way since he became temporarily invincible. The protagonist this time is a bit challenging, which is good. Rest here. After Zhang Chuchen comes out, we will set off immediately. Chu Ge sat directly on the front of the car, picked up a cigarette and took a deep puff. Would you like one? Chu Ge handed a pack of cigarettes directly to Ji Bai. Sorry, boss, I don't smoke. Ji Bai waved his hands repeatedly. Chu Ge smiled and said, not smoking is a good thing. It's best not to smoke if you can. Smoking is harmful to your health. Yes, this action must be very exciting. Lin Feng put his hand on Ji Bai's shoulder and said excitedly. Although Ji Bai didn't know where the excitement came from, he just forced a smile and laughed excitedly. After a while, Zhang Chuchen ran back quickly. Get in the car, let's go. Chu Ge threw away the cigarette, stomped it out, opened the car door and got in. Everyone came on stage one after another and continued the pursuit. The two vengeful spirits, Xiao Chen and Yi Feng, had no idea that the man they were holding was acting as a real-time locator. Why did you come to the mass grave for no reason? And how did you evade the defense of those shadow guards? Xiao Chen and Yi Feng looked at him curiously. An ordinary man with no power, holding a strange long sword, ran to the mass grave late at night. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I didn't want to come here either, because this is my only way to survive. I found a small path to come in, and there is no one guarding that place. At this time, Yi Tian also calmed down and found that he was being led away by two ghosts. Isn't this the only way to survive? The only way to survive? Have you offended someone? Yi Feng looked at him strangely. Yes, the chairman of Tamed Group. Yi Tian said, gritting his teeth. Chu Ge. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen didn't expect that this guy actually offended Chu Ge. So this really is fate. Guess why we died? Dragon King Xiao Chen said with a crooked mouth, looking at him. Yi Tian looked at the two of them with puzzlement, and couldn't help but come up with a bold idea. Were you killed by the chairman of Tamed Group? Sure enough, none of these capitalists are good. Yi Tian couldn't help but blurt out. That's right, it was that bastard Chu Ge who killed us. When talking about Chu Ge, the resentment of Dragon King Xiao Chen and Soldier King Yi Feng became even stronger. It seems we have a common enemy. How about we two join you and work together to kill Chu Ge? Yi Tian looked at the two ghosts who were inviting him at the same time and did not agree immediately. Fortune telling is still reliable. I'll tell my own fortune and see what I should do. Besides, I have my own sign in system, so why should I mess around with ghosts? It's okay. After all, we are ghosts. It's normal that you find it hard to accept it for a while. Yi Feng glanced at Xiao Chen and spoke kindly to the guy in his hand. After all, the sword in this guy's hand has a restraining effect on him, so he must have his own secrets. One more person means more strength. Moreover, now both he and Xiao Chen are in ghost state, so they need a real person to cover them outside. Chapter 163, The people from Yangcheng came by chance. Where are we going? Seeing that he was about to leave Yangcheng, Yi Tian could not help but hold the thunder cloud sword tightly and asked quickly. At the same time, in his heart, Yi Tian quickly called the system. System, will the things I signed in appear directly in my hands? Ding dong. The host can set up in advance to put the things obtained by signing in the system space. Quote. Then put it in the system space for me from now on, and sign in immediately. A new day has come. Yi Tian almost forgot about this before because he was scared. Ding dong. Sign in successfully for a new day, reward, top grade fortune telling tool, compass. Yi Tian quickly reached into his clothes, and took the opportunity to take the compass out of the system space. You can tell fortunes, kid. Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when he saw what this guy took out. This is my specialty. Otherwise, how do you think I ran into a mass grave? Yi Tian's mouth was slightly complacent. Then, in order to ensure his own safety, he began to use a compass to tell fortunes. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng both looked at this fortune teller. If this guy joins the gang, he will definitely be a good helper for them to temporarily avoid Chu Ge's pursuit. When clouds arise, troubles arise, mediocre people worry about their own faults. The enemy is not our enemy, so we will flee in the chaos. Yi Tian looked at the hexagram on the abacus and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Yi Feng had been holding this guy, and seeing that he was looking at the hexagram without saying anything, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. Hey, what do you think of this divination? Why don't you say something? Is the divination good or bad? Xiao Chen kept a crooked mouth and paid attention to the movements around him, fearing that Chu Ge would suddenly appear from somewhere. It's hard to say. Yi Tian shook his head and answered the question irrelevantly. The three of us are in this together. Chu Ge must have known about our escape, and he's definitely chasing us now, no doubt about it. And when we came out, there wasn't a single shadow guard outside. Obviously they knew the news in advance. Are you being followed, kid? Yi Feng was speechless when he saw this guy pretending to be mysterious. This guy won't cry until he sees the coffin. Doesn't he know how powerful Chu Ge is? Nonsense, of course I knew I was being followed. I came here on a motorcycle on the street. Yi Tian rolled his eyes. Is this ghost stupid? He deserves to be killed by Chu Ge. This hexagram says that clouds will cause trouble, mediocre people will make trouble for themselves, the enemy is not our enemy, so we will flee in the chaos. This guy's words made Xiao Chen and Yi Feng's brains work like crazy. Although the message was brief, the hexagram seemed to have told them how to escape. While Yi Tian and Yi Feng were still carefully pondering the meaning of the hexagram, Dragon King Xiao Chen had already begun to explain. It's easy to understand why Yunqi caused trouble. It's nothing more than a conflict in Yuncheng. Don't think too much if you're a waste. It's useless. Just leave it to fate. But connected with the following words, the people who make trouble for themselves may refer to people from Yangcheng. Then the enemy is not our enemy, which means that the people of Yangcheng are not our enemies but the enemies of Chu Ge. To flee in chaos means to escape in chaos. It seems that this guy Chu Ge has caused trouble again recently. Yi Tian couldn't help but look at the ghost flying beside him. Although he spoke the least, his understanding seemed to be correct. It seems that I have to cooperate with these two ghosts for the time being. Sometimes I can't seem to figure out my own hexagrams, and these two ghosts can help. Chu Ge, who was tracking these three people, had already received the latest news from Red Queen. Red Queen, boss, Yi Tian's signal is leaving Yuncheng, but I found that there seemed to be some strange signal sources outside Yuncheng. It's also in the approximate direction of Yi Tian's escape. These people's signals come from Yangcheng, and they are Gu Bai's enemies. They actually showed up. Ji Bai was trembling all over, not because he was afraid, but because even his own blood was filled with anger. Chu Ge touched Zhou Ruian's delicate face and said lightly. They have found out your whereabouts. It seems that they are very powerful, but don't be nervous. Notify the shadow guards. Of course, if they don't know what's good for them and stop us, don't blame us for being rude. Yes. Ku Wenrui responded quickly, tapping on the keyboard with his hands, and finally pressed the enter key to send the message directly. Shadow Guard Headquarters. Beep beep. The alarm sounded instantly. The red warning light hanging in the corner of the wall kept flashing. The shadow guards who were resting in the dormitory opened their eyes, quickly got up, dressed themselves, picked up their guns and equipment, and left the dormitory. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Team 1, get on the bus. Team 2, get on the bus. Team 3. Report to Captain Gong, the 10 teams have assembled. There should be 500 people, and there are 500 people actually. Gong Lian looked at Examen Kwang and Dongfang Li and said, each of you led 5 teams this time. Set off immediately and eliminate all the enemies for me. Understood. Examen Kwang and Dongfang Li stood straight in front of Gong Lian and answered loudly. Team 1 to Team 5, follow me. Examen Kwang ran directly towards the vehicle, shouting. Yes. The teams that were called got on the car and followed Examen Kwang away. Dongfang Li and the team behind him followed closely and left the Shadow Guard headquarters. Dongfang Li and Examen Kwang had participated in the mission to destroy Dragon Thorn and Dragon Scale, and were veteran members of the original 10 members of the Shadow Guard. Gong Lian trusted the two of them very much, and she gave the last 2 pills of the Dawan Dan that her boss had given her to them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you think we should unite with the people from Yangcheng? Yi Feng looked at Xiao Chen and asked. It's better not to. If we join forces with the people from Yangcheng, we won't be able to escape at all. Xiao Chen shook his head and rejected Yi Feng's proposal. I figured it out. The people from Yangcheng are just ahead. Let's lead Chu Ge over there. After seeing the compass indication, Yi Tian pointed to the 1 o'clock direction ahead and said. Okay, let's go. The people who came from Yangcheng this time were very powerful. They had learned their lesson and did not take any means of transportation. After all, they had heard about what happened in Yuncheng. The mayor of Yangcheng naturally also has a source of intelligence. In order to capture Ji Bai smoothly, Yangcheng City Lord Zhou Sidao took great pains to obtain this information. Then he told the news to the people of the 3 major sects to prevent them from repeating the same mistakes. After all, there were precedents. The source of the news was the Huameng royal city. Although the Huameng also knew what happened in Yuncheng, because it was a period of rapid development for warriors, they were actively recruiting talents with warrior qualifications. Whoever gets more talents at this time will have more opportunities in the future. In Zhou Ruian's Zhou family, Chen Qian's Chen family, and Qin Chengyan's connections, including the connections of the deceased Li Xian. Even the families of those powerful people in the Baodan stage did not question Chu Ge immediately. Because they are the losers, Chu Ge's power is too strong. What they need to do now is to make amends and let Chu Ge calm down. Chapter 164 Let's kill him. This is a world where the strong are respected. There are many smart people, but very few fools alive. Such a powerful and luxurious lineup was used to deal with Chu Ge, but was actually defeated by Chu Ge in one breath. It is conceivable how powerful the power controlled by Chu Ge is. Now that the era of great contention has begun, the world is changing quietly. Some old guys can clearly feel that their deep-rooted strength seems to be loosening and showing signs of a breakthrough. It was the news that Zhang Tianlin, Lord of Yuncheng, passed on to the top leaders of the Huameng that instantly stopped some families with ulterior motives. Except for Zhou Ruian, Qin Chengyan, Chen Qian, Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu, everyone else died. All of them died tragically at the airport, and no one escaped. The Huameng attaches great importance to Chu Ge. Some senior officials want to win over the Tengde group. After all, Chu Ge also belongs to the Huameng. There is no need to offend a young, ambitious and powerful man for the sake of someone who is already dead. After all, Chu Ge's power also belongs to the Huameng. Most of the senior leaders of the Huameng have very broad visions and they focus their minds on the outside world. Instead of focusing on internal fighting, internal friction will only make the Huameng more chaotic. The Zhou family and the Chen family plan to send a large gift to Yuncheng to apologize to Chu Ge. As a long-standing family, they all know that a man of insight is a wise man, otherwise they would not have survived for hundreds of years. It's not that I'm afraid, but there's no need. Even the Zhou family and the Chen family thought that if Chu Ge had any feelings for the two women, they could just give the two women to Chu Ge as an apology. Even the father of the two girls could only agree to this temporary decision under the family's power. It was after Yangcheng City Lord Zhou Sidao learned the news from the Huameng that he began to pay attention to the strength of the Yuncheng Tengde group. If Ji Yu Bai is in the hands of Yuncheng Tengde group, Zhou Sidao will not give up. Anyway, it wasn't him who provided the effort, and the loss wasn't his, so just let these people from the hidden sects test the waters. The hidden sect is worthy of being a hidden sect, and its foundation is very strong. It is even more powerful than some families that have always been in the secular world. The three major hidden sects each sent out one powerful warrior in the Wadin stage, 5 powerful warriors in the Baodin stage, and more than 10 warriors in the Gangjin stage. The force sent out is already 1/3 of the strength of the hidden sect. The three major sects are naturally not without purpose. They also want to show their strength to the Huameng and the entire martial arts circle. They have come out into the world and have now shown their claws to the world. Only the powerful are qualified to obtain resources and have the fame to attract new generations of forces. In 10 minutes, we will reach the area of Yuncheng. Be careful and alert, don't take it lightly. After all, there were 2 people in the Danhua period who fell into the hands of Yuncheng Tengde group before. The 3 leaders are called Mr. Guo, Mr. Li and Mr. Yu. The 3 represent the interests of their respective sects. All 3 of them are powerful warriors in the late stage of Danhua period. I guess Tengde group used some unknown means, but it's better to be careful. Although Mr. Yu is confident in his own strength, he will not underestimate the strength of others. Mr. Guo and Mr. Li both nodded, agreeing with what Mr. Yu said. Only by being cautious can one survive for long. These strong survivors have all experienced the chaotic period of that year and know that being cautious is the best policy. They refused to take any means of transportation because they were afraid that the Tengde group would use modern weapons to ambush them. Xiao Chen, Yifeng and Yi Tian were also hiding in the dark, looking at the people from Yangcheng and couldn't help but discuss something. If we want to use these guys, we must let them know that they will meet Chu Ge soon. Otherwise, these people won't be able to fight Chu Ge even if they pass by him. I agree. Quote, I agree too. The 3 of them showed a silent sly grin. After a while, Chu Ge had already met people from Yangcheng while driving. Chairman of Tengde Group, Chu Ge, you and I are irreconcilable. If you want to hunt me down, wait for your next life. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tian's voice rang out instantly, and then Yi Tian was picked up by Yi Feng and ran away quickly. Ha, stop these 2 cars for me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Guo reacted instantly and gave orders to everyone. Chu Ge, who was in the car, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw his car being stopped. Interesting, how did Yi Tian know that Yangcheng has a grudge against us? Is it a means of predicting the future? Zhao Haifeng looked at the cars surrounding him outside, grabbed Lin Feng's clothes without panic, and said, calmly, it could also be fortune-telling. I will never forget these 3 people. Even if they were not wearing black clothes and masks, I will never forget that look in their eyes. Ji Yu Bai in the car at the back looked at the 3 old men in front, hatred burning in his heart, his teeth chattering up and down, and cold air coming out of his mouth. Don't be anxious. Ji Jingming looked at the hatred in Ji Yu Bai's eyes and said quickly, since the other party has come to my door, I might as well help you collect some interest first. Thank you, brother Ji. Ji Yu Bai took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and bowed to express his gratitude. We are all colleagues. You're welcome to help me. Ji Jingming took Ji Yu Bai out of the car. Ji Yu Bai, we didn't expect you to be in the car. It really was effortless. The other 2, Mr. Guo, immediately looked at Ji Yu Bai who got out of the car, their faces filled with joy. Isn't this a credit that comes right to your door? Don't be nervous, let's see what the boss means first. Ji Jingming reminded Ji Yu Bai and directly blocked him behind him to prevent the other party from hurting Ji Yu Bai at the first time. Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, Zhao Haifeng, Luo Shu, and Ku Wenrui got out of the car one after another. People in Yangcheng should know what the consequences will be if they offend me. Chu Ge finally got out of the car holding the 2 women. He raised his eyes slightly, looked at the 3 old men in front of him, and said lightly. Chairman of Tengde Group, Please hand over Gu Bai, the remnant of the Gu family, to us. In the future, our 3 sects will surely repay you with generous gifts. The 2 Guo brothers planned to use courtesy first and then force. If Chu Ge disagreed, don't blame them for using force. Gu Bai, come here. Chu Ge waved at Gu Bai, who was walking towards him. Boss. Gu Bai walked up to the boss and said with lowered eyebrows. The 3 Guos thought that Chu Ge was very aware of the current situation and looked very pleased with himself. It seems that the chairman of Tamed group is also afraid of the power of these 3 sects. Do these 3 know each other? Chu Ge pointed at the 3 people in front of him with a smile on his face, but his words gradually became colder. I, Gu Bai, dare not forget the looks of these 3 people day and night. Gu Bai bowed and said resentfully. Hearing this, Chu Ge looked at the 3 of them with a smile on his face, then. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng, Ji Jingming, Luo Shu, and Ku Wenrui took action instantly. Chapter 165, Thunder Prison. Even in the Danhua stage, one must die on the spot. Scorching Sun Talisman, Hunyuan Fist, Mysterious Nether Divine Palm, Nine Yin Divine Claw. Chu Ge will not be polite to these people who don't know how to live or die. He even wants him to hand over Gu Bai. He is really asking for more. Blocking the way of the 3 people who were chasing him was a more serious crime. The 2 Guo brothers didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them. How arrogant. The fiery sun talisman exploded first. Boom. Zhao Haifeng's mysterious dark palm instantly hit a young warrior next to the 3 men. Zhao Haifeng would pick on the weak and would naturally not pick a fight with these 3 people. A cold poison instantly erupted in the young warrior's body, and he flew backwards to the ground, struggling in pain. Damn it! All disciples, listen up, kill. After blocking the attacks of the crowd, Guo and his 2 companions shouted. Kill. The group of powerful warriors brought by the 3 of them were not here to watch the show. After receiving the order, these sect disciples took up their weapons and shouted to kill Lin Feng and others. Gu Bai was a step slower, following closely behind the 6 people, and rushed forward shouting and killing them. The attack was extremely ruthless. 2 people died at Gu Bai's hands as soon as he made the move. With his angry roar, Gu Bai was venting the heavy pain that was pent up in his heart. I can't let you disturb the boss. After looking at the large number of enemies, Zhang Chuchen took out a large stack of talismans from his arms with both hands and threw them directly into the sky. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the power, the thundercloud formation rises. Zhang Chuchen's whisk was spinning in the air, and his hands kept making hand seals to start the movement. These talismans turned into golden light and dispersed in all directions. The thunder meteorite instantly flew from the backpack directly to Chu Ge's feet, with Chu Ge as the center of the formation. This is a temporary thunder formation, and its power is exactly the same as the formation that trapped Yifeng and Xiao Chen. It's just that one lasts for a long time and the other is temporary. This thunder formation instantly enveloped everyone. Yifeng and Xiao Chen, who were fleeing, sensed the familiar aura of the formation and ran away quickly without looking back. They've had enough of this stuff. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. Chu Ge leaned against the car door, lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth, took a deep breath, and exhaled calmly. Smoke and clouds covered Chu Ge's deep and cold eyes. The extremely ferocious power of thunder kept striking down. The entire formation was like a thunder prison. The thunder was like a whip, lashing everyone. The enemies around Zhang Chuchen were cleared out in an instant. Under his personal control, thunder rolled across the sky and the enemies around him ran around in panic. There was no way to get close to them. I don't want to die, don't hit me. Brother, please save me. Junior sister, please pray for good luck, senior brother can't save himself, These enemies were terrified under the thunder attack, and the fighting spirit in their hearts was gone. It's actually a Taoist priest. When Mr. Guo saw this scene, he was shocked and had already started to back out. Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng, Luo Shu, Ku Wenrui, Ji Jingming and Ji Yubai were fighting against 3 powerful Danhua stage masters, and they were always at a disadvantage. But under Zhang Chuchen's control, the thunder of the formation continued to fall. Even though Mr. Guo and the other 2 were powerful warriors at the Danhua stage, they were still very afraid of the destructive power contained in the thunder. What should we do, Mr. Guo? Mr. Yu shouted while dodging a bolt of lightning. The only option now is to escape. Mr. Guo, I'll go first. Mr. Li seized the opportunity, left the battle and ran outside. I'm leaving too. Mr. Guo, please respect yourself. When Mr. Yu saw Mr. Li leave first, he immediately ran towards him. Asshole. Seeing that both of them had left, Mr. Guo became furious, but he had no way to leave. People like Lin Feng are not vegetarians. In addition, Zhang Chuchen planned to kill one person first, and most of the power of the formation was on this guy. Aren't you going to help? These three people look like powerful warriors in the Danhua stage. Zhou Ruian couldn't help but ask as she looked at Chu Ge leaning against the car door and smoking calmly. Ruian, he is not in a hurry, so don't try to persuade him. Chen Qian felt that Chu Ge was really arrogant. Last time it was because there were too many people, but now Chu Ge only brought these few people with him, and the mysterious strong woman was not there either. I believe my men will not let me down. Chu Ge pointed at the thunder falling in disorder around him and bombarding the enemies, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. One after another, almost every thunder was accompanied by the death of an enemy. It has to be said that Zhang Chuchen's methods are the strongest among his subordinates. Of course, if we talk about strength, it still has to be Xu Muyu. When Mr. Guo and the other two saw Zhang Chuchen's methods, they couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Taoist priests are not simple. Haven't the legendary Taoist priests disappeared? Why did he appear in front of them? The power wielded by the Taoist priest was not comparable to that of warriors like them. This level comparison is like the gap between warriors and wizards outside of China in novels. It's a completely unequal force. The disciples from the three sects around had already died or dispersed, and they didn't dare to get close to the position of Mr. Guo, who was taken care of by Lei Ting the most. No. Under the siege of the crowd, Mr. Guo was careless and watched the thunder roll into his body. Boom! Mr. Guo was instantly struck by thunder, his whole body was filled with lightning power and flashed back and forth, and his movements came to an abrupt stop. Mysterious dark divine palm. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng, one in front and one behind, seized this slight opportunity and directly hit Mr. Guo in front and on the chest. Puff! Blood instantly spurted out of Mr. Guo's mouth. His internal organs were immediately invaded by the cold poison, and his internal strength was instantly suppressed. At the same time, Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui's 9 Yin Divine Claws instantly grabbed the front and back of Guo's head. The indestructible 9 Yin Divine Claw instantly broke Guo Lao's brain, which was as fragile as tofu. Even if it is a strong man in the Danhua period, if his brain is damaged, the cold poison in the body cannot be suppressed instantly and the cold poison breaks out instantly. A powerful warrior in the Danhua period died under the siege of several people and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Chen Qian covered her mouth in surprise. This is a strong man in the Danhua period. Even without the mysterious girl, these people can actually kill the strong man in the Danhua period. Chu Ge's men are incredibly strong. Chase! Zhang Chuchen shouted, then disappeared on the spot. Revenge for Master Guo. After seeing Master Guo's death, the disciples of Master Guo's sect rushed towards Zhang Chuchen, shouting and killing him. To wipe out an entire family is a grave sin. I am just doing justice for the heavens. Zhang Chuchen snorted coldly. There was no need for Lin Feng and others behind him to take action. The enemies came towards him, but Zhang Chuchen remained calm and the whisk in his hand turned into thousands of needles like rain. Ah! The disciples who rushed up fell to the ground one after another. Their throats were like wounds from killing chickens, and blood gushed out instantly. The whisk is not just a decoration, but a weapon in his hand. Chapter 166 wants to run abroad. Fuck. Awesome. 666. Lin Feng and the others who had caught up saw this scene before they could make a move, and they all gave thumbs up. Zhang Chuchen's whisk can kill people, which is a magical method that no one has ever seen. And there was also the area attack method that Zhang Chuchen had just used. The formation was formed in an instant, and he was simply a walking wizard. Lin Feng was envious when he saw it, but unfortunately he couldn't learn Taoism. Ji Yubai did not chase after him, but looked at one of the murderers of his people lying on the ground without saying a word. Examen Quang and Dongfang Li led the Shadow Guard troops and finally arrived at the scene. The Thunder formation had disappeared, and the only two remaining strong men in the Danhua period were besieged by the crowd. One died on the spot, and the other fell to the ground seriously injured. When Zhao Haifeng saw that the shadow guard had finally arrived, he immediately shouted, "Find those who escaped. Don't leave anyone alive. This is the boss's order." Yes. Upon hearing this, Examen Quang and Dongfang Li instantly ordered their men to disperse around to search for the enemy. "Kill him immediately when you find him. Don't leave anyone alive." Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng with ill intentions and whispered, "Did you fake the boss's order just now?" "Bullshit, the boss just said to kill him." Zhao Haifeng snorted coldly, followed Zhang Chuchen and said with a smile, "Xiao Chu, can you still make this whisk? I want it too." "Brother Zhao, don't be greedy. This whisk is a treasure passed down to me by my master. There is no other one." Zhang Chuchen shook his head with a smile. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all because he had just killed a lot of people. "Is it done?" Chu Ge stepped on the cigarette butt on the ground and said to the people who came over. "The leader has been dealt with. What happened to this guy?" Zhao Haifeng nodded quickly, then pointed at Ji Yubai who had been standing there in a daze and asked, "Ji Yubai, the dead are gone, and you have to avenge yourself. Let's go, those three can't escape." Chu Ge shook his head. He estimated that Ji Yubai had not yet gotten over the hatred, and he would be fine after revenge. Afterwards, Chu Ge took the two women directly into the car. "These people did not disappoint me, and only through constant fighting could these people be tempered and grown. Especially the protagonists Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen. He has high hopes for their future. If he had to do everything himself, then Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen would be like weapons stored in a warehouse, and would only become duller and duller. Let's go. Sooner or later these people will not be your match." Ji Jingming put his arm around Ji Yubai and took him back to the car at the back. Chu Ge and the others continued on their journey, and left the handling of the on-site matters to the shadow guards. Where did they go? Chu Ge looked at Ku Wenrui who was sitting in the passenger seat and asked. "Boss, they are 20 kilometers away from us." Ku Wenrui said quickly, looking at the red dot transfer route on the computer. "Running so fast, I guess Yi Feng and Xiao Chen don't even know that Yi Tian's phone has been located by us." Zhao Haifeng said with some amusement. Zhang Chuchen sat at the back with his eyes closed to rest. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his magic power using the formation, which needed to be replenished as soon as possible. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, Zhang Chuchen felt that these two would definitely be strong rivals. In fact, Zhang Chuchen had already frightened Yi Feng and Xiao Chen as soon as they heard about it. Zhang Chuchen's strength was enough to completely defeat the two of them. After seeing the formation that had trapped them to death reappear, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen fled for their lives. "Where are we going now? I always feel like they know where we are." Yi Feng and Xiao Chen finally reacted, and both looked at Yi Tian. "Why are you looking at me? Do I have a locator on me?" Yi Tian was a little nervous when being stared at by two ghosts, and he quickly explained. "Do you still have your cell phone with you?" Xiao Chen suddenly asked. "Nonsense, you must bring a cell phone." Yi Tian felt that this guy was talking nonsense. "You're still carrying a cell phone. Throw it away. It's just a locator. There's a computer expert with him." Xiao Chen said angrily. Oh. Yi Tian quickly took out the mobile phone from his clothes and threw it directly from a high altitude. What an idiot. Xiao Chen cursed fiercely in his heart. If this guy wasn't still somewhat useful, Xiao Chen really wanted to eat him alive. "Let me see where we should go." Yi Tian picked up his compass again and started to tell fortunes. Born as a human, become a soul after death, the vengeful spirit is immortal, from generation to generation. Yi Tian was actually calculating the identities of the two souls, and it seemed that the two ghosts were very unusual. Otherwise, Chu Ge would not have locked the two of them in that formation. "I didn't expect it was not a ghost, but a vengeful spirit in an immortal state. Does it mean that the other party can be reborn again and again?" Yi Tian suddenly had an idea and became wary of the two resentful spirits. The resentful soul in the immortal state can be reborn again and again, but he can't. If I were to be abandoned by the two of them because of being a burden, I would be truly dead. "Have you figured out anything?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but remind him when he saw that this guy was silent again. Yi Tian looked at the resentful soul who asked him the question and waved his hands quickly. "This hexagram is a bit complicated. Let me calculate it again." Yi Tian quickly calculated it again. This time, Yi Tian calculated his good and bad fortune. Looking at the hint given by the compass, Yi Tian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It turned out to be a very bad omen. This means that if he does not make changes, the result that awaits him will be disastrous. What about this time? Yi Feng looked at him. It's a bad omen. Yi Tian noticed that the two resentful spirits didn't show any worry at all after he told them about it. It seems that my guess was correct. These two resentful souls probably have the ability to be reborn and are not afraid at all. Brother Shao, are we really doomed to die again this time? Yi Feng said with some melancholy when he saw that the hexagram was a bad omen. My fate is in my own hands. The hexagram is very bad, but I will never accept my fate. Xiao Chen said with a crooked mouth and a firm look. How about we just flee the country? Xiao Chen suddenly suggested. Abroad. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but think about this possibility carefully. Only by escaping from the Huameng will we have room for development abroad. After seeing that Yi Feng was somewhat interested, Xiao Chen continued, the resentment abroad is stronger, and there are no Taoists, our enemies to restrain. In the Huameng, in case there are other Taoists, we can't make the same mistakes as before. Yi Tian listened to the two people's conversation silently, terrified. He was afraid that the two would take him abroad, and he didn't want to go abroad. He also wanted to stay in the country, as he had a sign-in system, which would only take a few days or even half a month. He will become completely powerful, and with the rewards given by the sign-in system, it will not be a problem to fight Chu Ge on equal terms. Okay, let's go abroad. Yi Feng made a prompt decision and floated in the air at a very fast speed, taking advantage of the night to travel more distance. Yi Feng looked at Yi Tian who was caught by him and said, we will attach ourselves to your body during the day, and you will take a plane to fly directly to a foreign country. Don't worry, Yuncheng is Chu Ge's base camp, but it doesn't mean that other places in Huameng are also Chu Ge's base camp. As long as we change cities and board the plane, we can completely get rid of Chu Ge's threat. Chapter 167 The boss drives the car himself. Are you serious? Going abroad? Yi Tian shook his head repeatedly, his attitude was very firm. No, 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 we can't go abroad. We must curb Chu Ge's development speed. You don't understand how big Tamed Group is. By then, I'm afraid it will be impossible for us to come back. Yi Tian once understood Tamed Group and knew its development model and speed. Once they go abroad, the Huameng might be filled with Tamed Group spies. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at him in silence. Yi Tian saw two sinister eyes staring at him and his heart began to beat fast. I wonder if these two guys are angry because of what I said. No way, is his mental quality so poor? He deserved to be killed by Chu Ge. What on earth can you do? Yi Feng said in a deep voice. If he didn't go abroad, he would have no better way to solve this situation. Xiao Chen remained silent, staring at him with a changeable expression. If this kid can't come up with a better idea, he will definitely teach him a lesson. Let me tell you my fortune. Yi Tian quickly picked up the compass and began to tell fortunes. The rotating compass touched the hearts of the two resentful souls, and until the compass stopped rotating, their eyes were fixed on Yi Tian. The gate of life is in the south, and it will stop when it meets water. Yi Tian quickly repeated the hexagram to them. The gate of life is in the south. Let's go and run south. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen quickly changed direction and ran towards the south. Yi Tian had been carried all the time, so he didn't have to worry about whether he was tired or not. He was just a little hungry, but he didn't dare to say it. It is easier to understand that, stop when you encounter water. It should be that you stop when you encounter water, and you will find a way out. Chu Ge, who was following behind, looked at the phone on the ground and stepped heavily on it. It seems that we have been discovered. Red Queen, take over all the monitoring systems of the Huameng and find out where Yi Tian is. The voice of Red Queen was heard in Ku Wenrui's notebook. Boss, we have taken over all the surveillance systems of the Huameng, and we haven't found Yi Tian's whereabouts yet. After hearing what Red Queen said, everyone looked at Chu Ge. At this time, only the boss can decide whether to continue the pursuit. Zhou Ruian and Chen Qian looked at Chu Ge very curiously, wanting to know what Chu Ge would do next. Chu Ge observed his surroundings silently, his deep eyes emitting a strange glow. Until Chu Ge closed his eyes and sensed the changes in the surrounding aura. The aura of the two resentful souls was too conspicuous within the aura field. In an instant, Chu Ge captured the direction in which the two resentful souls left. These two grievances and one yang energy are really too sexy. Chase to the south. Chu Ge suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the south, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. You'd better run farther. This game of cat and mouse has just begun. Get in the car. Luo Shu quickly sat in the driver's seat and asked everyone to get in the car quickly. Inside the car, Chen Qian looked at Chu Ge with strange eyes. Never be curious about a man. Often when a woman is curious about a man, it is the beginning of her fall. Chu Ge looked at Chen Qian, lifted her chin and smiled playfully. HMPH. Chen Qian pushed the other person's hand away and turned her head away, her heart beating wildly. This guy always says something flirtatious. Her fiancé had never told her this before. After all, Zhou Ruian and Chu Ge are physically intimate and have a special relationship, so he asked directly, how did you do it? Because this world can speak, they exist all the time, but ordinary people can't communicate with them. Chu Ge looked at Zhou Ruian with a mysterious smile, and kissed Zhou Ruian's little mouth directly. Don't. Zhou Ruian wanted to push Chu Ge away, but Chu Ge's rock-hard chest muscles made her shy and she retracted her hand. The people in the car were all smart people. They all looked straight ahead, pretended to be wooden, and said nothing. You smell the sweetness on my lips and teeth, girl. I can feel your nervous heartbeat in my palm. Chu Ge whispered in Zhou Ruian's ear. The warm breath that kept coming made Zhou Ruian's ears red. She was very nervous and clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. They are still in the car. Zhou Ruian said quickly. This is easy. Chu Ge snapped his fingers, and with a click, the car stopped. Including the driver, everyone got out of the car and got on the car behind. Chu Ge sat directly in the driver's seat, held the steering wheel and waved to Zhou Ruian. Be good, come and sit down. Zhou Ruian bit her thin lips lightly, looking at Chen Qian who was looking out the window with great confusion. She felt a little uncomfortable with outsiders around. Don't be afraid, she will be one of us sooner or later. Chu Ge said with a sly grin as he started the car engine. Zhou Ruian was nervous and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Just do it obediently, do you hear me? Chu Ge looked straight ahead and spoke directly. Zhou Ruian took a deep breath, looked at a pendant from inside the car that had fallen under Chu Ge's feet, and quickly bent down to pick it up. Chen Qian looked at Zhou Ruian's actions and cursed in her heart, this guy is usually so dignified and serious. It was really an eye-opener for her that she was so unrestrained now. As a virgin, Chen Qian secretly looked down upon Chu Ge and Zhou Ruian for their speeding behavior. And in the car behind. Why did you get into our car? Ji Jingming, who was in the driving seat, looked at everyone in the car curiously and asked. It's not that we don't want to, but the boss wants to do things. As subordinates, we naturally have to be sensible, right, brother Lin? Zhao Haifeng chuckled and poked Lin Feng, who was silent beside him. Yes. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Zhang Chuchen looked at the vehicle in front of him and felt it was a little unstable. It kept shaking. He guessed that his boss was driving unsteadily. So, Zhang Chuchen opened the window directly, and a talisman flew out of his hand and stuck directly on the rear glass of the car. Suddenly, the car, which was shaking a little, stabilized. Chu Ge suddenly felt that his car had become much more stable, so he could not help but hold Zhou Ruian with one hand and hold the steering wheel with the other. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Ge saw a talisman emitting a faint light. Zhang Chuchen is really considerate. You are so considerate that it makes me feel a sense of crisis. I thought I was the boss's best employee, but I didn't expect you to be so good at flattering him. After seeing Zhang Chuchen's behavior, Zhao Haifeng shook his head and judged him. This is not flattery, but a natural concern for the boss as an employee. If the boss is unstable, we must make him stable. If the boss is unhappy, we must make the boss happy. After all, I have to be worthy of the salary the boss pays me. Zhang Chuchen showed a faint smile and continued to close his eyes to rest. Do you have any more of this talisman? I have a friend named Lin Feng who often encounters such difficulties. Zhao Haifeng has seen how shameless Zhang Chuchen is. He was indeed led astray by him. He could only ask for a few to calm his nerves. You are looking for death. Lin Feng's face turned black. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. Ji Bai felt much better when he saw everyone laughing. Mom, Dad, clan members, I found a good boss and some colleagues who are very nice to him. Chapter 168. The sky gradually brightened, the sun slowly rose in the sky, and the chase continued. Stop when encountering water. Until now, there has been no sight of any water flow along the escape route of Yifeng, Xiaochen and Yitian. But the three of them never stopped thinking and believed very much in the instructions of the hexagram. After all, the instructions of the hexagram have never been wrong once. Is this two dragons playing with a pearl? Yitian suddenly saw the continuous mountains not far away, and a picture suddenly emerged in his mind. Yifeng and Xiaochen couldn't help but look over. I found that the two mountain ranges on the left and right were like two giant dragons crawling on the ground, and there was a peak in the middle reaching straight into the sky. It's like two dragons playing with a pearl. Why do I feel that there is an aura over there that attracts me? Yifeng and Xiaochen said at the same time. After saying that, both of them looked at each other in surprise. This shows that their feelings are not wrong. Let's go. Yifeng and Xiaochen were both excited and took Yitian over there at an extremely fast speed. What are you doing? Don't forget to stop when you encounter water. Stop when you encounter water. We can't stop here. Yitian hurriedly stopped the two from descending. Are these two ghosts crazy? What if Chu Ge catches up? Their only way to survive is to stop when they encounter water, otherwise, they will fall into Chu Ge's hands sooner or later. By then, I will still be alive. Oh. After hearing Yitian's dissuasion, Yifeng and Xiaochen instantly regained their senses and sighed in their hearts. They could only continue to endure the pain and fly directly over the Erlong Shiju mountain range that attracted both of them. After all, it is more important to escape and not fall into Chu Ge's hands again. I must come here to take a look in the future. Just as they were passing this mountain range, Yifeng and Xiaochen both felt that their strength had increased. This is simply a blessed place, but unfortunately the two of them have no time to enjoy it now. No matter how fast the increased speed is, he can't beat the little Taoist priest beside Chu Ge. Thinking of this, the two resentful souls developed an even deeper hatred towards Chu Ge. If it weren't for Chu Ge, they would have already gotten rid of the state of resentful spirits and advanced to the next stage. If Chu Ge hadn't pressed them hard, they wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. It's all Chu Ge's fault. After leaving the mountains where two dragons play with a pearl, Yifeng and Xiaochen were still nostalgic for the mountain range that had just helped them improve their strength. But where is the water they have been looking for? At this time, Yitian was also very anxious. Why hadn't he encountered the water yet? None of the three knew what they had just missed. Is water really water? Chu Ge indulged himself for the whole night, and Zhou Ruian was already lying in the passenger seat, fast asleep. Chen Qian sat in the back row. She had been up all night but didn't look tired at all. Maybe the scene was too explosive. Ji Jingming's car had already surpassed Chu Ge's car and was leading the way. Ding ding ding. At this time, the communicator in the car rang. Boss, we have relocked Yifeng and his men's location. Now they have no way to escape. Zhao Haifeng's very surprised words came from the communicator. After Red Queen took over the satellite, she was unable to find Yifeng and others due to the weather. But now, the sky is getting brighter. Red Queen suddenly said that she had successfully captured the location of Yifeng and others, and even the images were transmitted in real time. As soon as Zhao Haifeng finished speaking, Chu Ge felt that he had entered a certain feng shui pattern. He is very sensitive to feng shui. What is this? Chu Ge looked at the surrounding terrain, his mind racing, based on the description of the Tianji feng shui technique he had obtained. The surrounding feng shui pattern is the legendary feng shui pattern of two dragons playing with a pearl. I didn't expect to meet you here. Fortunately, Yifeng and the others didn't know. If they had hidden here, it would have been really difficult to find them. Because the mountain range of two dragons playing with a pearl contains the power of dragon veins, and the power of dragon veins is the supreme existence in the feng shui pattern. Even satellites cannot detect it because of the feng shui aura. Once the two resentful spirits absorb the power of the dragon vein, the consequences will be disastrous. With the image transmission, Ji Jingming directly left the mountain section, entered the highway, and chased towards the shortcut. Chu Ge followed behind, speeding up as fast as he could. 10 minutes later. Damn, why are they so fast? Yifeng and Xiaochen both noticed the two cars appearing behind them and immediately cursed. Boy, is there something wrong with your hexagram? Yifeng asked hurriedly. Yitian also felt something was wrong, so he quickly picked up the compass and started to tell fortunes. But the result was there is no way out in a desperate situation, life and death are already determined. Impossible. Yi Tian's head buzzed and he shouted in disbelief. How could it be a dead end? Why is it like this? The hexagram will never deceive you. The way to life is in the south, and it will stop when it meets water. It is obvious that encountering water means a way to survive, so why does the hexagram show that life and death are already determined? What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked hurriedly. Yi Tian didn't dare to tell them about this matter at all. If he told them, they would abandon him. These two are in the state of resentful spirits, immortal and indestructible, but he is not like that. His mind quickly turned to the only way, which was to trick the two resentful spirits into letting him go. So Yi Tian hurriedly explained, the hexagram shows that the water is right below. The reason why I was surprised is that there is no water below. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen saw the vehicle chasing them getting closer and closer, and they were anxious and could only rush down. After landing safely, Yi Tian's anxious heart finally settled down. Afterwards, Yi Tian looked at the two resentful souls and said quickly, we must find water. Water is our only way to survive. You don't mean to say that we should go separately. Yi Feng looked at Yi Tian and narrowed his eyes. There was something wrong with this kid. He couldn't help but try to trick them. How is that possible? Yi Tian shook his head quickly. He definitely didn't have such an idea. Can you calculate where there is water here? Xiao Chen, a man of few words, said with a crooked mouth. Yes, I can calculate it. Let me calculate it for you. Anyway, the two resentful souls didn't understand the hexagrams, so Yi Tian calculated another hexagram in front of them. In fact, he was calculating his own way out. Using the two resentful spirits to hold Chu Ge back should be able to buy himself some time. There is no way out in a desperate situation, life and death are already determined. Yi Tian felt even more desperate at this time. He didn't expect that the same hexagram would appear when he calculated for himself alone. This time we are doomed. I just got the system, how could I fail here? So, Yi Tian forced a smile and said to the two resentful souls, the divination shows that it is just ahead. Okay. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen sandwiched Yi Tian in the middle and floated forward with Yi Tian, who was feeling like crying but had no tears. Chu Ge had already gotten off the car, as vehicles could not enter the mountains here. They are all warriors, so lightness skills are naturally no problem. In the mountains and forests, Chu Ge used the feng shui aura here to instantly lock onto Yi Tian and the other two. He also used the feng shui aura here to wipe out the breath of his own people, making it impossible for Yi Feng and Xiao Chen to sense it at all. We caught you. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were still looking for a way to survive with Yi Tian. Suddenly, Chu Ge's voice appeared directly in front of them, causing Yi Tian and the other two to change their expressions. Chapter 169 Direct and Decisive, Seize the System. Chu Ge, you are really a ghost that won't go away. You can even find this. Seeing Chu Ge appear, the resentment in Yi Feng and Xiao Chen could not help but affect the surrounding aura. Yi Tian, who was caught in the middle, suddenly felt a chill in his heart and his heart was filled with anxiety. When he saw Chu Ge, Yi Tian felt that his fate seemed to be over at this moment. This world leaves me without love. Yi Tian shouted in despair in his heart. Great shift of the universe. Chu Ge's expression moved slightly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, changing shape and size. Just as Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were about to escape, they discovered that Yi Tian in the middle was gone. Damn it! Yi Feng and Xiao Chen's souls looked at each other, and in just a short moment, the two resentful souls seemed to know what the other was thinking. Yi Tian had no choice but to give up. When Chu Ge returned to the original place again, he was holding Yi Tian in his hand. Let me go. Yi Tian struggled in Chu Ge's hand, waving the Thunder Cloud sword in his hand. But how could Yi Tian possibly hurt Chu Ge in any way? Chu Ge directly snatched the sword from Yi Tian's hand and looked at it for a few seconds. It seemed that the things given by the sign in system were really extraordinary. I've let you run for the whole night. You should be content. Chu Ge sneered at Yi Tian, who was like an ant. But apart from him, no one knew that this guy had a golden finger or a sign in system. This is the most powerful golden finger he has encountered so far. This guy must not be given time to grow up. Otherwise there will be a big problem in the future. Yi Tian, see you later. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen ran away without saying a word. Where are you going? I've been chasing you all night. Zhang Chuchen appeared from behind Chu Ge with a whisk in his hand, chasing the two resentful spirits. Lin Feng followed closely behind, and Zhao Haifeng and others did not leave behind Chu Ge. Take this. Chu Ge threw the sword snatched from Yi Tian directly to Lin Feng. The long sword whizzed towards him. Lin Feng turned sideways and grabbed the long sword directly, then sped up and disappeared in front. You two bastards, you deserve to be killed by Chu Ge. Yi Tian was furious when he saw that the two resentful spirits just walked away without paying any attention to him. It is you who are discussing cooperation. You were the first to run away. You deserve to be called resentful spirits. You are so disloyal. Please don't kill me. I don't want my girlfriend anymore. I'll give her to you. Yi Tian looked at Chu Ge who was sneering at him. He was frightened and uneasy, and begged for mercy quickly. He thought to himself that as long as he could escape this disaster, he would make Chu Ge repay him 100-fold in the future. Really? Chu Ge looked at him indifferently with a sneer on his lips. Without any hesitation, Chu Ge directly used the opportunity he had used to absorb the golden finger to absorb Yi Tian's golden finger. Ding dong. The system is detaching from the host. Ding dong, the system is detaching from the host. Ding dong, the system is detaching from the host. The system alarm instantly sounded in Yi Tian's mind. No, no, no. Yi Tian cried helplessly in his heart. The sign-in system is actually abandoning him. Is this the true face of the system? System, didn't you bind me? Take me away from here quickly. Yi Tian suddenly shouted in his heart. Ding dong. Separation successful, goodbye to former host. Ding dong. Separation successful, goodbye to former host. Ding dong. Separation successful, goodbye to former host. Yi Tian's face turned pale. It had been less than 24 hours and his sign-in system had actually run away. What a slap in the face. What revenge. What a counterattack. It will have nothing to do with me anymore. Ding dong. The sign-in system is bound successfully. The system voice instantly sounded in Chu Ge's mind. System binding sound. What a wonderful sound. It's you, right? Yi Tian suddenly looked at Chu Ge and shouted loudly. The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. Chu Ge grabbed Yi Tian's neck directly and twisted it gently. Yi Tian opened his eyes wide and stopped breathing immediately. So what about the sign-in system? In the end, it helped Chu Ge. Yi Tian died in unclear circumstances, and he had no idea how Chu Ge had seized his system. Chu Ge threw Yi Tian to the ground like garbage. Search his body to see if he has anything on him. Take him with you and throw him into the mass grave when we get back. Chu Ge's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant and went straight to chase Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. After Zhao Haifeng watched his boss leave, he couldn't help but look at Ji Yu Bai beside him and said earnestly. Xiao Bai. I'll leave Yi Tian to you. Okay, no problem. Ji Yu Bai himself couldn't help much, so he quickly agreed to this matter. Just as he was about to squat down and carry the body, he saw Zhao Haifeng groping the other person's body. Huh, compass. Zhao Haifeng took out a compass from Yi Tian and asked curiously. It seems that this guy is a fortune teller. No wonder he ran so far. It was Yi Tian who shouted at the people of Yangcheng at that time. There is actually such an ability in this world. Ku Wenrui looked at the laptop and said quickly, let's go over quickly. Zhang Chuchen and the others have already fought. Let's go. Luo Shu walked in front. Ji Jingming, Zhao Haifeng, and Ji Yu Bai, who was carrying Yi Tian's body, followed. This guy is really cruel. Another life is lost. After seeing everyone leave, Chen Qian couldn't help but said to Zhou Ruian, why don't we take this opportunity to leave? This is the only chance to leave. Zhou Ruian looked at Chen Qian deeply, and said lightly, I won't leave. If you want to go, I won't stop you, but how far can you run? She now has a sense of dependence on Chu Ge, which is something Lin Tianyu can't give her. She suddenly didn't want to leave Chu Ge, the bad guy, even though Chu Ge often bullied her. The family had no news at this time, so it was obvious that they would not come to rescue her. Well, in the end, we will have to marry into the family anyway, so why not choose Chu Ge? After all, Chu Ge is her first man. Hearing this, Chen Qian shut up obediently. Yes. How far can I run? Chu Ge's tracking methods along the way were simply outrageous. Then just wait here for them to come back. Chu Ge, if you really want to make things difficult for me, just let us go. It will be good for you, me, and everyone else. Yi Feng was filled with resentment, and he yelled at Chu Ge who was catching up with him. Anyone can kill the evildoers, and the world cannot tolerate ghosts and monsters causing chaos. Zhang Chuchen snorted coldly as he stood aside. Chu Ge looked at the resentment on Yi Feng and chuckled. Yi Feng, do you know? The stronger you are, the happier I am. Do you know why? Why? Yi Feng rushed towards Chu Ge with a surge of resentment. As he spoke, the resentment around him was rolling. Let's pass this small path first. Zhang Chuchen stepped forward and stepped on the ground. The Bagua yin-yang diagram instantly rose above the ground. The 8 trigrams are infinite, the 4 symbols have magical powers, show up. A ferocious white tiger roared out from the 8 trigrams yin-yang diagram with a tiger roar. Chapter 170 The second method of refining the 10,000 ghosts banner. One of the 4 symbols. White tiger. The tiger's roar shakes the heaven and earth. The tiger's roar made Yi Feng's resentment disappear in an instant, just like a criminal encountering a policeman. Yi Feng's resentful body seemed extremely pale, weak and restless when encountering the white tiger's roar. What the hell? Zhao Haifeng and others saw this scene when they arrived. Zhao Haifeng still underestimated Zhang Chuchen's methods. He could even summon a white tiger. Awoo! Accompanied by a roar, the white tiger instantly pounced towards Yi Feng. Its claws were like diamonds, emitting coldness. Beast. Having said that, Yi Feng quickly dodged, not daring to confront him head-on. This white tiger is really weird, it's not even a physical entity. This Zhang Chuchen will definitely be his biggest enemy in the future. Are you still watching the show? Hurry up and do it. Otherwise no one can escape. Xiao Chen ignored Yi Feng's shouting and looked at Baihu and Zhang Chuchen with a serious look. Zhang Chuchen is the biggest threat. But he couldn't get rid of the other party, and he was still thinking about revenge for Jingjing, so he absolutely couldn't be trapped again. The stronger you are after death, the more I like it, because in the future all your power will be of use to me. Chu Ge suddenly formed seals with his hands, which was a special mark. A sealing force that was extremely binding was born from Chu Ge's body and condensed into an energy body, the 10,000 Ghosts banner. It was also the first time for Chu Ge to use this kind of power. Without the 10,000 Ghosts banner, he could only condense a temporary one. However, it cannot seal the ghosts, it can only restrain their devouring. He had never used this power, but now he wanted to try it. Just think of it as a warm-up in advance. The production process of the 10,000 Ghosts banner is slow, and it still takes a few days. 10,000 ghosts form a banner and seal it. Chu Ge held the banner of 10,000 ghosts directly in his hand and waved it towards Yi Feng. The sealing power released by the 10,000 Ghosts banner attacked instantly. Yi Feng, let's join forces quickly. Xiao Chen shouted as if he had sensed his natural enemy. No problem. Yi Feng felt that the flag used by Chu Ge contained the power of sealing. Shocked, he quickly joined forces with Xiao Chen. Fusion. This was the move that Yi Feng and Xiao Chen came up with when they were trapped in the mass grave. The two of them worked together as one, their strength far exceeding their individual strength by several times. The body of the vengeful spirit suddenly became extremely large, and its resentment directly confronted the power of the seal. Can these two be integrated? Chu Ge couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Finally, Chu Ge formed seals with his hands, and the 10,000 Ghosts banner instantly rose into the air, slowly rotating and gradually releasing a steady stream of sealing power. The 10,000 Ghosts banner condensed by Chu Ge could not last long, and would only exist for about 5 minutes at most. Chu Ge. Ha 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 ha. After Yi Xiao's 2 resentful souls merged into one, they spoke with double voices and their laughter was very strange. Boss. Zhang Chuchen maintained the yin-yang diagram and looked at Chu Ge. Don't be impatient, the 10,000 Ghosts banner is not that simple. Chu Ge sneered. Changing his hand seals, Chu Ge continued to control the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chuchen silently took back the white tiger and stood aside to watch the show. After all, the boss wants to do it himself, so we can't spoil his interest. Chu Ge, I want you to die. After seeing that Chu Ge was helpless, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen suddenly became proud and released endless resentment towards him. The 10,000 Ghosts banner released a dark vortex, and the resentment released by Yi Feng and Xiao Chen was constantly swallowed by the vortex. For a moment, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen discovered that the power of this flag suddenly became extremely powerful. Damn it, it actually absorbed my resentment. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen complained loudly. The resentment condensed in the mountains and forests, and the resentment from the heaven and earth continued to condense in their bodies. I want to see how much you can absorb. Countless resentments instantly poured into the 10,000 Ghosts banner. It was obvious that Yi Feng and Xiao Chen wanted to burst the 10,000 Ghosts banner. This was their only option. After all, they couldn't escape and could only fight. After the two merged, the resentment of heaven and earth seemed to have merged with the two of them and could be controlled at will. Perhaps each of them only obtained half of the power of the resentful body. Both of them knew very well that if they wanted to make further progress, they had to completely devour each other to have a chance to compete with Chu Ge. Fusion is only the result of their temporary compromise. With such a huge amount of resentment, if it were me, it would be difficult for me to cope with it. Zhang Chuchen said solemnly. The boss is worthy of being the boss. Even the combined power of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen is no match for the boss. Zhao Haifeng and others looked at Zhang Chuchen, who was explaining to himself, and were speechless. Birds of a feather flock together. This guy can learn from me for something else but to flatter me. Even better than the master. Zhao Haifeng complained silently in his heart. The resentment coming from heaven and earth was getting faster and faster, as if it had condensed into substance. Chu Ge, I just don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen absorbed the resentment to grow while using it to temporarily delay the 10,000 Ghosts banner. There was more and more resentment around, and with the intention of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, it instantly entered the bodies of everyone present. When Chu Ge saw this scene, he said nothing and silently controlled the 10,000 Ghosts banner to absorb the resentment and become more powerful. He discovered that after absorbing the resentment, the 10,000 Ghosts banner was actually evolving, gradually condensing from a phantom into something substantial. Is this the true way to refine the 10,000 Ghosts banner? But the information about ghost controlling techniques in his mind didn't say that. Perhaps this is the second method of controlling ghosts that has not been recorded. Chu Ge couldn't help but deliberately reveal a look of wanting to hold on. You can't hold on any longer. Chu Ge, you will definitely die this time. After Yi Feng and Xiao Chen saw that the rest of the people including Zhang Chuchen were trapped in the world of resentment, they couldn't help but laugh arrogantly when they saw that Chu Ge couldn't hold on. Ha 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 ha. Revenge for Jingjing, revenge for my sister. I will make you pay back 100-fold today. A large amount of resentment poured into the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and the 10,000 Ghosts banner seemed to be crumbling. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were overjoyed. Give me back my life. Ah, it hurts so much, I want you to die with me like me. My family has been killed, let this world be destroyed. Who am I? Am I a murderer? No, it's this world that is wrong. Why should I die and not you? I can't accept this. My imperial ambitions are destroyed in an instant. No one knows how many years of resentment the sentient beings held, and everyone's mind is affected by the resentment. Concentrate and calm down, don't be controlled by these resentful thoughts. Zhang Chuchen, who was the first to break through the illusion of resentment, flew out talismans from his hands and stuck them on everyone's eyebrows. The cool feeling emanating from the talisman is constantly driving away the resentment and interference in everyone's body. Chapter 171 ends, each has its own advantages. Chu Ge, did you see that? All your men are trapped in my resentment. Resentment has turned into a demon. I want to use your subordinates for my own purposes. Ha ha ha. The overlapping laughter of Xiao Chen and Yi Feng echoed in the air. Damn it. Chu Ge pretended to be exhausted and looked at Zhang Chuchen and others with a worried look on his face. Hinting to Zhang Chuchen to cooperate with him. Zhang Chuchen immediately understood and noticed the strange banner, and he understood everything even more clearly. In an instant, Zhang Chuchen controlled his own talisman and controlled the power controlled by the talisman. Lin Feng and others are still in the resentful environment, but the power of the resentful environment is very weak at this time. At most, Lin Feng and others could just think of it as a nightmare, but it was a bit scary. Especially Ji Bai, who once again appeared on the night when his family was exterminated. Over and over again, as if it were a never-ending cycle. Ji Bai's character is constantly growing, and one can even find that his strength is gradually increasing. This is Ji Bai's opportunity, and this opportunity can bring Ji Bai unexpected benefits. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng looked at Chu Ge, laughed sinisterly, and their resentment deepened. The crumbling 10,000 Ghosts banner seemed to be just one blow away from being completely shattered. Suddenly, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen roared, and the resentment around them rolled like clouds. It seemed as if endless evil ghosts kept emerging from the resentment, with fangs and claws bared, and terrifying and ferocious expressions. The endless resentment coming from the territory of the Huameng was directly poured into the vortex of the 10,000 Ghosts banner by Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. The energy of the 10,000 Ghosts banner is recharged to 80%. The energy of the 10,000 Ghosts banner is recharged to 90%. The power of resentment is the most terrifying power of ghosts. The birth of ghosts basically comes from the stimulation of resentment. The 10,000 Ghosts banner, which was in its initial state of phantom energy, underwent a qualitative change after absorbing the resentment. When you tried to kill me and Yao Yao, Jingjing, did you ever think about today? The combined body of the vengeful spirit of Xiao Chen and Yi Feng looked hideous and terrifying, as if roaring out its past unwillingness. The two who were once losers now saw Chu Ge about to be defeated by them, and the joy in their hearts could not be expressed in words. Really? Chu Ge suddenly raised his head and looked at the vengeful spirit in the air, and couldn't help but smile. Thank you so much. What? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen saw the smile on Chu Ge's face, and suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Boom! The 10,000 Ghosts banner, which was about to be destroyed, suddenly burst out with powerful force. The resentment seemed to have met its natural enemy and ran away instantly. What is this? Run! After Yi Feng and Xiao Chen felt the power emitted by the 10,000 Ghosts banner, their faces were filled with fear. In an instant, the two bodies that were controlling the vengeful spirit at the same time were instantly unfused. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. One faces east and the other faces west. So this is what the boss has always wanted to create. I didn't expect it to be made of resentment. It's really terrifying. While Zhang Chuchen was surprised, he did not forget to free those who were trapped in the resentment. Want to run? Chu Ge sneered. But can you run away? The 10,000 Ghosts banner was made by you two, so you two will be the ones to offer sacrifices. The 10,000 Ghosts banner that had just been successfully created in the air was instantly controlled by Chu Ge and recognized as its master. At the same time, the 10,000 Ghosts banner swung out two cold whirlwinds in two directions at the same time. Ah! Ah! Two screams rang out instantly. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were bound by a powerful sealing force and pulled from a distance. Chu Ge, I want you to die a miserable death and curse you for the rest of your life. We are immortal. As long as you die, we will escape one day. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were instantly sucked into the 10,000 Ghosts banner. The moment they were sucked in, the two did not forget to utter cruel words. Both of them felt very regretful. They didn't expect that it was they who contributed to the growth of Chu Ge's banner. It turned out that they were the ones who killed them. So what if I'm unwilling? After they entered the 10,000 Ghosts banner, there was no possibility of them getting out. The body of a vengeful spirit. Rebirth after death. It just so happens that they are the two fighting spirits in the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and they will always serve Chu Ge. Collect. The 10,000 Ghosts banner obediently returned to Chu Ge's hands. Wait for me a moment. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Chuchen and the others and gave them instructions, then sat down directly on the spot. Chu Ge began to practice the ghost controlling technique and started to sacrifice the two vengeful spirits in the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Let Yi Feng and Xiao Chen completely become one of the 10,000 Ghosts banner. In the future, I will be treated like a slave and be used by him. After Zhao Haifeng came out of the realm of resentment, he still had a headache, even though the realm of resentment was a tragic scene of genocide. But Zhao Haifeng has a very good attitude. What does the death of family members have to do with him? As long as he's alive. After Ji Yubai came out of the resentful realm, his face was pale and he continued to remain silent. Obviously he was still quite stimulated. Lin Feng's grievance was that his sister was actually eaten by Chu Ge. And he was forced by his sister to call her brother-in-law Chu Ge. When he thought of this, Lin Feng's eyes turned complicated when he looked at Chu Ge. This resentful situation is really terrifying. But luckily it was just an illusion, it almost scared him to death. Cheer up, my family has also been destroyed, and it was destroyed by one of the resentful spirits just now. Look, I'm alive and well, right? Zhao Haifeng bumped into Ji Yubai and comforted him. Thank you, Ji Yubai said, forcing a smile. But I am also very grateful to the two vengeful spirits for allowing me to directly advance my strength to the late stage of Gangjin warrior. What the hell? Zhao Haifeng looked at Ji Yubai in shock, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a moment. My strength seems to be a little loose. Lin Feng did not forget to hit Zhao Haifeng at this time. Zhao Haifeng had no words to express his pain and could only hug Zhang Chuchen and cry silently. He felt that he was the one who should be comforted the most. Okay, after this battle I also feel that my realm has loosened a lot, but it's not as a warrior, but my Taoism has improved a lot. Zhang Chuchen silently comforted Zhao Haifeng. Get out. Zhao Haifeng pushed Zhang Chuchen away and looked at everyone helplessly. Luo Shu, Ku Wenrui and Ji Jingming remained silent and looked at him with sympathy. Although they did not participate in the battle, the resentful environment did improve their state of mind. Zhao Haifeng took 2 steps back, feeling like the whole world had abandoned him. Why is it that he is the only one who has not made any breakthrough in strength? Zhao Haifeng's face suddenly looked a little strange, and he took out the compass directly. He saw that the compass was glowing and hot. Whoosh! The compass instantly turned into a streak of light and went straight into Zhao Haifeng's brow. Chapter 172: A selection system that uses all kinds of tricks. During Chu Ge's ritual, inside the 10,000 Ghosts banner, Yifeng and Xiao Chen felt as if they had gone through the 18 levels of hell in torture and pain. They have completely become part of the 10,000 Ghosts banner and will never be able to escape. Unless he is released by the owner of the 10,000 Ghosts banner, or the 10,000 Ghosts banner is destroyed. Finally done. Chu Ge opened his eyes, looked at the 10,000 Ghosts banner in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Yifeng and Xiao Chen still have self-awareness, but they cannot disobey his orders. The 10,000 Ghosts banner transformed into a streak of light and entered deep into his dantian to be nourished. What's wrong with you? Chu Ge stood up and found that everyone was whispering and making a fuss around Zhao Haifeng. Lin Feng, you bastard, next time you will want 4 women of different ages. That's fine, the most hateful thing is that I'm the one paying. Zhao Haifeng looked at the hexagram displayed on the compass and cursed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no idea that his thoughts had been exposed and stood aside whistling. As long as I have no shame, you can scold me however you want. After Zhao Haifeng got the compass to recognize him as its master, he began to show off the compass's fortune-telling ability. The compass itself has unique fortune-telling capabilities. In fact, if Yi Tian persists a little longer, the compass will recognize its master. The compass itself is in a semi-awake state and has been used by Yi Tian. It was not until this time that Luo Pan finally woke up and was taken advantage of by Zhao Haifeng. It's brother Zhao's good fortune to get the compass. It seems that among all the people present, except the boss, brother Zhao is the only one who has gained a lot. Zhang Chuchen would not covet Zhao Haifeng's compass treasure, but just reminded Zhao Haifeng not to use it to do anything unscrupulous. Zhao Haifeng naturally assured repeatedly that it was basically Lin Feng who did all the unscrupulous things, and he had no say in it at all. After seeing Chu Ge wake up, everyone told them about the changes that had happened to them and Zhao Haifeng's opportunity. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng again and again. He didn't expect that this guy could have such an opportunity. He is worthy of being my subordinate. Everyone's strength has been improved a little, which makes Chu Ge very pleased. Afterwards, Chu Ge and others returned, picked up Zhou Ruian and Chen Qian, and left directly in the car. This matter has been completely settled. Chu Ge did not easily destroy the feng shui layout of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. But this place has been marked by Chu Ge. It does not belong to Yuncheng, but to the edge of Yuancheng. Chu Ge has already informed Gong Lian and asked him to notify the person in charge of the shadow guards in Yuancheng and ask him to negotiate with the lord of Yuancheng. The place was leased to Tengde Group for 99 years. After returning to the Chu residence, Chu Ge fell asleep directly. By the way, he did not forget to hug Lu Yanru. Lu Yanru supported her face and looked sideways at Chu Ge's fair face. He looks particularly handsome even when he is sleeping, a quiet handsome man. She wouldn't ask Chu Ge where he went at night. Because she is a smart woman who knows how to give men some freedom. Too much restriction will only make men more disgusted. Moreover, Lu Yanru can now feel Chu Ge's love for her. Because even when sleeping, Chu Ge's hands were very restless. After Chu Ge's hard work day and night, Lu Yanru's figure became more plump and full, with curves in an orderly pattern, and all the fat places were fat. It was only 4 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yanru nestled into Chu Ge's arms, feeling the sound of his heartbeat, and fell asleep. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Ge woke up slowly and slept in again, feeling very comfortable. No, it feels a little bit wrong. Chu Ge quickly pulled back the quilt and looked inside, and saw his boss Lu Yanru being very dishonest under the quilt. He kept pulling at him. He kept pulling at him. Fortunately, he had an indestructible body and was not afraid of being grabbed by the other party. Even if he is bent, he will be as straight as steel. After all, he is a straight man. Lu Yanru's eyebrows and eyes were the same as before, and her watery peach blossom eyes kept sending charming glances to Chu Ge. Women in their 30s are as fierce as wolves and tigers, and the saying is true. If Chu Ge wasn't in such a strong body, he might have difficulty getting up now. I have been here for so long before I woke up. You have to compensate me. Lu Yanru came out from under the quilt with charming eyes and supported Chu Ge's chest with her hands. Lu Yanru bit her lips lightly and made the mouth shape of a tiger eating a person. Playing big tiger. I want to eat you. Then I will play Wusong. This time Wusong fights the tiger, and the weapon he uses is the same. Chu Ge grinned wickedly, stood up and hugged Lu Yanru in his arms. Baby, let me take you to lunch. Hate it, ah. Then, the operation continued like an assembly line. He took care of Feng Linlin, Lu Xiaoyu, his secretary Li Lanyan, his subordinate Gong Lian, and Zhou Ruiyan. Until 10 o'clock at night. Chu Ge, feeling refreshed, took his men to the bar to dance. This was also to fulfill Chu Ge's promise to his subordinates. After all, only half of the welcoming banquet was eaten. The subordinates like to have fun, so Chu Ge will let them have fun this time. This time Kuaihuo did not stay in Yuncheng, but flew directly to Huacheng on a special plane. Flower City is the favorite place for rich people. Huacheng is not only a city with many things to do, but it is also a well-known city of flowers and a den of money in the Huameng. Sitting on the plane, Chu Ge's system finally responded. Ding dong. Foreign intrusion detected, clearing in progress. Ding dong. Hostile system detected, fighting in progress. Ding dong. Unable to clear, trying to merge. Ding dong. The sign-in system reaches a friendly agreement with the selection system and chooses integration. Fusion in progress. Ding dong. The system was chosen to be despicable and shameless, and actually tore up the agreement. The system fell into a trap and is collapsing. Ding dong. All's fair in war. They successfully destroyed the sign-in system and absorbed the sign-in function. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the system upgrade is complete, please check. Chu Ge was dumbfounded when he saw the continuous operations of the selection system. It turns out his system is so crappy. This sign-in system is really too honest. Chu Ge looked at the function to select system update. I found that I can get rewards directly by just choosing the selection system, without having to wait until the selection is completed. This is good. Just after absorbing the sign-in function, another sign-in function was added. Sign in. Ding dong. A new day has been successfully signed in, and the sign-in reward is Void Ring. Ding dong. Sign-in rewards are directly distributed into the system space. Chu Ge took out the Void Ring from the system space. It looked ordinary, very simple and ancient, and its color was dark black. Chu Ge directly put the Void Ring on his right thumb. In an instant, the Void Ring recognized its master, and the information about the Void Ring was directly transmitted to Chu Ge's mind. Chapter 173 Kong Qingyan wants revenge. This Void Ring truly lives up to its name of Void. The Void Ring was not the fantasy ring that Chu Ge thought it was. Instead, it is something similar to science fiction. The Void Ring allows him to jump directly into the void and separate himself from the real plane. It can even enable objects or itself to jump through the void, crossing the spatial dimension and reaching anywhere in an instant. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at his private plane. I don't know if this plane can be used to jump into the void. Fasten your seat belts. Chu Ge instructed Lin Zan, who was sitting next to him. He only brought a female personal secretary with him this time. Okay, boss. Lin Zan fastened her seat belt very obediently. This is also to be on the safe side. Lin Zan does not know martial arts, so as to avoid any bumps in the air when traveling. Space jump, void shuttle. Chu Ge looked at the void ring and directly used the void ability. The entire private plane in flight instantly disappeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In an instant, it appeared in the sky not far from Huacheng. It was as if it was supposed to be in the sky above, and even Huacheng's prevention and control surveillance did not detect anything wrong. When using the void ring, he found that the void map in his mind was presented very clearly. For every void-marked coordinate, he can know where it corresponds to in reality. Calling the boss, there seems to be something wrong with the flight route. The pilot of the private plane was panicked when he looked at his coordinates. He actually arrived in the sky not far from Huacheng. This is unscientific. Normal landing. Chu Ge picked up the walkie-talkie in front of him and gave the order directly. Understood. The driver quickly sorted out his thoughts and replied. Although I don't know what happened, it was definitely done by the boss. Shit, we're already in Huacheng. Zhao Haifeng looked at the plane landing in confusion, almost thinking that there was an accident. It hasn't been long since we took off, how come we've suddenly arrived in Huacheng? Not only Zhao Haifeng was confused, Zhang Chuchen and others also looked bewildered. This is probably due to a problem with the magnetic field, an inexplicable phenomenon. This is void travel and space jump. As your boss, if I don't have a little bit of ability, how can I be your boss, right? Chu Ge stood up, looked at everyone, and smiled faintly. Everyone looked at the boss's mysterious smile and felt that he was becoming more and more unfathomable. Space jumping, this ability is not something that can be mastered by one person. It's simply God. Chu Ge also felt that he had this method and was invincible in the world. Using the ability to jump into the void does not require consuming any of one's own mental energy, but is instead an instinctive ability of the void ring. Lin Zan looked at her boss with admiration. Boss, you are so awesome. Lin Zan said in a tone of great admiration. The boss is not only a warrior, but also possesses such mysterious means. As long as the boss is there, Tamed Group will not collapse. As the boss's personal secretary, I feel honored and proud. If the boss is not capable, how can he be your boss? Chu Ge poked Lin Zan's head and said with a smile. Boss. Faced with the boss's teasing, Lin Zan did not feel disgusted at all, but instead felt joy in her heart. It seems that the boss doesn't hate me. I still have some charm. Your sister has fallen. Zhao Haifeng poked Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, with his elbow, with a sly smile on his face. Get out. Lin Feng looked at his sister and sighed in his heart. No way, no way. Is the nightmare-like experience I had in the realm of resentment about to become a reality? Lin Feng became worried after hearing what Zhao Haifeng said, which made Zhao Haifeng, who was standing next to him, laugh happily. Dog stuff. Want to take advantage of me for free? Just pay a little interest first. Flower City. Thank you for saving me. I should go now, otherwise I will bring trouble to you. Kong Qingyan looked at the young man in front of her and said with gratitude. The young man was handsome and had extraordinary martial arts skills. At such a young age, he had reached a level that even she could not understand. This is the evil spirit that emerged from the era of great strife. This reminded Kong Qingyan of her apprentice and she sighed. If his disciple had not died, he might have reached the Baodan stage by now. At the beginning, the Kong family was visited by a mysterious girl, and finally they used the Kong family's unique skills to calm the mysterious girl's anger. But later, another group of shadow guards came and wiped out the Kong family. Even Kong Qingyan was hunted down madly by the shadow guards. Finally, on the way of escape, he was rescued by the young man from Huacheng. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you get involved or not. It's unjust to kill an entire family. Xiao Bai looked at her, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. After receiving the inheritance from the mysterious old man on his deathbed, he has been hiding his strength and hiding in Huacheng. In fact, he is just a delivery man, but no one knows that he has inherited the final sword god's legacy. In one fell swoop, he went from being an ordinary person to a powerful warrior. Xiao Bai learned from the inheritance given to him by the old man that his strength was in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Gang Jin, Bao Dan, Hua Dan, Ning Shen, Hua Shen. His strength has truly reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and he is the only sword god in the world. Although he hid his strength in his ordinary life, his heart had already transformed and he was no longer an ordinary person. He is the only sword god in the world. There is nothing he can't do as long as he wants. You have no idea how powerful the murderer who wiped out my entire family is. Kong Qingyan stood up, picked up the sword beside her, bowed to him and said, I can handle my own affairs. My injuries have healed, thank you for your care during these days. If we are destined to meet in the future, we will meet again. Can you not leave? Xiao Bai looked at Kong Qingyan, feeling a little reluctant, and couldn't help but ask her to stay, saying confidently. If you want revenge, I can actually help you. One more person means one more strength. If your entire family can't stop the murderer, then you won't be able to get revenge with your strength. Kong Qingyan stopped at the door when she heard that, turned to look at Xiao Bai, and said with a forced smile. Even if I can't get revenge, I will die on the road to revenge. I, Kong Qingyan, will never live in disgrace in this world. Don't be impulsive, sit down and calm down first. It's been so long, and you still haven't told me who your enemy is. Xiao Bai sighed softly. This woman seemed to have become desperate and possessed. You don't understand my strength at all, how do you know I can't do it? There was a hint of terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Bai, which made Kong Qingyan's pupils tremble. Why is the aura on this guy Xiao Bai so powerful? Even someone in the Danhua stage doesn't have such strength. Kong Qingyan felt that even that girl was not as powerful, terrifying, and suffocating as the aura exuded by the young man in front of her. Kong Qingyan walked back with hope. Xiao Bai might really be able to help him. Huacheng, massage parlor. Chu Ge did not notify the Tengde group branch in Wadu, and did not tell anyone about his coming. Lying on the massage bed, although he is already a powerful warrior, the other person's foot massage is still refreshing. How about this strength, boss? Use all your strength, boss, I am a warrior. Master warrior, then I can use all my strength. Okay. Chapter 174, The Peerless Sword God, The Compass Warns. The status of warriors is gradually improving and they are being integrated into this world. Warrior schools have been established in all major cities of the Huameng. The higher the qualifications, the more resources you will get and the higher your status in the school. Even the massage girl's attitude changed drastically after she heard that her boss was a warrior. Do you have any other packages here? Zhao Haifeng, who was lying on the massage bed on the other side, enjoying the trampling service, couldn't help asking. The little girl who trampled on Zhao Haifeng said cautiously, Boss, we have a full set of seafood meals here. Emperor service package, noble service package. I don't know which package the boss would like. Give me one of each. This time it was not Zhao Haifeng who paid, but the boss who paid the bill, so naturally he had to order the most expensive and the best quality. Okay, boss. There will be commissions for stepping on the girl, so after hearing this, the service became more considerate. The money was not spent in vain. How is it going over there? What packages do you want? Zhao Haifeng picked up his phone and asked several LSPs in the group. Only Zhao Haifeng was qualified to share a room with the boss, the rest were in the next room. Only Lin Feng's sister Lin Zan had gone to the hotel to rest. Gu Bai, I can't let go. Ku Wenrui. You're talking nonsense. I'm right next to you. We want the full set. Lin Feng, full set +1. Luo Shu, +1. Ji Jingming, ahem, full set. Zhang Chuchen, I'm not talented, full set +1. Zhao Haifeng saw that these people were so sensible and could not help but silently condemn them, so he sent a message. Zhao Haifeng, I condemn you silently. You don't know how to save money for the boss. Unlike me, I'm just a little sister who steps on the back. Everyone raised question marks. Not even a dog would believe what Zhao Haifeng said. Zhao Haifeng, forget it, do you want to eat takeout? I heard that Huacheng's takeout is very good. Everyone +1. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes. He was not only enjoying himself, but also thinking about the future path. Now that Tengde Group is developing faster and faster, it is about to touch the bottom line of some stubborn old guys in Huameng. Some senior executives were shocked by Tengde Group's cash flow and thus reached friendly exchanges with Tengde Group. Today, Yuncheng is the headquarters of Tengde Group, and the TD001 genetic medicine has never been sold. Because Li Heru is still releasing the latest advertisements for genetic drugs from time to time. Li Heru plans to make Tengde Group's genetic medicine deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the Chinese alliance. With the continuous provision of data by the Shadow Guard, William's experiments became faster and faster, and medicines of various levels were ready. Li Heru is now expanding the production line and has begun to deliver them directly to the upper echelons of Yuncheng in the form of gifts. Let these people be more closely connected with Tengde Group. Yuncheng is the headquarters of Tengde Group. Because the demand is so great, Li Heru is still expanding the production line. It was decided to officially start selling to the hungry people of Yuncheng in a week. The people of Yuncheng are already waving huge piles of money, waiting for the official sale of Tamed Group. The royal city had never been a place that Chu Ge had ever visited. But now, Chu Ge has the void ring, and he has decided to go to the royal city in person after visiting the flower city. Chu Ge's ambition has expanded from the Huameng to the world. The entire world is Chu Ge's real goal. When Tamed Group is completely entrenched in Huameng, it will be the beginning of Chu Ge's move to the world stage. At this time, Xiaobai agreed to help Kong Qingyan get revenge without asking for any reward. After all, with his ability, it would be easy for him to avenge Kong Qingyan. So what if it's Tamed Group? So what if Chu Ge's subordinates are powerful? In the face of absolute strength, everyone is nothing but a chicken or a dog. After seeing a new takeout order, Xiaobai quickly grabbed the order. There's no other way. The peerless sword god has to make a living too. He doesn't steal or rob, and he doesn't work as a thug for the rich. Are you going to deliver the takeaway? It's so late. Kong Qingyan looked at Xiaobai and admired his frugal style very much. If she had as strong power as Xiaobai, she would definitely not live here. Yes, I'm used to it. Even if I have powerful strength, I don't like fighting. Xiaobai smiled very confidently to Kong Qingyan. After Xiaobai left home, he rode his motorcycle to pick up the food. He rarely saw anyone order so much takeout. But when I saw that the location was a massage parlor, I felt relieved. It was normal to have so many people there. I remember one time, he was delivering this kind of unconventional takeaway, and he saw two couples actually eating the takeaways from each other. Hello, your takeaway is here. Xiaobai knocked on the door of the private room and clearly heard bursts of chaotic sounds coming from next door. My takeaway has arrived. Zhao Haifeng was just about to get up when suddenly, the compass in his dantian alerted its owner. Zhao Haifeng's expression changed slightly, and he lay back down again, picking up his phone to type. Zhao Haifeng, at Lin Feng, the takeaway has arrived. My boss and I can't come out for the time being, so he asked you to come out and get it. Lin Feng, at Zhao Haifeng, if the boss didn't let me take it, you would be dead. Zhao Haifeng looked at the message without answering, then turned to his boss and said. Boss, I feel something is wrong. Chu Ge came back to his senses and looked at Zhao Haifeng with a puzzled look. Tell me, what's wrong? This guy wouldn't find himself another protagonist, would he? There's something wrong with the delivery man outside. I asked Lin Feng to test the waters. The compass just gave me a warning. Zhao Haifeng said in a low voice. He has full trust in Lin Feng, so even if there are problems, Lin Feng shouldn't have any big problems. Lin Feng in the next room threw away his phone, pushed the woman away, and went out. Seeing the delivery man knocking at Zhao Haifeng's door, Lin Feng waved and said loudly, Don't knock, we are together, and he can't come out for the time being, just give it to me. Xiaobai hurried over, handed the takeaway to the other party and said, Hello, can I ask for the delivery boss's phone number? I want to confirm. As he said that, Xiaobai raised his head and looked at the other person's face. Huh, Xiaobai frowned slightly. Isn't this guy the subordinate of the chairman of Tamed Group that Kong Qingyan mentioned? How did we meet in Flower City? Is it just that they look a bit similar? No, it is impossible for me to admit my mistake. Xiaobai did not take action on the spot because he found that this guy's strength was actually at the Danhua stage. Even if I take action, I will definitely alert others. Since this person named Lin Feng has appeared, it makes me wonder whether Chu Ge is here. Lin Feng read out Zhao Haifeng's phone number and became a little alert. There seems to be something wrong with this delivery man. Afterwards, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it and thought that he was a warrior, so he took the takeaway and went to his room first. Xiaobai silently watched the other person return to the room. Don't notify Kong Qingyan for the time being, lest she gets too excited and cause trouble. After Xiaobai went out, he waited outside, ready to find an opportunity to take action and give Kong Qingyan a surprise. Lin Feng, at Zhao Haifeng, the takeaway has arrived, come and get it yourself. Zhao Haifeng, at Lin Feng, okay, carrot. Carrot hash. Zhao Haifeng sat up directly and asked the two women on him to leave first. Chu Ge waved his hand, and the woman who was giving the massage followed him out. After the boss was the only one left in the room, Zhao Haifeng took out the compass and started to tell fortunes. The peerless sword god, hiding in the city. Fuck, boss, the delivery man just now turned out to be a knife god. Zhao Haifeng cursed. I haven't offended the other party, so why would it be dangerous for me to go out? Lin Feng is fine. Is it because he is too weak? Chapter 175, The Emperor's Set Meal. Sword God. Chu Ge kept twisting his head and moving his muscles and bones, making creaking sounds. Ding dong. Option 1, you will encounter a sword god pretending to be a delivery man, who is suspected to be a top warrior. Fight him head on. Reward: 1 romantic luck. Option 2, if you encounter a strong enemy, it is better to escape first. Reward: Bagua demon subduing formation. Option 3, the sword god is too strong, the best strategy is to run away, investigate the reason. Reward: release magic wand. This time the system is updated so that you don't need to complete the options before receiving the rewards, but can directly choose to receive the rewards immediately. Chu Ge took a quick look. Although both option 2 and option 3 offered generous rewards, that was not his character. No matter how generous the reward is, he would not choose it. Retreating before fighting shows that his thoughts are not reasonable. Choose one. Ding dong. The host chooses one and is rewarded with a romantic opportunity. Do you want to use it? Chu Ge did not use this peach blossom luck for the time being, then he looked at Zhao Haifeng and said. Don't worry about it for now. Even if it's the god of swords, call all the women in. We've worked hard all night. Can't we enjoy ourselves first? Zhao Haifeng nodded quickly and pressed the button on the bedside to call the man back. They haven't had a chance to enjoy themselves yet. Even if he is the god of swords, what can he do? With the boss next to him, Zhao Haifeng is not panicked at all. Afterwards, Zhao Haifeng ran to Lin Feng's room and brought back 2 takeouts. Emperor's set menu. The dancing girls in ancient costumes are like the ancient emperors watching opera girls. Classical music sounded faintly, and the dance was a bit like the dance of the Han dynasty. She is strong and powerful yet gentle, with a graceful figure, a thin belt around her waist, and dignified movements and expressions, yet charming. The silk ribbons of the dress blew against my face, and the fragrance was overwhelming. It made Chu Ge feel like he was entering a country of women. It is worthy of being called the imperial set meal. Set meals worth tens of thousands are simply different. Your Majesty, I offer you a drink. A lead dancer danced gracefully, holding an ancient wine jug and wine glass, and snuggled in Chu Ge's arms with every step. The wine in the pot slowly flows into the glass. Even before the drink is finished, it seems that the person is already drunk. The aroma of wine entered his throat, the maidservant sat in his arms, and her sobbing voice entered his ears. Chu Ge directly took the wine jug, put it directly into his mouth, and fed the imported wine to the woman in his arms. Silky and smooth, with a winey aroma. The fragrance lingers on the lips and teeth, smooth but not greasy. This wine is really delicious. Well, Your Majesty, I really can't drink any more. After drinking nearly 2 jugs of wine in a row, the maid was already a little drunk and could not hold her liquor. Of course Chu Ge would not have sex with these women. At most he would play some tricks on them, but he would not really have sex with them. Chu Ge has finally experienced the unique feng shui and customs of Wadu. It's just a word, so cool. Not only Chu Ge, but also Zhao Haifeng and others were having a lot of fun. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, Chu Ge held the beautiful woman in his arms. Xiaobai was outside enjoying the cool breeze, his lonely shadows forming a pair under the streetlight. These bastards won't stop coming out, will they? Originally, Xiaobai just wanted to avenge Kong Qingyan and had no hatred towards Chu Ge. But now, for some reason, he felt a little more resentment towards Chu Ge. Rich people great. I've been enjoying it for 2 hours. Do I have to spend the night in there? He has never enjoyed such treatment. Xiaobai was extremely envious and felt miserable but couldn't express it. He didn't want to expose his strength, lest others find out and disturb his normal life. Hello, Qingyan, I'm still delivering takeout. Yeah, I won't be back for the time being. Xiaobai answered the call from Kong Qingyan, sighed deeply, and stared at the massage parlor across the street. The resentment in his heart towards Chu Ge grew stronger as time went by. He is the god of swords, the top warrior in the world, yet he has fallen to this state. Xiaobai vowed to teach Chu Ge a lesson and then hand him over to Kong Qingyan for revenge. The emperor's set menu is finally over. Zhao Haifeng gathered everyone in a room and explained the details of the situation. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng speechlessly. No wonder he felt that there was something wrong with the delivery man. It turned out that Zhao Haifeng was thinking of himself as a shield for him. This guy was really cunning and he fooled me several times. It's because you are strong that I asked you to go. I trust you the most. Zhao Haifeng quickly argued. HMPH. It has to be said that Zhao Haifeng had grasped Lin Feng's pleasure point. Lin Feng let out a proud cry and temporarily let Zhao Haifeng go. Chu Ge sat at the head of the bed and said to Zhao Haifeng, "Figure out where that guy is. In my opinion, he won't give up. He's probably waiting for us outside." "Okay, boss." Zhao Haifeng quickly took out the compass and started to tell fortunes. Zhang Chuchen installed a soundproof device in the room to prevent eavesdropping. Zhao Haifeng looked at the hexagram, pointed directly outside, and said in surprise, "This guy has been waiting for us on the opposite street." "Boss, what should we do? Should we go straight in?" Lin Feng asked hurriedly. Sword God, he really wanted to test how strong the opponent was and where his own limits were. Everyone looked at Chu Ge, waiting for his next order. Even though it was the god of swords, none of them were afraid. Instead, they were somewhat excited. After all, the boss's space jump allows you to just run away if you can't defeat him, without any worries about your life. Chu Ge thought about it and decided to use legal means to protect himself first. After all, he is the chairman of Tamed Group. How can he talk about fighting and killing all the time? Moreover, Huacheng used such a powerful warrior, but there has been no news. It is obvious that the other party has no intention of exposing his strength, so I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Just call the manager of the Tamed Group branch in Huacheng and ask him to call the police and catch this guy first. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. "Boss, this is outrageous." Zhao Haifeng liked the boss's approach. "Since you don't like to be exposed, then we will force you to expose yourself. Unless the other party is really a ninja turtle, he will definitely not be able to help but expose the other party's strength." Zhao Haifeng contacted Lin Feng's sister Lin Zan directly. In order to wait for the boss who had not slept yet, Lin Zan contacted Yang Xian, the manager of the Huacheng Tamed Group branch, after receiving the order. Yang Xian was a little impatient at first when he received the call in the middle of the night, but when he heard that the other party was the boss's personal secretary, he immediately became very friendly. "Old Yang, who is that?" When Yang Xian's wife heard that the voice on the phone was a woman, she looked at him with a bad tone. "I'm the boss's personal secretary. You need to talk to me about something. You go to bed first." When Yang Xian's wife heard that it was the secretary of her husband's boss, she immediately lost her temper. Huacheng, police station. Deputy Director Zhang Tianming received a call from Yang Xian and left home overnight. "And notify the police station on duty to rush to the scene immediately and prepare to arrest the dangerous persons." The chairman of Tamed Group actually came to Huacheng in person. If he encountered danger, how would other big bosses who came to invest view Huacheng? He is responsible for protecting the image of Huacheng. Chapter 176, You're too naive to fight me. Xiaobai didn't know that Chu Ge had already called the police. Now he was still sitting on the motorcycle, hungry and lonely waiting for the other party to come out. Ku Wenrui asked Red Queen to transmit the images directly to the computer via satellite. "Look, it's this guy." Red Queen has locked onto him directly. Ku Wenrui pushed the laptop forward and pointed at the delivery boy on the screen. "Yes, it's this guy." Lin Feng was the only one who had seen the other person and directly confirmed his identity. Chu Ge looked at the other party and found that he was still waiting eagerly. He was really persistent. "I just don't know whether the other party is hostile to Zhao Haifeng or to him." Half an hour later, Xiaobai looked at several police cars rushing towards him with sirens blaring, and couldn't help but gloat over their misfortune. It seems that someone reported this massage parlor. I just don't know what Chu Ge's expression will be after he is caught. Xiaobai smiled expectantly. At this time he didn't know that the target of these police cars was him. Xiaobai only realized what was happening after the police cars surrounded him. His face changed and he was a little confused. Did he do something illegal? Impossible. Xiaobai would never easily reveal his identity as a warrior in front of outsiders. "Hello. You are suspected of endangering the safety of others. Please come with us and assist in the investigation." A policeman looked at him vigilantly and said seriously. Hearing this, and seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, Xiaobai quickly waved his hand to explain. "Officer, I didn't do anything. I'm just a writer, how could I be suspected of endangering the safety of others? Xiao Bai felt that the other party had misunderstood him. He was so well behaved and law-abiding, how could he endanger the safety of others? It's complete bullshit. 2 more policemen came directly to both sides of Xiao Bai to prevent him from suddenly resisting. It's not up to you to decide whether to do it or not. The evidence will tell you. Please cooperate with our work. If any misunderstandings arise, we will naturally apologize to you. Seeing the police's serious expression, Xiao Bai smiled helplessly. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Xiao Bai would not be nervous about something he had never done. Just at this moment, Chu Ge walked out of the massage parlor directly, followed by a group of younger brothers. Xiao Bai saw Chu Ge walking towards him from the opposite street with a malicious smile on his face. Suddenly, Xiao Bai felt that it was definitely the other party who called the police. Officer, this guy doesn't look like a good person. He didn't leave after delivering the takeaway and has been waiting outside. It's obvious that he has bad intentions. Chu Ge looked at Xiao Bai with a teasing look and said lightly. Chairman Chu, don't worry. We have already controlled the other party. We will absolutely guarantee Chairman Chu's safety in Huacheng. Obviously, the policeman had been informed in advance and spoke in a very good attitude. Xiao Bai immediately understood that this was simply a shady deal. Is this what you call justice? Xiao Bai said in a low voice. Obviously, everyone could hear the anger in his voice. Chairman Chu is telling the truth. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing can call the police. It's not just you. The police officer spoke with reason and evidence, leaving Xiao Bai at a loss for words for a moment. Indeed, Xiao Bai was waiting here to deal with Chu Ge. But he couldn't say it directly, and was immediately speechless. It seems that you have agreed, so it is even more impossible that you have been wronged. When the police officer saw the other party's expression, he immediately understood the truth of the matter. This guy must have had evil intentions when he saw Chairman Chu's luxurious clothes. Snap! Xiao Bai was handcuffed directly. Although he could break free at any time, once he did, the nature of the whole incident would change. Officer, can I talk to him alone for a few words? Chu Ge looked at Xiao Bai, who was unconvinced and couldn't help but say. Chairman Chu, please be careful and don't get too close to him. The police officer warned worriedly and led the others to move 5 or 6 meters away from here. Chu Ge walked up to Xiao Bai and whispered in his ear, you should be very strong, but do you dare to use it? Don't be complacent, sooner or later I will let you know what it means to be worse than death. Xiao Bai looked at him with extremely cold eyes. He was careless this time. He didn't expect that the other party had no martial ethics at all. They actually called the police. Shouldn't they have resolved the issue the way of martial artists? Really, I can let you in, but I can also make it impossible for you to get out. Chu Ge smiled playfully, looked at him with a condescending look, and said coldly, you are so young, don't be ungrateful. Lest you get yourself and your family into trouble. As a genuine villain, Chu Ge never scruples about any means. Of course, the prerequisite is that the opponent is very strong, otherwise Chu Ge would not bother to use these means. Xiao Bai's eyes suddenly flashed with coldness, and he stared at Chu Ge fiercely, with a cold tone, don't bring disaster to my family. If you touch my family, I will kill your whole family. Xiao Bai felt a little regretful. He was too careless. If I had known Chu Ge's methods were so despicable, I should have hidden in the dark and attacked him. Chu Ge has obtained all the information about Xiao Bai through Hong Hu. But I don't understand the reason why Xiao Bai has inexplicable hostility towards me. Xiao Bai also has a mother, 38 years old, Xiao Mei. Xiao Bai took his mother's surname and the identity of his biological father is unknown. Xiao Mei became pregnant at the age of 18 and was unmarried. Xiao Bai dropped out of school at the young age of 18 to take on the burden of the family. He earned a little money and bought a new house for his mother as a down payment. Some of Xiao Bai's funds were of unknown origin, but no one checked. Xiao Bai lives in the old house alone, leading a free and independent life. Your mother Xiao Mei raised you with great difficulty. I believe you don't want your mother to get hurt. If you tell me the source of your hostility towards me, I promise not to hurt your mother. Chu Ge took out the phone directly from Xiao Bai's clothes and made a call under Xiao Bai's cold gaze. After the call was connected, Chu Ge handed it to Xiao Bai and snorted coldly. Do you think someone like me can be a good person? Xiao Bai looked at the notes on the phone, quickly put the phone to his ear, and shouted anxiously, "Mom, are you okay? Mom. Son, your friend bought a lot of things and came home. I was just about to call you and you called. What can happen to Mom? Son, you have to thank your friends. They left before Mom could pour you a cup of tea." Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Mom, it's okay, I will thank my friends in person." After hanging up the phone, Xiaobai could no longer control the murderous intent in his heart, and he was about to break free from the handcuffs in the next second. What a crappy friend. It was obvious that Chu Ge wanted to use his mother to threaten him. Let me advise you that the price of being impulsive is something you can't bear. It's okay if you don't tell me the specific reason now. I will come to the police station to find you in person tomorrow. Chu Ge patted Xiaobai's face, laughed teasingly, and left in Xiaobai's angry eyes. "You little brat, you're fighting with the boss. Don't you even look at who our boss is. You're so naive." Zhao Haifeng walked up to Xiaobai. He poked Xiaobai's chest, said triumphantly, and left with his boss. "I swear, you will pay with blood." Xiaobai stood in place and was controlled by two policemen who ran over. The murderous intent in their eyes almost made the two policemen draw their guns. Chapter 177 Meeting in the interrogation room. I advise you to be honest and not to resist in vain. The police officer immediately pointed the gun at the restless guy. When Xiaobai saw the gun pointed at him, his face instantly calmed down. After all, he is still hiding his strength. If I reveal my strength, I will definitely fall into Chu Ge's trap, and I cannot let him get what he wants. Xiaobai was directly taken to the police car, and he also understood that Tamed Group had a certain amount of power even in Huacheng. If he wanted to deal with Chu Ge, he had to prevent Chu Ge from becoming an obstacle to his power. Sitting in the police car, Xiaobai had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that as a sword god, he would have to go to jail. Kong Qingyan was very anxious as she had not been waiting for Xiaobai to come back. It was not until she made a phone call that she found out that Xiaobai had been taken to the police station. At the same time, as Xiaobai's only relative, Xiao's mother Xiaomei was also notified and asked to come to the police station. Xiaobai, who had not rested all night, sat in the interrogation room. Two policemen kept questioning Xiaobai. As long as Xiaobai doesn't admit it himself, they will not let him go for the time being. This is an order given by my superior personally. Xiaobai, whose hands were handcuffed, saw his mother and Kong Qingyan walking in anxiously, and he couldn't help but get angry. These people actually informed their mother. My mother actually knew that I was in the police station. She must be worried that I might have done something wrong. Kong Qingyan's arrival made Xiaobai signal her with his eyes to leave quickly. Once Chu Ge discovered that Kong Qingyan was here, the consequences would be disastrous. "Son, if something happens to you, how can I live?" After hearing the news, Xiaomei, Xiao's mother, ran over in a panic, fearing that something had happened to her son. "Mom, this is just a misunderstanding," Xiaobai explained quickly. "What a misunderstanding? You're already in handcuffs." Xiaomei looked at the handcuffs on her son's hands anxiously. Her son must have made some mistake. "I advise you to tell the truth. Leniency will be given to those who confess, and severity will be given to those who resist. Do you see?" A police officer in charge of the interrogation pointed to the 8 big words on the back and said to Xiaobai earnestly. "Your mother raised you to this age. Are you being unworthy of her by resisting like this? Tell the truth and maybe you can leave." "Yes, son, tell me the truth. Mom believes you are a good boy and will not commit a crime." For an ordinary person like Xiaomei, going to the police station is like the sky falling. It is a huge matter. "Mom, I didn't commit any crime." Xiaobai smiled bitterly and explained reluctantly. He didn't believe that he could get out safely after confessing. Chu Ge would definitely not let him go so easily. At this time, Zhang Tianming, who was waiting outside the police station, finally saw Mr. Chu, the biggest boss of Tamed Group. Yang Xian stood cautiously beside his boss, feeling very scared. "If anything happens to the boss, it's all my fault. If the boss is not satisfied with you, he can remove you from your position with just one word." To secure the position of branch manager of Tamed Group, he had gone through numerous tests and assessments. Don't underestimate him, he is just a manager of a branch of Huacheng Tamed Group. If this were placed in ancient times, it would be like a frontier historian. Under the boss is General Manager Li Heru, and under General Manager Li Heru is the manager position. Chairman Chu, why do you bother to come here in person? Jiang Tianming shook Chairman Chu's hands tightly with both hands and said very politely. Chu Ge smiled, let go of his hand, and said to Yang Xian beside him. Huacheng is a good place. Director Zhang is too polite. Yang Xian quickly understood, smiled, shook hands with Deputy Director Jiang Tianming, and spoke quickly. My boss donated 100 computers to the Huacheng Police Department in the name of Tamed Group, 10 million yuan worth of consumer vouchers to all of the Tamed Group, which can be used to offset any consumption under the group, and 20 vehicles. Quote. That's too polite, how can this be possible? Jiang Tianming smiled widely. 10 million yuan worth of consumer vouchers, you have to know that the Tamed Group is involved in various industries, basically they can be used. Police and the public are like one family. You're welcome, Chief Zhang. I have admired police officers since I was a child. I've wanted to be a police officer, but I haven't had the chance. Police officers have been fighting on the grassroots frontlines for a long time. I personally admire them very much. Without you, there would be no peaceful life. Chu Ge looked at Jiang Tianming and said with a smile. Please come in, please come in. Chairman Chu is so polite. Jiang Tianming hurriedly led Chairman Chu and others into the police station. Especially the word, Director Zhang, which really touched his heart. After visiting the police station, Chu Ge went directly to the interrogation room. When Xiao Bai saw Chu Ge coming, he immediately felt uneasy because Kong Qingyan was still there. Kong Qingyan. Ji Jingming exclaimed in surprise when he saw Kong Qingyan was there too. Ji Jingming, Chu Ge. Enemies were extremely jealous when they met, especially Kong Qingyan, whose family was wiped out by Chu Ge, who wanted to take action immediately after seeing Chu Ge and her junior brother. Qingyan, don't be impulsive. Xiao Bai hurriedly stopped Kong Qingyan. I was afraid that she would do something impulsive in the police station, and then it would be irreversible. I see. Zhao Haifeng and others who followed the boss finally understood why this guy Xiao Bai wanted to attack them. It turned out that it was the beauty who was causing all the trouble. Even a strong man cannot resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. I didn't expect to meet Miss Kong here. Chu Ge walked directly into the interrogation room and looked at Kong Qingyan. It was true that Kong Qingyan had changed a lot since they last met. No wonder Xiao Bai wanted to attack him, it turned out to be because of this woman Kong Qingyan. Let Xiao Bai go, and I will go with you. Kong Qingyan looked at Chu Ge and said directly. This incident was caused by her, and she didn't want to implicate Xiao Bai any further. Forget about revenge. It seems there is no hope. Whether to release Xiao Bai is up to the police, not me. Chu Ge laughed, thinking that Kong Qingyan had changed, but it turned out that she was still so naive. Xiao Mei finally knew the truth of the matter and realized that as long as the young man gave in, her son would be fine. Mom, listen to me and don't beg him. When Xiao Bai saw his mother's expression, he knew that she wanted to ask Chu Ge for help, so he stopped her immediately. Xiao Mei wanted to say something but stopped herself. Looking at her son's pleading eyes, she softened her heart and did not speak again. When Xiao Bai saw that his mother didn't say anything, he immediately felt relieved. At the same time, I was still struggling with whether or not to call that person. I saved the other person at that time and he gave me a phone number. At this time, Huacheng Airport. A beautiful and luxurious red Ferrari was parked outside the airport, and a long-legged young woman wearing sunglasses was leaning against the car door. Very eye-catching, this woman looks like a wealthy woman. When Yang Ningyu saw her best friend Ji Longer coming out, she quickly waved her hands and shouted lively, Longer, over here. Coming, coming. Ji Longer was dragging her suitcase, and when she saw her best friend Yang Ningyu, she quickly trotted over. This time, I came to find my savior. Chapter 178 Ji Longer of the Ji family. Are you here for him this time? The hero saves the beauty, is the beauty going to marry him? Yang Ningyu couldn't help but teasing while driving. However, she still has lingering fears about the time when her best friend was in danger. No, I just came to thank him. Ji Longer quickly argued, looking out the car window with evasive eyes. Ji Longer came here this time without telling her brothers. Her family was very strict and she managed to get out with great difficulty. The last time I came to visit my bestie, I encountered danger on the way back to the hotel. At that time, it was that man who saved me at the critical moment.